doesn't sound right.
Was it something?
And RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Simeon swings 3-0, and that one is blooped into right center field, a base hit. Seager rounds 30, comes home and scores. Simeon at first with an RBI single. Rangers retake the lead. It's 2-1 in the top of the sixth.
And that is the way we start the Thursday edition of Shan and RJ here on DFW's Club. Do we need to rename this something with Ruben?
Yeah,
Club Camp.
Club Camp.
No, we need something better than that. Club Oxnard? No. We'll think of it. Ruben with the, and what is it called? There we go.
Strobes?
Yeah.
Strobe lights?
Strobe lights for Ruben. Go ahead. Getting it right here to start the Thursday edition live in Oxnard, California on your home. That's enough, Ruben. Thank you.
Me.
Your home of the Texas Rangers. And they finally get one over the Angels 6-3 as trade deadline day is upon us. And who do you rely on to stop the bleeding? Nate Dogg, who has given up 2 runs in the entire month of July. Nate Eovaldi, 9-3. Rangers get one.
That's like Zach Wheeler did the same thing in June with the Phillies to give up 2 runs. Just a tremendous, and vaulted himself at the time to the top of the Cy Young list. It doesn't appear that Eovaldi is going to do the same here with this, but he is going to put himself more into discussion. One thing the Rangers have done this year, it seems, they have kept their pitch counts down. 7 innings in today's baseball, 7 innings and throwing 92 pitches doesn't happen very often. DeGrom, has kept his pitch count down. Now, a lot of that's been team induced. But the amount of guys today that are like 100 pitches in 5 innings, it's garbage. It's garbage baseball. But Eovaldi's done a great job, and the Rangers, I think, as a whole, have done a pretty good job of limiting pitch counts.
Yeah, I'm trying to see. I remember Eovaldi definitely 2 years ago, I think, and it may have been last year. He had 7 starts in 23 where he went over 100 pitches, and in 24 he had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He had 5, and then this year he's only got 2. And so generally, yeah, it definitely seems like they're trying to keep everybody 80 to 90. And then when the bullpen's been as solid in the middle as it's just been late inning stuff that's been a problem. Then that's not as much of a problem. But yeah, he's the guy who he comes in, swoops in, saves it all.
And we talk about him stopping the bleeding. Sandler points out they're 7-2 when he starts in a game following a loss. In the 2 losses, gave up 2 combined earned runs while the Rangers scored 1 combined. Of course, you know what he did last night. For career win, number 100, by the way. What about offensive? Actually, let me go back a step. The numbers for the month, the whole numbers. Peyton found it this morning, Rangers PR. 5-0 in the month, a .59 ERA, .95 whip, a 198 opponent's batting average, and there's just been 2 other months in franchise history in which a starting pitcher posted 5+ wins with a sub-1 ERA. Both were by.
Let's go with Kevin Brown.
It's a good guess. I'm going to say, I'll go outside the box. Derek Holland.
Starts with a K.
Kevin Millwood.
Kenny Rogers.
The gambler.
May 95 and May 2005. So Nate Eovaldi joins that company. Offensively, before we get to trade deadline updates, Josh Young has a 9-game hitting streak. I just can't believe he actually went down to the minors, had the stint that he had, and came back this fixed. It makes no sense to me.
Dude, well, I mean, that's so much of why when... Like
he was hitting he hit 200.
Oh, yeah. No. Like
you were sending everyday pitches that he was swinging. I don't know why. I can't speak now. He was just swinging it outside of the strike zone.
No. And that's why I say, like, when he went down, like, it definitely looks like they were way less concerned about whatever he was doing with his bat and more just about, like, what are you seeing? Like, don't swing at bad pitches. Like, you need to go down there and just work on your strike recognition, your pitch recognition, and the rest of that will fall in behind it. And that's true. He's somebody who, like, he clearly has a lot of power. He's got a really good bat. It's just a matter of his eye level. We've talked about over the last 2 years. It went up about 6 inches, like in terms of recognizing the strike zone, and pitchers were just burying it and taking advantage of it.
Wyatt went 2 for 4 with a double. He has hits in 4 straight games and extra base hits in 3 of his last 4. And then Sandler with one more note. Oh, God, Jonah Heim is just putting it right in my face. Jonah has an RBI in 6 straight starts as a catcher. Longest streak in baseball this year. So that's the Rangers on the field. By the way, the record, they're back to 5 games over 500. Get a win against the Angels, obviously, so that helps out in the West. They're 5 games back. Seattle is 5 games back, and they made the big move.
Yeah, they got Suarez from Arizona. And this is the kind of the big fish of trade deadline day. They get him for guys, obviously guys you have not heard of. Arizona's looking for, some prospects and stuff, and so they get Suarez from the Diamondbacks. He's gonna, play third. He's got 36 home runs on the year. He's got big time pop, having a career year. And they had already gotten Naylor. They had already gotten Naylor earlier in this trade deadline sequence, so they're obviously prioritizing runs as opposed to run prevention. That's been their problem. That's been their problem over the last several years, is they just haven't been able to hit. They've had great pitching. They just haven't been able to hit. So the Mariners making the big time splash overnight of the trade deadline period.
Yeah, and it's frustrating, and it's something that when you...
They did this last year, too, with...
Randy Arozarena.
And this was something that it's the analogy I loved last week that Steve Phillips gave us, where he's like, even if you're not getting worse, he's like, it's that thing, where you're sitting in traffic and you see the other cars moving and you start feeling like you're sliding back even though you're not moving. And he's like, that's what you feel as a general manager when you see these teams getting better. And look, we know. I mean, Sean can't stop talking about how competitive Chris Young is. That's like the thing he just won't shut up about. But we know how competitive he is. And so, like, if that's the case, like, you got to imagine he is irritated, just like, we need something. Like this is the team directly in front of us in the division. The Astros are sliding. We're playing good baseball. Like, this is an opportunity that we need to take advantage of, and we feel like we're getting worse.
There were 13 trades yesterday in all, and they'll go until what? I can't do the time change thing. I think it's like 4 o'clock
here, 6 back home.
That sounds right. Yeah. Maybe it's 3 here and 5 back home. But anyway, it's today. It's this afternoon is the trade deadline. So, again, what are you looking for? What's left?
3 p.m. here.
So 6 Eastern.
Yep.
So 5 back home. So, I mean, look, yesterday, Helsley went. You had Tyler Rogers went. You had Duran. He got traded. So all these guys went. Now, they all went NL. They went to the Mets and Phillies. Those two are having kind of an arm race. But there's still guys out there. Not Class A, though.
Evan Grant tweeted 8 hours ago. And when Evan Grant tweets something like this, it's not usually just like a, gee, I wonder.
Yeah.
But he says, gee, I wonder, basically. But he says, as we get within 24 hours of deadline, I do wonder if the Rangers would try to move some money to free up some space. Could they find a team seeking a starter that would take on John Gray, thus opening up much more payroll flexibility?
Well, I mean, again, yeah, add to subtract to add. That's kind of what you're talking about there. They got to free up some cash.
And that was your disappointment yesterday in having the discussion like, okay, we can't make any type of move. We can't do anything without subtracting first.
Right. I mean, look, again, in the offseason, if this means that you're not going to spend the offseason, that's fine. You can take step backs are okay. Sometimes you got to do resets. In the middle of the year when you're in it and you're a red-hot team approach the deadline, the team in front of you is fading, and you've picked up 7 games in 2 weeks. Like, not the time, guys. Not the time to go cheap.
And then Bob Nightingale reports the Astros are engaged with the Marlins for Sandy Alcantara after talks with the Padres for Dylan Cease cooled down. So Houston is lurking, according to Nightingale.
I mean, that's a guy who, before his injury a couple years ago, was
great.
He was the workhorse in baseball. He was my favorite player in baseball because he was just a don't give a damn. I'll throw 120 pitches and pitch 8 innings every start kind of guy.
And that's when he got hurt.
Yeah, it is.
But if they can get him, that's like he's got terrible numbers this year, right? Terrible numbers this year, but he's still a guy that they hope long-term can figure it out.
Here's another reason why you need to go get a bat today. Evan Grant, again, tweeted this out yesterday. Ezekiel Duran and Jock Peterson, they've combined for 249 plate appearances. That's not a small sample size. That's pretty sizable. Their composite slash line is 130 batting average, 237 on base, 218 slugging, a 455 OPS over 250 plate appearances. That's so bad. That is worse than like some pitchers when they used to hit for a season.
Oh my gosh! Worse than pitchers hitting.
I bet you Madison Bumgarner's OPS is higher than that. And he was kind of a pitcher known for being able to swing it. But
so if they don't do anything, okay, and you see the moves that we've already discussed around them, you have them ending up. I mean, I try not to fall victim too much to what you were saying Steve Phillips told us, like, all right, well, they won more at the deadline than us, so that means that they're going to get the wild card. They're the ones that are going to move into the race. Would you still have the Rangers as a wild card team if they don't really do anything today?
Yeah, I mean, look, that's the other teams obviously have gotten better, but there's no doubt like the way that this team pitches. Yeah, I could still see them sneaking in.
They're tied for the 3rd spot with Seattle.
Yeah, now Seattle has gotten Seattle's gotten appreciably better. It's where the Red Sox going to be? Are the Yankees going to stay healthy and ahead of them?
Don't you still feel like the shoe is waiting to drop on some of their pitching though? But like Evaldi and DeGrom, you're just like, yeah, those are who those guys are. But like, you don't necessarily like you just feel like you're kind of waiting around for Corbin. Can't pitch like this forever. Leiter, like surely he's going to go back to some struggles. The bullpen's going to have some issues. Like that's the problem is that when we're saying how good the pitching is, it's like, yeah, how good it's been. I don't know that I trust that it's going to be that good.
But I don't know that right now with what Corbin's doing. I feel like he's having a really nice season for him, I feel like he's settled into something that he can consistently do. He's not winning any awards for the numbers that he's putting up. He's just having a fantastic season for him. Right. And the same thing for me with Jack Leiter. Like, I don't know if Jack Leiter right now is overachieving, and I'm saying, oh my! Now these last 2 starts, he's given up 3 runs over 12 innings. That's fantastic. He still had a 3.43 ERA for the month. Like, if he's at 3.5, I don't know if I'm looking at that and saying, when is Jack Leiter going to get blown up? Because that's not lights out. It's nice and solid that we'll take in the 3, 4, 5 spots.
Yeah, right. And that's the thing. As a 3, you'll take Patrick Corbin.
And when's Mally? You are getting Mally coming back.
Yeah, I
believe.
I don't think. I think if Mally comes back, that's somebody who I don't think we're going to see the same pitcher when he comes back. Like, that's somebody who already felt like he was starting to, and obviously he got hurt, but that felt like somebody who's kind of returning to earth a little bit and was...
He was hurt, Bobby, that's why.
Yeah, well, that's what I just said. But, like, he was kind of returning back to earth. And the problem is, like, when you look over the course of his career, he had never been the kind of pitcher that he was the first, like, month of the season or whatever it was before he got hurt. Mm-hmm. And so, I mean, obviously it's... I think Jack Leiter's a 4. You'll take a 4.09 ERA generally. I think Patrick Corbin is a 3. You'll take a 3.78. The problem is I just worry that's going to be in a playoff series. You might find out like, oh nope, here come 5 ERA pitchers out here.
Get to the playoff series, okay? Just get there.
You don't need Leiter and you don't need Leiter and Mally or anybody else to win a playoff game. You just need DeGrom and Eovaldi.
We are live in Oxnard, brought to you by the on-time experts, Rhino Shield and Yardbird Southern Table and Bar. I think yesterday was the most fun and interesting Dallas Cowboy practice, especially with the way it ended. Brian Schottenheimer finally snaps. Bobby was right there with the video camera listening to everything. We'll take you inside Cowboys practice on the home of America's team after this.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Let's go Inside the Star on 105.3 The Fan.
Inside the Star is brought to you by Best Buy Windows and Siding, Reliant AC, and Greystone Roofing. They've got you covered when the hits keep coming. Shan RJ, Choppy, Cowboys insider Bobby Belt here in Oxnard, California for a really fun practice yesterday, Bob. This felt like red zone the entire time.
Yeah, it was very active. There was a lot of team period stuff. You know, we had been out here Monday, and we talked about it. It was a little boring, to be honest. It was just, I mean, even when they're out there doing team period stuff, it was like, all right, we're doing run game, and then we're doing all of our passes off of run game looks and things like that. And so you didn't really feel like you got the same sort of competitive juices that you've gotten in some of these other ones. But this one yesterday, yeah, this was a lot of red zone stuff. This was a lot of 2-minute drill work and doing different things like that. And the offense had a good day overall. It was a good day for Joe Milton for the most part. It was a good day for Dak Prescott. They were able to have a lot of success in those red zone areas. So it was a very active practice, and it was a chippy one. They were fighting with each other a little bit. They were pushing, they were shoving, and it was starting to irritate your head coach.
And it happened multiple times?
Yeah, I mean, we probably had, I don't know, 6, 7, 8 like shoving matches that like had to be broken up. I mean, so Schottenheimer yesterday had said, like, if guys can't control themselves, they're going to be kicked out of practice, and that's what happened. He kicked to Johnny Cornelius, the rookie tackle from Oregon. He kicked him out of practice yesterday.
And Bobby got the quotes from Shoddy saying, quote, "You want to fight? Let's effing fight. Get your ass on the sideline."
Yep, we ended practice 15 minutes early probably, and the last 5 minutes of it was just,
I wish they'd fight every day.
You guys run laps. You guys go back and forth, and so he was not happy with them. This was the final one that did it was a Peyton Turner Terrence Steele shoving match, but that was like I don't know, probably over the course of 9 plays. It happened 3 or 4 times in a row.
And as predicted, social media ate this up. Absolutely loved it.
They've come around on him. They are now full-blown Brian Schottenheimer fans of social media. Some of the stuff that was in there, these are the quote tweets. I'm like, "Get him right. Love this. No more pretty boy crap. Get him right, Shotty. This caught my attention. Maybe a good change for this team. I'm drinking the Shotty Kool-Aid. Real coaching. I love Shotty's energy." And then there's one person on here who said, "This team's winning 6 games at most."
Well, yeah, I mean, like that's the other side of that is.
No, my favorite part was the media member, the snarky media member. I'm not going to say his name. When it happened, he goes, "That's 2 wins. 2 wins right there." That's what Clarence Hill and Calvin,
two more.
And Calvin Watkins have kind of been mocking the culture thing throughout, our hype factor with it and mocking it throughout the whole offseason. It wasn't them that said it, but someone goes, 2 wins, those laps. That's 2 extra wins.
Yeah, I mean, like, you could look at it like that's he's getting them right, or the other side is, well, why are they getting into so many fights in the first place? You know what I mean? Like, because you go around other camps, are there this many fights, shoving matches this early in camp? Usually you don't get sick of these guys until like week 3 or 4.
I love that both things are happening. I really do.
That's fine. I'm fine with it.
I love that they're fighting with each other, and I love that Brian Schottenheimer is cussing them out and making them run. I love both of it. Things around here have been way too soft and way too loose, in my opinion. And CeeDee Lamb, who's going to sit down with us at 7:20, I felt basically said that over the teams. I can't believe it's year 6 for him. When he sat down and told us,
said that, I was like, God.
No, it's 4, right? It may be 5. Year 6? Are you kidding me? But they've been soft. They've been dumb. They've been undisciplined for years, in my opinion. And so I'm glad that all this is happening.
Yeah, my only question would be like, are they getting into fights because they are even more undisciplined?
I mean, I don't think you're seeing the penalties out here that we've seen at practices before. Like, we're not seeing a whole bunch of issues with, like, undisciplined penalty stuff. It's more just chippiness.
Right.
So, which I think that's a distinction. Like, that's something that needs to be noted. But I think that this is a product of, we need to ramp up the intensity with them.
Yeah.
You're going to get some of this naturally.
Well, the injuries we talked about. Nick Harris tweeted this. They're up over 300%. What a calculation by Nick. Through the first 6 practices at Cowboys training camp, injuries are up over 300%.
See, I don't care for that term. Just say they're up 3. They're triple.
How did he? How did he calculate and track the injuries over the last Cowboy training camps in the first 6 weeks.
Well, for the first
six practices. I'm sorry.
See, we were working on that the other night together, trying to get the numbers down.
Oh, you assisted in this.
And so,
would you go back and research every article on DallasCowboys.com to see who got nicked up?
So no, I would actually. I mean, we did. Dallas Cowboys has a monthly feed. So you go Dallas Cowboys, and it's the same URL: July-2024-updates. And so if you just change the year and the month, you can then go back. And then what you do
this is impressive.
You search Dallas Cowboys in quotes and injury, and then you go to Google search, and you search for only results that were within the days of those 6 practices.
Wow. So this is the stat that they came up with.
It was 3.
Look, I don't need to hear all how you virgins came up with this on your Friday night.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying it was 3. It's every year it's been 3 injuries through the first 6 practices the last 3 years. They've had 3 injuries. This year it was 10.
Schottenheimer was asked about it and whether they need to back off. He said, we need to have a physical camp. We need to pop, hit, and thud. Physicality has been a big emphasis for us. And then he said the best thing you can do for any offensive line, any team offense, when you're playing elite defensive linemen is pound the frickin' football. Just freaking try to shove it up their ass. And that's what we're going to try to do. We're going to be physical. That's what Brian Schottenheimer said. And I loved repeating it.
This was, and I mean, they do need some of that. We've talked about this before with, like, Sam Williams, for instance. How much do you tell Sam Williams, pull it back? Like, I mean, you have to tell him to some extent. But if you start telling him to pull it back too much, you're now taking away who he is as a player.
Yeah.
And you're taking away the edge that it gives you. Same thing with Tyler Booker, who we talked to yesterday. If you told Booker, like, hey, you got to pull it back, you risk changing the makeup of him as a player.
Here's CeeDee Lamb afterwards on all the scrapping that's taken place.
Yeah, that's not it's not never going to happen. You know what I'm saying? So, like, as for us, we just got to be able to, like, hone it in. Like, okay, that's what we on. All right, I'll see you next play. So go in the huddle, get your play, and then line up again. We finna do this again. Like, so we had that type of energy. Once we get to that point, we had that type of energy, we're gonna be a scary team.
So we know that the bromance is taking place out here between Lamb and George Pickens. George Pickens opening up with the G-Bag Nation for a fantastic interview and sit down. And here is CD on how George has been helping him with the offense.
I mean, it's pretty much night and day, because if I have 2 guys on me, I can guarantee you the ball is going to him, because we're on the same side. And if there's 2 guys on me, he's 1-on-1. So do what you want with that info. But it's honestly fun. Just him understanding the process of taking what we do in meetings and then bringing it out on the field, and him immediately having it click to him on the walkthroughs is kind of impressive. And I like that, because I'm that type of receiver too. I find it fun and learning a new offense and figuring out how they're going to integrate me with it. So as for him, I'm proud of him for it, but I need him to keep doing it too.
And he told us that he knew George. I was like, this bromance, did this just pick up when Pickens got dealt? And he goes, no, I knew him back from Pittsburgh. And the final thing on George yesterday at the podium, things he's picked up from his other wideout.
Nah, the greatest thief of joy is comparisons. Trust me. It will kill you. So as for GP, we gonna fight to our strengths. If he love them jump balls, go ahead and get it. If you feel like I need to go get him, I'll be over there. He knows that. So like for us, it's just playing off one another. Whoever got the high hand, good luck. You know what I'm saying? Because we probably on fire. You dig what I'm saying? So like as for him, we gonna just play to our strengths. Understand like who got the high hand, who's feeling what. If you feeling it, he can have it. If not, I'll take it. And that's just, I feel like we're going to be the best version of ourselves, and that's how we're going to get the most out of it, because once you instill that confidence within both of us, that we could be who we think we are, it's going to be a tough duo to stop.
God, he's got so much drip, so much sweat. Makes me sick with Bobby and my wife loving his style so much. You can just hear it dripping and the audio quotes. So that's CeeDee Lamb at the podium. Other things happening yesterday here in Oxnard. Bobby, what else from the practice fields?
Yeah, I thought Marshawn Nealand was really, really good yesterday, and he's continued to be active in a number of ways. He's good against the run. He's been getting his hands up in passing lanes. He's been knocking down passes. He did it again yesterday, and he's shown a little bit more pass rush than he did last year, and they felt like he had the capacity to be that. He just needed to build his toolbox to get there But he had a really nice rush yesterday where he kind of got the best of Tyler Smith and they had to blow a play dead. I thought Jake Ferguson down here in red zone had a really nice play. It looked very similar to Jason Witten, the kind of crafty route he would run on one of those Y options. And then the thing everybody was watching yesterday, I felt like on the beat, was Nathan Thomas, the left tackle, and him stepping in for Tyler Guyton and how he was playing. And he was good. He didn't have really any issues at all. He was pretty steady the entire practice. What?
You adjusted it, but all I was hearing was your nostril breathing with your microphone.
Oh.
Just your eyes look glossy. I can't tell what's off about you. I can't tell whether you're tired. I can't tell.
Oh, no, I got a lot of sleep. I went to bed at like 8 o'clock.
He popped that Molly for Club Portillo over here when he was flipping the strobe lights. So it's just hitting him. He's got those flying saucer eyes.
So my allergy pill timing is off out here. You know, I don't take it before.
No cap. That means that's the truth. You were telling the truth. But Trayvon did not tweet the truth. But Trayvon did not tweet no cap. He tweeted with the cap, which means that he's saying someone is lying. Someone's telling falsities. And
maybe just tell somebody to put a hat on. Like, nobody wants to see the top of your head.
Broadus was in the stand. What an amazing picture that I think Kyle Yeomans and Chiafalo got. Broadus in the stand scouting, and he put the roster. If you watch it on the fan cam, this is what he did. He put the roster on top of his bald head so he did not get burned.
Yeah.
Incredible.
That's next level ingenuity.
I just looked up the hat emojis. There's only the blue one, so that's why the blue.
Okay.
Yep.
So Calvin Watkins asked him, hey, what's the deal
We
with
don't like the color blue.
What's the deal with the baseball cap? Oh, gosh, that would probably be the next thing, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
We're going to demand Apple put in the red ones. So red, white, and blue hats. Trayvon Diggs said he's got nothing to elaborate on regarding his cap tweet. It seems to be a difference of opinion between Diggs and the front office.
I personally think G-Bag caused this, and I'm not having fun and picking a fight with G-Bag. I think this is a result of the Steven G-Bag interview where Steven went. I had a couple people yesterday say they were surprised that Steven went in again on Trayvon, and they're disagreeing and arguing about when he knew to be here. Was it a de-escalator? Was it? So he lost the money. Mm-hmm. I got that confirmed yesterday. Yeah. I asked for the third time, did he just not get a bonus or did he lose the money? He lost the money. And they're arguing over where he is in the rehab process. So Steven's like, if he would have been in Frisco, he would have been further along. Trayvon has already tweeted, I am past expectations. So I think this is a result of Steven on G-Bag. And I'm going to believe that just to hype up the station ratings.
And then where you are in your rehab, it's like, I mean, this could be... from Trayvon's standpoint, I mean, he could say, "Look, it's just not healing the way it should."
Yeah.
And for the teams, like, well, you're not doing the rehab you should be doing. If you were here, it would be better.
Trayvon says that's wrong, though. Trayvon even said, "I'm ahead." He told everybody that I'm ahead of where I'm supposed to be.
Yeah.
But the reality is, you are behind. Whether in practicality you're behind or not, the reality is the Cowboys are going to make the decision of when you step on the field, and they're saying you're behind, and so they're saying. So I mean, the reality will be you are not ready to go.
Right. They're saying, look, let's just say it's a 9-month injury. They're like, you're going to be back in 9 months. Now, not all injuries. Some injuries get back at 8 months. Some it's 11. Not everything's uniform, but if you're there, you would think it'd be higher.
Inside the Star here on your home of the Dallas Cowboys, CeeDee Lamb sits down with us on the fan cam, Twitch and YouTube at 7:20 here on DFW Sports Station. But Peyton Russell says this is the end for single men on dating apps.
Oh.
It's Thursday at 6:40. It's the payload after this.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else. All prices sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Okay, am I hearing this right? The morning show is letting Peyton Russell have his own segment? I just don't get it. We've known Peyton for years. He's horrible on the mic. I mean, gathering the foreigners, this is going to be a train wreck.
Daddy does work, and Peyton just does board hopping.
That is right. It's time for the payload every Thursday at this time, 6:40 on a Thursday. And guys, pour one out for the single men, because they are in deep trouble after this app has been out there for a little bit. At least the single men who are trying to date girls on dating apps, because there's an app out there called the T app. And this is basically an app where girls can upload pictures of men and write reviews on them and how their date went, whether good or bad. Now, I imagine they're not writing good reviews about these guys, but single men are in trouble. And this is Jack from Barstool, who reviews the app a little bit and tells you a little bit about it.
Dating in 2025 is cooked. The #1 app in America right now is the T dating app. Maybe you're wondering, what's the T dating app, Jack? Well, it's simply an app that women post about men that they've either been in relationships with, on dates with, in situationships with, and you can comment on them. You can put if they're a red flag or a green flag, phone number lookup, background checks. Do you see what we're up against? This is a disaster of epic proportions. It should not be a thing. And I know what you're going to say. Oh, Jack, if you have nothing to hide, it's no big deal. You can just, and you don't even have to prove you went on a date with this person. You can just go. You can just go and comment. You can just go and comment. A red flag. You can put probably convictions that people have that don't even exist.
I am so glad I'm not in the dating world anymore with using the apps, because this is awful.
Are they writing like reports that will stay on the app attached to my name?
It's like a rap sheet.
No,
this is awful. Where's the reverse?
It's awful.
Where's the guys dating app that
you can't do that, Chop? Can't do that. It's a one-way street.
See, exactly, and that's why we need to take back this whole.
So this is
power structure.
This is Yelp dating reviews.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah. It's not how it's branded. Not what I'm looking at. Like, I mean, that's how it's being positioned.
It's supposed to be for like protecting girls, from creeps and all that.
App.
Yeah, but at the same time, we know what it's about.
I know. I'm just saying what this thing says. So, like, their big thing apparently is like they do like searches basically to find out like if they're using somebody else's profile picture so that they're like lying about who they are. You can search if they're a sex offender. But here's the thing: you can do background checks. Like, I mean, I don't know how like cool it's just like background check somebody just for nothing. But I also like I dispute Barstool. This is such a Barstool thing to do. This, by the way, where they're like the most active dating app in the world and blah blah blah. And I just looked up. I was like, opened it up. I was like, I'm gonna go look in the Play Store. How many downloads does this have? It has 100,000 downloads in the United States. It's not even close to that.
It might be the fastest growing.
And I think it has so many downloads because people downloaded it from Barstool yesterday because their app rating is 2 stars right now. People go trash app. They're getting just dragged in their reviews on the Play Store.
Like, imagine going on a date and it's the girl of your dreams, right? She's beautiful, she's a 10 out of 10, but you've been labeled an a-hole just because of another date that was bad with another girl. Like, you essentially have zero chance. It's like having bad credit score. You know, like everyone sees it and uses it against you, and it's like you're one and done. You know, you screw up on the first girl, and it couldn't.
Or it doesn't even get to the one.
Right, because they see it.
They see it.
They see it, like, oh, no, red flag.
Yeah, this guy's a loser. He's a weirdo.
If somebody said, if you'd gone on a date with somebody and they were like, or they were going to go on a date and then they canceled and they're like, sorry, one of your exes talked to me and told me all about you. I don't want anything to do with you. Do you instantly have in your head who that is that would have called them? Like, you instantly have the one who, like, who did I, like, have such a bad reputation with? You wouldn't automatically think of somebody?
They were all so obsessed with me that they wouldn't.
They could have been any number of them.
They probably wouldn't have anything really negative to say. There might be one, but maybe.
Other than some Fatal Attraction stuff, they're just they're dragging your name so they can be with you.
No, I had plenty. They would red flag. I couldn't pin down one. Because I really only went for girls with red flags.
Really? Is there really another one? Well,
7. I'll write them down.
Okay. I know 2.
Oh, it's like Scott Pilgrim, 7 Evil Exes.
You dated a lot more. I don't want to get into your business on air, but I think you were a lot more active dating-wise after your divorce than I thought you were.
Yeah. Yeah, because, Crazy Pants and I we would break up every month.
Yeah, but I didn't think that you were dating other people in between that.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't call it dating.
Yeah, exactly. And would some of those have a negative write-up? No, you know what? Write them down.
I'll write them down.
Put on the fan cam.
My red flag, guys, would be the no queso buying on the first date. That's what that one girl would probably write about me, and then that would probably ban me from any other date from here on out. I probably would still be single if she was using this app against me. Mackenzie saw it or someone.
Or saying the number 3 if you gave out your phone number and you're like 5
or just like we're going to Olive Garden in perpetuity for the rest of our lives.
Yeah, that's right. Payload Thursday right here on the fan.
Guys, we have another airport incident yesterday, but this doesn't include an actual plane, but instead a woman who has gone crazy at the airport. This is up on the fan cam right now. Aiden has the video there of this woman at the Atlanta airport, and she somehow got a hold of a fire extinguisher and was walking gate to gate using it on people. I guess she was upset about a flight or whatever. It's always about these delayed or canceled flights that make people go absolutely crazy. But we have another airport incident. And look, this is why I was talking to Aiden about this. They need a rule that if someone's going crazy like this in an airport, it's free game on anyone to take her down. You don't have to wait for security to walk 8 gates down or whatever to find her, get her. The people watching the gates, going into the airplane. But it should be anyone to take these people out. Like she's using this fire extinguisher gate to gate, looking like a psychopath.
Yeah, this makes the entire airport look like it's on fire or something. Like the way it just looks like it's filled with smoke. But
which airport?
Atlanta.
Where is this?
Atlanta.
I need to get a fire extinguisher. Every time a fire extinguisher story comes up, I'm like, I don't have any fire extinguishers, I don't think, in my house. So I need to get those, number 1. Number 2, have you ever been sprayed by it or any of the remnants? Like, what does it feel like? Is it like cold, frozen, dried ice?
No,
I don't know. I've never sprayed with one.
It leaves this because we had to use a fire extinguisher one time in the oven when I was a kid. Something had there was some grease fire or something that had gone off, and so we'd sprayed it in there, and we had to the fire department had to come tell us how to clean it up because there was just all this powder residue that was left everywhere.
Look, man, I will say this though: there are plenty of things that happen in an airport where I don't blame people for snapping. I get it, I understand it. Are you going to go this far? No, but it sucks. It's a miserable. I'm so bitter every time I travel. Every time I was bitter with these guys flying out the other day. I'm on top of everything. I'm refreshing the gate while I'm in the ride share. Get dropped off at the airport, and Bobby tells you that the gate has moved. Then I have to go get on the Skylink, and then you have to go this and that and that and this, and you're sitting on the. It's miserable. I hate it. I hate it so much, and it drives me crazy how you guys and other people just absolutely love it when I'm throwing away. I'm literally lighting on fire 3 hours of my life and then the baggage claims. I could have done that. And what are you sick of yesterday?
Oh, yeah.
How long have we been sitting at these freaking baggage claims? So I get why people snap, and that's with us making our flight. So I'm sure these get canceled and pushed back. Our original flight was delayed 6 hours. Why didn't you just cancel the damn thing? Delayed for 6 hours.
If you cancel, I guess it's worse. Then you can't get out.
There's nothing worse either than a gate change at DFW.
The gate change is tough.
At DFW, where it's you've got to go 2 zip codes over now to get there. You got to take a train and hail it.
Yeah.
You literally have to take a train to get to the
rental car. This is all on one damn trip. Choppy gets a notification. He's all over it. We're changing things up. We fly to a different part of California. He gets a different rental. They send him the message, Peyton. You have no car. You have no rental.
Right.
No car reserved. It's a nightmare.
Yeah, that was we went to the counter and we're like, oh yeah, you got a car. It's in B whatever. Obviously, it was a glitch of some kind, but it didn't make any sense why there'd be a glitch.
Well, and then what's the point of getting there? Because I've told you guys this. I'm a guy that I get to the airport 2 hours before takeoff, and so it's what's the point of getting there 2 hours before if 30 minutes before the flight you're telling me, oh, now you got to go to gate B or Terminal C, wherever. It's like what's the point? Do this all ahead of time. Now I know stuff gets crazy in that airports, planes, all this stuff, but it's. Figure it out. We're in 2025 now. But yeah, no, I get why people go crazy. I'm with you, Sean. But it is the Payload every Thursday at this time. And congrats to this couple in the United Kingdom, Luke and Sarah Wintrip, who are engaged, but only after Luke proposed for the 43rd time over a 7-year span. I don't know about y'all, but it took me one try to propose here with my girl. I don't know if you had to go a couple times, but yeah, Sarah turned him down the first time because the two had only been dating for 6 months, which is fair. That's fair reasoning to do that. But on the 42nd time Luke proposed, Sarah said, next time you ask, I'm going to say yes, you just wait. So now this is just a game to her at this point. And this is when Luke should have just walked away. He violated every man card violation known to man because he should have played the Uno reverse card on him or on her and just dumped her there.
I don't know that, like, when I hear that, I don't automatically jump to, like, anything of, like, oh, man, this poor guy. I go, like, this guy sounds like a psycho that he's asking for.
It's pathetic.
I don't believe this.
And this girl, I'm sorry, I mean, I was expecting.
You want me to say it?
I was expecting to look at her. They kind of look like brother and sister. I was expecting to look at her and say, "Oh my God, she's a 12. He's a 4. No wonder she's not.
No, she's nothing special.
She's nothing special.
I don't believe that he got on one knee 42 times. I believed he said, "Hey, you want to get married?" And she said, "No."
That kind of thing. Yeah. I could see that.
There's no way. There's no way you get on your knee 42 other times.
He's a tattoo artist. She looks old too. She looks older.
She had that big hit in the 90s. You say that's her. That's Lisa Loeb.
It's Lisa Loeb.
Yeah, this is pathetic. But look, we all have a friend.
Gosh, she does look like she would say no 42 times though, just as a game. I will say that.
We all have a friend who, like, I mean, he just keeps going back to that girl, and you don't know why. I have many of them. Many. Yep.
Were you ever that guy?
Hell no.
Were you ever that guy?
I have balls.
I kept going. Yeah, of course I was.
I have a spine.
I was. It was midlife crisis number 1.
Maybe in high school, I had a relationship where we break up like 13 times.
See, that's the thing. I feel like there's usually like an awakening for that. Like you don't just default, just go like, I'm never gonna put. Like usually there's just awakening, like I'm not doing that ever again. And then there are others who just never wake up from it. And they're just simping their whole life.
43. He finally won my heart.
Over 7 years. I mean,
7 years.
Goodness. Jeez. Pathetic, man.
What a loser. 877-881. Well,
it's UK for you. It's Britain for you.
That's exactly what I was going to say.
They're just Europeans, man. I'll tell you, I loved my time in Europe, but I never lost more respect for people than I did going to Europe. They're just
why?
They're just so. They just kind of fall in line. Yeah, okay. Oh yeah, we'll do this. Oh yeah, we'll do that. That's why nothing good gets invented over there. All the good stuff gets invented here. Not here in California, but in the rest of the country.
Shannon Sharp fired and Gilbert Arenas arrested, plus an update on MLB trade deadline day. All of that next on Shan and RJ live from Oxnard, brought to you in part by Wild Fork Foods. CeeDee Lamb coming up at 7:20 right here on the Fan.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
105.3 The Fan.
The 1-1. And that one is looped toward the left field corner. This one's got a shot, and it is gone! Adolis Garcia with a home run down the left field line. For Adolis, it's his 15th of the year. He gives Texas a 4-1 lead.
That's one of the names I thought the Rangers may toy around with moving. Good morning, Metroplex. The Strobes are working from Reuben P. We are live in Oxnard, California on the tennis courts here on your home for Texas Rangers baseball. And, of course, our coverage out here is brought to you in part by the On-Time Experts, the official AC heating and plumbing partner of the Dallas Cowboys. They finally get one against the Angels because of Nate Dogg. Nate Eovaldi shutting it down, just like he did everyone in the entire month of July.
Yeah, he was awesome in July, and then the Rangers get some tack-on runs in the eighth inning to really extend that lead and put this one out of reach. It had made it 6-1 before the Angels scored a couple runs in the bottom half of the inning. But this was all about Nate. This is not about the offense. It's about Nate Eovaldi, who was fantastic again, keeping his pitch count down again, and now you hope that you can ride him and Jake the rest of the way. Like that's just the reality they're facing. Today's the deadline. Got about 10 hours for that deadline to hit.
Bobby, what's been happening?
Yeah, this is something that's been pretty frustrating, is that you're hearing so many different teams that are involved on various relief pitchers that you want to get involved with, or the Mariners going and snatching bats from you. And so yesterday, Jeff Passan and Buster Olney had kind of a MLB trade deadline intel dump of here's everything that we're hearing, and it's pretty quiet right now on the trade front for the Rangers. There's not a lot of stuff that they're connecting Texas to, other than just this would make sense. Not that they're hearing necessarily that they're in on a lot of different people. Passan noted that the number of teams who wanted good relief pitchers this year is really high, so that's causing a premium to be placed on them, and that might keep Texas away from landing one of these guys if they don't want to drop a bunch of capital on a guy, prospect capital. Buster Olney said that the league being as wide open as it is has caused two teams, though, right next to each other, Seattle and Texas, to up their enthusiasm to make a trade. That those two looked at the landscape and went, all right, we can compete in here, let's go. And so Texas has the enthusiasm, I guess, just like Seattle does, but Seattle's is matching it with moves that they've actually made right now.
Things home.
Texas is clearly in a spot right now where they're trying to figure out what matches with us in terms of money and prospects.
And that's, look, so Philly, for example, they got Durant. They gave up some coveted pieces, at least according to the minor league prospects site. That's good. That's what you got to do to get these guys. You're also overpaying at this point. Bullpen help is cheap in the offseason, and it's very expensive this time of year. So you're going to overpay for rentals. And sometimes that's okay. The Rangers obviously financially are in a position where they seem to at least want to keep the costs down as much as they possibly can and get out of the tax. Okay, this is the problem. Seattle is basically going all in on this year. They don't care if it's a rental, none of that. They're like, we have a chance. This thing is wide open. We've never made a World Series. Seattle's never been a World Series, so it's like, let's go for it.
And the A's are apparently talking about dealing Mason Miller, and they've talked with the Yankees, they've talked with the Phillies, they've talked with the Mets. It's like, I need to hear Texas associated with that trade. I don't know if the A's will trade within the division. They may not, but there's a history of it happening before. I look at that and I go, man, if Mason Miller's available and you're going to have to pay a premium regardless, that's the dude you do it for, who has 4 years of arbitration left. He throws 101 miles per hour. He's been like a legitimately dominant pitcher on his peripheral statistics for the last 3 years. That, to me, is the perfect type of player we're talking about.
It really is. It really is. If you can find a way to get him, again, you're going to get taxed to get Mason Miller, right? You'll probably pay a division tax to get him. But if you can, this is exactly the kind of guy you need to go get.
Humongous media news yesterday. ESPN cut ties with Shannon Sharpe. This is 2 weeks after he settled the lawsuit which the ex-girlfriend accused him of rape. So he had not been on ESPN since late April. They declined to comment. And yesterday, the entire internet and world, including myself, laughing at Shannon Sharpe fumbling the bag. You lost a $100 million contract, and $23 million in your cash settlement for an OnlyFans girl. Holy crap, what a rise and what a fall.
This is a $100 million deal he had?
Well, someone on the internet wrote that.
Oh, basically, so over the what he would make, yeah. I mean, look, for them to cut ties with someone on Stephen A's show, which you would think he can kind of like box out, protect you a little bit.
Yep.
I mean, that tells you how bad it may have been.
He must have been a massive liability to them. Like, they must have looked at everything and just went, there's way too much here to... I can't imagine it's just what was out there publicly. And what was out there publicly was bad. Like, those phone calls that he recorded where he's like, I'm going to slap you in public and I'll do the... I'm not scared to do it or whatever. That's an egomaniac who probably deserved to have this happen. Even if it's not the specifics, that dude is clearly no fear of just... I'll talk to you however I want, and I will threaten you however I want because I'm untouchable.
Wow.
And to me... Good. This was good news yesterday.
And I went and got this clip from his podcast with Monique, the comedian, and she tried to warn him about this.
Now I'm looking right at y'all. Let me tell y'all what Shannon needs. Let me tell you what my baby needs. He need him an old fat gal who can bake good cakes, make some smothered turkey wings, who gonna rub his feet at the nighttime, okay, and gonna have a sip of his cognac to make him feel better about himself when he come home at night. That's what Shannon needs. You don't need no 26-year-old girl. You don't need no 36-year-old girl. This is your auntie talking to you. Take your old ass and get you an old bitch out there that can love you old. You're trying to hang out with these young bitches and you can't do it, Shannon. You just can't do it. When they want you to go for the 4th round, you looking at her like, listen, you want some money to go to Starbucks?
Yeah,
because I can't go no further. But if you get your older girl, when you get to that 4th round, she's going to say, hold on. Let me go get you some eggs and cheese and some toast with apple butter because that's going to get your energy back up.
So tried to warn him. He'd be sitting there with Ocho talking about, he goes, I don't want to date my age. I want to date my wage. That's what he would say with a clip yesterday. Shannon Sharp had taken over. Like this after leaving Skip Bayless, this was a meteoric rise.
Yeah.
With all the podcast offers and the deals. And
he became a sympathetic figure leaving Skip.
Yep.
And then
absolutely.
And then he comes out there and he couldn't. I mean,
maybe they can reunite.
It's
with Joy hosting.
Shan Sharif.
Yeah, who's going to take up for us now when we get in a fight with Jerry?
Right.
That man, I still never forget Shannon right after that clip played. And we're sitting there, we turn up the TV during the break, and Shannon's like, this man will be terrified to ever ask you a question again. That's what you've done. And you're sitting there, you go no, I mean, calm down, Shannon.
I appreciate it, but
that's a little too much cover. I'm not a baby. Okay.
And then the internet said everyone who works with Stephen A. Smith ends up getting arrested or fired. So there's Shannon Sharp in trouble. This Marcus Morris casino fraud story is out there. He was on ESPN for a little bit, but Gilbert Arenas stole the show.
Dude, Gilbert Arenas, he could be going away for a very, very long time. He faces 15 years in jail for running an illegal poker room game. It's pretty wild. So there's 3 things here in play. He rented out this Encino mansion that he owned for the purpose of hosting this high-stakes illegal poker game, right?
Love Encino, man.
So they would stage the mansion. He had some co-conspirators. There was Pot Limit Omaha. So that's a game, Pot Limit Omaha. And other illegal games. So it's not illegal to host a game at your house. You can go host a poker game. But you can't take a rake. And what a rake is a percentage
And
of
you
the
guys can play for money?
Yes.
Okay.
But you can't take a rake. And a rake is let's just say the ante is $10, okay? And a rake is...
I get $1 of it?
You get $1 from each person.
What's the matter? Why can't I...
Secretly, you're stealing it, or it's part of the
So
game?
I can take your money in a card game, but I can't take money from everyone who's playing the card game that I'm hosting.
That makes you a casino.
Okay.
That makes you the house.
Okay.
Instead of just hosting a card game. Okay.
So dumb.
So that is...
But I can win the money in a room.
You can win the money in the room.
So what the federal government is telling us is that you shouldn't be allowed to take 10% of people's wages and keep it for yourself.
That's a different story.
Oh,
but
okay.
And this is where it really gets bad for Gilbert. He also hired young women who, in exchange for tips, served drinks, provided massages, and then offered companionship to the players.
I love that.
And those women,
big pair of cans,
were charged a tax by Gilbert and the house. So it's not a prostitution ring, but
Right.
you can see the prostitution ring from there.
Peyton could see it from there.
Peyton could see it.
Yeah.
Yeah, he could see it from there, just across the Vancouver Bay. So he faces 5 years of prison for each count.
Yeah.
So it could up to 15 years.
He came dancing down the steps of the courthouse, though. He got out of jail, and he's like, I didn't run anything. He said, I'm back on the streets. This ain't got nothing to do with me. I just rented the house. Wasn't a part of it. So this was some Israeli, is it a crime person? I don't know. Five other people?
He has co-conspirators.
Co-conspirators. Yeah. What do you think? You said he was real dumb.
This is pretty dumb, man. I mean, you know you can't take a rake. You certainly can't take a tax from the women that are there.
Yeah.
Like, you're hiring them for their time. You can't just take a tax from them.
Yeah, he was hiring for their time.
Right.
I don't know that I don't know that this would qualify as dumbest in the world. Maybe for him it would, because I guess what you're saying is this is obvious knowledge to anyone who would be in that sort of a world. But I wouldn't, if I'd gone to a game and somebody was like, hey, this is what it is, I'd just be like, all right, I guess that's part of it. Like, I would have no idea that was illegal.
So there's people are bringing this up in the fan text. There's a great movie. It's called Molly's Game. That's basically the same thing. She was hosting high-stakes poker games, and it got kind of out of hand.
Yeah, it was 4 associates and then this suspected high-level member of an Israeli organized crime group. And Gilbert has gotten in trouble with cards before. It was a card game, December 2009, when him and Javaris Crittenton brought the guns into the locker room. I think there's a Netflix on that.
This is so he says, I just owned the house. I ain't got nothing to do with it. That's what he says. It's like, well, what is this Arenas Poker Club branded table that was in the house? He's like, that's not mine.
I don't know who that guy is.
Well, how did someone?
CNN has that as part of the documents that I guess the
It literally says Arenas Poker Club.
It's an image of him in his zero jersey. Nope, that's not mine.
I just own the house. I just, these people are randomly
there.
They carried in card tables,
Yeah.
and prostitutes.
I just kept getting money coming in. I had no idea where it came from.
That's
I just
right.
kept getting money funneled
You
in.
think he'll go to jail for this?
He'll probably, if there's a Israeli crime, they're probably after that guy. They're probably after the crime syndicate dude.
Yeah.
That they'll do a plea with him.
877-881-1053. The way to hit us up on the Franco Injury Attorney text line. It'll be Bobby and my wife's favorite interview of the entire week. It's Bobby's favorite interview on the Dallas Cowboys. Sitting down with us next here in Oxnard in the Wild Fork Foods hot seat, the great CeeDee Lamb. You're not going to want to miss this next on Shan and RJ.
The Expressway right now on the Fan, and it's brought to you by the on-time experts in the HOV lane of the Expressway, is driven by Mercedes-Benz of Plano.
All right, every single year, Bobby stresses to the Cowboys PR, let's get the most interesting man on the team with the interviews we've had over the seasons. CeeDee Lamb sitting down with us in the Wild Fork Foods hot seat on the Cowboys station, 105.3 The Fan. How was practice?
Practice was good. It didn't end well. The guys just couldn't hold themselves together. Obviously, I'm a part of the team, so we couldn't hold ourselves together. You know what I'm saying? And, I mean, with that, with the lack of disciplines comes the disciplinary actions. So we had to end the game. End the practice with running. And, that sucks, but you need that every now and then.
Yeah, how do you judge having the fire that you want versus the discipline?
It's a little bit of both. That's what the championship teams are made of. Like, able to get to that line and never cross it. You know what I'm saying? So, like, for us, we just got to be able to have that fire between the whistle. Like, fight, literally. Do whatever you got to do to make the play and win your rep. But, like, once that play is over, bro, you should be over. You know what I'm saying? And myself included, even when I'm mad. And, that takes courage. That takes a lot of ego putting aside, and can't let a man get the best of you.
We've seen and discussed your maturation and leadership grow every single year. Do you feel like you have to go over and talk to whoever the guilty parties are every time, once in a while? How do you involve yourself in addressing it?
No, me now, obviously, coming into the league, everyone knows I wasn't big of a talker. But as we all know, I'm a lead by example guy, but just breaking myself out of that realm and being comfortable, being uncomfortable. So with that being said, I do have to go up there and talk to those guys every time, whoever it is. Because at the end of the day, I've done it for, this is my 6th year now, and I've seen a lot of ball, and I kind of got an understanding of how this NFL thing works. And for one, I also want these guys to keep money in their pockets and feed their families. So if there's anybody that know a thing about fines, you're looking at them.
Do you give them a code red?
Nah, it's just like, bro, just relax. I understand, like, you have to hit it a moment. Don't be mad at me either. But, like, because when you're mad, you don't want to be bothered by nobody. You know, you don't want really anyone to just tell you, like, at that point to chill or, like, relax. But, like, at that moment, that's when you're someone's needed the most to tell you that. Like, when you're at your most heated moment, are you able to control it? Like, are you able to hone it in just a little bit? And then some may not. Some, some are better than others. And I'll be oblivious to just be telling you guys that I'm good at it all the time. Because hell no, I'm not. Like, it's annoying, but it's some things you got to do.
Can penalties be coached? That's like a lifelong football debate.
That comes with discipline. So as far as it being coached, not necessarily, because what one see as a flag, the other may not. And then you never know. You may get a bad call in the game. You never know. You just got to prepare for the worst things. You know what I'm saying? And for us, if we can control the things like the combative fouls, that's perfectly fine. We're going to have to leave it in the hands of the ref. Nobody ever wants to do that. But, like, if it comes down to it in a one-on-one battle in between the play, you wanna push that needle. Like,
CeeDee Lamb here on 105.3 The Fan. What has a Brian Schottenheimer training camp been like so far?
It's been funny. Not funny. It's been fun. It's been funny as well, too, in the meeting rooms. But as far as work, man, he's all about work. He's all about getting everything done, getting it on tape, getting it done the right way and to his standard. And if it's not done to his standard, then we're going to keep repeating it. And I kind of like it because it gives us some structure. You know what I'm saying? It gives us some discipline. It gives us some rules to follow, some lanes to stay within. And talent has never been a problem for us. We have literally the most. That's why every interview I'm as confident as I am, because if you look at our roster, you can put us up with anybody, and you'll be like, why? And then it comes to discipline. Like, we're putting ourselves 2nd and 10, 3rd and 10 when we could have been 3rd and 2, 3rd and 12, like things of that. Like, and you're in the league, bro. You're not gonna just get every 3rd and 12.
Yeah.
So they've been more intense and everything. Do they feel like more tiring? Like, are you more worn out after a practice this year as opposed to the previous couple years?
Not at all. Not at all. And I can speak for myself. I would say I have more energy, essentially. Granted, the body of work is always going to be the body of work. Like, your body's going to be hurting after practice.
Yeah.
But as far as being tired, you're going to be fatigued. That's natural. You're a human. But as far as getting on and off the field and then getting right into the meeting rooms and getting it corrected, I feel like this is night and day.
CeeDee, how much you talk almost every offseason, it seems like, about the different things you've worked on with your game and things like that, stuff that you want to change. How much do you think you've changed, though, over the course of the last few years, just personally, in terms of your approach? We talked about the leadership stuff, but in terms of how you feel about the game, how you approach practices, how your work habits are? What part of that has changed for you?
Everything, honestly. And I feel like every year, I mean, it's a year of experience and it's a year of growth. So the things that I've learned last year, obviously coming in with my situation late and then going into play, I know like the things that I need to work on and my body had to adjust properly and the right certain type of treatments and certain type of meetings, certain type of workouts. Man, I've gotten better at taking care of my body and obviously exerting the energy in the right places and when I need to. So as for me, it's just staying available. Again, obviously that's priority number one in all of my off-season builds as far as getting better. Just how much more can I be available for my team? Granted, I'm out there, but I probably was hurt. You never know. So, like, just kind of avoiding different things and then getting better, sharpening my hand-eye coordination, looking the ball in all the time, just literally fundamental things that I feel like are a tendency to forget because you're in the highest stage of football. So,
give us, as a wide receiver who can run all day, a week's worth of training of what you do running-wise. How do you every year know out here day one that you can run all day? Doing what in the off season?
Every week is cardio. Let's start there.
Yeah.
Every week is cardio. Every day of the week is cardio. So you're working out 5 days out the week, right? Because you don't want to kill yourself. Some go 7. Shout out them. But I need my body to breathe. You know what I'm saying? So I'm going 5 days out the week. You do legs Monday, arms Tuesday. Then you have a Wednesday for recovery. Thursday, same thing. Thursday legs, Friday arms. And then on top of both of those, you do that for an hour. You work out in a weight room for an hour. Then you go out and do the field for like an hour and a half. Whether it's agility movements, whether it's positional drills, whether it's straight line speed, whether it's the back end speed. So like that's 4 different things that I've given you that you could hit throughout the week. So just keeping my endurance up, and obviously when in a game, because I never want to come out.
Yeah.
I'm just prepared for the worst.
And your cardio, besides those drills, is usually what per week? Are you going outside running? Are you running on a treadmill?
I'm on a field. I'm on a real field.
Yeah.
So like the only way that you can prepare for football is being on a football field, honestly. And then I do track workouts too, because I feel like the endurance there is much different.
We keep asking, sorry, Chop, in today's training camp, whether missing half of it has the effect. You went through that. Looking back on it, did it affect you?
I missed the whole thing, so it's different, honestly. Missing a whole camp, absolutely. Missing half of it, and your body has time to adjust. You know what I'm saying? You need about 2 weeks for your body to really fully adjust to like, oh, okay, we're playing ball now. Like, that's what we're doing? Okay. So you're going to have some soft tissue nicks that is literally going to be repaired in like 2 days. You take care of your body. You do whatever you got to do. You address it. And be like, oh, okay. So, like, I'm doing this now. And then now you get in the routine.
Do you think if they took camp, which I guess is, 6 weeks? And
4 to 6, yeah.
Oh, and they cut it down to 2. Do you think that would still work?
You'll be ready. You'll for sure be ready, and you'll be more antsy for sure. So, like, essentially that's like saying we will be done with camp after this week, which, I'm ready to go now, right? But I would say, like, as far as to get the things that you need, I give it like 3 weeks. Body preparation, understanding of assignments, installs, and then making sure that there are no hiccups. So I'll give it about 3 to 4.
How you guys go from no hitting, it's literally 0 to 120 week 1.
Yeah.
Is your body feel like it's in a car wreck after week 1? How do you prepare yourself for the hitting?
That's what camp is for. That's what I'm saying.
But y'all don't. You're not really.
You're not gonna hit each other, right?
Yeah.
But we got a thud tempo, so it's like a little pop, like boom, and then you just run. Like if that's all you need. The preparation as far as getting tackled is going to the ground essentially. So I'm glad we're on grass. You know what I'm saying? It's a little more. Mother Nature is a lot more nicer to us than turf is. But hey, at the end of the day, you playing ball, so get prepared for it. Mentally prepare for it. Put yourself in a position to play in a game, and overall just go win.
So it's not holding on to the football; it's falling.
It's falling. That's how I got hurt, because I kept falling on my shoulder. It's literally a technique to everything in football once you get to it.
What has jumped out to you about Coach Schottenheimer's offense?
The motioning, obviously, I love the motioning. We motion every single play, literally every single play. And then when he gets tired, not tired, when he gets bored with seeing the same motion, he gets creative and be like, all right, let's do this type of motion. You know what I'm saying?
And what does that do for you?
Get a read for the defense, just see what they in. It's some motions that they can just stay in their zone and then go man, and there's some motions where they gotta respect it. You know what I'm saying? So for Shotty, it's just getting a quicker look essentially on the offense as to what they're planning, and then nothing being truthful to what their leverage.
And route-wise, it's not like, all right, this coach doesn't believe in crossing routes, and this coach likes the dig routes more. I mean, all the total route tree is open and available.
Everything is open, and that's a fun part for us because, I mean, routes that we've never ran before, we get excited to run and see how we look, and once we complete it, that makes it more exciting because now we can't wait to run it in the game. So just having us on our toes and always excited for more, I feel like that's the best thing for us as receivers, and then getting us available and in position to make plays and be impactful on the offense.
CeeDee, the big talk this year has been about culture, and I know that's something that you talked about up here on the podium earlier, just like how important that is. Entering year 6 now, when fans wonder, like, what impact does that have, is there a game or a season you've played in during your career where you said culture made the difference in a win or a loss that you can remember where you're like, that was where culture had an impact for us in a good or bad way?
Lions in 2023. That was a heavyweight battle. As we all know, it was a Sunday night game. We had a lot of things going on. Man, it was a big game for us, and it was packed, and the fans were literally there early. They had us rocking. They got the momentum going. I don't think the crowd really understands the impact that they make on us, but obviously as far as the preparation go in, we're confident, right? But then when you have your fans behind you, and these guys are in enemy territory, they don't know what to expect. All they got is themselves.
Yeah.
So for us, it's like, man, we got the whole city with us. You know what I'm saying? Like, they feeding off our energy. Let's get them routed up. Like, let's get them excited. Let's give them something to look forward to. And then the first touchdown I had was 92 yards. That was like, yeah, this is it.
Yeah.
I'm in the league now.
CeeDee Lamb here on The Fan. You have made us feel a lot better and comfortable and excited about Pickens because you guys have, boom, just like that.
Immediately.
Why?
Man, that's my dog. It's just having that energy, understanding what's going on, like what's his situation, what's my situation, and what we both want out of each other. I want him to continue to be GP, and he wants me to continue to be CD. So,
did you know him before in Pittsburgh?
Yeah, I did. We chopped it up a couple of times, but not even knowing what was going to happen. You know what I'm saying? And I feel like that's the beauty in all of it because like we've chopped it up just on some like, bro, I like your energy. You know what I'm saying? You good, you genuine, you nice at ball. Like it's. Like, what's up? You all right? Like,
yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And then immediately, like, boom, he's on the same team. And now we get to get into it on a deeper level, just understanding each other, what's his why, like what he like to do, what he don't like to do. You know what I'm saying? And really get to understand George for who he is and not as a ball player because I know what he brings on the field. So
his criticisms may be a little similar to the only thing we talk about with you is the sideline passion, right? Our understanding is George wants to win so bad he wants the ball,
right? And
then he's going to get frustrated.
Right.
You're emerging as a leader. Sometimes we'll see you frustrated, and we went through this with Dez. What's the balance between I want it so bad versus, all right, is this a sideline blow up that the cameras are catching? Because you've addressed a lot.
It's different, man. Every wide receiver one, man, I don't care who you are. If they're not getting the ball, you tell me how they're going to look on that sideline. I don't care who you think is the most genuine wide receiver one. Let him not get the ball all game or whatever the extended amount of time and he's not involved. Like, you tell me what is it. That's like you going to work and not getting no action. Literally, it's like, okay, well, I'm just sitting here. You know what I'm saying? Like, you want, especially as an offense, obviously you understand as a group, like offense as a group, we all look bad as a group. Okay, so if I'm gonna look bad as a group with the group, let me look bad too. Like I haven't done anything to like, cause now I feel like I'm excluded. Now things aren't going my way. Like it's just dumb things that just go through your mind. You know what I'm saying? It's like I want to help the team. Yeah. That's literally the first thing first. Like, let me help the team. Like, how can I help the team? All right, I'm gonna go block the safety. Boom, we get a negative run. Now it's just not like, what else? Can I help? Like I literally want to help, but like as far as being on the sideline, the best thing that we can do is keep our composure because the camera's always on. Like it's always on you. I've been on the sideline 100 million times, and the one time that I crash out, it's caught on camera. So it's just keeping your composure together. I'll be there to tell them and guide them the whole way, but I'm sure we won't have that problem this year.
Do you think you're always open?
I know I'm always open. It's a difference. I know that.
You were talking about you've gone through the contract drama yourself. How do you keep it from getting personal when the words are exchanged and the things are said? Mm-hmm. How do you prevent it from getting personal.
At the end goal, you gotta think about the end goal. You gotta understand why are you in this situation, because you made it tough on them. You know what I'm saying? Like, it would have been easy if they could have just threw a number at us and then we'd have been okay with it. But like, obviously, when you outplay your contract and you outplay and you outdo a lot of different things that no one expects you to do. Granted, the expectation is always high, right? Especially in the first round. Like, okay, I drafted you in the first round. I expect you to be good. You know what I'm saying? But when you get an elite pick with your first round, like, all right, you got to start taking that in consideration after like the first couple of years. Because like the first year, you'd be like, all right, okay, cool. But once they do it again, you're like, oh, snap, I might have got something.
Yeah.
Then they do it again. It's like, okay. Now you got to start thinking about, like, financially how we're going to make this happen, because you can't let a guy like that go. I'm going to be honest. And as far as getting personal, man, you just got to take it with a grain of salt. It sucked. I took some things personal, too, and I hated it. I'm going to be honest. I'm not just going to sit here and act like nothing was personal to me, because it was.
Yeah.
Because, like, it's crazy.
All right. Before we let you go, we have kind of a personal issue with you, because we think our wives kind of like have a sports crush on you, you know, but they think that just he's got great style. That's what they say.
For sure.
Style and all this and that. So we're not big ballers like you. So we're each going to give you $300, and you got to take us shopping to improve our style. $300. That's
cool.
the budget we're working with.
That's cool.
Where are we going?
See,
what do you get?
Why are you putting me on a spot right now?
You're Mr. Fashion.
Okay, well, dang, I don't know.
Improve our style for our women so they can stop talking about you.
I wish you would have told me that, like, before.
Isn't that overwhelming, just looking at us? You're like, I don't even know where to start.
I mean,
where to take you guys.
It's just like I'm thinking of the clothes that I can just like the
I want to see if you know how to shop with $300 versus, you know, $30K.
Yeah, nah, I'm right at like the $5K range.
Look at your wrists. No.
All right, the jury don't count.
What are we getting for? Give us a store.
I mean, $300. I don't know. I had to think about that.
He's really stressing over it. Really stressing. Well, that's no help. You didn't up our style whatsoever, so that's what we were looking to get out of it. The great CeeDee Lamb sitting down with us in the Wild Pork Foods hot seat. We love talking to you, man. Keep killing it, and have a good season. We'll catch up with you.
Appreciate you guys.
There he is, CeeDee Lamb on 105.3 The Fan. So good. So good. And he couldn't even begin. He's so rich. He couldn't even begin to think how to shop with $300.
I know. I don't know. I mean,
$300.
Yeah, it's a low number for him. I mean, he buys baseball hats that are $300.
Oh yeah.
He looked at first like he was like, I can do this. Like you could see on his face, he's like, oh yeah, I can do that. $300. And then we started thinking about it. He was like, my socks are $300.
Yeah, he didn't want to out you for wearing purple with red. He didn't want to say that.
Yeah, I mean that's true. That alone, I think that was. I should have come down and more slobbed up. Is what I should have done. What?
The Tolos are pointing it out.
What?
Forgot the brisket sando.
You did.
No brisket sando question.
To be fair, the last 6 minutes of that, we were feeling kind of like, I think we're going to have to rush him off because PR very much was standing there looking like we got to get him to a podium. And so we're just like, let's try and fit in one more.
And then
Had
you guys were
brisket sando yet, Rowdy?
And then you guys were arguing over the code red.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he clearly had no idea what that reference was. And
I think it's just it's a normal part of lexicon.
It has become a normal part of lexicon because of the movie A Few Good Men.
Okay.
That's why it's become
then
common.
It's normal part of lexicon.
But it's become common for that era that saw that movie. And I've seen that movie. So I know what that means. But that's it. And then when
you were trying to say that RJ brought up a reference that no way CeeDee would know because of his age.
Right. Like that was going to be greeted.
And
the way.
RJ's trying to say that no, code red is just code red.
It's code red.
It's not doesn't need to come from the movie.
Which, by the way, when I asked him to say like, well, what is code red? Then he like misdefined it. And he's
but
like,
I didn't misdefine it.
It's
I
like,
mean,
no, that's not what it means. That's not what you were using.
I didn't misdefine it. I was just saying, like, everybody knows what that is.
Peyton, what's a code red?
It's from a movie you guys just talked about.
What does it mean?
Oh, I don't know.
That's what I thought.
Age is not an excuse.
High alert, I think.
Age is not an excuse to not know reference.
Okay, but again, that's not. Peyton, if I said you want the truth, you can't what?
You can't get the truth.
You can't handle the truth. You can't get it.
You can't handle the truth. A massive movie quote Yes, you should know that. You can't handle the truth. CeeDee should know. He should be familiar with that. A plot device within A Few Good Men.
Listen, if
from
I say
40 years ago,
if I say he's going to go pull himself a Fredo, you don't have an excuse to not know what that means.
I don't think anyone who's under 35 knows what that means.
Yeah, that's not an excuse. Again, age not an excuse.
877-881-1053 for the comments on the CeeDee Lamb interview on the Franklin Franco injury attorney text line to hit us up here on Shan and RJ. We're commercial free with the Expressway. What?
The fan text just like 3 in a row. Code Red's Mountain Dew flavor. That's what people under 35 think.
Big Red.
No, there's Mountain Dew Code Red. Again, age is not an excuse not to know Mountain Dew Code Red. Chop.
No, age is not an excuse. Who drinks Mountain Dew?
I mean, not consistently. I like one here and there.
Okay.
I love them here and there, even though the myths out there are what they used to say. But I don't need to have any more kids.
Yeah. That's true. You can just go ahead and do that. No, yeah, you can't.
Can't have any more kids.
Turns out you didn't need it, by the way. They've now said that male birth control is safe and effective for humans. So they've tried it out on some mice.
I ain't taking that.
And they say, this stuff works.
Why?
Just threw something at me.
Why wouldn't you take it?
Oh, I need 30 years of data on side effects. I'm not doing that.
Oh. Okay.
I've done my one.
But you have alcohol data on all the side effects, but you drink like a fish.
Well, it's a different story.
Why?
It's fun.
Well, you know what wouldn't be fun? Having a kid at 45.
Well, yeah, that's fair.
Are you kidding? All right, would you rather be...
Can't get pregnant there, though.
Would you rather have a 10% chance of pregnancy, go get snipped like me and Chiafalo, or take the pill?
Well, I would rather have I can't get snipped.
Okay.
I don't believe in that.
What do you mean you don't believe in it? What the hell does that mean?
I just, I feel like I shouldn't take away my ability.
Okay. I hope you get pregnant. I hope you have an accidental child.
I mean, that's a risk. That's part of the risk.
Yeah.
I hope I have an accidental child, too.
It's not about you.
Yeah, it's not about you.
We're talking ball over here. We're talking balls. 877.
Y'all are balls knowers. So.
877-881-1053. Franklin Franco injury attorney text line to hit us up here on DFW Sports Station. We have Hulk Hogan's funeral. We have Happy Gilmore numbers, and we have the forgetting of Eric Chiafalo. We could put that in worst take if you wanted, or whether you think we have to talk about it right now, Bobby.
I mean, we could do it. We could do that worst take, or I mean, if you want to do it now too, I think it's hilarious. This
is from dinner the other night.
I still am trying to find more evidence of it. I mean, we've already got some, but we're at dinner the other night at Cafe Fiore, and Eric's just talking about his time as an intern, and Shan and RJ are like, "Well, where did you intern?" And he's like, "At the station." And they're like, oh, I didn't know that. And they're like, what show did you intern for? And he's like, you guys. And Choppy was so... You both were like, no, you didn't. But Choppy was so just like refusing to believe, nope, didn't have. I think you eventually came around to believing he probably did and you just forgot him.
Yeah, I totally forgot him. But the only thing I remember about Eric is producing or board hopping one time and getting snippy.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah. And yeah, because I remember calling him White Claw. But that was when he was working here full time.
So this would have been 2017, and the first half of the summer, you guys had someone named Summer interning for you.
I remember the name Summer.
Yes,
I remember the name Summer. I don't remember the person Summer. Like
so
the face.
Yeah, and I don't know if it's just because he had the long hair. You guys saw one day, you're like, Summer got ugly over the weekend, and just were like, thought she all of a sudden looked like Eric. But Eric had done it apparently for like 6 weeks. He said he was in here 2 times a week. He said he would sit in the studio with you guys, and you guys were like, nope, didn't happen.
He might have been in the studio like. First off, no intern. I don't remember interns like sitting in the studio with us. Either. They sit in the back with Troy.
We were too busy.
I sat in the studio with you guys when I interned.
And you guys don't remember that
for
either?
how often?
Oh, this was twice a week because it was 6 weeks with every show.
No,
we've brought this up before. You guys had no idea that I interned for y'all. Because I was sitting in Bobby's seat.
But where in the studio?
In
You were
Bobby's
in the
seat, because I was to the right of Roy.
The whole show?
Yes, the whole show.
No, you didn't.
I swear.
No,
I
you
got,
didn't.
I got here at 5 o'clock.
Do you have I would never have wanted anyone to sit in the studio
I talked
with
on
us the
air.
whole
You let me
time.
talk on air.
Yeah, maybe randomly.
No.
You probably talk once or
How
twice.
did he do it, though, if he wasn't in the studio? You thought Troy just let me get out of the way?
No,
close
there's
the-
a difference between coming in to pop on the air and just sitting in that room for the entire show. I don't remember. I don't believe it.
I don't believe it either.
You guys had me do the top 7 for like a week straight. Couple weeks, I believe. 4 times. You guys had me do the top 7.
Probably. Yeah, probably.
I can see that.
Look.
This what was great about this was even after you had come around, because the proof point for you was he said you made Roy tweet out the segments and he would tag me in them.
Yeah.
And we found the old tags that he had done, like from 2017.
And is 6 weeks even an internship?
That's still
man.
You remember
I
summer?
remember being a
You
whole
remember
semester.
summer was 6 weeks. Y'all remembered her?
We remember the name. Remember the name.
The name. Yeah.
The name.
I remember. Who else did you say did it? Zero. This is 15 years.
I remember Zero.
Yeah.
I remember Zero.
I remember Zero because of the bit y'all did where he had dropped the condom wrapper on the floor and you guys
Yes.
made it that he had to do an abstinence.
Yes. I remember Shippy. I
don't remember Shippy interning. Look, it's
we
not
did
a
another
great
bit with him too.
It's obviously not a great look. I know what you guys are trying to do. You're trying to make it seem like we're all important and completely dismissive of the peons and the little people.
Y'all don't remember I interned for you.
I reserved the right.
I did.
The moment.
Did you?
Yeah. Are you being serious now?
Shut up, Bobby.
Yeah, I don't remember.
No. Hold on.
Bobby, shut up. I'm not falling for your stupid
No,
prank.
are you being serious now?
What?
Like, this has come up. You don't remember either?
Bobby, shut up. You didn't intern for us.
Yes, I did.
I definitely don't remember. I don't remember anything that happened during my divorce. If it happened during then, it's a blank space. It's a blind spot. So like 2014 to 2017.
Yeah.
I don't. If it happened in there, I reserve the right to not.
And you know what my saying is? If I don't remember you, be more memorable.
But I also
step up your game, Cheech. Step up your game, Pepe.
I did. You saw the tags and you went, okay, you did, and I just didn't remember it. Choppy still didn't believe, and then it got to the point where Eric was like, I remember you standing outside the double doors, like ripping heaters, and then Choppy's like, I did used to do that. How did you know that? And he's like, because I saw you. I was there.
He could have been Troy's intern.
But you just act like he did David blamed you or something, and you were just like, oh my god, how do you know this?
He could have been Troy's intern coming in. In the morning, just sit in Troy's room.
This is not fair to be judged off intern memory for a morning show.
But the 3 people who ended up working, or the 3 people who ended up working.
I told you, I remember Zero and I remember Shippy because of the bits we did with him. Shippy did
But you don't remember me, you don't remember Eric.
Huh?
But you don't remember me, you don't remember Eric.
Well, you didn't intern with us.
Yes, I did.
Do you have any guilt over...
I don't know where you're going with this, but the answer is no.
Only RJ could just say no. I don't have any. I didn't even finish the sentence.
Doesn't matter what it is.
I didn't even ask the question. There's just zero guilt whatsoever. Yeah, there's one kid who worked on KNC at night, and God, he acts like a little bitch. And he just whiny and crying. He's like, oh, this is how you were when I was there, and da-da-da. Well, first off, Kevin and Corey, and Kevin will tell you this, was a little jerk. Not a little jerk. He was trying to pick fights all the time at night. They're always trying to troll me and this and that. So I would go. So yeah, obviously I did not like. But I don't have. If I said anything to you, it was probably about not having an audio cut. That's what Walchuk said. He's like, yeah, you came in and said I was messing up something. Like, look, man, no one. I have no guilt. You can't try to sit there and get on me about it. I'm gonna buy you a drink and dinner if you do good, and if not, I'm gonna tell you you're not doing good. That's the way it is. So that's reality. That's how I know I always operate. So if I yelled at you or if I said something, then you deserved it.
FAS,
baby. For me,
did I ever yell at you, Peyton?
Never. You've never yelled at me.
No, back in the day.
No, you didn't yell at me.
You never yelled at him. He fell. That's what Peyton.
I probably didn't
yelled
like
at Roy for not yelling at me, I think.
yeah, I would yell at Roy.
940 Peyton is right. I remember Peyton.
Oh yeah, the Tolos can probably remember.
817. Y'all don't remember me interning with y'all? What's the Sneed? Were the 469? Are the interns even allowed to look at you guys or speak to you like Ellen?
No, but Choppy just sunned Ruben here. He get on the fan cam, and Choppy does this a little bit.
He did this last year.
He did this last year.
Well, I mean,
you're a little power trippy. People may think it's me. You get a little power trippy. You call people and you're like, go get this from the team store. Like, go get this from that store. And RJ raised his coffee cup and like went like that to Ruben. But he was serious. He wasn't joking. He was like serious. Like, go get me a refill.
Yeah,
go get me the coffee.
Words. He just wanted to.
Yeah. I might not be talkative at 5, 6 in the morning, or I'm not going to go in the back like Bobby does, because I actually have to like schedule the show and not just goof off in the back room. But Bobby will pop in and go mess with people. I either like just didn't engage a ton, but I'm not yelling. I'm not going to go off on interns. So
I think it's a good idea. I think we need to collect all the images of the interns you guys have ever had, and then mix them with 8 images of people who you have never seen in your life, and make you pick out the ones who actually interned for you.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
It's like at a bar one time. My famous story is this guy. Like, I worked at the station and I worked these events and stood at the gift table, and I was like I'm going to be honest here. Instead of fake it, I'm going to tell you I don't remember. And he wrote me this big DM about how inconsiderate and da-da. I was like, shut up. Be more memorable. Do something. That would cause me to remember you. Get out of here.
I'm very memorable. You don't remember me doing it, so.
Listen, I don't take I don't blame myself for.
If you interned, you wouldn't be here because you would have been too annoying. I never would have let them hire you.
That is not true. This was back before I had any sort of. I played the game and I was willing to just like quietly sit there and do what I was told.
I don't know about that.
Yeah. We didn't look at your. We didn't listen to your podcast. Your Mavericks looking for some revenge and say we got to hire that.
Yeah,
we got to get that guy in
here.
You're
the only one's not listening apparently when you look at the numbers.
877-881-1053. So that's Chiafalo and his supposed morning show internship. By the way, the numbers coming in for, I don't even know if it's overrated at this point because so many people have crapped on it, as they should have. Happy Gilmore 2, Pepe, generated 46.7 million views in 3 days. Biggest U.S. opening weekend ever for a Netflix film.
Wow.
For a Netflix film, 46.5 mil.
Yeah, it's like a Cowboys game. All hype, and then let down there. So
Whoa.
Is that Netflix saying, dude, trust me? Like, we had this many people watch it. Like, that's what it is. Like, how does anybody verify that?
Well, I mean, take it with their word, I guess.
6.3 IMDb rating. That's what it has right now.
And what did I give it? 6.5.
Yeah, but 6. Generally, I would think that
in the 6s is good.
That's
6.9
generally
was
6
mine.
and above is considered like decent.
What'd you say, Peyton?
6.9 was my rating.
Oh, I thought it was your mom's rating.
It's certified fresh, or it's got a
certified fresh.
It's got a fresh rating on Rotten Tomatoes, 62% positive reviews.
6.7.
What does it mean when it's fresh?
So basically, it means like critics agree this is a good movie.
Well, to me, a 6.5.
If you're dating a 6,
that's not impressive. I'd never brag about that.
What if somebody called you a 6?
I wouldn't feel totally insulted, but I wouldn't take it as a compliment. I'm just saying, okay, you're saying I'm not ugly, but you're not saying I'm attractive.
If Portnoy said 6.5 for a slice, what would you think?
I would never run out to get that slice.
But you would eat it at some point if you were just driving by.
I would eat it.
Yeah, you would never run to get it.
If I was sitting on this flight on the way back, I'd put it on to see. But it's not a good movie. Let me just be blunt instead of playing all these decimal games. It's not a good movie. It's not a fun. It has some funny parts, but it should have been a lot funnier, in my opinion. Which is right. 877-881-1053.
Can't be wrong.
Let us know here on DFW Sports Station with Shan and RJ. Tom Brady going after Peyton Manning and DFW's very own around the rest of the NFL. Live from training camp here on The Fan.
but Uber Eats has roast.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Laser babes. Not Magnolias? No. You said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Southwest?
RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Ruben getting it on the lights. We're getting it here in Oxnard, California. The Thursday edition of Shan and RJ on DFW Sports Station, brought to you by Yardbird Southern Table and Bar, Rhino Shield, and the On Time Experts. Thank you for all the props on the CeeDee Lamb interview. He was absolutely fantastic in the Wild Pork Foods hot seat. We'll have below the belt at 8:40. Brett Boone. He just can't take a week off from us.
He doesn't. Doesn't matter where he is. Seattle, L.A., Hawaii.
Yeah.
He always came on.
Trade deadline day. Booney will join us at 9 o'clock on your home of the Rangers. They finally got one yesterday against the Angels. And the birthday boy, Tommy Yaris, DallasCowboys.com, on practice yesterday that ended with Brian Schottenheimer snapping over nonstop fighting and said, fine, y'all got all this extra energy. Get your ass on the sideline and run some laps. So Tommy will join us 9:20 from here in the Oxnard tent.
Yeah, they were a little chippy yesterday, and Brian Schottenheimer had about enough, and he had been having enough throughout training camp. He felt like there's been a little bit too much chippiness, a little bit too much pushing and shoving, and he was done with it yesterday. And I think that's something that good, cool, do that, but like drop that. I do wonder a little bit like how many times can you play that card with pros? Like basically the high school running laps. Like it's being received well right now, but would it grate on them if that became a norm?
So while being out here, we run across some people.
We do.
We've been doing this, for a decent amount of time.
You don't remember any of them, but you run into them.
As all of our interns would tell you.
Man, I got it. Do you guys do this when you get somebody's name in your phone? You put how you know them.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
absolutely.
Yep. Because if it was just a name, I'm going to forget.
Right. Yeah, I got to do exactly who they work for, how you know them.
So I'm going to relay 3 things we've been recently told about the Micah Parsons negotiations, and you can take it for what it's worth. I would say that they're from some pretty trusted people. I don't know which one to believe, so I'm going to spill it to you on the fan text, and you tell us where you're going with it. By the way, Trey Hendrickson was explaining the end of his holdout, saying it would have been selfish to the rest of my teammates. So there's Hendrickson showing up to Cincinnati. Choppy is very disappointed in another NFL player not holding firm.
It's just another example of why the NFL PA sucks. Just because their players suck.
Just does not look like when you see him like standing up there doing interviews and stuff. Just I don't know. It doesn't look like a football player to me at his face, like at his hair. He just he looks like he should just be like some guy who works at Target or something.
So here's some of the stuff that we've heard on the Micah contract and saga. Number one, the Cowboys may have felt like they not only had a deal done once with Micah, but twice with Micah. That initially it was, we agreed to a deal. Micah may have taken it back to the agent. The agent's like, well, you agreed to that on your own. Let's change some things up. Micah then takes that back to the Joneses and is like, my agent said I need to do this. Jerry's like, okay, cool, I understand. And then that didn't even get it done. So that's something new that we heard. That it wasn't done once, but they may have thought that it was done twice. That's the first thing. The second thing that we heard was that it's just a battle over years. That the Cowboys want this to be a 5-year contract, and Micah wants it to be a 4-year contract, maybe to get back to the table like Dak Prescott did sooner rather than later. You get back to the table, and the salary has gone up even more. So that's the second thing.
Standard run of the league is 4 years usually, right?
I mean, it just kind of depends. But, yeah, 4 has been kind of the norm.
And then the third thing that we heard was that from the very beginning, none of this should be a surprise, because from the very beginning, Micah's agent told the Cowboys, we're going to be last. Just be prepared to be patient. We're going to be last. Now,
and that's the want to be paid line.
Want to be paid line?
That's where Steven's line where he says Micah has to want to be paid. That's where that gets connected.
Now, does that mean I took that as we didn't get further explanation. I took that as meaning we're going to be the last of the DNs, because then we'll decide
the market.
The market. Now, the only guy left, though, the reason that doesn't make any sense to me is Trey Hendrickson it seems to be the last guy left. Now, the greatest thing that could happen for Micah Parsons and David Mulugheta is Trey Hendrickson gets $40 million or 41.
Yeah.
Right? Or 40 or 42, 43.
Yeah.
So those are the 3 most recent things we can tell you here on the morning show, with just overhearing, gathering up intel, having conversations. You tell us what you believe. That it's 4 versus 5 years, that the Joneses thought this was done not once but twice, and that from the very beginning, Mike and his agent said this is going to get dragged out because we're going to be last on the market to get the highest price. What do you think, Bob?
I think when it comes to getting paid last, if that's what he's communicated, the thing that is probably holding this up and a little concerning if you think about it is that no, he's waiting to be the last star. I don't care about my position. I'm going to be the last one to get paid. We're going to pay me relative to who are the best players in the league. Not necessarily that I got to match $60 million from a quarterback, but we're going to figure out relatively to that where I need to be based on my position and how much better I am than these guys. I'm better than these guys. That quarterback's better than these guys, so I need to be paid similarly above them. That's what I need. Like, he could be doing that because this was something last year sitting out there. Steven, when talking about CeeDee and Mike at the time, said something to the effect of, I need to find it, but said something to the effect of, like, these are 2 guys who are both wanting to be paid like the highest non-quarterback in the NFL. And so, like, that's certainly what he's asking for, Parsons, is to be the highest non-quarterback in the NFL. But I'm sure he's waiting for, all right, I got to see exactly where everybody settles in at other positions to determine what that is and how much more.
But what other stars are left?
That's what I'm saying. There's still like extensions that need to get done, even if it's in the realm of quarterbacks. Like if Lamar needs to go over and get something done, he may go like, okay, well then I need to be paid similar like Lamar is to this guy because I'm them to this, so I need to be paid up here. I mean, how else do you get Mulugheta negotiating $30 million for Derek Stingley if it's not done like that? I'm that much better than that guy. This guy over here gets paid that much better than this guy, so I need to be that.
And by the way, if any of these, if 2 of the 3 of these are true, I'm taking the Cowboys' side. The Cowboys, and again, I'm not thrilled with the Joneses myself for selfish reasons. So, and it's because I wanted to interview one of them out here as the morning show, and I don't think that's going to happen. So I'm a little bit irritated and pissed off over that. So I'm not kissing the Cowboys' ass. I'm just trying to be fair. If it's true that Mike and his agent said we're going to be last, then
what are you going to do?
Then the Cowboys don't need to be kicked in the nuts over that. If it's true that they got it done twice and Mike and his agent pulled out still and they're like, nah, never mind that second time, then the Cowboys don't need to be kicked in the nuts over that. I would take Jerry and Steven's side in those 2 matters. Is all this happening because of a 1 year difference, I don't think it would get this ugly. That's the one I probably believe in the least, that it's 5 versus 4 years, because this has gotten pretty ugly to have it be over that.
Well, and look, it may be 5 versus 4 years, but that's you can.
That may be an aspect of
it's
it.
an aspect,
but it's not necessarily like
nothing is going to fall apart for 1 year, right? But yeah, like I guess you could say the Cowboys could come in and say, "Hey, we're going to make you not wait."
I also wonder if they
could do that.
If they were saying we need to be last in relation to the edge rushers, TJ Watt just got paid, so that may be why they were saying it hadn't gotten done yet, and now's the only time that, now we're actually finally getting into addressing things.
All right. Let us know what you think on the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line. That's the latest that we can share with you inside the Star on the home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. Tom Brady. He's writing. I guess he started a website or something. Mm-hmm. And he's talking about not only NFL players like Peyton Manning, he's talking about Scotty Scheffler.
Yeah,
going to Scotty.
He is, look, Tom Brady is one of the, all-time super intense, I'm going to make everyone my enemy type of competitors. And he has his website now, TomBrady.com, where he puts at the very top of the page 199 on every one of his posts. You can remember he was picked 199. But every week he likes to sit down and reflect on the events of the week and extract their lessons and do different things. And so he was taking a look. He was talking about how July is a slow sports month. And he starts talking about how necessary a rival is and how necessary competition is. And he said that specifically he was talking about it in relation to the E1 Monaco with his electric E1 boat racing team, which I didn't even know he had. And he was talking about, Wimbledon and some of the other stuff that goes along. But it made him reflect back on Michigan and Ohio State when he had played there and how critical that rivalry was to kind of drive him forward. The part that Choppy's going to like over here is his rivalry with Peyton Manning, which he says rivalry is obviously more than just how many times you play someone. In its purest form, rivalry is a uniquely intense kind of competition that challenges you physically, mentally, and emotionally, pushes you to confront your own limitations, then it compels you to transcend them. And he starts talking about how Peyton Manning really drove him to really level up and be the best version of himself. And he said, when I look back on my relationship with Peyton, my respect, admiration, and appreciation for him as a competitor has grown with each passing year. It was always there. Don't misunderstand. But while we were competing against each other, I couldn't let that get in the way of the fact that he was my enemy, that he didn't respect me, that he thought he was better than me because he was the number one pick from an SEC school. Or at least that's what I made myself believe, convincing myself that those were the things that truly created a sense of urgency within me to prove him wrong, and it provided a little bit of extra energy and motivation necessary to lock in and focus and execute just that much more so that I could beat him more than he beat me. And he drew it back a line to the idea of Kobe and Michael Jordan and the way that those two are and how intensely competitive they were. And I liked it. I thought it was refreshing. I thought it was a nice reset from what we've come to see nowadays, which is there are bigger things than this. There are bigger things than basketball or football or whatever else. I like the intensely competitive person who doesn't want to be friends with you.
I mean, but the problem is that he's full of S. They're like best friends.
Now,
well, he was talking about what they were playing.
Yeah. They worked out in the offseason together.
I've got a great audio clip that I'm going to play right now. Sean thinks this is ridiculous. I think this is great. And this is what Brian Schottenheimer's trying to instill out here, the way he's got them all competing. And I think Brady touched on it. And this clip going viral yesterday, it's an old clip of a Larry Bird interview where he's talking about what he lost when Magic Johnson left the NBA.
Didn't want to be there that night. First time ever. And really last. I remember we played in Atlanta. Had no feel for the game, This wasn't a good time to be out there. Never had that before. This competition thing is amazing. What it does to you. What you put your body through and what you do and what you say and how you feel. And knowing that he's not there wouldn't feel right. But I think it's all them years that, what's he doing? What if he's practicing this hard? I bet he shot 500 shots a day and I didn't get 500 in. It's always that mind games. I didn't check the papers anymore. It didn't matter. I still want to compete, but it wasn't the same. It really wasn't.
So Brady, I don't know why that's funny. I guess I seriously can't figure it out.
It's funny because it amazes me what circulates. Why something recirculates.
Because
was it the anniversary of Magic's AIDS yesterday? Did Magic Johnson pass away?
It wasn't TikTok.
It just humors me over.
This got lost in time. I don't think anybody knows. This was probably something that 30 years ago was done.
What got lost? Magic's AIDS?
No, this statement that he had. Just in general, him talking about Larry Bird
got lost.
Larry Bird doesn't do interviews. Larry Bird doesn't talk.
Mm-hmm.
Larry Bird has not really gone deep into this. So the fact that this existed 30 years ago and probably was like, oh, this is an interesting thing 30 years ago, there's a lot of people today who don't know it. And I think it's so rare, that competition level that exists for most fans today, that when they see that, or they see Brady writing about it, or they see what Schottenheimer's trying to drive home as he's simultaneously kicking guys out of practice and making them run laps, but he still wants that. You're hearing two intense competitors right there, Brady and Larry Bird. Larry Bird saying he stopped reading papers. He became less competitive when Magic wasn't there to push him anymore. That's what Schottenheimer's trying to do out here. He's trying to drive them to be competitive and tap into something that they can't get just on their own with their hard work.
There it is. Bobby got his audio clip in. He said, just trust the process and watch the radio magic work here on DFW Sports Station.
I tell stories, bro.
Below AI tells the stories. You just read AI writing that up for you.
That's offensive that you think AI can write as good as I do.
Choppy updates the trade deadline. Are the Rangers going to do anything? RJ has it for you, and some Diamond Cavs next.
Take us with you.
Brady Personal and Jewelers, Frankel and Frankel. If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-4817-333-3233. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Simeon swings 3-0, and that one is blooped into right center field, a base hit. Seager rounds 30, comes home and scores. Simeon at first with an RBI single. Rangers retake the lead. It's 2-1 in the top of the sixth.
You're an idiot and you don't know baseball.
Ranger fans, you're not dreaming.
How can you not be romantic about baseball?
How can you not be romantic about sitting there holding your new you-know-what while everyone else is making moves at the trade deadline?
Your teases for this have been very good.
I appreciate that. Maybe I shouldn't plan them because I don't plan these.
Yeah.
Come up with them at the moment.
You've not had the greatest history of teasing at this station, and I was wondering if you had been thinking of these in the commercial break.
No.
Well, they've been pretty flawless.
Thank you. See, what happened is I'm losing my mind, so they're getting better. So I got nothing up there.
Yeah, you forgot you didn't know how to do them.
Absolutely. That's exactly what it is. That is exactly what it is. But it is deadline day. So about, I guess...
I'm sorry, I can't look over here without Sketchball Bobby and his two cell phones, both face down. Have you had
what,
two?
Are they supposed to be face up?
Have you had
Yeah,
two?
my phone's always face up, and I have a thing on the bottom.
Have you had two phones out every day?
Yeah. It's usually one's been over here, one's been over here. But this is the one I use to record video at training camp. And this is the one that's just like my phone.
Okay.
So it is deadline day, and I guess 5 p.m. Central Time. We're out here in Pacific Time, so 5 p.m. Central Time is the deadline, and the Rangers are kind of being caught. Now, there's been some moves this morning and late last night that took place. Obviously, Suarez going from the Diamondbacks to the Mariners. So the Mariners got two of the bigger impact bats on the trade market this deadline in Naylor and Suarez. So he shores up third base.
Man,
this is big. They're going for it.
Who's their GM? I think we need to be praising that individual.
Pat Gillick anymore.
No, it's what's his name? Jerry something. Jerry
Dipoto?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
we'll have to ask Brett Boone about it at 9. You know he knows Seattle well.
Yes, he does. So that's tough. That's tough to sit there, be in the same division, be neck and neck with them, and then kind of pull out in front of you.
Well, Tolo Chris, he's been lighting us up over Ranger possibilities. He said they're not going to do anything, y'all. They have to stay under the cap this year to reset their luxury tax clock so they can't grab anyone with an existing contract.
So that's a problem, So like the Cubs just got Andrew Kittredge, and he is he's a bullpen arm with the Baltimore Orioles. So he signed a $9 million deal over the winter, 1 year, $9 million. If you sign that now, you're going to be on the hook for, 4 of the 9? So that will put them in a spot where they might go over the tax, and they want to stay under it.
But if they deal John Gray, which was something that was suggested by Evan Grant, that's like a net 6.5.
Right. Yes, you're right. It would be.
They would, in order to bring somebody in, they might have to shed payroll in the process. They'd like to deal somebody out so they can take on another one.
So they're in.
Would you be okay with that? Let's just put it on the spot. Would you be okay with trading away John Gray for that money?
Yes. Yeah, I would. You've gotten to this point without John Gray for the most part this year. Is he going to be in your rotation plans?
What about and I agree with you. Yes, on John Gray. What about Adolis Garcia?
Yes.
No.
$10.5 million, 2025 salary.
They're not going to sign him long term.
Yeah, but I mean, we're talking about.
Is it just for playoff magic hope?
It's not even that. It's just he's one of the few guys that can run into a baseball and change the game. Like on this team, that I consistently feel like he could.
Yeah, but he can run. He runs in the wrong direction half the time.
I know, but right now I'll take that over the rest of the lineup that's also hitting 200 and not hitting the ball hard enough. At least Adolis is hitting 200, but he will hit home runs for you.
I guess I should follow it up with you shed Adolis' salary for what?
Yeah, what do you get? Are you getting Mason Miller, the closer from Oakland?
Mason Miller makes $700,000. That should be. You shouldn't have to shed anything to get him.
You shouldn't. But I'm saying, if I told you this, they're trading Adolis for Mason Miller.
I would say you didn't need to do that, but yeah.
But you would do it.
Yeah, I mean, no one else would, but yes. Yeah.
What do you mean no one?
No one would take Adolis for Mason Miller. And
Right,
there's no need to make the financial trade-off. It's not a necessity with Mason Miller.
Rodgers goes to the Mets. Helsley goes to the Mets. Duran goes to Philly. These are all relief bullpen arms. Kittredge, like I just said, going to the Cubbies. A lot of moves have been made as we hit to trade deadline day.
They're going to end up with another Chafin deal is what they're going to get, I bet.
Chafin got one on the move yesterday as well. They're talking about the Giants, San Francisco Giants, maybe fleecing the Mets in a trade for one of those for the Tyler Rogers deal. That's kind of the risk that you run because guys are being paid at such a premium. We mentioned Duran getting moved from the Twins. I love what the Twins have done this trade deadline, and it has nothing to do with the actual trades. This is called Hug Watch, Hug season.
Hug?
Oh,
yeah.
You love that?
Yeah, it's Hug season. So in the dugout, the guy will get traded in the middle of the game a lot of times. So you see him in the dugout hugging all of his teammates. What the Twins are doing, they're trolling it. They just start randomly hugging guys. And they'll just go down. They're going to get up and go to the bathroom or go in the clubhouse. They just get up and start hugging everybody before they go. And they're like, oh, my God, are they getting traded? And then he's back in the dugout after he takes his poop. And he's back in the dugout 10 minutes later.
I'm against this in a big, big way. This is traumatizing to young baseball fans like it was to myself. I will never forget, bawling my eyes out at 7 years old, 8 years old, whatever it was, when they showed the shots of Dean Palmer leaving the Rangers clubhouse, hugging everybody goodbye after he'd hit a home run that night, and then he got traded to Kansas City. That was so upsetting as a young baseball fan.
I get what you're saying there, but this is also pretty funny and cool.
No, it is funny. It's
not cool if you're
hilarious.
Not cool if you're a Twins fan.
Like Willie Castro got pulled from a game. They just pulled him from the game. And he was hugging all his teammates.
Yeah.
And there he is sitting in the dugout like he never actually left. Funny. Somebody who did leave is a guy by the name of Shohei Ohtani.
Mm-hmm.
Was he at Gilbert Arenas' game?
He was not at Gilbert Arenas' game.
I can't get
Good
Gilbert
reference.
Arenas' whatever you call it.
That's not mine.
That logo. It is. That's not mine. It is jersey on the felt.
It said like Arenas' poker game.
Arenas' poker game. That's awesome.
So Shohei was pulled.
The way you're saying it too. That's not mine.
That's not mine. No, that's not mine. Shohei was pulled from his start, middle of the start. And now they're saying it was cramps, but he threw 6 straight balls and then he walked off the mound. Like the trainers came out, he walked off the mound. It was the 7th start of the season for him. In the first 6, he had thrown just 12 innings, so they're really, really limiting him. He did not record a win or a loss, but had an ERA of 1.5. But obviously, hasn't been there in Dodger uniform to be a pitcher yet. They're trying to get him down that road. But here we go, middle of an at-bat, 6 straight balls, 2 of which looked like they came off the arm of Clase and Luis Ortiz, just yanking these things right into the dirt. But so he gets pulled out, and now it's a waiting game to see if this is a bigger problem.
And I mean, if this is something, the investment you have in him, you can't let him pitch again.
No.
I don't think. I think you just got to say, sorry, you're done, dude.
And what were they initially trying to call it?
Cramps, I think. And then they said cramps.
Yeah, so that is an amazingly great initial report.
Well, I mean, Romo reported Dak's broken leg was a cramp.
That's
so, I mean,
very
no, that's happening.
True.
That's what happens when you just talk ball.
Speaking of Shohei.
How has he been on the mound, by the way?
Good. I mean, he's only had 12 innings. But his ERA is under 2 in those 12. So, I mean, he's been pretty decent. Speaking of Shohei.
Well, 15 innings, a 2.40 earned run average.
Yeah, now it's at 15.
Yeah.
But in the previous 6 starts, it's been at 12.
Well, now it's at 15.
Ippei. You mentioned Ippei.
Yeah, and you mentioned Clase. So, yeah,
Yes.
these come together.
So, there is a documentary series in the works, a scripted series, about the scandal involving Shohei and Ippei Mizuhara with Stars. Ippei is serving a prison sentence of 57 months for bank fraud and filing a false tax return. The project was first floated a year ago, and now they are talking about this thing is about to get the funding and about to get done, and they are going to go ahead and do this. I'm fascinated by. I can't wait to see what they actually come of this. I don't even know if I have stars.
Right.
I don't even know if I have stars, but we need more of this because I feel like the story just disappeared. You know, he went to jail, just disappeared. Like nobody talks about anything because it's shameful, in my opinion, that we just accepted that he took the fall. You know, and he's doing
Why?
this.
Because you think Shohei's more guilty?
Yeah, like do me a favor, go steal $16 million and see if you get 60 months in jail.
Yeah,
I think you're going to get more, right? You're probably getting more.
Yeah. Diamond Calves on the home of the Rangers with RJ Choppy. We have some controversy over Hulk Hogan's funeral, Bobby.
Yeah, this is there's a big split. Radar Online had the report that the big controversy relating to Hulk Hogan's funeral isn't anything relating to something that occurred while he was alive, or how do we remember his legacy, or anything like that. Well, I guess it's kind of how you remember his legacy. A fight has broken out over whether Hulk Hogan should be buried in a suit or his wrestling spandex. There's a whole split, apparently, of like, you got to honor him, let him be buried in his outfit. And others are like, you cannot do that. He needs to be buried in a suit like a regular individual because that is what is respectful. And this, we're talking about this on the plane a little bit. Like, who else would you have to have this with? What?
Go back up.
What?
He needs to be buried in that right there, a tuxedo with the bandana.
Yeah, that's how he wore it. Went to every formal event.
Every formal event.
Yeah. How did you decide what your dad would wear?
He was cremated.
Oh,
he was cremated. So we didn't have to make that decision. But you know, I don't know what he would have wore.
He wore flames like
what did
Hulk
you
did there.
What did you say he always wore around the house?
Oh, he wore full clothes. I mean, he wore sneakers everywhere he went.
Yeah.
He would
sneakers in the house.
In the house, on the couch, feet up. Oh yeah.
Why?
Oh, he was always ready.
Always ready.
Always ready. Always ready. He would not leave the bedroom in the morning until he showered. He would not leave the bedroom in the morning until he got dressed. He would wake up, shower, dress, sneakers, breakfast every day.
Did he hate like sitting at home, so he wanted to get up and run out of the house?
He was a mall rat. He wanted to go to the mall every day.
What?
Shopping. Every day.
Walking it or shopping?
Shopping. Just walk around.
Your
shop.
dad liked to shop at the mall?
Loved it.
I'm stunned.
Want to go see what's out there? See what's out there. See what's out there.
See what's out there.
What would this? I mean, like, I would be buried in a hoodie. Obviously,
Yeah,
you would be buried in Vols gear. Is there anything that they would like? Your family would be like, we got to bury Sean with like a spatula or something, or like we got to put some barbecue sauce in there.
No, they would probably make fun of me for the hoodie as well.
Shoddy, like, do you think whenever Shoddy's time comes, do you think his family's like, we got to put the visor on him?
I would think so.
They might, or Spurrier, who he got it from. Spurrier, I bet, would want to be buried in a visor.
877-881-1053. Franklin Franco injury attorney text line here on DFW Sports Station. Is Mozzie Smith ready to break out? Will Brian Schottenheimer go full R2-P2? Cowboys, true or false, is next in Below the Belt. Right here on the fan.
by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle. Get to Classic Chevrolet and Gray Line today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else. All prices sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby knows ball. Hey, let's talk ball. We're the ball knowers and we just talk ball. Welcome to my new segment, the ball knowers of the round table, where we talk ball and we just, chop it up like dudes do. That's what we do here on 105 through the fan. You got to turn your mic on, Sean. Man,
baby.
you've got by that so many times.
I need Ruben to come over here and do it for me like he serves Choppy. Did I go off on this yesterday on the radio about ball?
You did this morning.
On the radio?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I'm going to do it again. The douchiness, I can't stand when people go, let's talk ball. Let's talk. I just see Romo saying it. Maybe Witten. I can respect Witten more for saying it because, I love that saying, the secret's in the dirt. But Bobby said it the other day, and it literally made my skin crawl when he'd say, yeah, let's just talk ball. And I'm like, please don't say that. It's like RJ's abbreviations. It's just it's a sports pet peeve of mine.
Breves.
Let's talk ball.
Breves.
Do you think that? Do you roll your eyes at that? Let's talk a little ball.
It's a little eye-rolly. Yeah, it's a little eye-rolly.
Okay.
But, then again, I have, my kid, that's all how my kids talk now. I'm trying to make VAR next year instead of varsity.
God.
Bobby knows ball.
I'll put him on VAR.
To me, the whole thing was just like, it's like if somebody goes by a nickname and I'm just referring to their nickname or whatever. It's like that. We were saying they like when you sit there and you talk ball with them. That's how I said it. I said it like that, using their language, because we're talking about how to interview Tyler Booker.
T-Book. I'm sorry, T-Book.
Yeah, T-Book. We're talking about how to interview T-Book. See? That's how we do it.
I would think that's just, why would he not just go by book? Why I get T Sizz with T Tyler Smith. I get that, right? Smith is very book.
Well, T Sizzle has been his nickname since high school.
I get book.
T Sizzle, that's Terrell Suggs.
Well, that's why he goes by T Sizz. Maybe there's another book. Marty Booker may have been book, and so he was just like, well, I can't claim that. Marty Booker's legacy lives on forever. All right, I'm going to give you guys a few statements, and there can be no fence riding here. You have to say 2 of these statements are true. Okay, we're going to do 2 truths and a lie.
Okay.
I'm going to read 3 statements to you about the Cowboys this season, and you have to pick which 2 you think are the truth and which one is the lie, even if you think there may be 2 lies in there. All right, first one here. These are your options. The primary starting running back isn't on the roster right now.
That's a lie.
George Pickens will be drama-free this season. Brian Schottenheimer will play the offense conservative.
That's a lie. They're all lies.
You got to pick 2 that are truths. Because
George Pickens. Okay, we have to pick 2 that are truths.
Yep.
All right, say the first statement.
The primary starting running back isn't on the roster right now.
I can say that that's a truth.
Okay.
Real okay. See, I would think that's a lie because
Chiafalo was so hyped up to get Miles Sanders the other day when we were talking at dinner, who should be the next guest? He's like, starting running back? Everyone's interested. And I know he's listening right now because the nosebleeds, they are dedicated. Tolos waking up early for some reason. They could be sleeping in. But I was like, I don't really. Who cares? Who cares about listening to Miles Sanders speak? He's a journeyman.
To me, if the running back that's out there was any good, he'd be on a roster.
Well, the running back they liked last year, Zach Moss, just got cut in Cincinnati yesterday, by the way. So
if he got cut, then why would I want him?
Because the Cowboys have never scooped somebody up off the street that was cut in the middle of training camp.
Okay, but
other than literally every year you're out here. Yeah, they started Anthony Barr. They've started guys before who got Carl Lawson started for them last year.
But you're saying I have to pick 2 truths.
2 of them are true.
I will say that the guy who ends up with the most yards rushing the football is not on the roster right now.
Okay.
That's how we do it when we talk ball.
And then George Pickens will be drama-free this season, or Brian Schottenheimer's going to play the offense conservative?
I think there will be times. I still think that he's going to play the offense. He could say all he wants that he's this open-it-up guy.
Which he has not said out here this week. He's talked about running the ball.
Yeah. He's going to play conservative. Because I also think this team is built to run the ball. Ideally, if they're
with Lamb and Pickens,
with their
and Ferguson, who you just paid,
with their line, if the line plays to the potential.
I'm going to lean more towards... I don't think that Brian Schottenheimer is going to be conservative, but I have more confidence in knowing that, God, I want to be a homer here and be like, if all this George Pickens love and say he's going to be drama free. I'll lean more towards George Pickens will be drama free than Schottenheimer will be conservative.
All right, and you're saying the lie there is the running back.
The lie is the running back. The running back. I mean,
we got to pick two lies. Two truths.
Two truths. So that's the lie.
The truth is that George Pickens will be drama free, and that Schottenheimer will be more conservative. Reputations are earned
for a reason. Just like D&M Leasing, DMAutoLeasing.com, which brings you below the belt.
And Schotty has gotten the reputation that he's a conservative.
Yeah, but Pickens has a reputation too.
He does.
Pickens' reputation he's established so far, though, is that he knows he needs to get paid and he needs to play nice.
Let's put the homerism aside and let's speak truth here.
Mm-hmm.
This is a fact. It's not an opinion. Before he was dealt here, George Pickens was the biggest nutcase in the National Football League.
He had the worst reputation.
He had the worst reputation as a nutcase.
Not like an Antonio Brown level or anything like that, but he was like...
You don't have to lower your voice.
He was just like...
Don't be scared.
I'm just saying, not like an Antonio Brown level or anything.
Talk to me like you do in the car 2 a.m.
That is your sensitive early morning hearing is what that is. And I sit in the front seat. Ruben stole it this morning. He was just like, Ruben, feet, lose your seat.
He's gotten a little his confidence / cockiness has gone up in the past 12 hours.
Yeah, because he's been giving such great coffee here. He's gonna get a hell of a tip. I think the thing with Pickens is
we're seeing the real Ruben.
I don't know that I could really judge his diva-ness based off the quarterback play he had. He was just in a pissy mood.
Right. And the OC.
Yeah, and I don't think he's going to be in just that kind of mood.
Yep.
So I think that he'll be on his best behavior. And I think Schotty is again, I mean he's been more conservative his entire career. And he hasn't had like elite quarterback play necessarily, but I mean Russ was no bum.
Right. Yes.
We're doing two truths and a lie here on 105.3 in the ball knowers of the round table. All right, you have to remember, you got to pick two of these, and they would be for very different reasons. Matt Eberflus is one and done. George Pickens is one and done. Clayton Adams is one and done.
Well, Clayton Adams is not going to be one and done.
Clayton Adams would not. They're again for different reasons. Clayton Adams would be. He is an idealistic candidate who wants to go get a job somewhere where he plays.
All right, so we got to pick two truths out of that.
Yep. Matt Eberflus is one and done. George Pickens is one and done. Or Clayton Adams is one and done.
George Pickens is one and done.
I'll lean towards that as well.
And Clayton Adams is one and done.
And the reason I'm saying George Pickens will be one and done is because they won't pay him what he will command after the really good season he has.
Because they can't.
Because they can't. Not because they don't want to. Oh, man, Choppy, I don't know what's happening. You and I we're becoming lockstep.
That's coffee.
Oh.
And then, you're becoming lock. You wouldn't say lockstep if you and Chop were totally in sync. Now, what's the Eberflus or Adams for you?
Well, Eberflus is not getting a head coaching job.
No, Eberflus would be this didn't go right.
Oh, it's not going right. No, I'll lean more towards Clayton Adams as one and done because he gets hired somewhere else because of the development of the O-line, if I have to pick.
And you said Adams as well?
Yeah, look, the Cowboys are not going to have 4 defensive coordinators in 4 years.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, yeah. That could be the case. All right, last one here. Mozzie Smith will finally be a legit piece on defense. DeMarvion Overshown will not play this year. Deron Bland is in his final season with the Cowboys.
Deron Bland, I'll pick as a truth, just because the money's going to run out.
That feels like a Byron Jones situation, potentially. I mean, for different reasons, because they were just like, he doesn't get interceptions, and all Bland does is get interceptions now, but...
And then Overshown will not play. That's how little confidence I have in Mozzie.
Man.
The way you phrased it, how did you phrase it?
Mozzie Smith will finally be a legit piece on defense. Not a star, but somebody who you can count on to play decently.
No.
Dude, I had somebody tell me yesterday while we were out there at practice, they were just like, have you just ever seen somebody out here at these practices just look more just kind of head hanging low?
Mopey.
Just and not even I don't want to be here, but just doesn't look like he feels confident at all.
Although I will say, who sat down with us and go, Did you see Overshown running after that pick? Was it Kyer?
That was Kyer Elam, yeah.
Kyer. So
who
when
had
he,
an interception yesterday again.
when he said that, and I believe in Overshown, he's going to do everything. And I do think Overshown will get on the field with like 2 or 3 games left to play, I'm going to guess. But when he said that, I was like, are you trying to tell us something? He's like, Overshown was good running, didn't he? And I was like, okay. What are yours, Choppy?
Mozzie is not going to be a worthwhile piece on defense. So Overshown will play.
Is there anything about Eberflus coming here though and trying to say, all right, look, he's being misused. Let's slim him down. Let's use his freak traits to just get him upfield and become a pass rusher instead of trying to be a physical bully.
Yeah, change it up. Why not?
There's no try to.
I mean, in talking ball with Bobby, all he's been doing, this tells you why Bobby shouldn't be using that phrase, talking ball, because all I've heard about is Mozzie's this freak, and Mozzie, he is this Marvel character. I've never seen any of it while watching any of the games, so let's see if it can actually come to fruition by slimming down and using more athleticism.
Well, that wouldn't be talking ball. That would be talking combine, and that is not what this podcast is. This is the podcast Ball Knowers of the Round Table.
Ball knowers.
That's what we do.
The ball knowers.
So yeah, I think.
I
think. I have a tough time seeing Mozzie Smith fleshing out the player that he needs to be.
Yeah, Eberflus isn't a miracle worker.
Come on, man. But I'll tell you what. If Mozzie Smith is finally a legit piece on defense, then Matt Eberflus is definitely not one and done because he'll get a ton of credit for that.
B-Lo.
B-Belt.
Live from Oxnard.
Ball Knowers of the Round Table on the Fan.
Ball Knowers of the Round Table. I feel like we need like a circle, like we're putting our hands over it with sparkles in it and a
Bobby
light.
knows ball. Hey, let's talk ball.
That's an awful intro. He just can't get away from us. And the morning show night before tradition carried over. Brett Boone comes on after a Rangers win because the Rangers hitting coach on trade deadline day joins us next.
remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute headset. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, wait, of course it is. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. Your name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay,
Is Shan and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour, fist pump time in the club. Ruben on the light, Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Cowboys insider Bobby Bell, live in Oxnard, California, on your home of the Rangers, and it is Deadline Day on DFW Sports Station, brought to you in part by Best Buy Windows and Siding. The CeeDee Lamb interview already happened during the 720 Expressway, and getting ready to... Can you shut up?
No.
And getting ready to sit down with us in the Wild Fork Foods hot seat is Rangers hitting coach Brett Boone, off of a 6-3 win last night, and we have another deal on Deadline Day.
Yeah, it looks like Shane Bieber heading to Toronto. Toronto has got the best record in the American League, and they are picking up a starting pitcher. So Biebs on the way north of the border.
Ken Rosenthal is reporting, thanks to the Tolos, who are sending us all the latest rumors. Ken Rosenthal is reporting that the Rangers are after relievers. St. Louis Cardinals' Phil Maton, and Kansas City's Hunter Harvey. They also like David Bednar from Pittsburgh, but believe the price will be too steep. And the Colorado Rockies' Jake Bird is another possibility. So we got Maton, Harvey, Bird as Ranger relieving opportunities.
And it looks like the Tigers are getting Paul Sewald, who's a right-hander from Cleveland. So trades galore happening right now.
Yeah, if Maton is the one, that just feels a little like on brand for some of the relief options they've had recently, like Luke Jackson and stuff like that, where it's like guys who had peaked and peaked or having a big year that are not in line with what they've typically been. So I don't know how much I'd love that one.
Brett Boone is going to join us here on Shan and RJ, brought to you by Grainger. Do you have any thoughts on those relieving names, or you have not heard of any of them?
Oh, no. Maton was with Houston for a while. I mean, so he's pitching some big games. I just hadn't seen him in about 2 years. But, he had been pitched in quite a few big games. This is where they're going to be, though.
His nickname is Spin Rate, according to Baseball Reference.
This is where they're going to be. They're going to play in these shallow waters. They're not going to go, I don't think, obviously, in the deep end. There really isn't a whole lot of deep end left anyway. Obviously, we want to go get Bednar. We've known for a while that he is going to be extremely expensive from a prospect standpoint.
What?
I don't know why he's like that. We all known, and then he had to correct. I just thought it was funny. I don't know. It was funny. He had to correct it. Just made me laugh the way he said it at first. I thought he was just talking funny. I don't know.
We all knew.
Yeah, there we go.
That he was going to be expensive.
There you go.
Bednar, at least. We all knew he was going to be expensive. I think this is what we should be expecting. This is these kind of moves if they're going to do this.
Brett Boone is supposed to join us, brought to you by Grainger. For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers the professional-grade products you need, delivered when and where you need them. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by, and we'll see if we can track him down. But what happened, Choppy? Where's your boy at?
I don't know. I mean, let's see. They probably landed in Seattle 3 hours.
Look,
4 hours ago.
But he wanted to come on, right?
Yeah, he did.
If this was the NFL trade deadline and Jerry didn't show up for a scheduled interview, what would we all be saying? They're making a move.
Something was happening.
So they're making a move.
Now,
that's what that
there's
tells me.
Possibility that he did not recognize the time change. Although he would have been on that time anyway, because I said to him, switch the time so we can move you to Thursday at 9 a.m. And he goes, yep.
Okay.
He may have thought it was still 9:20 though.
Oh,
he just thought you were saying the Thursday 9 a.m.
9 a.m.
But he may have just thought you were saying the 9 a.m. hour.
Well, I mean, I think 9 a.m. would be 9 a.m.
ESPN has this great collection of stories, trade deadline stories from general managers and how they were executing them and trying to get them done. We have weddings, we have funerals, we have hospital visits where all these guys are sitting there frantically trying to get deals done. It's pretty hilarious.
Oh, my God. Like GMs at weddings trying to get deals done?
Yep.
See, there's no life. There is no life. If you're a general manager, if you're a
what do you tell the wife? How do you get out of that?
Yeah, like whose wedding is it? Whose wedding is it?
Carter just made the money sign.
Yeah, but if it's your kid's wedding, you're not getting. There's no money that you're getting. There's no amount of money you're getting out of that.
But so, this says they missed them, or they were trying to coordinate all of it while they're physically present for it.
They're doing it while physically present.
So that's not that bad. You just be like, I gotta hop on a call and make a move. Real
quick.
They're
going to take in bathroom visits just to sit there and try to update the deal. Have someone else hold the steering wheel.
Yeah,
that's why Shams doesn't drive.
That's right. Yeah, he's constantly tweeting.
All right, let's get to Texas Rangers hitting coach Brett Boone joining us here on 105.3 The Fan. Are you okay? Did you just wake up? You got to be exhausted.
Oh, no, we got in late. We got in about 4 our time.
Oh, no.
What time is it now? 7? Yeah, 3 hours ago. But you know what? For you guys, anything. even though I'm a few minutes late.
Yes. Well, we'll go ahead and take it. So, Brett, it's trade deadline day. What is the atmosphere? What is the feeling around the team? How do you handle this as a player, and now how do you handle this as a coach with the Rangers? Obviously, a team that's in the spotlight.
Well, it's been really interesting. There's been more talk about it from a coaching perspective. We're kind of looking at each other. Hey, we're going to do something. We're going to do something. We know they're trying to do something. A lot of times at this time of the year, it comes down to your package versus the other teams that are that are buying their package offered to the team for the player. So it's not always, they don't want to trade with a certain team. It's, no, the prospects on this team, we want to were better, fit our system better. So, I haven't noticed the guys, the players, really talking about it or noticing. It's kind of business as usual. It's like, no, these are the guys in this room. This is what we're going with. We think we're really good, and there hasn't been much talk. It's been more talk amongst the coaching staff. Hey, are we going to get somebody? Everybody's watching. Duran went, and then the kid from St. Louis went, the closer.
Helsley.
Helsley. So it's been more of the coaches talking about it, and the players really. There hasn't been much chatter about it at all. Maybe to each other, but I haven't heard anything about it. And that's kind of the best scenario. It's like I remember as a player, a lot of deadlines came and went. When some years we really were, we kind of we need just one piece. We're one piece away, and we'd be watching that ticker down to the end and disappointed sometimes. And sometimes they came through and got a player that we needed on a particular team. But I remember those deadlines, like, come on, just kind of being a thing. But really, I haven't noticed it with these guys. I really haven't noticed it. And I think that's because they won a World Series a couple of years ago. It's so fresh and so close. Like, hey, we did it with this group. But we'll see. We'll see what happens today. It should be interesting.
So if CY came to you and said, Brett, you get a blank slate, you get the full cupboard, would you want a contact guy? Would you want a power guy? If you had your choice.
You mean on the offensive side?
Yeah.
I'd want a contact guy. I need a right-handed, maybe someone right-handed. I don't know. I want the best player. If I can have anybody, carte blanche. I don't know. I'm probably going to go with a contact guy right now.
Did you ever, Brett, when you talked about how trades would come through, and sometimes you'd be sitting there going like, "Oh, did it come through? Did we get it?" Or disappointed you didn't get something? What about that other angle of it, though? Of did you ever sense guys that maybe were internalizing concern that they were going to get traded, and maybe it affected them at the plate? And is that anything you feel like as a coach right now, maybe you do have to kind of look out for as the guy who may be silently like kind of stewing over, man, I don't want to get dealt, or I'm kind of nervous about these things?
Yeah, no, I don't think so. I don't think any of these guys are worried about that at all. If so, they're keeping it to themselves really well. I mean, I feel zero, I'm not getting that vibe from anybody that they think they're going to be dealt. And I don't know that we're, you never say never because you never know. But I would be surprised if somebody got dealt on this team that's one of the pieces on this team that is important to us right now. I'd be really surprised, but I don't get that sense at all from these guys. Like I said, it's kind of business as usual, and I'm kind of surprised I'm not hearing anything from players as far as what we're going to do. It's been interesting because like I said, I remember back to deadlines that as a player, we kind of were talking about it, but maybe it's something they're talking about and not sharing with coach. But usually I hear what they're talking about. Usually I hear that, and no, surprisingly been quiet.
Brett Boone joining us here on 105 through the Fan. Brett, we've all been really impressed since Josh Young came back up. He just looks like he's seeing the ball a whole lot better than he was when he had gone down. Wyatt has been doing really well to play right now. Just talk about the adjustments those guys have made, but specifically Young, how he's handled coming back up to the majors.
Yeah, well, Josh, I was really happy for him. He came back his first game, hit a home run. Because you see players like Josh, who's been a key part of this team, and then all of a sudden, you kind of lose it, and you get sent down. That's kind of the extreme. Where I'll guarantee you, going into the season, Josh Young, the last thing he thought in his mind, where I'm going to be in the minor leagues at some point. But I went through it. I try to share my experience and things I've done with players when something like that happens. But he went down, he came back up, and I was really happy for him, really proud of him that he came back. And the first night back, he hits a big home run. And ever since then, I think he's hitting every game since he's been back here playing great defense at third base. And he's kind of just come back and done it real quietly. He just kind of came back, went about his business, getting the job done, coming in, doing his work. He's simplified some things in his prep before the game. It's been short, concise, and I'll tell you, it's like he didn't miss a beat. It's like he was the Josh Young of 2 years ago, and going about his business, smiling, having a good time, fitting right in like he never left. So I'm happy for him. Wyatt, he's just that man. You know, you look at Wyatt, you look at that skill set and that potential, and you know, one day this guy's going to be. I call him Little Bo Jackson because he's got that much talent, and you know, he's fun to watch. He's going to be something when it all clicks for him. And in the meantime, he's a really good player. And the last 2 or 3 days, you see him get it going. He went through a little bit of a lull there, but that's what Wyatt does. He gets hot and then he loses a little bit. But it's fun to watch him when it starts to click. Lately, it's been clicking, and he's been doing a good job in the game. So we'll see. It's just been a year like that where it seems like a couple guys get going, and then a couple guys get cold, and a couple guys get going, and a couple guys get cold. But overall, as an offense, watching these guys on the daily, I'm really excited and pleased with how they're coming along. And early on, you know, we'd get down in the game, and it seemed like, man, we're gonna make a run and come back at them. It seems like now every time, if we get down in a game, we answer back every time. So I think these guys are starting to get going at the right time. They've been there, done that before. The experience is plenty on this team, so I'm not worried about that. And right now, I think offensively, from what I'm seeing, from what everybody's saying, this is a lot better team than the way we played starting the season. And I think we're starting to heat up at the right time. I think we're going to make a great push. This is a really good team.
Hey, man, thank you so much for changing up the schedule. We appreciate you. They won again the night before your appearance, so let's keep it going.
I thought about that. Believe me, I thought about that last night. I said, wow, they changed to Thursday for a reason. Guys, I apologize. I apologize for getting on here late. I set my alarm. It was going off. It was ringing. And then I slept through it. I hit the snooze, and it was 7:04. But we got on there late night. But hey, glad to always come on the show with you guys. Let's go out and have a good series here with the Mariners.
Awesome. Fantastic. Thank you, brother. Appreciate it. Love you. The great Brett Boone, Rangers hitting coach, brought to you by Grainger. For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers the professional-grade products you need delivered when and where you need them. Call, click, Grainger.com, or just stop by. The birthday boy on Brian Schottenheimer having enough of his football team. Tommy Yarsh, DallasCowboys.com after this.
get something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Three?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
They only get paid when you win. Franklin, the go-to car and record attorneys in Dallas.
We have so much to get to. And we have a half of the commercial break discussion on air that we just had off air. It'll be electrifying with Tommy Yarish. DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. But despite all the content I have, Tommy said, don't worry, I got the beginning of the segment.
Yeah, I do. RJ Choppy.
Oh, no.
Yes!
Yeah, right at me?
What are we doing, man?
What'd I do?
What are we doing here? I mean, look at this. Oh, not this one. Hold on. Look at this. He's on the You're on the. What prompted this?
Oh,
goodness gracious!
I was just stretching out my.
I was trying to find the original video, but I couldn't find it. I remember seeing it, I'm like, what the hell is he doing?
Now, Tommy, we're doing radio, so you have to describe to our audience
so
what the picture is.
I'm sorry, that was bad radio. I apologize.
I just want to make you uncomfortable.
The folks on the fan cam saw it, but this is RJ Choppy seemingly photoshopped into a strip club.
I wouldn't know what
dry humping the ground. Like,
there it is.
I don't know. Like
He said it. He said it.
I don't know what the thought process was there. I don't know if is that some like awkward stretch? Like what are we?
That is, I believe they call that the
twerk.
Mandukasana. It's a frog pose.
Okay, gotcha.
It's a frog pose. It's
the thrusts were.
That was just me twerking.
That was impressive.
Okay.
They were all sitting here stretching, and Chiafalo's like, really impressive, Choppy. And I was like, there's nothing impressive about it. He's like on his elbows and his knees. But what was impressive was the movement,
the hip movement.
Yeah,
it was just a regular frog pose, trying to really stretch out my hip flexors inside. Was it the adductor or the abductor? That's the inside of the leg. I think it's the adductor.
Yeah.
Stretching that out, and then I decided to just do a little bit of a. I
put on a performance.
I like the bounce.
Okay.
I'm a bouncer.
He was just practicing. He was practicing his dance moves for. We all knew we were going to go crazy. We were going to rage at your birthday party last night. We knew that we were going to all be in the bar going nuts. And I'm surprised we all made it to work this morning.
Yeah,
wow.
Certainly, that's exactly what happened. We definitely didn't leave at 10 o'clock when the bar closed.
I think Bobby's trying to say why wasn't he invited?
Why weren't we all there?
So first of all, it was a surprise party.
So who's responsible for the party?
Who do we need to blame?
It was concocted 2 hours before it happened
by
my good buddy Zach Bush, who works for the Cowboys social media team. Nick Harris got looped in on it late, so we just had a smaller group there. Again, I had no idea that it was going on, so I wish you guys would have made it.
How old did you turn?
22.
A surprise. See, 22 is not worth. No offense to you, 22 is not worth like a surprise party. But that shows
at 25 or 26.
But that shows an extra level of care that they would do that for you.
I have some great friends.
That
man.
must mean something.
Yeah, it means the world to me. It was a lot of fun, and I really appreciated it. Now I'm excited to get up here with you guys and talk some ball.
And your mom's birthday's tomorrow.
My mom's birthday's today. So, happy birthday, Mom.
I just got the ball thing. Good job.
Yeah.
It sounded natural from him. You just don't like it from me.
Yeah, talking ball, man. I'd love to do it.
Well, you're a ball knower.
Yeah.
God,
I try to know ball, right?
There you go.
Tommy.
There you go. Attaboy.
Tommy, don't make me retract. Don't make me retract your birthday. Let's talk it.
Let's talk ball.
The wrong guy's getting mad.
Yeah.
The wrong guy's getting mad.
Tommy Yards, DallasCowboys.com here on The Fan. What stood out to you from practice yesterday?
Really, I thought it was a good day for Dak. I think that we saw kind of the red zone drills early. I think they were really efficient there, and we were kind of talking about it on Training Camp Live. Is like the red zone offense last year was a pain sometimes, right? And they would get there, but it would kind of be one of those things where I certainly had this watching Texas the last 3 years. Like Sark would go to the red zone, and you'd be like, "All right, field goal coming up," and so. With Dallas at times last year, it was kind of the same thing. But, back-to-back reps where Dak finds CeeDee and George Pickens in the corner of the end zone, it's exactly what you want to see. And then when you go into the full-team drills, just really efficient, moving the football around. Jake Ferguson had a couple catches where, especially the one in the corner of the end zone where he went up strong and went and got it. So always good. I think slowly but surely everything's starting to click, right? Like CeeDee told you guys this morning that it takes about 2 weeks for you to really settle in, and we're only about a week and a half, but we're getting close to there, and you can tell that he's kind of settling in because I think those first couple of practices were roller coasters for Dak, but I think he's settled in now, and Jaden Blue getting some first-team run, too. That was very interesting.
Yeah.
And
you're earning a lot of brownie points, man. You got the ball reference, and then locally, that would have been 5:20 a.m. after your birthday party. You're referencing and dropping the show. This is good.
Yeah,
This is very good.
I definitely woke up at 5:20 to listen to it, and didn't just watch it back on YouTube before I came over.
It doesn't matter. You watched it.
Yeah.
I don't care when you watched it.
That's the guy who knows ball right there. Tommy Irish, professional ball knower, joining us here on 105.3. God, dude, that was a dead shot.
Hold on.
Okay.
So
you just creamed my face.
So, whoa.
Hey, so he
I threw a creamer
That's what I said.
at his head.
So what? Well, you told me the other guy. You told me RJ was going to get mad.
Sean.
Oh, okay then.
Yeah, RJ doesn't get mad at douchey things.
Yeah.
I am douchey.
He does douchey things.
I do douchey things. Like I say abbreves.
Or
do you use abbreves?
Like abbreviates?
Yeah, do you, abbreviations. Do you abbrev things?
I mean, sometimes maybe. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think about like I'm going to abbreviate
He says totes, and instead of protein, he said I got to get my
If
throat.
we were going to dinner tonight, would you say, do we need a reservation or did someone get a resi?
Or a res?
A reservation.
Thank you. Exactly.
I'd never say resi.
You don't? Really?
Thank you,
No.
Tommy.
No, not at all.
What do you call the highest level of high school sports?
Varsity?
You wouldn't say you're playing. I'm on VAR.
You see?
No, man. What?
Although you have a name,
I've never even heard of that.
although you have a name, I wonder about. Would you prefer? Do you ever prefer Tom?
No, I can't do Tom because Tom is my dad. I'm Junior.
What about Thomas?
So Thomas, that's the government name. So I don't.
Because like there's going to come an age. Like, can you be over 40 with a Y at the end of your name?
Yes, you can.
Yeah, but it's like Bobby and Tommy. You know, it's like you're getting ready to go outside and make s'mores. You know?
I like s'mores. I mean,
Yeah, what's wrong with
Yeah, because you're 22. But what not when you're 42?
I still like s'mores. Ain't nothing wrong with that.
They're good. I guess the Y names aren't memorable because he doesn't even remember I was their intern on the show back like 15 years ago. Now
you weren't.
Yeah, I was.
Sorry to throw that off track.
Practice. No, that was exactly what we need here. That's what Oxnard's for.
Isn't s'more a breathe?
Just shut up.
No. It's a smushing together. Some more s'more.
It's an abbreviation to me.
No, it's just a slurring of words. All right. So, Tom, yesterday practice, we were curious about where the first team reps would come from. Steven told us Nate Thomas was going to end up getting the first team reps at left tackle, which was, I think, maybe kind of a surprise that was going to be the primary guy. What did you think of him yesterday? It looked like he was holding his own for the most part, didn't have a whole lot of problems out there.
Yeah, I think, going back to our first or second press conference with Shoddy, kind of unprompted, he brought up, like, hey, we're excited about Nate Thomas. I just thought it was interesting. I was like, okay, that might just be coach speak or something like that, trying to hype up a guy that's coming back from injury. But, I mean, you saw it yesterday. I think he was solid. And obviously you got to stack days together, right? Mm-hmm. You can't just have one good day and all of a sudden you're good at left tackle, right? And especially when it's one of the most important positions in football. But for kind of being thrown in there, a guy coming off the injury and a lot on his shoulders, I think, that's a high-pressure moment because – everybody's talking about you. Everybody's saying, hey, this is our guy right now. And you put it right, Bobby. I think he held his own, and I think he had some good reps.
A lot of talk about physicality yesterday. Schottenheimer said the best thing you can do for any offensive line when you're playing an elite D-line, pound the freaking football, just freaking try to shove it up their ass. And that's what we're going to try to do. The injuries, we talked to you on Tuesday about the injuries being up 300% through the first 6 practices at camp. And he goes, so what? We need to have a physical camp. We need to pop, hit, and thud. And then yesterday, of course, he shut it down because of the pushing and the shoving and made everyone run. What did you think of all that?
Yeah, I thought I kind of chuckled because I was like, man, this feels like, a high school football practice where someone does the same. Someone messes up and, coach just says, get on the line. But, no, I mean, you want to be a disciplined football team, and you can't be undisciplined like that. You're going to get penalties. You're going to get in a game setting, right? That could cost you a game. It could cost you a drive. And so, I credit Brian Schottenheimer for holding his guys accountable. And, nobody is above the law. Certainly, I think it was like a Johnny Cornelius, who threw the punch. Mm-hmm. That started everything. But it was funny, I was saying yesterday, in terms of the physicality part of things, I was like, man, they're doing a pretty good job staying off the ground today. They kind of struggled with that throughout the first week, and then everybody just started fighting, so all that went out the window. But no, I like it, and Shoddy is who he is. He's, I think, what you got to credit him for is everything that he has said he's going to be, he's been, and he hasn't changed exactly like he said he was going to do. So, he's gonna try his best to make this an accountable football team, and they just got to be smarter.
You have a feature up, DallasCowboys.com. Dak Prescott taking a look in the mirror. Take us through it.
Yeah, we got to talk to Dak yesterday for about 5 minutes, and one of the things that I had noticed when I started on the beat last year was after some of the games, especially the losses that they would have when Dak was healthy, a message that we would hear from Dak and Mike McCarthy and a bunch of other players throughout the locker room is, hey, we got to look in the mirror. We got to look in the mirror, and we got to figure out what's wrong with us and how we can move forward. So I asked him, the first question I asked him was, look, you've had a lot of time to look in that mirror, given the injury, and now you're back on the field. What are you seeing in the reflection, or what do you hope you see in the reflection 6 months down the line? And he was just adamant about how he feels younger again. He feels better than he's ever been, and he feels like this team can do special things. And I closed the interview out with, I took a page out of Erin Andrews' book from last year, when she was like, finish this sentence for me. I said, Dak Prescott and the 2025 Dallas Cowboys will, he said, win the Super Bowl. So clearly the expectation is there. And
is that your headline on the website?
That's not the headline on the website.
Good for you.
That's how I ended the article. I thought it was a good finish. But no, I think he's had a lot of time to look in that mirror. He's had a lot of time to look in that mirror and look at himself and say, how can we finally do this thing? And I think the moves that this team's made in the offseason and the guys that are around him now, Rick, you'd really argue it's one of his best surrounding cores of his career, if not the best, and it's making him feel young again.
Like the birthday boy, 22-year-old Tommy Yarsh, DallasCowboys.com, hopefully throughout the season on Tuesdays and Thursdays. Thank you for joining us this week.
Anytime, fellas.
Appreciate you. You smartly did not invite Bobby to your birthday party last night.
I wish you guys would have been there.
Well, you can have a drink with him.
Too much ball known at that party.
Have a drink with him tonight and just act like it's your birthday.
Yeah, we'll
party.
go out another time before you guys leave.
We're leaving tomorrow.
You're leaving tomorrow?
So we're going tonight.
We'll be out tonight. We'll be there tonight.
All right, there we go.
There you go.
He might not.
We're talking ball.
Tommy Yarsh, DallasCowboys.com. Let's crosstalk with a K&C masterpiece next.
Coming up.
Market, upgrade your vehicle. Get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else. All priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
What day is it, Bobby Belt?
Hump day?
No.
Thursday.
Is it?
Media party day.
Is it? It
Trade
is.
deadline day.
But it's still something else.
It's Tank Top Thursday, huh?
Oh, it's the day we talk ball.
Oh, yeah, let's talk some ball,
talking
fellas.
Thursday.
Let us talk some ball.
Yeah, baby.
Corey, you probably like that saying, don't you?
It doesn't bug me as much as it bugs you, but now that I know that it bugs you. Sean, you know me. Once I know something bugs you a little bit, I'm going to pick up the stick and start prodding.
Hagelin will be here for me. Kevin, you would roll your eyes, right? Like, y'all, for real, like, let's talk ball.
Well, Kevin,
let's break this down and
Hagee's
talk
out
ball.
today.
Oh, Fred.
Hagee's over in Germany, so.
Fred, you love talking
How
ball,
long
don't you?
is he in Germany for?
Oh, my gosh.
2 weeks.
We might never see Kevin again, fella. Yeah, he comes back. He'll
be back once they try their food.
We have Fred with me today, tomorrow, all next week, and then 2 days the following week. So
Sorry, I just assumed it was Kevin because there wouldn't be another person who was rude enough not to get on the fan cam for crosstalk. So I thought it would be Kevin Hagelin again. What's your excuse, Fred?
It's beyond my control. I mean, I don't know who. I mean, or what? Aiden controls it back there, so that's his button to push, not mine.
So Fred, we have so we have Zoom, but you don't have you don't have a laptop with you. You have the station computer.
Oh, you guys don't do the.
This is here's via Zoom. There's Fred.
I thought RJ was rude to producers. Fred's like, come here, put the camera on me, set it up at my angle.
I'm a night guy, man. We fight just to have lights turned on in here. So okay, so as I was, and you know what? Shame on me, and you know what? My apologies to Aiden. He did send me a Zoom link this morning, which I got at 5 o'clock. I was like, what the hell am I supposed to do with this? And then
now you know
and now I know. So I went about my business, but yeah, I didn't bring anything. I brought
And
a
Fred
notebook.
was also confused with you in the morning filling in over commercials, right?
Well, yeah, because it's first segment and it's like 18 after.
It's like a G-bag clock.
We're like, well, we got to go. And he goes, what do you mean you got to go? Well, we have
I thought
90
we went till
seconds of
20.
commercial.
What?
And I'm like, no, we have like 6.5 minutes, man.
Yeah.
He's like, we have 90 seconds at night.
Yeah. We're lucky if we get a break at the nighttime.
I've experienced those before where you're just like, 30-second break?
Every hour is an expressway at nighttime. So.
Corey, what's coming up?
Guys, we will. It is a Tank Top Thursday. I missed out on Tuesday. So and Mickey posted his video yesterday saying he's going to get his guns ready for Tank Top Thursday or Tuesday.
So do I need to take my shirt? Because I got a tank top underneath this. If that's what we're doing.
Let's rock
if that's
with it
what we're
today.
doing.
It's supposed to be Tuesday, but I forgot this week, so I'm rocking it on a
Suns
Thursday.
out, guns out. All right, here we go.
And Mickey's joined in on the bit, so I appreciate that. And Chiafalo is going to join us from Oxnard as well today in the Expressway.
What are y'all going to talk?
Food.
God.
His internship on Shan and RJ.
To talk some ball.
His internship on Shan RJ.
Which never happened. It never happened.
Yeah. Reetma was loving hearing all that stuff, and I was like, it's not the best look if you forget.
Right. Don't worry, Jake. We'll forget you two.
I don't think we can forget Jake.
Stores.
But I don't know. I mean, Fred, how old are you?
I am 44.
Okay, so exactly, basically my age. You're right between Chop and I.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you remember every intern that's been around, all of them? Yeah.
Well, I mean, I've probably been fired more times than I've actually had interns. So that being said,
yeah.
But hey, real quick, because you got to love guys up when they do well and bring them down when they don't. I thought the CeeDee Lamb interview was top notch. That was
Thank you.
You got great questions. And I'll tell you what, he's a thoughtful guy.
Yes.
And I'm telling you right now, just some of his answers. And I'll tell you what, when he said something, when you guys had asked him about taking things personally. And when there was like kind of that pregnant pause when he didn't say anything, and he goes, "It was crazy." I was like, "I'd love to know more about that." But
Fred,
fantastic interview.
You may as well have been walking right with us off the court because Chiafalo, the first word he used was thoughtful. You nailed that, and then we were like, he almost slipped with the Micah stuff. He almost. So we said the exact same thing.
Okay.
He's so the reason why he's always the top target for me anyway. Like whenever we come here is just because he is It's honesty. It's thoughtfulness. He's really good at being able to communicate exactly what these things that they're working on are, whether it be the culture or the communication or whatever else. He's just good at like putting that down into simple terms and saying this is what we're trying to do.
Well, and he gives real answers too. Like they're not cliche.
Yeah.
They're not, hey, we're just out here working, grinding every day. I mean, tell you what, I thought, and the only question I wish you guys would have asked is, are guys done bench pressing as far as workouts are concerned? He said arms and legs.
That's all they do.
Didn't mention chest and shoulders.
I think he was just saying that's his way of saying upper and lower.
Gotcha.
Well, he couldn't do the shoulder this offseason, right? Because didn't he have the shoulder issue?
I mean, I'll tell you, man, it's wild when you see them take their shoulder pads off, and you see all these guys wearing sports bras. I guarantee you, none of them when they started playing football would have put that they're going to be wearing sports bras someday.
Kevin brought that up
CeeDee
too.
had capri pants on yesterday. I thought I was watching Nadal out here catching passes. Nadal.
That Kevin brought that up too. He was like, "Is it weird that all of our heroes are wearing sports bras now?" And I was like, "Those aren't sports bras. What are
they?
What
Chest
are they?
protectors?
No, they're the GPS. That's the GPS.
Oh, that's the
strap.
GPS.
That's the GPS.
Yeah.
But just, like, you can call it what you want.
I was gonna say,
you can call it what you want. Walk outside with one of those on. Everyone thinks you're wearing a sports bra.
Looks like a duck, quacks like a duck.
Choppy calls it a man's ear.
Yeah,
That's right.
that's right. It's a good reference.
Yeah.
Bobby gets
Great
it.
reference.
Corey, how are you feeling about the way that the deadline is playing out so far?
For the Rangers, I feel like it's playing right into exactly what they want. They are waiting on all the other teams to do what they need to do, and then they'll say, okay, what exactly do we have to add? Can we beat these teams with this? What do we have to add? And I think they're going to...
He's like, it's going just
That is
according to
amazing.
plan.
So
Just
we're
like
going-
you.
we're-
Let everyone else.
They're going to get better. We're going to stay the
How
same.
many of these
And then,
guys did they-
we're going to go. We're going to overpay
Boy,
somebody.
that sounds like a Mike take the last couple months he was here when he would talk Rangers.
How many of these guys that have gone were they even connected to or want? There are a couple of other people that are still out there and available that they would be more interested in anyway. So that's where I'm looking at that going, they're just trying to figure out how much they have to spend. And
Are those Fred's headphones that you're messing with?
No.
What is that?
This is some tie. It was on here, and it was
Show
stringy.
it on the camera.
So it was stringy, so I'm just pulling it apart. Now, I think this is how they make tassels for your graduation.
Fred, did you undo your headphones this morning?
I sure did.
Okay.
I sure did. I do. I mean, I do it every day.
Yeah. Don't you want to solve that? Or you like
What's
it?
the problem? What's the problem
It's
here?
a it's
I
a
would
nice
get
like little
stressed.
therapeutic way to kind of get
Okay.
my show going, and people are talking. I usually do it during crosstalk, and handle my biz.
Fred, you're former military, right?
I am.
Is that your make my bed in the morning? Is undoing your headphones? Is that like your process?
Well, someday.
Do you make your bed?
Oh, absolutely.
Still? Okay.
Absolutely. I get up every morning. I make my bed. I make my coffee, and then I write for an hour.
What do you write?
Right. What do you write? What do you write? Are you like the guy,
Whatever's top of mind.
Your novel?
I do
Whatever's
this too.
top of mind.
You don't
I don't,
write in
I
the
don't make
morning.
my bed. I absolutely write.
Bobby,
in the morning,
right?
I
Bobby
write
knows.
in the morning or in the evening. Every
Bobby
single
knows.
day.
There's
What do you write?
It's just very. It may be like
Anything.
I'll take a topic and I'll start writing out. Like I just take an idea basically, and I just want to write just to keep
That's
sharp.
it. Absolutely.
So you have a notebook, handwritten?
Yeah, it's no. Like I'll type. It's like so. It's on the laptop. It's
Yeah.
on Google Drive.
Are you handwriting, Fred?
I do both. So I've got a notebook under my bed that I write in every night before I go to sleep, and then I write on the computer first thing in the morning.
Wow. Should we guess the branch of military?
Go for it.
Do you guys?
I'm not gonna guess.
I don't know what it is.
I know. Yeah, I know.
I don't know what it is
I just
either.
learned.
Well, you're
Uncle
about to
Sam's Canoe Club. That's your guess. That's your hint.
Oh, okay.
Navy.
There you go.
Maybe, huh?
That's it.
You and Lucius.
All right.
Yeah, back when you could still when you could still have tattoos. They didn't. I guess they frown on that nowadays. But you could still do forearm tattoos back when I was in, and
They frown on tattoos. Why?
they do now. Well,
Everybody has to have an
That's
anchor,
how-
right?
That's
You
how
have
my
to get an
grandpa
anchor.
got all his tattoos was in the army.
It's like that Steeler fan.
well,
Dude, that's weird.
What's
okay,
that?
I'm sorry. This is weird. This is a Steeler fan.
Fred, how many tattoos do you have, by the way?
13.
No, you don't.
No, it was 14. They made him remove the barbed wire once it doesn't have that one anymore.
This dude here. Yeah. Wait, what's so crazy to think of 13? Like 13's a fairly meager number in today's day and age. And
I don't think I've noticed him. Corey, put the fan cam on him. Let me see.
He's got him on his arms.
Well, I've got a long sleeve shirt on right now.
Oh, I thought you were going to tank top Thursday. I thought it was a tank top Thursday.
Right now?
Yeah.
Here I am, the only one without sleeves.
Oh, look at that.
I would not have guessed.
Okay, there's two there. What about on the other side? Oh, I see the left forearm. Okay.
Serenity. He's got Serenity now.
Serenity now.
Why you stereotyped his tank top of what it would be? Why?
I thought it'd be a white one.
Why?
That's just the normal color for a tank.
I think
in your world?
I think speaking of politically correct, the black one you would say tank top. We had to get rid of the white one, the white label.
Well, it just looks trashy, right? I mean, let's call it what it is.
Well, I mean, it's called a white beater too.
Well, it was also a GT.
What's that?
GT.
It's like the Italian T.
It's what I told you during the break.
Oh. What were we talking about?
The tattoo. The tattoo.
Sorry,
So,
change the subject.
This Steeler fan, her husband died, and she decided to have his tattoo of the Steelers removed from his body so she could frame it.
Wow.
They basically peeled his skin off, framed the tattoo, and she kisses this thing goodnight. It's got the wrinkles and everything, hair on it, all that stuff.
All right, so Fred, you got to pick the tattoo that you regret the most, or the one that you'd be willing. You got to pick one.
Yeah.
When you drop dead, Fred, we take one tattoo off and put it on the fan wall.
Oh.
Which one should we take?
Easy. Well, I do have the Astros one. I lost. I do have an Astros tattoo.
Spittle hired you?
Hang on a second.
What?
It was a bet.
Hang on a second.
I do have an
Are you
Astros
taping
tattoo.
your wrist for a radio show?
No, see,
He broke his finger.
unlike the morning show, I actually go to the gym.
I'm sorry.
Unlike the morning show, I go to the gym
when you're out of town
and lift heavy weights.
Do you have a gym in every city? No, I do.
LA Fitness, you can go damn near anywhere.
LA Fitness, they have carpet on the floor. That's not a gym.
Wow,
That's not
Fred.
a
We need a
gym.
choppy Fred gym off.
Oh, we absolutely
Yeah.
will.
Easy,
Absolutely.
guys.
Hey, whenever you get back, because hey, I'll be here all week next week too. So we push ups, whatever you want to do, whatever you want to do.
the dumbbells up.
Push-ups.
Hey, whatever you want to do.
Anyway, you're taping your wrist.
No, well, I've got a wrist problem, man. And pause. It's just I like to get myself a stranger every now and again, but no.
All right.
It
Sounds
started.
very
I like
off-hand
it.
to me.
Tendinitis of the wrist.
What's your tattoo?
That I would. It's a genie. That's the one I would. That's the one I would put on the wall. It was a real quick story. It was 1999. We had just graduated search and rescue swimmer school. You do the Navy thing. Let's go get tattoos. This guy was so old, this tattoo artist, that he had a box with that lit up, and he traced it. Okay, I don't even know if that's even a thing anymore.
Like an overhead projector?
No, like a box. Like when I say a box, I mean a box on like a shoe box, and he had a light that he lit up, and he traces this genie, and it was either between that or a Joker. I went with the genie, and boom, here we are, 26 years later.
There it is. The K&C masterpiece taking over. We're back tomorrow morning with the final show from Oxnard right here on The Fan.
course you are. So Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean your name. No, I'm Jen.
Your name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
All right, everybody. So hot out of the gate, the Rangers, one of their targets now gone. The San Diego Padres are acquiring closer Mason Miller and starter J.P. Sears from the A's. And I know that's been like Mason Miller's been a target for Mike Bassick for quite some time. Obviously throwing 104. Everybody would love to have that on their team. So Jeff Passan reporting that the breaking news is the Padres have acquired them. And now the Rangers have other options they have to go seek. We'll get into those in just a minute. I'm Corey Majors alongside Fred Davis. Got Alec Medford in studio. Fred?
Yes, sir.
How are you feeling about working here today?
I'm thrilled, dude.
All right, that's awesome.
I'm jacked,
that's awesome.
Man.
The Padres, it looks like the Padres and Mariners and Angels are very serious about contending.
No, that AL West just got real serious.
Yeah, this the Mason Miller thing, that's a dude that I think was always an unattainable project for the Rangers. It would have cost, we were talking about it was Foscue, Osuna, maybe a couple of other pieces, A.J. Russell, Brock Porter. It would be like the four that you would probably be okay with trading there, and that's still probably not enough.
Yeah, exactly.
Because he's going to get so much back. But again, Bobby was talking about it this morning. Dude makes $700,000. He fit perfectly under what the Rangers were doing a few moments or an hour ago or so. Bob Nightingale said Rangers under financial constraints, hoping to clear a bit of payroll today to bring in help for their bullpen. They're tied with the Mariners for third. And that would be ultimately the goal. And I don't know if it would be John Gray.
Yeah.
Hopefully not Adolis. Like that, I like Adolis enough to keep him around. I love John Gray as a person, but I understand where his salary could be beneficial to the team. And if you're going to move him for another bullpen piece, that would be good for the Rangers.
No, I'm okay with that. I mean, look, you've played masterful baseball. Well, let's put it this way: you've pitched masterfully this year without him for 98.2% of it. And unfortunately, the last time we saw him, he was getting rocked.
Yes,
right. And so, and look, that's not a. We don't want to paint him with a broad brush and say, okay, that's the John Gray that just look. The guy's still coming back, right?
Yeah.
I mean, we saw what Evaldi looked like a couple weeks ago when he came back from his arm, right? So, but to your point. you've learned that, all right, you can survive without him. He's not the most pivotal piece. This isn't the John Gray from 2023. Right. That was a linchpin of that bullpen, right? Or just of that pitching staff. So
had a huge moment in the World Series run.
Absolutely,
Yeah,
right?
sure,
I mean, and you need guys like that, but who's to say that Chris Martin couldn't be that guy this year when he comes back?
Yeah.
Who's to say that Robert Garcia couldn't be that guy who ultimately might have, dare I say, solidified himself as your closer because he's looked the best so far, ever since kind of getting rocked against the Padres, bringing them back up. I'll say this. I almost think, though, you still need a bat. Almost worse than you need.
They definitely
some bullpen help.
Because Jock Peterson's not hitting.
He's done. As far as I'm concerned.
But the problem still is that he's got another year on his contract. That money exists, and you got to find somebody to go, yeah, we'll take that off your plate for you. But you're right. And I wouldn't say, just listening to some other people around the Rangers, I wouldn't say that it's necessarily we got to go find somebody that can do what Jock Peterson did or does.
Well, what does he do?
But or what
he's done nothing
what
for
they
you all year.
expected him to do.
Right.
But it might be a guy who can be a good on base, high on base percentage kind of guy to give them runners on base for some of these other guys they know can clear them.
Is it one of those deals where you're hoping that Jake Berger gets healthy and the guy that you thought you were going to get when you traded for him turns out to be that guy after all?
Yeah, you've kind of felt like he was making his way back into that thing that we
two
expected.
steps forward, two steps back.
Yeah.
And I've said this time and time again, I do think the situation with his daughter right before the season started, I think factored into it just from a mental standpoint. And then he's just been dinged up, and I don't think he's ever really been able to get into a rhythm. I mean, we saw a little snippet of it when he came back from Round Rock, right? About a month or so, whatever it was, and he was swinging a decent bat. But it just seems like since then, he just hasn't been able to find a groove.
A lot of the listeners know what I went through with Lucy when she was born.
Yeah.
And Fred, I don't know if you know this, but Lucy was born with a brain injury, and we were in 14 days at at Children's and the NICU. We went through all these testing up in Cleveland, like the whole process of it all. I understand that the mental drain. You're not there. You're not mentally there. But when he left for a little while, he took about 3 days, went and probably saw his hitting coach.
Yeah.
Took some breaths, and then came back and looked a little fresher.
100%.
And then the injury hurt. So yeah, that is a big hope. But man, if you can add one more to it,
sure
very,
would be nice.
very nice. The A's are receiving shortstop Leolis DeVries. Yep, that's how you say it, I bet. The number 3 overall prospect in baseball, along with 3 pitchers from San Diego for Mason and Sears. So that is somebody asked if they were getting fleeced. I think that's the A's that's right in the A's MO, right? Like prospects, cheap, and prospects. Like that's what they're all about. And if we can get a prospect to turn into something, we'll trade them away. And that's what Mason Miller was.
I mean, how do you not get romantic about baseball?
Exactly. From the 972, Corey and Fred in the morning. Y'all are my 2 favorite people to listen to on the Fan. From the 972 as well. Going to be a good day on KNC. A lot of people sending some love your way, Fred.
Well, except for the 940 guy. Great. Here comes Fred the weirdo. This guy is always talking about sex and weird bleep. So, hey, I got my lovers and my detractors. All right. Hey, stick around. Final hour could get weird.
Well, that's what everybody's been saying. That's been the warning. What? I mean,
I don't understand.
Not to you, not about you, but about you and me together. That's been the warning. Get weird? Is that that it's gonna chaos could happen because I have a tendency to let
go
chaos
off the
happen.
rails.
I like chaos.
Hey, man.
You never know what's going to happen whenever chaos is going on around you.
I'm all for it.
So it's always fun.
Are you one of those guys that calms down when the chaos comes
a little
around?
bit? Yeah, I feel like I'm the eye in the tornado.
So you're like
in
a
the storm.
first responder. Okay, I remember having Sheriff Mitch Woods from Jefferson County tell me, this is what makes first responders different than everybody else. When crisis happens, most people run away from it. First responders run to it.
That is different though, because there was one time when my son, there were a bunch of bees on the ground, and I ran and left my 3-year-old son back, and I thought he would just run with me. I was like, bees, and I took off.
Didn't think to grab the little guy.
And when I turned around, he was holding one, and it stung his hand, and then I had to carry him. But I learned that day that he just didn't go with me in that moment. So, but guess what? I first responded back to him. So that's what was important at that moment.
It was really a drill. You were wanting to see, you were testing his fight or flight.
Yeah.
Okay, I get it.
And I learned in that moment. So we'll keep an eye on everything that's going on with the Rangers throughout the day. We will keep an eye on the trade deadline as it runs all the way up until the G-Bag Nation. So good luck to the Rangers on trying to pull something off. And I know that Alec
Phil
Medford,
Maton, here we come.
Alec Medford, who is now wearing the Ray-Ban. He's recording everything we say.
Oh, is that what's going on there?
Yeah, it's gotten federal, guys. Commercial breaks, you might want to tone it down a little bit.
Yeah.
Seriously.
By the way, you mentioned this off air.
Yeah.
The report now is also from Bob Nightingale. Padres can now move Dylan Cease.
Oh, okay.
After getting J.P. Sears in this trade. And Cease isn't playing great.
Jim Bowden said that the Astros are the favorite to get Dylan Cease.
That is on the docket for them. So we'll keep an eye on
He'll end up
everything
on
that's
the
going
IL.
on around here for the Rangers, because Rangers still on the road. Chris Young out in Arlington on the phones, working those right now. That is the hope and the desire for everybody. Now, last night, it's nice to get a win for the Rangers.
Needed one last night.
Even when Nathan Eovaldi wasn't at his best. Like he was, if you watched last night, there were pitches that were hitting the dirt that don't typically.
Yeah.
Pitches that were getting hit. Now, the Angels have figured something out about Mike Maddox's his sequencing, I'm guessing, but they know how to hit the Rangers. And last night, after 3 runs, I was like, dadgum, is this going to be another one of those flat nights from this team?
But here's the thing, though. But as far as Evo goes, I wonder how much of Victory Plus, which, by the way, real quick, do you guys have the same problem with it on your TV versus your phone?
What do you mean?
As far as the app goes?
So I have Fubo, which it has the Rangers package with it. So I just watch it all on Fubo. It's stream. I love it. It's paid quarterly, so that's nice too. Except for every quarter I get surprised. When I pay. I'm like, oh crap, what happened? But no, I don't have whatever.
No, so Victory Plus, they'd been on a good run there, and last night it just kept buffering on my television. So anyway, I had to watch it on my phone. Unfortunately, TV, phone, whatever. That said, I'm wondering if with Evo, that 8th inning, the fact that, he'd already thrown, 80, 90 pitches, and Bassick and
I was surprised he
Dave
actually
Raymond
got that far after the 3 runs he gave up.
Well, and the thing is, though, the fact they brought him back out for the 8th.
Yeah.
That, considering that, they had the long 2-out rally in the top of the 8th, I was surprised they brought him back out. I don't make much of those final 2 runs. I think that was as much about as, look, you got out of a rhythm. You've already thrown 90 pitches. Your arm was already a little taxed. So that doesn't surprise me as much, considering the first 7 innings he was dealing.
Yeah.
Those first 7 innings.
Well, so that's where I was. Like 4th inning, he gave up some hits. He had the bases loaded situation that he got out of with Trout. That was awesome.
Well,
that was one of those moments where I was like, so a while back, my wife, we're sitting there and she goes, Mike Trout, I've heard that name before. Is he good? And right as she said that, he hit a home run, and I was like, son of a...
Well, thanks.
This is not... And so last night, I looked over and I went, bases loaded, and Mike Trout's up. And she goes, is that bad? And I was like, ugh.
Here we go.
So that when he got out of that situation, I was like, okay, but that's why I say, only 2 strikeouts on the night. He just wasn't as typical as I'm used to seeing, but he did make it. I was surprised that he made it deeper into that game.
You know as well as anybody, Corey.
He's a bulldog.
When you've got, and whether I don't care if it's baseball, basketball, football, there's always that one team, especially a divisional rival, that just plays you a little bit different.
Yeah,
and for whatever reason,
was my favorite baseball player of all time when he was at the Angels. He destroyed us,
and that's what I'm saying. Like, it's just one of those situations where going in when it comes to Angels and throw the records out, Corey.
That's right.
When the Angels and the Rangers get together.
This is from Texas Rangers PR this morning. Nathan Eovaldi recorded career win number 100 last night, finishing July with a 5-0 record.
Nice.
A .59 ERA.
Ballin'.
A .9. I'm sorry. Did I say .59?
You said .59.
.95 WHIP. A .198 opponent batting average. That's insane.
No, that's
under 200 batting average. 8 walks to 30 strikeouts over 5 starts for the month. The dude was insane during this month. There have been just 2 other months in franchise history in which a starting pitcher posted 5+ wins with a sub-1 ERA. Both were Kenny Rogers. One in 95, one in 2005.
Okay.
Pretty insane that he did it 10 years apart. But that's Kenny Rogers right there. No MLB pitcher has accomplished this feat since May of last year. So that's pretty special stuff. We got a special dude. Plus, we got DeGrom, too, which is why I think everybody out there is so adamant about we need to add to this team.
You'd like to. But again, like you said, you're up against it with what you have at your disposal. Not necessarily it's not like you've got just a boatload of prospects to sift through, but, financially, if you're not going to entertain going into the luxury tax, which, again, it's easy for me to say go ahead and do it because it's not my money, but I guess the question I have is, okay, because you get into another tax bracket and then you lose some draft picks, correct? All right. Look, you got 50 draft picks in baseball.
And $1 million in your international pool, and they do not want to lose that $1 million in their international pool.
But I would argue this. If it was a game changer, and Choppy and them talked about this morning, is there anybody now that Mason Miller's gone, is there anybody that even fits that description as far as who would be a game changer that you could go out and get that's on the market, or maybe a deal that we haven't seen yet, would be the real question.
There's one pitcher from the Giants, and if the Giants are practically
they're 6 games out of they're 6 games out of the wild card, and Buster Posey's shown he's willing to deal.
Yeah, it's Camilo Doval. He's 27. He'll make I think what's left is about $1 million this year, so he fits right in with what the Rangers could do. He's got arbitration for the next 2 years, throws 97, 99, 101. Saw him a couple of years. This has been my dream. A couple of years ago in the World Baseball Classic,
okay,
I saw him pitching. I think it was for the Dominican Republic. I was like, "That's the dude."
Yeah,
like that. Watching the gas that he had now, he's had a little bit of a down year.
Right.
But he does have career 39 saves in one season. He knows how to save. That's a dude that I would throw right.
Well,
there.
and you got the best pitching coach in baseball.
Absolutely, you do.
You throw Mike Maddox in there, let him work his magic. Cancel Christmas.
Keep it low, and then every once in a while throw it at their face just to get them off of the plate. All right, coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, live from Oxnard, our Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Next on The Fan.
they only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Many of you have asked about it, and it is back. Your favorite contest, Fan Phenom, your chance to win an audition. You're going to win that, and then you join the fan team. And we're teaming up with Jake's Burgers. DFW Staple in our community will host 4 tryouts. The first one, Thursday, August 7th. We are going to be there, by the way. We're going to be setting the table for that one. Jake's 7910 State Highway 78 in Saxe. Actually, we won't be there for that one. There'll be a different one. So that one's coming up on August 7th. Your first chance to win Fan Phenom. And right now, brought to you by Ford. Ford, your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. He's on our hot seat, Wild Forks Ford Foods, wildforkfoods.com. Elite game day grilling favorites. It is Mickey Spagnola. Mickey, what's going on, man?
How are you guys today?
Well, I got Fred with me today because Kevin is now taking his trip to Germany. So he will be gone until 2 weeks, like 2 weeks from now. So
during training camp, he goes to Germany.
I know. He's on a mission.
Okay,
and it is it's a mission to teach German children how to play baseball and about Jesus. So
well, I take it back then.
Yeah, that's his goal over the next couple of weeks. We wish the best of luck to him. So I do have Fred with me. And Mickey, I really appreciate the video that you did yesterday for Best Buy Windows and Siding, talking about how you're going to work on your guns for Tank Top Tuesday. Because I missed Tank Top Tuesday, I rolled out Tank Top Thursday, and Fred has joined me. But, Mickey, you've been a very big advocate of Tank Top Tuesday, and I really appreciate it.
We'll see how long I could remember it, okay?
There we go. And, again, this is a summertime thing. You don't have to do it during football season, all right?
Okay,
so
good.
We'll let you off the hook during.
They probably don't want me showing up at the Star with a tank top on.
Doing the Cowboys hour, showing off some guns. So yesterday's practice was a little different. Competitive, but maybe a little too chippy, huh?
Oh, yeah, I guess, depending on what's officially said and what's felt behind the scene, right? Look, they wear a sweatshirt, they wear T-shirts, and it says compete every day.
Yep.
And I think if you're going to up the level of the competition, at some point, boys will be boys, right? And so, yeah, you don't want the fighting, the shoving, because if it's a game and you throw a punch, you get thrown out. So that's one thing I think Schottenheimer's trying to impress on these guys.
Gotcha.
But there was part of me at the end when that happened. To me, look, practice was just about over. Okay, they were at 1:15. They had practice an hour and a half. They were in shells, and I think it gave Schottenheimer a good excuse to do two things. I think in the back of his mind, and he probably wouldn't admit it, that he wanted them to run some because they really hadn't done any conditioning like that.
He talked about conditioning the whole week we were out there, Mickey. That whole week it seemed like he was talking about being in better shape and being in better condition.
Right, but they never ran sprints that I saw. A lot of the conditioning was part of the practice. And then it gave him an opportunity to chew him out about the fighting. But I've seen this before where coaches just go off on the team and in the back of their mind going, yes, this is what I need. I need physicality, right? Now, you don't want punches thrown. So, I know it was made a big deal. But, hey, it's old school, right?
Yeah.
Didn't you run sprints in high school after practice?
It might take those guys back to a little bit of when they fell in love with the game. You know, reminding them
except for that part.
Yeah, except for that part, and I never want to do that. How was practice leading up to it though? Like they ran about I saw charts 46 plays, but I heard it was a pretty crisp practice going. Like with what they were trying to accomplish,
and both sides I thought had their moments. I thought the offense. When you see on back-to-back plays, Dak Prescott throwing back shoulder fades from, I don't know, maybe the 5-yard line. The first one to CeeDee Lamb over Deron Bland. The second one to Pickens over Marquise Bell. To see those hookups like that so close to the goal line, that'll give, if they can continue that, that'll give some defenses pause about how they play the Cowboys close to the goal line, and it might, if they see things like that, enhance their ability to run the ball into the end zone, which was something the Cowboys did struggle with the last couple years. So that was good to see. And it was Dak hooking up with Ferguson for another one, and even Joe Milton got in the act with John Stevens, who, by the way, tore ACLs in the last 2 training camps. So it's been a while since he's played some real football. And that was good to see after, I think, one of the first or second practices in pads. He had a couple drops, right? And then you start, when that happens, you just kind of remind yourself, I haven't played a lot of football. I thought the team ran the ball well. And again, they're thumping up, not as much when you're in shells. And Jaden Blue, I thought, had a really good day.
Mickey, Fred here. Pleasure to finally get a chance to talk with you.
Appreciate it.
Hey, absolutely. CeeDee was on this morning with the morning show, Shan RJ and Bobby, and one of the things he mentioned, which I thought was kind of a subtle indictment on the previous regime, was that there's more discipline in this year's group, or at least so far in this year's training camp from the coaching staff, and that he really likes that because, look, if you look at this roster, it's never been about talent, but it's been about discipline in key moments. Are you sensing, or is it a easily identifiable difference in the amount of discipline that's being dished out this year, or just in how things are carried out this year versus previous years?
Yeah, I heard him say that here. When he was on the podium, and he did mention something like that. Well, what does discipline mean? Does discipline mean guys, accurately carrying out their assignments? Yeah. Is that discipline? I'm not sure. You can talk about discipline, but discipline doesn't have anything to do with losing your quarterback halfway through the season, right?
Right.
And let's remember, until last year, this team went 12-5, 12-5, 12-5. I think that gets lost in the shuffle because they didn't advance further in the playoffs.
Well, do you think maybe that's what he's talking about then? That it does take that little bit, and he kind of mentioned that a little bit, and I think RJ and them talked about the penalties and what have you. Is maybe that the part that he's getting to where it's those little, it's having the discipline not to make those little mistakes that separate going to a championship versus getting knocked out in the first round?
Yeah. When you give up 40-some points in a playoff game, I don't know if that's, I understand. I'm not, he could be right. He knows what's going on. But again, I think we get carried away sometimes because of 7-10 last year, right? And there were reasons for that. I don't know that it was disciplines or penalties. We'll see how that plays out. Because remember, this is practice, right?
Not a game.
And they're trying things. And the reason you're here in camp to practice is to kind of get yourself and perfect things when you actually play in a game. So, there's some young guys out there that are in situations that they hadn't been in a situation before. With Nate Thomas, this guy didn't play any football last year. He spent the entire season on injured reserve. So now he's suddenly finds himself working with the first team at left tackle. And it's like, okay, big boy, now you got to get out there and practice and, try to improve every day. The reason he's there is because they project his talent, I think, a little higher than being a 7th-round draft choice that basically they didn't get a chance to see last year. So and he needs the reps just as much as Tyler Guyton needed the reps, and that's the worst part of his injury. Now, 4 to 6, okay, fine. There's 4 weeks in August, and we'll see where he's at when they got to make the cut to 53 if they have to put him on injured reserve or not. but he needed reps, and Thomas needs reps too.
What have you noticed different about Eberflus's defense from last year's defense with them?
I think one of the things that he's almost getting back to what Quinn was trying to do, more attacking, especially with the front, especially with the defensive tackles. They seem to be more on the move than kind of trying to hold down the fort at the line of scrimmage and then let other people come in and clean it up. I think that's one thing I've seen that was different. Now, you got to have the talent to do it also.
For sure, yeah.
And so, a lot of maybe what's going on right now is a lot of experiment, see if what I want to do fits what I got that who's trying to do it. So I think that, I thought Eberflus was like, what were the keys to stopping the run? And he said no house guests on defense.
Yes.
Meaning we got to have cornerbacks tackling. It takes everybody to be able to play the run. And if you look at what's happened in the last two losing seasons the Cowboys have had, 2020 and 2024, they were ranked against the run in 2020 31st and ranked against the run last year 29th.
Gross.
Now, I don't know if that's a coincidence or it had something to do with a losing record combined with, in both of those seasons, by the way, losing your starting quarterback.
Do you have the cornerbacks that do that? Do you have them right now? I mean,
I don't know if I got them on the field.
Yeah.
I mean, you're still missing.
Elam plays pretty tough.
Well, and we'll see, right? He got bypassed in Buffalo. He didn't have a bad rookie year. Then he got hurt. And then they drafted another corner, if I remember correctly, and somebody, third, fourth, fifth round pick, stepped up in his absence, and he really never engaged after that. So the guy's got speed, and he showed that, he can engage covering. Now, I think the key thing will be what happens when they get in some of these preseason games, how he performs. And they need him to be a top 3-4 cornerback. They don't have Savon Revel out there either. Deron Bland just got back after he missed several days. And, they've got to find somebody. Diggs is not there, and it doesn't look like, it's that close. Not only does he have to continue rehabbing from his surgery, now he's got to get in condition to play, too. And so that's another factor that'll determine when he gets back into practice. And then somebody's got to win, that slot job on the nickel to take the place of Jordan Lewis. So there's a lot to sort through before they play that first game against Philadelphia.
Mickey, on the other side of the ball, talking about the wide receivers, look, we already know who 1 and 1A or 1A, 1B are going to be. We've heard Mingo's name thrown out there is looking really good so far. We've heard Turpin have his moments. Last year's 2/3, Jalen Tolbert. I haven't heard anything really overwhelming about, number one. Where's he at in the pecking order right now? And, could he be a guy that, could be a camp casualty when it's all said and done?
No, he's not going to be a casualty. I'll guarantee you that.
Okay.
I mean, we're talking the guy that led him in touchdown receptions last year, by the way. I think that gets lost, too.
He does.
And that was his kind of breakout year. He's had a couple drops. You don't want to see that. I think what's going to happen with that third the third guy, it's going to be a rotation on what are you trying to accomplish on this play.
Okay.
And so there's been a pretty good rotation in there with Turpin, with Tolbert. Mingo's got some, although he's basically been on the outside when the second team receivers get in there, if you want to call them second team. So what are you trying to do? Because, see, the X factor and all that is CeeDee Lamb can play in the slot. So if he's going in the slot, what's my best bet on the other outside guy across from Pickens? Is it Mingo or is it Tolbert? They've been using Turpin quite a bit in the slot, and they lined up, I think it was yesterday, 3 guys wide to one side. I think it was to the left side. It was CeeDee Lamb, Turpin, and Pickens. Now, which one are you going to double? Because you can't double all 3, and both of them could run by you, right? And I've noticed that a lot of the passes going to Turpin are not, what we're used to seeing, little swing passes or a screen pass or using them in a jet sweep. They're throwing the ball down the field to him. Now, I'm not talking deep, but I'm talking, 10-yard, 15-yard passes where if they're doubling, the other guys and he's getting zoned, as long as he knows where to go, he's going to beat the defense to the spot with his speed. Let's not forget that this guy can scoot. So I think they got a variety of things to handle or utilize when they're going 3 wide.
Great stuff, Mickey. We will get up. We'll talk with you again tomorrow, man.
I'll be here. See you guys.
There he goes on the hot seat, Wild Forks Foods, wildforkfoods.com, Elite Game Day Grilling favorites. Coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, it is trade deadline day. Here's some prospects the Rangers could move. Next on The Fan.
Coming up.
forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, you're freaking me out a little bit. Let's do it.
And it is time for Baseball Nuggets, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. There's a whole lot happening on trade deadline right now. And one of the significant things that's standing out right now is the trade. A.J. Preller, very well known for pulling off trades at the deadline.
Boy, he ain't worried about trading off the number 3 overall prospect in baseball.
So let's add to that.
I love it.
By the way, because I just saw...
Oh, he gave up a lot of good prospects.
He gave up their number 1, their number 3, their number 13, and number 17 ranked prospects.
Mm-hmm.
Plus Like, that's what they gave up there. They got Mason Miller and J.P. Sears in the trade. The Tigers and Yankees are among teams that are still engaged with the Pirates on their available relievers, and the Rangers are still in this. I guess one of the questions regarding what A.J. Preller just gave up.
Yeah.
If you go back and look at the history with John Daniels and A.J. Preller and Thad Levine, prospects are currency. You never know how they're going to turn out.
You don't.
So he's like, I want to win now. And he was always in win now mode, and it looks like he's continued to go with that. And they have a team that's built for it right now. But that's where if it's this expensive, Tolo's out there, are you willing to pay the price that it might take to get somebody that could help your team? And that's where a lot of Rangers fans are probably looking, going, I'm still torn. I think this team can do something. I want them to do something. Just do something is probably what a lot of Rangers fans are feeling right now.
I don't disagree with you. I think, look, when you look at what you got back with Mason Miller, like you said, he's making $700,000 a year, and obviously that'll tick up over the next 3 years, but he's under control for the next 4 years, and he might be the best closer in baseball that you don't know about. I mean, obviously, baseball fans, your baseball fans do, but he plays with the A's, who don't even have a real city. I mean, seriously, think about it. When you hear announcers say the Athletics, like I heard Eric Nadel or Matt Hicks the other day say the Sacramento Athletics, which I think was the first time I'd heard anybody reference these Sacramento Athletics all year.
Yeah.
Which tells you all you need to know about what a cluster what
it is.
The Athletics
and everybody hates playing for them right now.
You know what I'm saying? And so, I mean, Mason Miller could shoot into the stratosphere from a popularity standpoint in San Diego. Especially you consider it's going to be them and the Dodgers going head to head over the next two months.
True.
Right? I mean, Rob Manfred is licking his chops right now.
Absolutely.
When you take one of the bright young players, and we love closers in sports, right?
Yes, we do.
That's the one thing. We love guys who can close games out. We love guys that can hit home runs. We love guys that strike people out. And oh, by the way, Mason Miller throws really, really fast.
Yeah. And a lot of people I heard a lot of people saying they wanted to stretch him into a starter. Let's let him be a closer like he is.
Just let him do
that. Jeff Wilson points out this would be the equivalent of the Rangers trading Sebastian Walcott and more. So that's where just kind of understand if you have a deal like the A's and Padres just pulled off together, that's what it would kind of cost. Now, there was a piece on the morning news Evan Grant put together, and he has 5 prospects the Rangers could trade away. Now, so some of these names you may know, some you may not. Cole Drake is the first one on the list. Cole Drake, 25 years old. He's left-handed from Wiley, and he's the closest thing the Rangers have to offer in terms of major league ready.
Yeah.
Right now, 2.62 ERA over 17 starts at AA over the last 2 seasons. He was just promoted to AAA Round Rock earlier this month, averaged 11 strikeouts per 9. I love that. I love it. And this is a kid that I've been watching for 2 years now going, I can't wait to see this guy come up. But I also knew that he could be a casualty because he is one of their better ones. He's not a top 100 prospect, but he is something that teams are looking at going, no, he's a really good mid-level type starter. He has the strikeouts over 9.
He's a lefty.
The big thing about him, too, was early on when he was younger, he was a little heavier.
Yeah.
And they said, hey, you need to lose some weight. He goes and loses the weight, puts in the work to do it, and then his velo goes up. And so they're like, see, this is exactly what we're talking about. So Cole Drake, one of my projects for some time now, is one of them. Mike Bassick recently gave me credit for finding Kamar Rocker, so I'm just going to start finding all the pictures.
You really went on a limb with the Kamar Rocker.
Well,
one,
nobody known him at the time. That is the fact. At the time, he was not a known commodity yet. And,
what? In what way?
When he was at Vanderbilt still. That first season.
You talking about before he went number 3 to the Mets?
Yes.
Okay.
Before then too. Yeah. Before that, he was. I actually even before that season, the season before that was the one.
Okay, so
you
were scouting him at Vandy.
We were watching him, and I was like, then out of nowhere, I went, who the hell's this Jack Leiter kid?
Yeah,
and then so we learned about that.
Okay,
another one, left-handed pitcher Mitch Bratt is an option as well. He's the second best left-hander in the Rangers farm system. He's got a 4-to-1 career strikeout to walk ratio. 22 years old, younger than Drake, so might have a little more upside. And that's something you can sell. His velocity on his fastball hasn't jumped a ton, but he's still one of those kind of names. He's been very good in the minor leagues so far.
Real quick, last thing about Cole Drake, though. The fact that he's 25 years old and he's still in AAA, does that bother you at all?
No, because I know I understand how the process goes.
Yeah.
And the Rangers also stack people in front of them with DeGrom and Eovaldi and all these veterans.
Yeah.
Which Bochy likes playing veterans. That's a fact. He probably honestly didn't want Kumar Rocker to start this year.
Yeah.
He was probably saying, let's get him some more experience in the minor leagues.
Which would have made sense, right?
And especially when you watch Kumar Rocker couldn't hold runners on to start the season, and he needed some more experience. But he said, all right, front office, if that's what y'all want, we'll work with him, and they did. But no, with Cole Drake, I've just kind of watched what he's done over the years, and he's gotten more consistent, more steady, and I think he's a steady arm to go out there.
Okay.
Caden Scarborough, a lean, lanky right-hander from Central Florida, only about 10 1/3 professional innings going into 25. He had some injuries.
He's another big dude, though. 6'5", 185.
Yeah, you can rock with that.
You know, you absolutely can.
That's something you can
Put
sell,
another 10,
too.
20 pounds on this kid.
You add something like that in one of those, hey, let's add another prospect to the conversation, and you feel they see those types of numbers, and that's the first. They're going, yeah, we can work with something like that. Struck out 83 in 64 innings in Class A. So that's a good number.
No, it absolutely is.
I learned so much from Mike while he was here.
Mike, real quick, not to make this a Mike Glazing segment, but I said this to CA when I started listening to him on Victory Plus. Hands down, one of the best, if not the best, baseball color commentator I've heard.
He tells you what's going on in the game, and then tells you why it's going on, and he does such a good job.
That's the part right there.
Yeah.
The why. Any Tom, Dick, or Hank can tell you what's happening. I get all that, and you can tell me some story that pertains to your career and juxtaposed to what's happening. But the explanation of why a pitcher is making the pitch he's making, and why they're what's going on behind the scenes. Very few, and very few in any sport give you that behind-the-scenes look. And that's one thing about Bassick I appreciate.
I'm always surprised that it feels like some of these play-by-play guys are having to pull things out of these guys, and Mike's just like, I'm an open book ready to give. Now, obviously, he has opinions too, and
which I love.
And that can be chaos sometimes, but Mike does a very good job at it. But one of the things that he was always adamant about is, if you're not dominating in the minor leagues, you're not ready to be a pro. He was like, you really need to dominate.
Got to.
Instead of just being a guy that you're like, that's barely good enough to be good in high school. What's this guy doing? Why is he a professional player right now?
Seriously.
And the Rangers did that for a while. Another couple names real quick. Alejandro Osuna, who we've seen, we know, we love. He could be an option, as well as Yeremy Cabrera.
I didn't realize that was his brother that played with the Astros. Roberto.
Oh, really? Really? That's him? I didn't either. You just told me that.
There you go.
So now I know. Is that...
Yeah,
okay.
that guy.
The bad guy.
That guy. I tell you what, he's a hell of a closer.
And you know what? Well, he gets a lot of advice from his brother. He talks to him all the time.
Tells him what to do and what not to do.
And that's probably a good thing.
Probably a good idea. I don't know about dating advice, but I don't know about that.
All right, coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, NFL overreaction or reality, the remaining free agent edition. Next on The Fan.
Shan and RJ, the KNC Masterpiece, G-Magnet. Broadcasting Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, Corey Majors alongside Fred Davis, Alec Medford in the Pimp Cup. Can we also call it the Pimp Cup, Alec? Is that something we can do?
I think we can. It seems to be universal.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just wanted to make sure that wasn't a G-Bag specific thing, that was something that was a station team kind of event.
I've definitely ripped it on the weekends when I've hosted or holidays or whatnot. So if it is against the rules, then I guess I'm screwed.
I was very excited yesterday when I got a message from Lucius, and it said, "When did this happen, bro?" And somebody had messaged him and said Corey's Steven impression was radio gold. And I was like, oh yeah, I think that was the first segment. And then I heard it on G-Bag last night, and I was like, oh, sweet. I appreciate that. That made me feel pretty good. I wasn't trying to do a voice impression as much as an ideal impression about him.
If you didn't know any better, and if somebody would have said, "Hey, this is Stephen Jones explaining gas," that made sense to me.
Yeah,
I really did.
I don't want to tell you too many details because that wouldn't be fair to the gasoline industry. Now, one of the things that I'm hearing a little more yesterday from G-Bag is there are like a bunch of different theories on the Micah situation right now. And again, we will keep you abreast to all the stuff going on in the baseball world. As soon as something happens for the Rangers, it'll come down the pike and we'll have it up for you. But we have other places we can navigate to throughout the show as Fred Davis joins us. Kevin is out. He is somewhere in the world right now. He's not in Germany quite yet. I do know that. So he's going to be leaving today. So that is the plan for him. Good luck to him.
Nice.
But the Cubs are among teams trying to get Mackenzie Gore with 2+ years to go. No urgency to trade him. Nothing close yet. But they're keeping an ear out for something like that. Now, the Micah thing, maybe they have had a couple of situations where they thought the deal was done already. Steven and them thought it was done already. That's what Broadus keeps kind of putting out there.
Yeah, he tweeted something out similar to that this morning.
And something also with years. The Cowboys with that 5th year, they always want that, and the player does not. Mm-hmm. And it sounds like that's where there's a little bit of an impasse. And also, Sean this morning said that there's a little whisper that there was the Muggaletta said, we want to be last. We want to wait until all the leaves fall, if you will, as Jerry said last year.
Well, he's busy pumping Adam Schefter full of Christian Wilkins stories.
Yeah.
So right now, Mike is kind of low on the totem pole of things that need to get done.
But we want to see where everybody else's number is, so then we can say that's the number we want for this year, and we'll
Who are you
figure
waiting
out
on? Trey Hendrickson?
Well, so that's Trey Hendrickson might be the one that they are waiting on. Now, will he get 40? If that's a 41, is that a number that might work for him? That's the question that they got to figure out. And the Browns or the Bengals they're cheap. They're just so cheap. So we have no clue how that's going to land. But Hendrickson, I don't know if I believe it wasn't fair to my teammates after he's already missed part of it. But that's what he's saying now.
Probably because the fines added up.
Yeah, that's what it really is.
I mean, I think that's what it came down to, because he's losing probably $100,000 a day. I don't care who you are. That adds up.
Choppy said something this morning that I forgot to discuss with them whenever we did cross-talk. Maybe we can talk about it a little tomorrow. But he said, and that's right there, proof that the players' NFLPA is weak. The players are weak. I feel like it's kind of weird when you're Trey Hendrickson and you're the one dude holding out. Like, you're really holding out, and you're sitting there saying, you feel like you're on an island. You feel like you don't have that support whenever you're that one guy. Unless the NFLPA is calling you every day and saying, no, we got your back, we're fighting for you, we're going to step out there for you. It feels like it's you and your agent. And a lot of times these guys become merchants of their own instead of being what baseball is, a united front against the ownership.
No, baseball is a lot. I mean, let's call it what it is. Baseball has the best union in all of sports. You could have argued for a minute that maybe the NBA union was strong, but then, when they incorporated the second apron, we've seen how that's kind of had a trickle-down effect as far as that goes. But no, you're absolutely right. And the thing about Trey Hendrickson, and I think back to when Chris Jones was holding out in Kansas City. I mean, to the point where he missed the first game, and of course he had those two Guido-looking agents sitting next to him in the box.
They
right?
looked so uncomfortable. It was the largest
ridiculous, man, right? And these two jamokes looked like they ran a fantasy football league in their spare time. But and he got the fines worked out. And so but at the same time, too, Lo, you hear like some fines you can waive, some you can't.
Yeah.
And so you wonder, to your point and to Choppy's point about the union, is that something where it's in the language, it's with the ownership? Because the Bengals don't strike me as a team that are willing to relent on fines. Whereas Clark Hunt was like, okay, look, we went back and forth, boom, Brett Veach, whatever, got the deal done. Chris Jones comes back, everything's hunky-dory.
Let's win championships.
Let's go win
happy.
championships.
Yeah.
And of course, then you've also got other star guys around. You had won a Super Bowl, so you got that in your back pocket where, I mean, you and I are the same age, and me and Blake joke about this, him being 25, is that, when we talk about the Clippers. I said, look, for guys our age,
Clippers are dump.
I don't care. Lob City was just a blip on the radar.
That's true.
I grew up with the Michael Olowokande Clippers.
Yes.
Okay, that's what I will until they win a championship. All right, they will forever be the Michael Olowokande Clippers to me. Okay,
you know
what I'm saying?
Whoever just floated through there.
Danny Manning first year. Then, oh, by the way, let's blow my knee out that season. So, but the Bengals are still. I don't care how good the Bengals are. 3 years removed from a Super Bowl, you're still the Bengals.
Yeah, still same ownership too.
Right, you're still the Bungles as far as I'm concerned. Right, until proven otherwise. Right, so there's just sometimes when you've got that reputation of being a poorly run, cheap organization. And that's kind of what you're up against right now with the Bengals.
Yeah, I like to call them the mighty Bengals of Cincinnati, sarcastically. But then they had the 1 year where they were good.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that happened there. This is we're going to do some NFL overreaction or reality.
Let's overreact.
Free agent remaining edition.
Okay.
Amari Cooper, this is from NFL.com. They suggest some of these guys where their perfect landing spots could be.
Yeah.
Amari Cooper to the Los Angeles Chargers.
Oh, 100%. I mean, who are you throwing to down there? Quentin Johnson. I mean, dude, bad. Michael, what's our boy? Michael.
You got Lad McConkey. That's a good one right there.
Who? Oh,
Mike Williams?
Mike Williams. Hello. Mike
he decided
Williams
to retire.
Shows up one day, says, you know what? I'm good. I got $83 million in the bank. I'm gonna call it a day. I mean, who you don't? Quentin Johnson still can't catch.
Oh man, have you seen the videos?
Oh, absolutely. It's year 3. Okay, like we're past the point of you getting any better. All right, so it's Lad McConkey and the Pips over with the Chargers.
The 817 Fred, you got to be careful with Corey, bro. When you say let's call it what it is, he will literally call it what it is. Yeah. So just
you'll read whatever's on the prompter.
And by the way, some people saying, don't lie, Kevin went back to rehab.
Yeah.
Back in rehab, prayers and thoughts. He went to rehab again. Alec, can you confirm, yes or no,
this dude in his glasses,
that he's got his glasses.
Looks like Colin Firth
he's
back there.
This is going to send it to Kevin.
That's right.
Is Kevin in rehab or is he helping children?
I feel like two things can be true at once. What if it's a little bit of a double mission?
Oh, man.
He's got 2 goals. He's trying to help himself and help others.
That's part of his community service.
Exactly, yeah. They said,
helping children.
Hey, sometimes the best method of healing is distraction. Yeah. So he's going to go out there and help other people, and the happiness and the joy he's going to spread is going to help his sobriety.
The 469 blink if Kevin is in rehab. I have to blink at some point, so it's just going to happen, and I appreciate that. Gabe Davis to the New York Giants. Now,
I didn't realize he was still a free agent.
These are suggestions. I'm not reporting anything. These are just suggestions. Gabe Davis was a dude that there were some people that were really high on him.
Yeah.
They were like, Buffalo, oh man, this is his time to shine. And he was fast, but he just didn't turn out. Now, they have Slayton, Malik Neighbors. They're looking pretty good up there as long as they can get their quarterback can get them the ball.
Yeah.
But would Gabe Davis to the Giants do anything for you?
I mean, look, he was a disaster in Jacksonville, right? I mean, that was the team that you thought. I mean, look, the fact that Jacksonville punted on him as quickly as they did kind of gives you an idea. Now, I don't know. Did he sign a 1-year deal in Jax? Was that part of the deal? I thought he signed a multi-year deal. Either way.
Too.
I mean,
but then they said Brian Thomas Jr.'s are stud, and they felt you like having a multiple, but he just did not work there in Jacksonville at all.
Which that's not a total indictment on your career. I mean, look, they got rid of Christian Kirk too, so there is that.
They shouldn't have signed Christian Kirk to that deal in the first place. He wasn't deserving of that contract, although people were higher on him.
Pay you.
Yeah, you're damn right about that. And they'll try and squeeze everything out of you.
Absolutely.
So
hey, if you want to, and that's one of those situations where it's like, look, is my career going to get any better if I go to Jacksonville? Probably not. But will I make generational money for my family? To hell with it.
The 817, Kevin's in the same rehab I'm in right now. No, he's not.
Wow.
No,
Wow.
he is not. Don't lie, fan text. No, nobody. Well,
Taking it
hopefully,
too far.
hopefully nobody's dying.
Oh.
Jason Kidd, we were from Keenan Allen to the Pittsburgh Steelers. How would you feel about seeing him alongside DK Metcalf, Jonnu Smith, and Pat Freiermuth?
I wouldn't hate that move. You know, the one thing about him is he is a possession-type receiver, especially at this stage of his career. And I think with Aaron Rodgers at this stage of his career, like he needs an underneath guy, right? And he's shown that, you know, he likes those kind of Randall Cobb, you know, sit in a position. I mean, especially as Randall Cobb got older in his career, where, you know, find the soft spot in the zone, boom, sit down, done. And again, he's a guy that he's plug and play, and he's a pro.
Yeah.
Right? Like,
Yep.
you know what you're going to get. And, I mean, look, that offense is going to light the world on fire, but he can move the chains.
Yeah, I think you got a really good point about Aaron Rodgers respects the pro, too.
100%.
The guy, and especially a guy that he can move around on the line and then create that little space.
Ain't
for
nothing
him.
Keenan Allen hadn't seen.
DK Metcalf can go beat somebody. Keenan Allen, you give him the space. That's really good. Yesterday, I believe I saw a play from Pittsburgh that they lined up, no back in the backfield, Aaron Rodgers and 4 tight ends.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh my gosh. And I was like, that's Arthur Smith just sitting there going, let's F around and see what we can create. And Aaron Rodgers hates throwing to tight ends anyway, so that wouldn't work. He's always hated that. Every year you would draft an Aaron Rodgers tight end and you'd be like, this is the year in fantasy that this tight end is going to do it. And then he'd have like 17 catches. You'd be like,
you know,
dadgummit.
who was that? Dadgummit. Who was that big dude he threw to for a little while? I don't know. It'll come to me. I don't remember. I can see
Finley. Was it Jermichael Finley?
Jermichael Finley.
You had Mercedes Lewis.
That's who I'm thinking of.
Jared
Mercedes
Cook
Lewis.
got us a couple times.
I mean, the thing about here's the other thing too, though, about Aaron Rodgers. I don't think he's averse to throwing to the tight ends. I just don't think he's ever had. I think Jermichael Finley was supposed to be that guy. He's always had the big lumbering tight end. He's never had a Jake Ferguson type.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
That's what you're saying.
That's the thing about Aaron Rodgers I've always felt like is that he's never had that dude. We thought Jermichael Finley might be that guy. He really never panned out to be in that guy that could give you 40, 50, 60 receptions and be a guy that would break a couple tackles and take it to the house or at least give you a big gain.
The other thing, too, is when you have a Devontae Adams, a Jordy Nelson, you know, you have a history.
A Randall Cobb.
Yeah, those kind of guys. And you know I can out-throw these cornerbacks.
Yeah.
Then you're going to take the big chunks.
No, he absolutely.
You're going to take the advantage of that.
And when he's got a guy that he trusts, you're exactly right. He's going to, you're getting 10 targets a game.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Here's a name that popped up regarding the Cowboys, Will Hernandez. Now, the Tyler Guyton injury obviously kind of puts
Nate
the Cowboys
Thomas, people.
in a weird place.
Get used to it.
I'm of the belief that they are playing Nate Thomas over Awesome Richard. Now,
you ready for this analogy?
Because they think Nate Thomas needs the practice reps right now. That's where I am mentally. I think they're like, he needs to be ready to be a backup if nothing else.
Yeah.
Let's get him out there. Awesome's going to get his backup. We know what we got in him. And whenever the season starts, if Tyler's not ready to go, we will go ahead and rock with Awesome, but we have Nate Thomas prepared.
You ready for a way too early? You were ready for a way too early Cowboys prediction?
Yeah.
Okay. Nate Thomas, and this came to me last night. Do you ever get where would you say you get the most random ideas?
My brain.
Well, I get that, but I'm saying where physically would you be?
The bathroom.
Because you sometimes get ideas in your foot.
Yeah. What? Okay.
Well, you said your brain.
Okay. No. Yeah. Are you saying like in the bathroom or the shower?
Right. Like where you might be. Okay. Okay.
Spent a lot of time letting that water run all over my body and thinking.
Please continue.
So what if Nate Thomas is the Cowboys' Brock Purdy? Okay, because here's where I'm going with this. We totally overlooked the fact that John Lynch, we all, love to, oh my God, what a great GM. Okay, you drafted Trey Lance 3rd overall. Like, the 49ers do not get crucified enough
for making that decision.
For one of the most absurd and maybe one of the worst draft picks of the last 10 years. All right, but you got bailed out because you got Brock Purdy with Mr. Irrelevant pick. Okay.
Oh, I like this actually. I like this theory.
Like that. Like the fact that you got Brock. Otherwise, if you didn't have Brock Purdy, where would you be right now if you're the San Francisco 49ers? Okay, you'd be the laughing stock of the NFL. So my point in all that is this. You took Tyler Guyton in the first round, and I'm not saying, look, Tyler Guyton may turn out to be a stud left or right tackle. But dare I say, could Nate Thomas, who we've heard about his power, his agility, okay, didn't get to see him last year. We don't really know what he could have been last year because he hurts his knee, whatever, and is on the IL or injured reserve all year long. So I'm just saying, could it be where the Cowboys luck out for as much as they've been moribund in the first round the last couple of years? Could it be they finally strike gold and get themselves a left tackle in Nate Thomas, who holds it down for the next 2 or 3 years?
Accidentally.
Because look, wouldn't we agree the Cowboys are due?
Yes.
For a find in the first, a draft pick find. I mean, let's call it what it is, and we'll talk about. I'd love to ask Mickey this tomorrow. We just ran out of time, and I heard the morning show talking about this. Mozzie's been uninspiring.
That's true.
Okay, and we haven't seen one thing yet on video that suggests. I mean, look, we've seen clip on. I mean, look, Kyrie Elam might as well be Deion Sanders at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, can we get a Glenn Dorsey like play out of Mozzie Smith at this point?
That'd be fantastic to get some. Yeah.
So I think the Cowboys are due for at least a late round find, and maybe just maybe it's Nate Thomas.
You know what? I accept the theory, and I look forward to hoping that it happens.
Put it in the universe, people.
Coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, it's time for AM on the FM.
We got the question of the day, plus, is this an accident or just a genius idea? Next on The Fan.
Tolo means turn it on and leave it on. Thank you for making 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app part of your day every day.
Large acreage lakefront retreats. Just 90...
That's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Razor Baby. Nutmeg Maiden? No. Said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Today.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, seeing a lot of different things being floated out right now, but nothing in concrete regarding the trade deadline for the Rangers and all of the other teams in baseball right now. But we'll make sure that we get it to you whenever it does happen, because it might and it will, and I promise it's going to be fun. But a lot of people have been asking for the return of Fan Phenom. Now, Fred knows how Fan Phenom can turn out as Blake.
I do.
Our current nighttime host, Blake Elliott, is a Fan Phenom winner. Kevin Gray, who has gone on to work with the Mavericks. Nick Angstad, who is on the Locked On Mavs podcast. Lots of talent come through the Fan Phenom, and there's plenty of opportunities. We got 4 of them. First one next Thursday, August 7th, at Jake's 7910 State Highway 78 in Saxe. So be ready for that next Thursday. And we'll be at Jake's off Marsh next Friday. So we got a lot going on this week. But yes, if you want to try out for the Fan Phenom, get ready. It could be your time. Right now, it is time for AM on the FM.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful. 1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time for AM on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call the pride of Mansfield, Texas. 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel & Frankel Injury Attorneys text line to answer today's question of the day. Plus, was this an honest mistake or an honest idea that someone was trying to push? We'll get to that here in just a little bit. But gentlemen, it's going to be a fun day. 1, because we already have Fred in prime Fred mode. And 2, it's MLB trade deadline day, so it's getting insane. I saw a crazy tweet that it looks like the Foo Fighters and 9 Inch Nails are literally trading drummers. Like they are switching drummers. And someone
a bassist to be named later.
Yeah, and someone quote tweeted, they're like, man, the trade deadline is crazy. I'm like, that is actually incredible timing.
I like it.
Yeah, today is going to be really interesting.
Better band. 9 Inch Nails or Foo Fighters?
I'm a Foo Fighters guy.
Okay.
It's nothing against 9 Inch Nails. I love them. But
okay.
I grew up with Foo Fighters. So.
Better Hurt rendition, Johnny Cash or 9 Inch Nails?
Johnny Cash.
And
Okay.
Trent Reznor said so. So he's...
Well, what's he going to say? I'm a 9 Inch Nails guy, so...
I will say this. I'm a big Foo Fighters fan, but I will admit that 9 Inch Nails is better.
Absolutely.
So I've always been a Foo Fighters fan, but
Yeah.
I know really special music when I hear it, and that's 9 Inch Nails does it.
Yeah, it's a total nostalgia pick for me. Like it's
I'm with
really,
that.
yeah, it's nothing against 9 Inch Nails. But we're going to go to the National Day calendar, gentlemen. It's National Intern Day. Had some fun with that in Crosstalk. National Avocado Day. It's National Mutt Day and National Raspberry Cake Day. But the most important, it's National Chili Dog Day.
Oh,
National
man.
Chili Dog Day. Very specific and obscure holiday. It's my favorite kind of thing in life. And it got me thinking, chili dogs, it's not great for you. It's not. But it's one of the things that if it's at a cookout, if it's at some sort of establishment like a baseball game or something, I'm not going to say no.
To a chili dog?
Yeah, I'm not going to say no. It's a guilty pleasure food.
Okay.
So that's going to be the question of the day, gentlemen. 877-881-1053. What is your guilty pleasure food right now? And I say right now because chili dog, it's not a year-round thing for me. If it's like middle of December, I'm probably not going to reach for one. But, at a baseball game while it's 100 degrees outside and it's nice, like 74 inside.
That's a ballsy pick by you, man. Chili in the middle of the summer?
Sucking on chili dogs.
I mean, that feels like a summer food.
See, I would think December, because all I'm going to say is this. I'm not disparaging your choice. However.
Sounds like you are.
Well, I'm just questioning it, and I'm going to say why. Because I would think, I know in the Midwest and in the New England area where I lived for a time, chili's a winter cuisine because it is hot and you like it in the cold weather. I would just think that splashing on chili onto your hot dog in the middle of July just doesn't sound enticing to me. But to each their own.
It reminds me of my childhood in the summer.
Chili dogs.
After baseball practice.
Y'all are wild.
Well, also, chili dogs is very inexpensive. You got a 69-cent can of chili, of Hormel or Wolf. You get you got $1.14 for all the buns.
Yeah.
And then the hot dogs, that's going to cost about $2.
Yeah.
Some cheese, some onion.
Ugh.
And then you also got to get,
indigestion.
back then it was $1. It was $1.75 for a bag of Fritos. So you got Frito pie afterwards.
That's right.
That's how... And so, that was after baseball practice. It was a quick and easy meal, and that was summertime. So but I agree with you on chili by itself is for wintertime.
Yes.
Okay.
It's more about the vessel. It's more about the vessel that it's being delivered on ring summertime to me. Because I'm not cooking up just a bowl of chili by itself tonight. I'm not doing that right
chili on the dog is what you're saying.
Yeah,
okay.
the homemade chili comes out when it's cold outside.
Fair.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm talking about that is the simplest summertime struggle
So
meal.
no bubble guts for you after the chili dog?
Oh, I didn't say that I didn't pay for it later.
Okay, so you're
I just
willing
enjoy
to take
it in
the
the moment.
consequence.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, it's all about enjoying it in the moment.
That's
I'll
fair.
deal with whatever happens later. It's just like a Saturday night. I'll deal with the repercussions Sunday morning.
Oh, I've heard about your repercussions the next day.
Yeah, everybody has.
I feel like chili dogs were a once-a-week thing at my house. Once a week we had them, and my wife has never been a fan of chili dogs.
Yeah.
So
I don't.
It's never happened around our house until she was out of town. And Dad said, "Hey,
it's chili dog
time." And when I'd made them for the kids, they loved it.
Well, of course.
They were like, "This is fantastic." They loved it. I had to call my mom though and say, "Hey, which brand of chili did we use back in the day?"
That's crucial.
Yeah.
You needed to go to the bullpen, make a phone call to the dugout. Hey, how does this work?
And I do add a little mustard to it to give it some tang, a little ketchup, and maybe some
little spice.
Yeah, a little cayenne to throw off the kids a little bit.
That's fair.
That's the way to do it right there.
Guilty pleasure food.
Usually, this is usually very easily Cheetos. Are usually a very guilty pleasure.
It can be
but
a
that's
snack
that's
too?
my game day snack. If I'm going to go for a guilty pleasure meal, I'm going for pizza. It's the all meats pizza.
Oh.
Yeah. I'm not a cheese in the crust guy.
No.
My kids, they have to have it. But man, Marco's has some good pizza, dude. And so it's pizza's guilty because I don't eat it all that often. I try it because my kids love it.
Yeah.
They want it every Thursday night.
Rite of
They're
passage
like,
for the
"Pizza night."
child. Man, I would say McDonald's, but it's right next door to the station. So who am I kidding?
Dude,
who am I kidding?
When we were working nights, it was so easy to be like, I don't need to make dinner. I'll just stop at the McDonald's next. It's a McDonald's Chevron, and I'll just get some McDonald's on the way in.
Yeah, and I do that every now and then if I let a couple alarms get slept through and I don't have time to have some breakfast at the house. It's right there. I instead of taking the first right turn, I take the second, I hop in the drive-thru, and I get myself a couple, like bacon, egg, and cheese biscuits or something.
You are speaking my language.
Okay,
right
I'm
now.
changing this.
Okay.
I'm changing it.
Okay.
Pizza's too easy. Like that's just
It's a layup.
yeah.
I mean, I'm kind of on the same page.
Have you ever taken chocolate chip Eggo waffles or blueberry?
Where's this going?
Smother some peanut butter on it.
I like where you
smother
get
some
that.
jelly on it, and make yourself an Eggo sandwich.
I mean, I haven't, but it sounds delightful.
That's innovation that excites right there. I like that.
When you don't have bread, you got to find something as a vessel for peanut butter and jelly.
Yeah.
And so one day, actually, my grandma. This is weird. My grandma used to make me waffle breakfast sandwiches. You know what? Like she was like, "Hey, here's a." What is it? McDonald's does the
bacon, egg, and cheese. Oh, the McGriddle?
Yeah, the McGriddle.
Okay.
And she'd make that, and she would put jelly on there. Jelly, sausage, cheese, and egg.
Yeah.
And I was like, jelly with... And then I ate it, and I was like, Grandma, you know what you're doing. Rest in peace, Grandma.
R.I.P. Graham. You know what? Panda Express.
Okay.
Does that count?
Yeah.
Panda
that definitely
Express.
counts.
Orange chicken. I'll tell you what, I ate it the other day. Look, I'm on the Oski Woski summer detox, and
I don't know what Oski Woski means. I heard
marijuana.
From Outcast. Okay, gotcha.
Marijuana. And so, but you heard it from Outcast. Is that what you're getting ready to say?
That's where I first heard Oski Woski.
The Oski Woski Peasky Whiskey. So I'm on the Oski Woski Peasky Whiskey summer detox, and I'll tell you what, my diet has improved dramatically since. That said, I was eating a lot of Panda Express. When you eat Panda Express when you're just in your normal state of mind, totally different flavor is all I'm going to say.
It's the same with Jack in the Box.
Same with Jack in the Box, Taco Bell. You guys know where I'm going with this, but yeah, I'll say this and I'll shut up. I had Panda Express the other day. Wildly underwhelming. Wildly under, and I'm an orange chicken, fried rice. Give me some crab rangoons and a couple. Now look, did I eat everything? Of course I did. Of course I did.
Yeah.
Okay, because I was taught you eat everything on your plate, and that's exactly what I did.
Clean plate's a happy plate.
A clean plate's a happy plate. That's exactly right. Or or as my grandpa used to do, may he rest in peace, didn't get to drink anything until you finished your plate.
Ooh.
Yeah. Ooh. Yeah. It's I tell you what, it's borderline child abuse. You ever had hillbilly stew without anything to drink? My God.
Geez.
What's in hillbilly stew?
Van Camp beans and ground beef.
Okay.
Yeah. Try eating that without sucking anything down.
Yeah.
My God. Thanks, Gramps. Thanks.
That sounds good, though.
Well,
I could do that right now.
Sounds like something Chiafalo brings up to the studio in all Tupperware.
I think I've seen Chiafalo eat something like that before.
I think he actually consumes that on the daily, if we're being honest. Guys, I want to know, outside of your favorite guilty pleasure foods, 877-881-1053. Keep those coming in. Some great options here from the 940. Very specific. Double Dave's Buffalo Chicken Pizza and pepperoni rolls.
Double Dave's is so good at everything, though.
Let's see. I see some Eggo waffles coming in. Nice. Taco Bell has come in here from the 972.
See, Double Dave's, real quick, Double Dave's pizza rolls they're fantastic. When Kevin gets called out for calling pizza rolls for the poor, he's talking about the Totinos, which, listen, again, $2.79 for a bag of 160. So the pizza, he's bougie. He likes the Double Dave's pizza roll compared to the Totino's. So that's where if y'all are all like, now that you understand,
I'm a milk snob, so I get it.
Oh, how do you become a milk snob? By the way, you said you drink milk every day. I haven't had a glass of milk since like I was a kid. Because my friend told me a long time ago, your bones are fully developed. You don't need milk anymore. And I was like, oh, okay. And so I just decided to not drink milk anymore.
No, I disagree with that.
But milk, and again, never broken a bone, as we discussed earlier. So I don't know how this works. But how do you a milk snob? Is it Horizon?
I like organic milk.
Is it the Horizon with the little cow jumping over?
That's like $5 for a quart, which that's way too much because I drink too much of it. I'll drink a quart in a setting. So no,
milkman.
Oh, I am the milkman. Okay,
Thank you.
The milkman.
That's going to win tomorrow.
Just a reminder: 1:30 tomorrow. You will not want to miss that. I got a story to get to, but we do have a little bit of trade deadline news coming from Jeff Passan as of right now. The Detroit Tigers finalizing a deal to acquire closer Kyle Finnegan from the Washington Nationals. Another leverage arm is off the board as of about 30 seconds ago. So there you go. But guys, was this an honest mistake, or was somebody trying to create something potentially special? High Noon and Celsius are very incredibly popular options for people to, catch some sort of buzz, two very different kinds of buzz. But a mix-up has sparked a recall.
Oh, no!
After the hard seltzer managed to make its way into some of the energy drink cans at a processing plant. It's hard to believe that it's been, like 6 years since the summer of hard seltzer turned the alcohol industry just like absolutely upside down. And now High Noon has set itself apart as one of the very popular brands. On the other side of the coin, energy drinks have really blown up. I just threw away an empty can of one that I just downed. Shout out to C4. Hey, the segment needs a sponsor.
Absolutely. Yeah. C4, get your stuff together.
I would love to make that happen. But High Noon and Celsius are probably the biggest names of their respective product ideologies here. They get made in the same processing plant, apparently. And High Noon Seltzer was getting dispensed into a very specific flavor of Celsius cans by accident, sparking a recall by the FDA just yesterday. They discovered that cans marked as Celsius were being filled with vodka soda in its 12-can variety packs that were ultimately distributed to retailers in Florida, New York, Ohio, South Carolina, Virginia, and Wisconsin. So, you might want to double check your Celsius drinks if they're tasting like they got a little bit of extra kick. You might be catching the wrong kind of buzz.
My wife will frequently have some, Topo Chico or whatever drinks, hard seltzers around.
Yeah.
And the other day, my kid came in and he cracked a can open, and I was like, "Hey, chill out! What is that?" And he was like, "I don't think it has alcohol in it." And he started drinking, and it was just a seltzer water, so everything turned out okay.
Was this a 17-year-old that did it?
No, it was my 13-year-old.
Oh.
Coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, Shotty's foul mouth comes by it honestly. Even Eminem said so in Gridiron Gravy on the Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Hey, we are back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. Corey Majors alongside Fred Davis. He is sitting in for Kevin Hagelin. Who's sitting in for you on the night show?
I mean, it's musical chairs, I think.
Just let Blake rock.
And we're all over the place. I mean, so like this week, we're on 7 to 8 tonight and tomorrow because of the West Coast trips. I want to say Khaki Kevin Walker.
Okay, all
is
right.
going to be
Khaki
on
Kevin.
with Blake tonight.
I heard you say that the other day, and it cracked me up. I know that shift. I know that schedule.
It's not for the faint of heart.
We had it on our KNC Twitter. If you want to follow us at KNC 105.3, we had on there. Here is our schedule for this season.
Yeah.
And just so during football season, it's a little weird, but yeah, man, that's I get it.
Football, it kind of evens out a little bit, right?
We used to have Westwood 1, so we had Mondays and Thursday night football, and it was it was a little bit of chaos, and then it changed. But yeah, man, baseball season's fun. So catch Fred and Blake and the group.
And we're on the weekends a lot too.
Yes.
And so Blake and I will be on Sunday from 10 to 3.
There you go. That's what I'm talking about. Right now, it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy. Dip it and rip it.
You a gravy guy? We argue about that on the show. I'm not a gravy guy.
I'm not a huge brown gravy person.
Yeah.
Now, back in high school, if you got the Salisbury steak and the roll and the
Hungry
potatoes. Man? No, at school. Whatever they did, whatever they served, if it was the steak fingers or whatever, just put it all on there and the brown gravy. But white gravy
sounds awful.
With biscuits and gravy for breakfast, sausage gravy, I'll take that anytime.
Ugh.
Dude, you know what? I know what's interesting about Oh man,
go ahead. We're already off. We're off and running.
Our old producer DJ is the reason it's gridiron gravy.
Because he loved gravy?
We're trying to come up with something other than around the NFL.
Right. Hey now.
No, well, it was...
I mean, that unoriginal name, am I right?
We were just trying to come up with something different.
Never mind.
And he suggested it. He was
gridiron
like, I said,
gravy.
gridiron. And he goes, well, we talk a lot about food.
Yes.
And he was like, let's make it gravy.
I love it.
And I was like, awesome. So that's how it is. If anybody ever wanted to know.
You ever heard the your mama's so fat when she broke her leg, gravy poured out?
Gravy poured out.
It's such a good
Saw her walking down the street kicking a can. I said, what are you doing? She said, moving. God. You brought something to the table regarding Schottenheimer's mouth yesterday. Whenever he told everybody, all right, y'all want to fight? Let's effing fight. Line up on the sidelines. It's time to run. And he told us the other day he's a casual swearer.
Yeah. They said he cusses a lot, though.
He does.
Yeah.
No, when I say casual, I don't mean it as like occasionally.
Right.
It's just
because I'm
part
a
of his
casual
verbiage.
cursor.
Yeah, it's part of his verbiage.
Yeah.
That was one of the questions. We had Mark Followell come into my class at UNT. One of the first questions they asked, one of the students asked was, how do you keep from cussing on air? Because you're cussing a lot in this class right now.
Asking that question.
And he was like, well, it's because I'm a professional.
That's it. Thank you, Mark Followell. That is, people just can't, people that don't work in this industry, and then look, I'm not taking anything away from people that don't, but they just can't wrap their brain around the fact that you know when to cuss and when not to cuss.
Exactly. You pointed out that he comes by this naturally. Can you explain?
Hey, man, look, I'm going to put it to you like this. Marty Schottenheimer, his dad, who, again, if you don't know and you don't listen to the night show, shame on you, but I get it. It's late at night. Marty was well known for having a filthy mouth when it came to cursing, to the point where his cursing is so well known and so well documented that even Slim Shady, Chicka Slim Shady,
Happy Gilmore 2
included
actor,
it in a rap song.
Whoa, I get your hands in the air and get the clapping them and like back and forth because this is what you thought it wasn't. It means the brothers representing the 30 dozen. I beat the FIO, the double G. And check out my man, he goes by the name of Slim
shady, brain dead like Jim Brady. I'm an M80, you little like that Kim lady. I'm buzzing, dirty dozen, naughty rotten rhymer. Cursing at you play is worse than Marty Schottenheimer.
Okay, so hold on. Did he do that just because it rhymed, or did he make that rhyme because of Marty Schottenheimer's mouth?
I mean, look, you just let the pen do what it does. Now, that said...
Comes from a man that writes for an hour every morning.
Slim Shady was born in Kansas City and was a Chiefs fan before he moved to Detroit. That's well documented. All right, that is well documented. He was a Chiefs fan back in the 80s and 90s before he moved to Detroit. So... And it's a perfect, dirty, rotten rhymer. There's only so many words you can rhyme with dirty, rotten rhymer. Cursing at your players worse than Brian Schottenheimer.
There you go. Yeah.
Okay.
I think he needs to revise the song now.
How many, and look, I can't wait to ask, and I don't think, I haven't heard anybody else bring it up in local media yet about the fact that, Brian, do your players know that your dad is so well known that he was used in an Eminem rap song back in the day?
That is a fantastic question when you get that opportunity to talk to him. And anytime you talk to a Cowboys player, you should ask them that.
100%.
One of the top stories from yesterday regarding the NFL, Cam Ward, he said, our offense is very mid right now. He said, from my position to up front to the receivers, at the end of the day, it all starts with me. I just don't think we're at where we need to be. But we got a little time. Every day we get better as a whole. We're a young team, but that's no excuse.
Yeah.
Tennessee is always mid to me. I've always said this. They bore me. They're off. The history of the Titans has bored me. Their color scheme.
You're not wrong. Even when, our boy Steve McNair, may he rest in peace.
Yep.
Did you watch that documentary, by the way?
I did. Yeah.
We did.
There's something missing.
It was such a poorly done documentary. First of all, it gave you nothing new.
Yep.
Okay. And by the way, the dude that sold old girl the gun. Oh, so we're not going to look more into him?
Where's the depth on that?
We're just...
It didn't make sense at all.
There was some questioning, but she went ahead and did it. What a poorly... And I'm a documentary guy. Mm-hmm. By the way, have you seen the Billy Joel documentary?
I've not. Worth it? It was on the other day while I was at the gym, and I was like, ooh, should I check this out? I like Billy Joel.
A hat tip, or a hat... What do they call it? Yeah, hat tip to Tim Collins.
Oh, he suggested it.
Do you follow him on Facebook?
Yes.
Have you seen his movie reviews?
Yeah, he's good. He's good at it.
He's literally
he knows what he's doing.
Siskel and Ebert of movie reviews here at the radio station. My God. Okay.
And so he suggested that, and you were like, all right, I'm in.
He suggested that, and Gavin Spittle suggested the TLC.
Oh, yeah.
Documentary.
I bet that one's a good one, too.
I'll go chasing waterfalls, boys.
I need to go watch some more documentaries. The Baltimore Ravens are making the biggest splash in the NFL. Compliments of the most decorated Olympian of all time, Michael Phelps.
Mr. ADD himself.
Who has now agreed to teach the Ravens how to swim.
What a guy.
He is a Baltimore native, huge Ravens fan, won the, 23 gold Olympic medals.
He's won a bunch.
The Ravens reached out on Tuesday when Marlon Humphrey posted a video on social media asking the swimming great for his help. And so Humphrey, offensive tackle Ronnie Stanley, Kyle Hamilton, and Charlie Kohler filmed themselves in the team's new pool, lining up in single file before diving side by side. They collectively said 1 out of 3 Ravens players don't know how to swim. Humphrey said, we got a problem that only you can fix. And Michael Phelps replied, I got y'all. Let's do it.
You'd be amazed at the number of people in the Navy that can't swim.
Oh, man.
True story.
Why would I'd be afraid to get on a boat if I couldn't swim.
You got an inflatable vest, but still.
No, even still, I feel like I gotta kick my feet.
Well, it's activated by the salt water.
Okay, that makes sense.
Now look, are you probably lunched anyway? Chances are, but still, nonetheless.
Coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, it's time to dive in on some more Rangers discussions. Let's check out what's going on with the trade deadline right now on the Fan.
The more time you give, the more our
Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's the hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Pre-club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
105.3 The Fan.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, Corey Majors alongside Fred Davis. He is filling in for Kevin Hagelin, who is on his way to Germany to teach little kids how to play baseball and about Jesus. And so
what about Jesus playing baseball?
It's a mission trip. I mean, I'm sure that he was a carpenter, so wooden bat.
If Jesus was a baseball player, me and my boy Ted Johnson used to do this all the time. If Jesus was a football player, what position would he play? And Ted always say middle linebacker. If Jesus was a baseball player, pitcher, he's obviously a starter, or a closer. What position would he play?
Shortstop.
Yeah.
Best athlete on the field, most capable.
Rangy.
Yeah. And, listen, I know center field has control over everybody.
Yeah, but
shortstop has command over pretty much the field.
Yeah.
So, or maybe catcher.
That's my pick.
Because you got to throw down runners, you got to call the game. A lot of intelligent work going on.
He's the man with the plan.
Yeah,
that's true.
That is a good point.
True.
That is Alec Medford as well. You can hear frequently here on the KNC Masterpiece.
How would you feel about pitchers waving him off?
They wouldn't. They would know better. They would know better. Is what they'd learn pretty quickly. But he would forgive them, and that's the most important part.
That's right.
Lots of moves happening in the trade deadline, except for the Rangers have not made any of those moves as of yet. Now, my question to you is, how desperate are you? 877-881-1053. How desperate are you for the Rangers to make a move right now? If they don't make a move, do you throw your hands up in the air and say, that's it with this team?
You'd like them to. By the way, you were a newspaper reporter at one time, were you not? Okay, real quick, we have to correct, keep our journalistic integrity here on 105 The Fan and KNC Masterpiece. I incorrectly said that Eovaldi pitched in the 8th inning. He did not. All right, so I'm going to blame it on the Victory Plus app because it was on the Fritz last night. They were up 6-1. I went and did something, came back. Next thing you know, they were 6-3. I could have swore I heard him say Eovaldi pitched into the 8th, but as I was wrong. We had a couple people texting the show and say, what the hell are you talking about? Eovaldi did not pitch in the 8th, so shame on me. Self-correction. There you go. But no, to your point, would I be surprised? I just think you've kind of backed yourself into a corner because, like we said, I mean, they don't have any money. I think they're going to do something. I don't think you made all the, you didn't make the Dunning move and clear up $500,000 to not make a move. They're what, $6, $7, $8 million somewhere in there underneath the tax threshold. They're going to make a move of some kind, and at the very least, I think they'll do it just for the simple fact that to send a message to the locker room, right? Like, hey, look, boys, look, the locker room knows. We just got to be better.
Yep.
Okay, we've dug ourselves in a little bit of hole. Ken Rosenthal talked about this the other day on Foul Territory. But I think they're going to do something, and I'll just go ahead and say this. I would not be surprised, given the dearth of relief pitchers that are out there. I think Robert Garcia has kind of established himself as the closer. I really, really do. I think you can make do with the closers, with the bullpen help you have. I would say 6 to 1, half a dozen to another. I think you need to go get a bat.
Listen, this team has been putrid at times offensively.
Yes.
And one of the guys that you are relying heavily on this offseason to be a big-time bat has a 140 batting average right now.
Your boy
Jock Peterson, who when we were at spring training,
more like Jock Strat Peterson.
when we were at spring training this year, we saw him lightly stretching, lightly going through drills.
Not on my baseball team.
And we were kind of giggling a little bit. Mike was kind of sitting there going, "Look at that guy."
Yeah.
And it was like, "Oh, that's endearing because that's his personality." Well, it's okay whenever you're crushing. Whenever you are not, then you're like, well, you got to blame the lack of preparation, and that's how it feels with him. And you're right. I think that they made some interesting things this year where Bochy's been like, I'll just grab a DH guy, and I'm going to grab one of these minor leaguers that's an outfielder, and I'm going to put him in there. And granted, the Rangers have been very adamant. We've asked Chris Young, we've asked Bochy. What do you see with the DH? Is it the same as the old DH was where you just put the big guy with lots of power in there? And they're like, no, we need the DH to be a rotational player. And so that's how they view the DH. It's not but it would be nice to have a Mitch Garver. Yesterday, Bochy told us that backup catcher is something that he would feel that they need. So I wonder if they can find another bat that could also DH as well. Another bat that's a catcher, because when Higgy went down the other day, they were very short at that position.
You're right. And I'll tell you what, he's swinging a hot bat
and they've
anyway
made moves now 3 years in a row or 2 years in a row at that position where they've said when we got Austin Hedges right before they went on that World Series run, and that Brandon, not a great hitter, but somebody that was a clubhouse guy that could play the position.
And let me ask you this, because look, 2023, I wasn't here yet. The one thing that from a baseball perspective that everybody said was the Achilles heel of this baseball team going into the playoffs that year was the bullpen.
Yep.
All right, and the bullpen caught lightning in a bottle, and a group that went from being like the Achilles heel went to being one of the strengths of the team. Right.
Mm-hmm.
So my point in all that is this: you've got the best pitching coach in baseball. All right. You got Bochy, who has forgotten more about how to manage a lineup than most of us will ever know.
Mm-hmm. That's true.
I'm just saying, I think you've got enough talent already there. Unless now look, if you get a Phil Maton, hey, great. He's been in high leverage situations before. He's got a World Series ring. He's been there, done that. He's a great setup guy. You can work with that. John Gray's going to get it together. All right. Robert Garcia has already shown ever since that slip up. I think it was against the Angels in that 10-game road trip that they had. He's been 3 for 3, and I think he just tied Luke Jackson for the team lead in saves after last night's game. My point in all that is this: you can make hay and you can go on a run, as has already been shown with the bullpen that you have right now.
Yeah, I think,
just worry about the bop.
I think,
and that you don't have it.
If you're in the playoffs, you're pretty much going with two pitchers, and
absolutely,
those two pitchers at that point in the season, they can go 7-8 innings.
Yeah.
Like they're protecting DeGrom through this season by saying you're going 81 pitches and you're done. 85.
And Kamar and Jack can give you some long relief.
And they can give you long relief, and then you can turn when you need to. But those guys, those two pitchers right there, you're like, we're going to rock with them. So I see what you're saying, and that you shorten everything for the rest of your bullpen that you already have, and you feel better. Now, I want to add something to what you're saying about a bat, though.
Yeah.
The DH position for the Rangers is hitting 167 this year.
Wow. I'm no Peter Gammons, but that's not good.
With a 518 OPS, they only have 7 home runs out of that spot. And that's a spot where you expect...
No, you need power out of that.
Either you're hitting power or you're hitting and getting on, and they're not doing anything.
Maybe you're not hitting them for a bunch of home runs, but at the very least, you're a threat to get on base in some form or fashion.
And so if you're looking through this lineup, that's the weakest spot in the lineup for sure, and they know it right now.
No, I would if
but I see what you're saying about the bullpen. You feel comfortable with it, but before this season, we were like, all right, who's closing?
Yeah.
As the season's gone along, Mike Maddox and company have worked and they feel comfortable in a couple situations. And again, with some of these starters, they can go long.
No, right, and again, Robert Garcia is starting to sort of establish himself as that guy. Again, I don't want him more than an inning, because after an inning, he doesn't have. He's not the same guy, and we've seen it. And again, that's what happened in the Angels game. And I think there was another game before that that was similar to that, where he went in the second and then just kind of crapped the bed. That said, last night against the Braves, all right, high leverage situations, boom, shut him up, close him down, and that's exactly what he did. I think you can live to fight another day when it comes to the bullpen. You've got guys that will come playoff time, whether it's a lighter, whether it's a rocker, you can give you 2-3 innings if you do. You got the Jacob Latz of the world, okay?
Yeah,
I gotta believe
Jake Latz is showing up for you this year.
I mean, is Tyler Malley? I mean, I gotta believe he's coming back at some point, right? I mean, whenever he comes back. Oh, by the way, Patrick Corbin is a guy who's won a World Series and knows what it's like in a high leverage situation and can give you a spot start if need be. So I'm less concerned about the pitching staff moving forward. I feel like the bullpen is starting to solidify itself, and let Robert Garcia be that guy as far as the closer is concerned. But you need somebody with some pop.
From the 214, look at Seattle. We have to upgrade our bullpen in some way. Seattle and Anaheim got better yesterday. They changed their team for what they perceive as better yesterday. Seattle looks like for the first time in a long time, they're going for it.
Yeah.
I will say I'll believe it whenever they do it. That's been my saying with Seattle because they always let you down. From the 903, very desperate, need a bat and an arm. I do not think this team from the 817, as currently constructed, can compete for a World Series. They need bullpen help. Another bat would be great. And then from the 817, not desperate enough to part ways with a top 5 prospect or multiple top 15 prospects. Okay.
I would.
Go back up to the 817 as well, and that's the same person who says the farm system's already pretty thin and don't need to deplete it even more. That's where I think it's taking so long for the Rangers to do this.
Mm-hmm.
Because as the clock gets closer to deadline time, teams they'll back off of things that they want, because if they really want to move a piece, they'll make concessions for it.
Absolutely.
Nolan Ryan a long time ago said, well, it's tough to make a trade in the middle of the season because teams know they have you over a barrel.
Yeah.
And then he said, then you try to make a trade in the offseason, you're stuck between a rock and a hard place. So making trades is a difficult time. You really have to finesse it.
Right.
And I think Chris Young, the longer he waits in the day, the better it is for him. He's working deals. He doesn't want to give up Sebastian Walcott. He doesn't want to give up some of their other top prospects because they are pretty thin in the minor league system. They're still trying to develop that. But he knows he needs something. So he's saying, if I can wait and then say, all right, here's my offer, last minute, take it or leave it, boom, then we can get out of here with a piece that we like. That's what I'm feeling.
I don't doubt anything you just said. I just think, though, that you're playing a dangerous game.
Oh, yeah.
When you do that.
Oh,
Because
yeah.
you need to. I don't disagree with anything any of those folks have said. I'm not saying you don't need a bullpen arm. Just the simple fact that an extra arm is always a good thing, especially considering, like they alluded to. I mean, the AL. Look, we already knew the AL wild card was going to be a dogfight.
Yep.
All right. And oh, by the way, you are now tied for third. You are in that third spot, and that's why this next series with the Seattle Mariners is going to be gargantuan. On top of that, now the AL West is stacked, all right? Because you know Dana Brown down in Houston is working the phone, all right? And Jim Crane has no problem, especially considering that this is a team that a lot of people thought were going to take a step back.
Yeah, I thought they'd flip and
in
rebuild.
2025, right? And so now they're like, all right, we're in the thick of things. Now, half the teams, the Space City Cowboys, for crying out loud, because they've just been beaten up to death. But they're going to make a move. Dylan Cease might be a guy. He may not be. Who knows? Considering that the Padres are going.
Padres made some big moves today.
So, I don't know that it's going to be any kind of earth-shattering move. But all I'm saying is this: if you've got a chance to go get a difference maker, and I don't know who's left on the market that would qualify as that. Again, outside of Sebastian Wilcott, now that Mason Miller's gone, I think everybody else is fair game.
I also don't know. I don't know where Spores is in the process of it all.
Exactly.
And maybe they know, and they're just like, we're waiting until later, and then he'll come in and he'll be fine. Maybe they know more about that process than we do for sure. So hopefully that's something they have in their mind as well. I love this from John Blake, former PR guy for the Rangers. Actually, I think he's still with them. He's just kind of in that phase of transition of power, if you will. Peaceful. John Blake said it was 35 years ago today, 1990, that Nolan Ryan became the 20th pitcher to win 300 games with an 11-3 victory over at Milwaukee's County Stadium. Nolan Ryan threw 146 pitches in 7 2/3 frames with 8 strikeouts. His second try for number 300. He had an ND on July 25th at the Yankees, or against the Yankees at Arlington. He threw 146 pitches in 7 2/3, and a manager let him.
That's just inefficient. Like, I mean, this guy couldn't put anybody out. My God.
Come on.
Ryan,
He's the all-time strikeout.
What are we doing?
I don't know. That's the thing that I'd love to know. Did we have a number of his pitches that he threw in his career? Because I
know with the Mets, I want to say he pitched, or not with the Mets, but I know there was one game where he pitched 198 or something crazy like that.
Yeah.
And then came back the next game and threw 140.
And that was, again, that's a different era.
You said what, 146?
146 pitches in 7 2/3 frames.
Okay,
and
so
only 8 strikeouts.
So let's just put it this way. My man was averaging about 21 pitches an inning.
Jeez. And now, if you have 21 pitches in an inning, you're out in the next 2 innings.
Well, let's go back to the other day. Kamar Rocker threw 92 and 4. So he was on that Nolan Ryan. Track.
That little
I got 3 left in me, Coach. I got 3 left in me. We're only at 92.
I promise I can do this.
That's crazy.
So that's that right now. And again, it looks like Hendry Mendez, outfielder is heading to the Twins. One additional player will go along with Mendez to the Twins from the Philadelphia Phillies. So more action going on around the league. Rangers still patiently waiting. Coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, it is time for Fair or Foul with superstar Fred Davis.
Large acreage lakefront retreats, just 90 minutes from Dallas. Picture this.
conversation. 877-881-1053, caller 10.
Collective Soul, huh?
Yes.
Another 90s throwback.
And live. Yeah,
and
live is, I Alone.
Crashes all over. Whatever the hell
that song was sad.
Well, that first album, banger. And then they never did anything.
They had the Dolphins Cry, and that was it. And then they've just lived off that album.
The Blowfish?
Was it? No, that was the Dolphins Make Me Cry.
That's what it was.
Don't forget, next week, August 7th at Jake's off of State Highway 78 in Saxe. It is your chance to join the fan as the fan phenom is back, baby. Your chance to audition with the audition and be part of this. We're teaming up with Jake's Burgers, DFW Staple, and also this is a little hint at how it goes. Current night host Blake Elliott, he is a fan phenom winner.
Yeah, he is.
Kevin Gray has gone on to work with the Mavericks. Nick Angstadt, Locked On Mavs. There are lots of opportunities. We've seen this happen. Heck, we got on a weekend show. That's how Kevin and I got to where we are.
Yeah.
We started as a Sunday morning 9 to noon show. First show, the day that the Mavericks put the Lakers out of their misery in the playoffs.
Okay.
Then we won a championship, and everybody just correlated us with championship. And they were like,
sense.
yeah, so it made sense. And then we took over Saturday. Chris Arnold had Saturday morning.
Got you down.
He went to nights. We took over Saturday and Sunday.
Yeah.
Then when Chris Arnold moved to middays, we took over nights. Then then we took over middays. We just go where Chris Arnold goes.
Hey, that's not a bad place to go.
That is our decision, is just
Not a
go
bad
where Chris Arnold goes. So this is
have
your
you
chance,
taken any
fan phenom.
shirtless pics on Facebook like Chris Arnold has?
We used to do the No Shirt 9. So
Okay.
at 9 o'clock.
Dude, he'll do it too.
At 9 o'clock every night, we would do the No Shirt 9. And then whenever we had the weird schedules and we came on at midnight instead, we would do No Shirt Nighttime Noon, because midnight is noon for the moon.
Yeah, well.
And so
something
we
to be said for that.
created the No Shirt Nighttime Noon. And so that is an opportunity. Again, you can get in, get some experience. Sometimes for these fan phenom opportunities, this is the first time you've ever been on a microphone.
It really is, and it freaks some people out. And it separates the men from the boys, the women from the girls, because anybody can talk with their homies, their friends, their family around a dinner table in the car, but when that mic goes hot. Game changer.
My son tried. He was going to do a podcast with his friends.
Yeah.
And he said, all right, it's going to be called Dave's Thursday, because they go to Dave's Hot Chicken.
Okay.
And he started doing it, and they got the microphone. They got 2 minutes into it, and he came to me and said, Dad, how do you talk for 4 hours?
Yeah.
And I said, well, we have breaks. But obviously it is like, to be able to have a full segment of conversation takes a little talent. Takes some personality.
A little BS.
A little bit of knowledge. A lot of BS.
A lot of BS.
A lot of BS.
Let's call it what it is.
And right now, we will get into some more of that BS with Fair or Foul with Fred Davis.
You guys know what time it is for all my Fan After Dark, all my fatties and all my tolas that tune in to the Fan After Dark, or if you've listened to any Fred Davis radio nonsense at any time in my collective life, it's time for a little Fair or Foul, where I will read a story. Maybe Alec Medford's got one. Maybe Corey Majors has a story. We're going to throw it out there to the masses, and you will determine whether or not it is fair or foul. That music lets you know it's time to get started. All right, let's get this first one underway. Gamers. Are you a gamer, Alec?
I am.
Okay, so this will be right up your alley. I know you got kids, so you're a gamer too?
Yeah.
All right, I am not a gamer, boys. All right. I am not a gamer. I've only had one game system in my life, and that was a PlayStation 2. All right, so that just tells you how old I am. I did have a Sega, the original Sega, not a Genesis, but the 8-bit Sega for a short bit of time, and then I don't know what happened to it. So here we go to all you gamer nerds out there. Gamers around the world have collectively spent over 25 billion hours, equivalent to 2.8 million years, playing Call of Duty, according to a breakdown by Business Insider. To put that in perspective, that's more time than the entire span of recorded human history. The Call of Duty franchise, launched in 2003, has become a cultural force in gaming, entertainment, and even military simulation. This figure includes game day across all titles in the franchise, from Modern Warfare to Warzone. The franchise longevity and addictive gameplay loop have helped it dominate for over 2 decades. Millions of players log in daily, with some spending thousands of hours competing, streaming, or engaging in virtual missions. While some hail the game's influence on teamwork, reflexes, and strategy, others raise concerns about digital addiction, screen time, and wasted potential. Still, the data proves one thing. Call of Duty has secured its place in digital history. Whether that's good or bad depends on who you ask. Fair, pal. Gamers have logged over 25 billion hours, a.k.a. 2.8 million years, playing Call of Duty, surpassing the entire timeline of human history.
That's insane. So, is it fair that they've done that, or that the number is real?
Okay. That's the beauty of fair or foul, Corey.
I'll say fair, and here's why. I play this game. And I know there's a Tolo right here that I talk to every single day. We talk about the new guns and metas and all that stuff. And somebody just said, "Let me get that gamer tag." Long Night Brewing. If you want to find me somewhere, that's my name. And but here's the deal. Three of my best friends.
Yeah.
2 of them were in Army. One of them was Air Force. I introduced them to this game.
Yeah.
Actually, one of them already knew. This is how we keep in touch every night.
Okay.
Or a couple nights a week.
Yeah.
We get together, play
What
the game.
system?
I'm on a PS5.
Okay.
They're all on PS5 as well, or PlayStations as well. And that is like, we get in, we play for 2 hours, maybe 3, maybe 4. And then, and that's when the wife, she's like, "No, go ahead, have your time. I'm gonna TikTok, I'm gonna Netflix documentary, some murder situation." Yeah, watch The Hunting. If you haven't seen The Hunting Wives, don't watch it with your kids around, is all I'm going to say. First 5 minutes, you're going to see something that you might want to see. But they're all like, "Hey, go," she says, "Go ahead." I enjoy that time because me and my buddies get to catch up, and we get to go shoot some people.
So fair.
Yeah, fair.
Okay.
Absolutely.
All right. Alec?
Whew. I think it's fair. I think it's very fair. But you know what? I almost leaned foul because I thought this was going to be like a, time spent on first-person shooter games or just like this console altogether. This is one single franchise. Dude. This is one single, and that just shows you how incredibly successful. And that's why they keep making games every 2 years now. And I haven't been able to keep up. I haven't played Call of Duty in years. I used to be addicted. I used to be part of the problem. I was a statistic at one point for this stuff.
What do you play now?
For me, usually it's the sports games, like MLB The Show, college football. On PC, I've played like the Marvel Rivals for a while, kind of fizzled out on that. Ever since I was little, I played World of Warcraft. I still do here and there because I know how to party. But yeah, like it hit me whenever you said that's just Call of Duty. I'd say at least 5% of that was me in middle school playing zombies on Black Ops 1. I would play all night long with the buddies, getting in those parties and, some of the most inhumane conversations ever known to man happening at 2 a.m. because, we were 15, had nothing better to do. Yeah, I think it's fair because I've been there at one point. I've been there, done that.
Well, I'm going to be the outlier in the group, and I'm going to say foul. Okay, I'm going to say foul. And for one, I'm not a gamer, as I've already alluded to. Okay, my son plays video games. If I have to hear him say he's going to hop on the game one more time, so help me God.
I also play. My sons will join me sometimes, so I enjoy that too. That's fun.
And that is, that's probably one thing that maybe we could have connected on. I don't know what it is. I stopped playing video games in college.
Okay,
and it just. I think Madden 04.
All I played growing up was
last Madden I played.
Like Madden was pretty much it.
Yeah.
And then this jumped into my life. So during COVID was when it all happened.
In the one line that jumped out to me, others raise concerns about digital addiction, screen time, and wasted potential.
The wasted potential part is definitely, like, I could finish my novel. There's so
yard
many
work, honeydews that you could be docking out, but you got the buddy time, the homeboy time, so I appreciate that. And one more thing to add to my foul list, courtesy of Alec Medford, this is just one game. This is just one game. We got a whole society of people.
Something new happens every game.
Just sitting there playing video games.
It's not like Mario where you're just going across the screen. This is something new happens.
I'll tell you what, we're off for playing Mario. Okay? And think about this. And we did a fair foul about this the other day. In fact, it got my boy Blake in a lot of hot water, and maybe Alec can appreciate this. By 2030, 50% of women aged 25 to 44 will be single and childless.
Oh, no.
Okay? Single and childless. Now, of course, Blake went on a warpath saying that he won't date women with kids.
Me either.
Okay, well.
You know how women are.
Thanks, PJ Washington.
PJ knows. Okay, and then of course people started chiming in saying he was the worst. Blah 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 blah. I love my stepdad. We're not saying stepdads are bad people.
Yeah, I'm married.
Okay,
and she has kids. So
my point is this. All right, this is we've got a problem. We've got young men who are more concerned with playing video games than chasing women. And I'm telling you right now, I think that's the degradation of society right there.
That's it? That's where it started?
Well, that's one of them.
Okay.
I mean, there's a lot more.
No, that is the only one. I like that better.
I'm not going to say that's all of it.
Toto.
But again, like I said, and again, I'm dating myself here. But again, I grew up in an era where play video games, chase women. Play video games, chase women. I know what me and my friends were doing. And that's what you did in the military. That's what you did in the Navy. Was you chased women?
You know, I also have seen some TikToks. My wife says this too.
Yeah.
You're not out drunk somewhere driving home.
Yeah.
And you're also not out cheating on me. So I'm fine with you being right there in that chair. I know where you are and you're safe.
That's awesome.
So now I feel like a 16-year-old.
That is
Now I
awesome.
feel like a 16-year-old kid. It's like, hold on. I could be, but
at our age,
she's just happy that I'm safe.
At that, but at the same point too, though, like we're not out. I mean, I would much rather stay in. You can go out and do your thing every now and again, but younger men, if you're in your 20s, if you're Alec Medford's age, you got too many guys your age. And I'll just say this: when I was an operations manager for an oil and gas company in Houston for a number of years, the number of early to mid 20-year-old dudes who had ED problems. Okay, Look, and that's not one of the things that's in there.
By the way,
video games.
Men's Tea Clinic can
maybe
help
they need
out.
to hit up Men's Tea Clinic.
Men's Tea,
okay,
you absolutely
because I'm telling you right now, if you got a problem with your little man getting big again because you're sitting there playing Call of Duty too damn much,
that's true.
All right, get it together.
Yeah,
get it together, people.
You'll be all right. Though.
So there you go.
Enjoy yourself. Go see Men's Tea Clinic.
Yeah, I did that. Like I weave that in there.
I do like that.
There you go. So fair on y'all's end. I say foul. I like the idea of hanging out with your homeboys, but at the same time, too, we're 40. We're 44. That's okay for us. Alec Medford's age, Blake Elliott's age, all you fan phenom types out there, go find you some women.
Go outside.
Go outside.
Touch some grass.
Yeah, go out.
Thank you.
It was who was is it Keenan? Yeah, Keenan was doing his David Ortiz impression.
Okay.
And he was talking about different dating websites. And he said, here's my dating website. www.gooutside.com.
Seriously.
And he was like, just go outside and you'll meet people. And I was like, man, that's actually pretty good advice.
Are you on Hinge too?
No.
Okay. I asked that because Blake is.
Okay.
And we had to shame him out of he was using a fake name for the longest time.
Why?
Yeah, that got me. I tuned in and I heard that live.
Crazy.
And I texted him. I was like, dude, this is how you develop trust issues before y'all even exchange any kind of information or plans.
Okay, real quick. And he's already said this on air, so I'm not putting anything out there that hasn't already been said. You know what his fake name was?
No, I don't. I just found out that he had a fake name on Hinge.
It's a regular name. Somebody here at the station.
Oh, is it Corey Majors? That one's not going to work for you, buddy.
Kevin?
Trust me. That one's not. Oh, Kevin.
RJ?
Let's see.
Chris
Arnold? Did he go as Chris Arnold or did he go
didn't
as
put
Chris
the Arnold
Elliott?
part, but it was just Chris.
Oh, okay. Just Chris. Hey, it's a very safe name.
Super safe.
It's a very safe
Super
place.
safe.
People want to feel safe with the name Chris.
When I say Fred, people automatically assume I'm giving a fake name. 8 times out of 10 women think I'm giving a fake name.
Okay.
Oh, is it really Fred? Well, what's your real name? No, it's Fred.
Mm-hmm.
I'm 44 years old.
So.
Fredward.
Just some, and it's just and that's the thing that they have a hard time wrapping their brain around. It's like, no, it's not Frederick. It's just Fred.
Well,
I can't help my parents. That's what they wanted to go with. Boom.
Yeah, and there's nothing wrong with that. My middle name is the letter J. And for the longest time, I thought it was J. Period.
You and Donald Trump.
Yeah, I thought. Yeah, for the longest time, I thought it was J. Period. Homer J. Simpson.
Yeah, Homer J. Simpson.
And then whenever my first son was born, Avery, we went with Avery J. To carry the tradition on.
Fantastic.
I go to do the birth certificate. The girl who's typing up the birth certificate. Maybe I dated her once, and she used to cut my hair. We went on one date, all right, but she cut my hair for a while. That was awkward.
Yeah.
And I was like, well, I got a kid and a wife now, so we're done.
It's good to see that you guys had both advanced in life, though.
Yeah. And so she's typing it up. I said, Avery J. Period Majors.
Yeah.
And she said, you can't put a period.
No, but I can.
On there. And I was like, what do you mean? And she said, you can't, the system won't let me do it. And I was like, mine is a J. Period. How's this possible? Yeah. I went back and looked at my birth certificate. No period. My whole life.
Yours was probably handwritten, though, too.
Probably, yeah.
I mean, let's be real.
Yeah.
Nobody was typing anything in 1981.
Or it was a typewriter.
That's exactly right.
And that was all that they could work there. So, yeah, no, that's listen, when it comes to video games, they're a good distraction. Good distraction for
Tecmo
kids.
Super Bowl in the house.
All right, it is time to go out to the hot seat, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. It is the Wild Fork Foods, wildforkfoods.com, Elite Game Day Grilling favorites from Wild Fork Foods. By the way, if you haven't been to Wild Fork Foods, go check it out.
I'm going to have to.
I went in there, I saw a Wagyu brisket in there, and I was like, what is happening right now? Ooh. It's phenomenal. But it is Eric Chiafalo from the G-Bag Nation joining us here on the KNC Masterpiece. Eric, how's everything out there, man?
Oh, my gosh. It's fantastic, fellas. I mean, once the Rangers make a move, it'll get a little bit better. But we have a padded practice today. Ooh. And just really having a good time. Got the Jerry party tonight. Are you kidding me? I'm gonna set a sushi record tonight alongside Wolchuk. We're going to tag team this thing together. And we're confident in what we're going to do. We're going to put up numbers.
Yeah. So here's the thing about the Jerry party. They have the nice whiskeys. And I know that
and tequilas.
And tequilas. And I know one year you were like, I have never had this type of whiskey before. I'm going to drink as much as a can of it. Is that another goal, or are you kind of settled in on, I'm just going to taste a couple? I want to taste more sushi.
I think, don't get me wrong, the sushi and whatever little bites of toothpick steak they have are the one seed and the priority. But we did... when you get around, like Shan and RJ, dude, they got like the bar basically set up. They like had their own morning show bar situation on the patio of the hotel. So I've already done a touch more boozing than I anticipated, but I did take a rest day yesterday.
Okay.
So that I could enjoy the top shelf offerings from Jerry tonight.
Let the liver recover just a little bit before. Last time that I went out to a Jerry party, it's at Nobu in Malibu.
Okay.
I remember we looked out into the water, Eric, and we saw a man breaststroking in the ocean.
Okay.
And he, like, this wasn't a dude, like, next to the land.
He was out there.
He was out there, and he went, how far do you think he went? And they said he did it every single day. Was it maybe 6 football fields he traveled?
Yeah, minimum.
Back and forth.
We thought it was Michael Phelps for a minute, didn't we?
Well, he was in Baltimore teaching the Ravens how to swim.
Yeah, I saw that. That was nice. That was a great video. But we thought it was an Olympic swimmer out there for sure. And then I couldn't believe that Corey took his clothes off and skinny dipped.
Yeah, it was nice. It felt good. The water was colder than I expected, which makes sense.
Shrinkage
when I got out of the water. So.
Yeah.
I was still impressed.
That's a good friend right there. That's a good friend, always making you feel good.
How much Oski Woski have you guys been imbibing in down there? Because the reason why I'm asking is this, because I know it's California, and the only reason I ask is because I got the most random text message from Gavin Dawson last night. And me and Gavin have texted twice in the year that I've known him.
He just pulled up into the broadcast position with his Lorna Dunes, as a matter of fact.
Okay, it's okay.
You texted
the
Fred
cookie,
last
right?
night.
The cookie, right? The Lorna Dune?
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah, absolutely.
which is on. Okay, so apparently I didn't realize that Gavin was quite the cookie connoisseur. You tell me.
He's big on sweets.
Gavin Dawson, who we've texted twice, one to just share numbers. The last time me and him texted was on June 16th when I wished him a happy Father's Day. Then last night at 21:11, because my phone's in 24-hour time, which is 9:11 for those of you on the average 12-hour clock. My God, these Vortmans are elite.
Is that what you did, Dawson?
Because I don't know if you remember this about 6 weeks or so ago, Fred. You looked at me and said, "Do you like sugar wafers?" And I was like, "Yes." Now you're speaking my language, Fred. So you told me about these Vortmans, and I'd stash it in the back of my head. So we're at Vaughn's down in Ventura yesterday after the show, and I was perusing the cookie aisle. I was like, you know what? Fred told me about these Vortmans. I got to give these a shot, because usually I'm either a Keebler or a Ruger guy with the sugar wafers, but I think those are the best.
I don't even remember telling you about them. So but again, this was before my Oski Woski detox. So who knows? Who knows? Hell, I don't even remember talking to you about Vortman. So at least one of us is a little bit more present than the other one is. So I appreciate that.
I was a bystander in the conversation. I do remember that taking place. So,
oh, you do?
This is all true and facts.
Okay.
This was like a pre.
It's amazing.
I would never, like I said, I'm a Gavin Dawson fanboy. So let's make that clear. So I'm not saying I didn't tell him that. I just don't recall.
Well, we got in the car. Obviously, me and Wolchuk and Broadus last night had to make our second stop at Spencer McKenzie's for dinner. And so when we just got on the car to come to camp, I was asking Dawson, like, what was dinner last night? He was like, honestly, I think it was just cookies and Diet Coke.
Not a bad diet right there.
My boy,
when you're on the road too.
He's in camp mode.
Wow.
Bro.
I was working, right? And I thought at any minute, like, the work's going to be done and this is going to wrap up. And then the next thing I know, it's like 11 o'clock California time, and I'm like, screw it, I'm just going to eat the rest of these cookies and go to bed.
See, this is one of my favorite moments was we were at Super Bowl in Arizona, and everybody was like, all right, we're leaving. And I was like, I needed to leave anyway. And so I gave Eric a high five, and I start walking off with Dawson and Mike. And we get to where DJ is, and DJ has this handful of sweets. And all of a sudden, they all, like Mike and Dawson, just disappeared. And I was like, I thought we were leaving. And both of them come back with handfuls of sweets.
Absolutely.
DJ then has a churro in his hand, and they went, where did you get the churro? And then they ran to the churros, and I was like, those dudes have sweet tooths for sure.
That's crazy.
That was an amazing night.
That was a great Super Bowl party.
It was.
Wasn't it?
Yes, that was the first time we saw that Bobby chugs vodka and sodas. That was the first night.
I need Fred. I'm going to have to show you my favorite video in my phone that features one Corey Majors and one Super Bowl media party.
It's not to be seen, Eric.
Ooh,
that is that was a good meatball. I'll put it to you that way.
Really good meatball.
It took a long time to that was kind of dry, but it was very, very tasty. Yeah, no, absolutely. You're welcome to show that to Fred now that he knows.
Mum's the word.
The guys, can you tell me a little bit about yesterday's practice and what was going on before everything went down?
Okay, I have a great surprise for you, and here is the surprise.
What's up?
Oh, it's Brian Broadus.
Brian
football
man. Did you guys see him in the stands with the roster blocking the sun to burn his dome? It was in his natural habitat. Break it down for us.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. Actually, I appreciate Coach Shoddy practicing on the field over on the stand side because you could stand halfway up there and really get a good view of practice. But yeah, overall though, this continues to be those practices where like there's really good balance with offense and defense, like winning on maybe one play you get a nice a reverse and the defense doesn't handle it well. Then the next time they bring a slot blitz, and it kind of has kind of been balancing it out that way. But for these guys to come out here, I mean, I think they're doing a really good job, Shoddy, of getting guys in those positions to make plays. I know it's always been coach speak where it's like, oh, we need to run the ball better. We need to play defense. We need to get my guys in position to make plays. Honestly think these coaches are doing a pretty good job of doing that. I mean, the last guy I thought I'd ever see on a slot blitz that would get home was Deron Bland. And so they obviously are thinking about some things, the double-A gap looks, that stuff that Micah was really good at. I just feel like that these coaches are trying to do things and maybe that's the advantage of Shoddy being here through the Mike McCarthy era, that he kind of saw all the F-ups, and he's not going to go that path.
Yeah, that was something, and I know I saw Wolchuk mention this in his notes, and I saw his TikTok too. Fantastic work there.
Thanks, buddy.
But I love surprises. This is great. One of the notes that you had, Zach, and this is something I noticed while we were out there, and last year I thought when Overshone got hurt, we lost team speed. And it feels like this team speed across the board has gotten better.
Yeah, and Brian can attest to this because it kind of reminded me just watching them. And look, I mean, it's like a very small sample size. Today we'll get a better indication with pads. But their ability to swarm to the football, and especially laterally, like they were able to stretch a run play out to the sideline, and they were a team that would get gashed along the edge. I do think they did a better job. Like Marshawn Nealand, that was his strength coming out of school. Yeah. So having him healthy, having Peyton Turner, like they've got some better ends to really help set the edge, but also a corner like Kyrie Elam that's willing to come up and run support. Deron Bland, willing to do that. But the speed at linebacker, even without Overshone, to your point, Corey, like Maris Leofau can run, right? I mean, Damone Clark has been pretty good out here. He's a guy that can run sideline to sideline, even if the instincts aren't always there. So to me, like they can flow and run to the football. It's going to need to be team defense. And I do think, and Brian's been preaching this for a long time, maybe the most overrated thought in football is the fact that you've got to have some fat-ass one tech to be able to stop the run. Yeah. The way teams are now scheming up the running game and hitting you with counters and misdirection and really running along the perimeter, that can kind of take out a player. And even when the Cowboys had that guy, Jonathan Hankins, we still complained about their ability to stop the run. So I think they're utilizing their team speed to their advantage because they also have that along the front with Solomon Thomas, Osa Digizua and company.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's the edge there. That's one of my knocks on Micah the last couple of years. It felt like they said we can run right at you, and that was a feeling of we know we can run at that guy. We can take him out of a game. We can wear him out. We can also take him out of a play by running right at him. And from the sounds of it, they're prepared for something like that. That's nice to hear.
The question I have for y'all is this. So we talked to Mickey this morning, and again, we know who 1A, 1B. That's right. I know you guys got beef, so I'm going to go ahead and I'll go ahead and instigate real quick. Then.
Let's be honest here.
Has he sat in your chair yet, Broadus?
No, heck no. He would rather sit in the bad white folding chair. I have a $100 chair that will rock, and you're comfortable in it. I mean, Majors, my gosh, you looked like you were sitting in a first-class seat
so nice.
When you were laying back doing radio. But yeah, Mickey, he saw my name tag on the seat and kicked it aside. He just kicked it.
Wow.
Kicked it over the corner.
Well, let me instigate a little bit then, and maybe you guys can, like I said, eat kind of an East Coast, West Coast type beef here. So he said there's no way, and I'm paraphrasing here, that Jalen Tolbert doesn't make the roster. Because I told him, I said, look, I haven't heard anything good about Jalen Tolbert yet. The only thing I've heard about him is a couple drops. All right, and we know Mingo and Turpin, are fighting over that 3-4 spot. Where is Tolbert? What have you guys seen from him? And could he? And because my question was, is there any way he could potentially be a camp casualty?
Well, this is where Tolbert's at because he was competing. I felt like with Mingo for the third spot, and then what's going to happen at 4? The loser that might be at 4. But the problem with Tolbert is he when I was initially here, a couple of really good routes, those comeback routes where he's going to drive somebody and then plant and come back to the ball and catch the ball. The problem is we haven't really seen that much for him. And to be honest with you, we have seen, and I'll throw a guy in there. Jalen Brooks has actually shown up more.
Okay.
And so you've got this. What's going to happen? How many receivers are you going to be able to keep? Are you going to keep 6? Are you going to keep 5? Well, you've got to include Turpin in there as one of the receivers. So that takes something out of here. But I just kind of feel like, though, to me that, the Jalen Brooks of the world are kind of, having they're trying to get back into the mix, and the Jalen Tolberts are just kind of struggling a little bit with some of the opportunities that they've had here the last several practices.
I'm not sure if we touched on this yesterday or not, but is there a dead giveaway with that third receiver rotation of Mingo, Tolbert, and Turpin? Of we kind of know what you're going to do,
not really.
They can mix it up.
They mixed it up pretty good. I mean, they've run out of having Turpin in there, and they've thrown out of having Mingo in there. So they really haven't. It's not like what you used to have with Noah Brown. When Noah Brown was in the game, you were probably going to get cracked toss, And so they've done a pretty decent job of not telegraphing that stuff.
Did you forget your hat? Is that why you had the roster on your head?
No, what happened is, I've got my Reliant hat on today because I know
looks good.
Yeah, thank you. And so, but when I usually wear my
you got a bucket hat, don't you?
My bucket hat does not fit. The headphones do not fit over the bucket hat, and so I had to kind of improvise, and that's why people said I looked like a dork and stuff like that. But that's okay.
Come on, man. Hardest working dork in football. Let's talk about it.
I was just up there trying to evaluate and see and do the best I could for the listeners.
Do you guys know what the real definition of a dork is?
No. Tell us.
DJ does. He's chuckling right now.
What is it? I feel
What
like
is
it's
it,
an inside
DJ?
joke.
He just mouthed it. He said whale's penis.
Oh, my gosh. Thank you very much, guys. Really appreciate it. We will talk with them at
That's
1:40.
true, man. Watch the damn Discovery Channel.
That is the G-Bag Nation. We'll talk with them at 1:40 during Crosstalk today. It could be 1:40. Broadus knows it could be 1:48. We never know exactly when we'll get him on for that, but I really appreciate the entire crew hopping on for the conversation there. They got 2 more days there, and then they make their return. That's today and tomorrow. Make their return.
We're just
back
living
to
vicariously
DFW.
through them.
That's what we're doing.
Well,
and I
you
enjoy
got to
it.
go. I'm talking about from the night show.
Fred, that was my goal in life.
Yeah.
Was to be able to go out there, to be able to be at a training camp, whether it was San Antonio or California, and I've been able to do it, and it's been everything that I thought it would be. Coming up next, we will see if Brian Schottenheimer has some thoughts on yesterday's practice and more. Next on the C Block on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls? Was it Saffron Squad?
Racing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, let's head out to Oxnard where the shoddy presser is in motion.
About just yourself and getting revenge and whatever that is the standard. And the standard is play on the edge, do the thing you're supposed to do, but at the end of the day, it's about winning, and because of that, you have to put the team first. I do. I mean, I think, we've always had a very talented roster. We have a very talented roster right now. You can take the road of, I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings, and, screw that. We're not doing that. Like, we're going to have hard conversations. That's the way this culture is built. And, I agree with what CeeDee said. And, it takes discipline to win a world's championship. And that is the goal. That is the objective. And we've, like I said, in most of our practice, we've had that discipline. We lost it a little bit yesterday, so the players, therefore, had to be reminded about it.
Until DLLS Cowboys, you won a world championship. That was I asked CeeDee, what was the PC version of your message? And it was basically, do you want to be champions? Can you expound on being champions and how that plays out in this discipline?
Yeah, I think, Clarence, just how hard it is, man. I mean, how hard it is to win a championship. And the difference between being a champion and coming in second or getting to the playoffs and not winning or not qualifying for the playoffs. I mean, this is a National Football League. We all realize how talented everybody is in this league, but there's an edge that's created. And some of the best teams I've been on, they have that discipline. They have the edge to be able to play a certain way, physical brand of football that we're going to play where we're attacking and we're playing to the echo of the whistle. But I talk very openly with these guys. I'm honest with them. I tell them how I feel. Am I always right? Nope. Sometimes I go and I'm saying, I ripped that guy's ass, and he didn't really deserve it. And then I take accountability for it. So we as a coaching staff, we're no different. If our energy's low out there, or we're not doing what we're supposed to do, and the drills aren't set up the right way, and then I'll get on them as well. And we have to be better at times as well. It's not just the players, but what we're trying to do and what we're expecting to do is extremely, extremely difficult. And, if you don't think about it, talk about it, and prepare for it every day, then you're going to get behind.
Nate Thomas' first day out, how did he look?
Did good, solid. I think both he and Awesome did a good job. Today we'll find out a little bit more. Their assignments were really good yesterday. They were, really good on that. Being in pads today will help. You get a little bit more of an evaluation in pads, but I would say both those guys are good. It's the ops to be with Dak and hear some of the communication things that he does. That for a young player, he hasn't been with him, and some of the mannerisms and things that are a little different maybe than what Joe and Will do is good for a young player to hear.
Brian Todd Archer with ESPN. Calling plays, doing it out here, it's been a while since you've done that. What's that been like for you?
It's great. Definitely knocking some of the rust off. I got a personnel grouping wrong yesterday in one of the call-it periods. Got a formation wrong in a different period, so sometimes that happens, but you do it now. That's why you do move the balls. If you just script everything in practice, Todd, it's like easy. You're reading plays, and so I think it's good for me. But I think, doing it for 14 of the past, 18 years, it's something that you pick up on it pretty quick. And I think, again, the fact of Dak and I, our working relationship, and we've been together for a couple years now, that definitely helps. But you definitely knock the rust off. And it's definitely a little bit competitive, and you want to win the drill, but at the same time, there's a flow and a rhythm, and it's a little harder because not everybody's got, the personnel groupings the head coach or the coaches don't have on their personnel or their headset, so they can't hear the personnel. You got to yell that out. So it's all good practice for the preseason and beyond.
And then we've asked you a bunch about the running backs and how it's going to play out. Do you have a preference? I mean, I know when you had the Jets, it was Thomas Jones carried it 300 times, but then when you're in Seattle, you had, I think one year 3 different running backs carried more than 90 times or something like that.
Yeah. I really don't have a preference. I think you have to look at your roster when we get closer to opening day, and you look at it and you say, okay, what are we looking at? I think in Seattle you're talking about, Chris Carson and J.D. McKissick, C.J. Prosise. We had Rashad Penny. I mean, we've had a number of guys. I think you're always trying to build a very competitive room, but to make a decision a day of, do I have a preference? Nope. It's kind of what works and what fits your personnel. And, it's still too early to tell. But I really like where we're at from a running back standpoint. I've mentioned again to you Hunter Lepke and his versatility, and he got some carries yesterday, which is great. And so we feel like that stable of backs that we've built is a really fun competition to keep an eye on, not just through training camp, but into the preseason and beyond.
Did some of that red zone work, and some nice catches from both George and CeeDee. Just kind of where do you think those two are so far in your camp?
No, I think they're both doing good. You know, we definitely want to do a little bit more red zone emphasis these next couple of days. The first install, we were a little bit not off, but behind in some things and not real clean. So that's why we did that red zone period. You know, yesterday we adjust our practice schedule some based off of what we need, and get together with the coordinators every night and say, hey, let's maybe add this period, let's add that period. But CeeDee's having an incredible camp. That's what he does, the way he's practicing, the intensity that he's practicing at. I think I've mentioned that many times before. When some of your best players practice the hardest, it sets the standard, and no one below them can not meet that standard. And so I think he's really bought into that. He's excited about that. And whether it's short, long, wherever it is, you watch him finish with the ball, and that's terrific. And then GP, I thought, he did a really nice job yesterday. He had the deep ball a couple of days ago on the far field, the wall field as we call it, and then a couple things in the red zone yesterday. Just those two guys being on the same side is very difficult for a defense to handle.
And then with Trayshawn Holden had a nice one-handed grab back there. What have you thought of him so far?
Yeah, great catch. He's doing a really good job. Obviously, he has a little bit of a experience with junior, and so I think that helps. But ball skills are terrific. He's got good size. He plays the game the right way, and it's always exciting when you see young guys step up and make plays, especially in those tight red zone areas where there's not a lot of space to work with.
Nick Harris, four-star Telegram. Obviously, you guys have had a lot of success in finding the spring league guys over the last couple of years. You have a couple more here in camp that have played well. What do you think works so well for you guys to be able to find the right fits here in the spring?
Well, I think, it never stops, as you know, Nick. I mean, 365, 24/7. The scouts are out here. What I love about having the scouts and personnel guys out here is literally we have a trailer, they have a trailer. It's so easy for us to communicate about what we want. I think the more we're around the personnel guys, they learn even more, like what Dave Borgonzi wants in linebackers, or what Andre Curtis is looking for with the secondary pieces, and I think that definitely helps. But there's communication, and then you bring the guys in and there's a workout. But we don't just go off the workout. We go off the film. We go off the UFL tape and not just the workout. Guy might have a bad day. Guy might, maybe guy didn't sleep well the night before. He got in late. So, the workout when we bring guys in is just part of the process. But I'd say the bigger thing is the comprehensive piece of, okay, what's the film look like? What do we think about him coming out in college if it's a relatively younger player? And then certainly, how they moved around in the workout.
What have you liked about the linebackers stepping into increased roles?
Marist doing a great job. I mean, Jack, Sanborn's been, awesome. I think, the last 2 days ago or so, the last day in pads, Shamar James was, really fast, dissecting things and making plays. But again, I think, Gonzo is a hell of a coach, and he's been around Flus for a long time. Those guys work really well together in that room. Those guys are extremely well coached. But it's the instincts. It's the ability to dissect things, the ability to make plays and show up in a hurry. And, that jumps out when you watch the film.
Tommy Arsh, DallasCowboys.com, gave Jaden Blue some run with the ones yesterday. What did you think of that, and what has he done up to this point to earn those reps?
Well, we're competing every day. You guys are seeing us move guys around. Jay, is getting some reps with the first team defensive lineman, and talked a little bit about Jaden and how he's kind of really picked up just the confidence and the understanding of what we're trying to do, and the understanding of the preparation and things like that. And when guys do that, you reward them. You reward them when they do that. And if it's not to that standard, then there's consequences as well, and moving guys around. But the quickness and the ability to accelerate in the hole, I keep going back to that. It's just different. I mean, he's got incredible lateral agility and quickness, and when he jump cuts or moves laterally, he's able to get to top speed in a hurry, and he doesn't need a lot of space. He reminds me of he's a larger version, a smaller player, but the quickness and acceleration of Darren Sproles, and I don't use that lightly. I mean, Darren was freaky with his quickness and acceleration and speed, and I think Jaden has some of those traits in terms of just he's electric when he gets the ball. And what I really like about him more than anything is probably the way I see him working in between the tackles. You know, he's not just a perimeter player. He's a guy that can run in between the tackles and the A gaps with gap schemes, things like that, and still be extremely productive.
He was a guy in college that only had one game of 18 or more offensive touches. Do you feel like in the NFL he can be a guy who has 20, 25 a game week by week?
Yeah, I think so. I don't see there's any reason not to. Again, I don't want to certainly put any limitations on him. I mean, you know, they've had some good backs at Texas that he played alongside and with, and you know, a couple of them are the best in the league right now, or arguably the best in the league, talking about Bijan and guys like that. But, yeah, I have no reason to think that he doesn't have the ability to impact games with us. What that play number is exactly, I don't know. I won't put a number on it, but we have no reason to think he can't do that.
Joe Hoyt, Dallas Morning News. Obviously, you got a lot of weapons in the passing game. As a play caller, how do you balance who is first in the progression, or hey, in this time we want to get a ball to Pickens on this route? How do you kind of balance that?
Well, obviously, each play that we have has, you know, a progression. You know, whether, you know, it's a true progression where you have a starting point that's defined and you're putting a guy in that spot, and that's the first read. If he's closed or not open, you go to the next guy, and then the next guy, you just basically work across the read. But like when we're doing move the ball periods, I literally look in the huddle and I call plays for people. Like, that's kind of the way that I work. I'm going to call plays based on who's in the huddle. So if I look in the huddle and, okay, hey, I got CeeDee and George, and I got a lot of options, or hey, I want to get a ball to Ferg. You know, I think that that's the best play callers do that. You go in with a plan, you go in with a game plan of, hey, what you want to attack in certain areas. But at the end of the day, you know, just based on who's in the huddle, who's feeling it. Some guys just, they're feeling it, man. It's like, that guy's playing great. Then you call plays that you know he's high up in the priority of the quarterback's read. But the quarterbacks, they have to be unbiased, and they have to, you know, trust their progression and read their progression. And then there's other reads that we have where they have a choice to work one side or the other, and it's based off of not just matchup, but coverage tells and techniques and what's the safety doing, and is it two high, is it one high? All very, you know, complicated stuff.
We think a lot externally about who's an X, who's a slot, who's a Z. We've seen CeeDee and George kind of doing a lot of motion. How interchangeable, I guess, are they at this point?
Yeah, we don't really believe in the X, Z, you know, H, whatever you want to call those positions in the nomenclature. It's like, hey, man, we have an offense and we have concepts, and you have to know the full concept. And if you get stuck at this spot, then you should know what to do if you get stuck at that spot. And that's the expectation to all of our guys from the very beginning. So, you know, I don't think any of them, you know, really worry about it. They'll play all the positions which you've seen, and then, of course, the ability to move them around makes it incredibly difficult on the defense to find them and then match up with them.
Bill Jones, CBS Sports Texas. Does your wife watch your press conferences, and if so, did she have any reaction to your comments from yesterday?
She's kind of busy right now getting my daughter ready to go off to college, figure out what empty nesting is going to look like. I don't know if she saw that, but I think she would not be surprised. The temper that I showed yesterday, she has kind of a temper like that at times. But thanks for bringing that up, because now it's not one day and the news is gone. Now it's the second day. So if she missed it yesterday, she definitely knows. Honey, don't watch yesterday's press conference if you are listening.
Mike Ducey, Fox 4. CeeDee talked yesterday about how much he admires Dak in the way that he can shut out the exterior noise, social media, and the like. As now as a head coach, obviously you'll be hearing some noise that you've never had to deal with before. Have you gotten advice from anybody as to how to best deal with that exterior noise in the new position?
Well, I think it's great that CeeDee recognizes that. I think, you know, we all deal with noise. I mean, it's part of the life that we've chosen. This is a huge brand, the biggest brand in all of professional sports, and we welcome that. We don't shy away from that. But it's cool for CeeDee to recognize his brother and say, hey, you know, Dak handles a lot. But, you know, in terms of my situation, I'm pretty transparent. I'm who I am, and when we win, there'll still be things that I'll want to improve, and when we lose, there'll be things that we have to fix. But the noise, I think, growing up with a dad that was a head coach, that definitely helps. Kind of what you're walking into. But, again, our focus is truly on the men in that locker room, the coaches, the players, and, we just want to win, and we want to win for each other. And when we do that, the noise will be less, but there's always going to be noise.
I'm guessing you don't have a lot of time for social media. Do you
No. I really don't. Not much. I ask the players from time to time kind of what's going on, but no, not really. I've got a couple 20-year-old kids, so they send me things I try to open. Sometimes I can't open them because I'm not on Instagram or some of those things, TikToks, those things like that. I'm like, hey, I can't open it. What is it? And they're like, never mind. So I'm like, okay, I just move on to the next thing.
Mike Leslie, WFA. I know he's been a little bit in and out because of his wife and his new baby and whatnot. What have you seen from Duron Bland so far, both from a football perspective as well as taking on maybe more of a vocal role in that quarterback?
Yeah, locked in. I mean, he really is. The flexibility. He's like what we were talking about with the receivers, George and CeeDee. And, Duron can play anywhere. He can play corner, field corner, boundary corner. He can play nickel. I would say he's locked in. Duron is a quieter personality, and that's great. He's an incredible young man, but he leads more by example. Is he a leader? Absolutely. Absolutely. You can't watch Duron practice without going, okay, that guy gets it. That guy's really, really good. But again, I go back to what I always say. We want these guys to be themselves and be authentic. And he communicates. He might not be as loud as, say, Keemon Hall or somebody like that, but he's a great communicator. But in terms of leadership and leading by example, Duron is right up there at the top of the list, man. Just his work ethic, his professionalism, the love and passion for the game of football is top notch.
Relative to the versatility you mentioned that he has, it feels like this is a year where maybe you need that more with the absence of Jordan Lewis. And where is he in that evolution? I know he did his rookie year, but now it's kind of circling back to that in some regards.
Yeah, very comfortable. I was actually talking to him about it the other day. He's got a great feel. He can play all those spots. We're going to move him around. We do a lot of things from a disguise element, which is good. So you can see him even in a game playing different spots. You might see him in one nickel package where he's playing the boundary corner, and then you might see him in another nickel package where he's playing in the slot. And there'll be times we're matching people up on certain receivers, and he'll be following a guy. But that's the flexibility that a great player like Duron has. And not only that, but he owns that. He wants to do that. He wants to be in those positions to try to take away an opponent's best players.
Christy Scales, Cowboys Radio, 105.3 The Fan. I want to go back to Nate Thomas for just a moment because he played left tackle in college, but when he came in here last year as a rookie, been playing guard, and I think it's to your point about power in the run game and moving the dot and stuff, and yet when he came back here now he's tackle. So was that something that you and Connor saw in him to move him back to tackle, or more what you had personnel-wise on the inside?
Great question, Christy. When he came here, obviously we had Tyler, Guyton. We had drafted Guyton, and obviously had Terrence on the other side, and we did see a big, powerful guard. I mean, the ability to keep the pocket firm for the quarterback and get movement and displacement in the run game is really, really important. But just watching Nate work and prepare this offseason, seeing him train, and seeing the length and the size that he has, and actually his feet for a 330-plus pound man. It was probably the second or third day of OTAs. We were like, hey, we need to put him outside, and see what he can do. And when we watched it that very first day, we were like, whoa. Like, it literally jumped off the film. We were like, okay. And if you talk to Nate, he's like, hey, Coach, I'll play wherever. But I'm probably most comfortable playing left tackle, and that's kind of what he has the most experience playing. But it did jump off the film at us when we kind of, moved him out. And then we're like, okay, well, let's leave him out there for a while, because sometimes with a young player, they all are going to be moved around and have to be put in spots to learn and have flexibility. But when we moved him out there, we're like, hey, let's let him focus on one spot for a while. And I think that helped him with his confidence. And, of course, now he's getting the opportunity to run with the ones. And I think he'll do a great job in that role.
Just a quick follow-up on that with trying to stay locked in, but like a jumbo package. I know Austin was doing a lot of that early here with Nate being.
Oh, yeah. He has that type of athleticism. We've got a number of guys that we've rolled in there. Sadiq Charles doing a great job. Awesome does a great job. Could Nate do that? Absolutely. TJ Bass is getting some work at that. But he has the traits definitely to do that.
Cowboys TV. There are different philosophies throughout the league when it comes to divvying up snaps and rewarding certain guys, or if you keep it as a string competition, top down. You mentioned with Jaden Blue earlier, him earning those first team reps. Is that a philosophy you've always believed in? Is that element of if you're doing it right, you should still be rewarded even though it may not be a permanent switch?
Absolutely. I think, these guys, they're going to compete every day. That's the way they're wired. That's the central theme of the program. They're going to do that. But if they're making strides and doing great things and they're not getting the opportunity to move up a depth chart, then I would imagine, I haven't asked them, but I would imagine you'd get pretty frustrated. Man, I'm doing all these great things. Coach keeps giving me compliments in the film room and all those different things, but yet I'm still sitting here and doing things. And, when we kind of break off in the evening times, we do what's called two spots. So we literally have basically the entire team working. So ones will go on one field, twos will go on another field, and they'll work against each other. And, we consistently move guys around from 1 to 2, and I think that's important. That if I'm doing good and I'm making strides to be better and I'm keeping the standard and I'm showing up on film, the coaches mean what they say. If you compete every day, you're going to be rewarded for that, and so I think he's done that, and he's not the only one. But I don't think if you don't do that, then I think the players look at you and they're like, well, I'm doing all this stuff, and why am I still over here on field 2, or why am I running with a third team? And you don't want that.
In talking with former players from Pete Carroll's system in the past too, he's been very advocating toward that as well. Was there an instance maybe in your time under Pete where there was another player like that earned his opportunity and made it a permanent switch?
There were so many with Pete, just because, Pete, is such a competitive guy, and we did it all the time. I don't, not a name doesn't jump out at me, but it was all the time, and it was pointed out. And today, when you're looking at some competitive stuff, right, we're going to do some one-on-one stuff, and we have scripted matchups. We want to see certain guys work against certain guys, and why? Because there's going to be a winner and there's going to be a loser. And so I think that's one of the things that when you're looking at your roster, okay, how do we let these guys truly compete? And so it doesn't change, and it should be a fun thing for the fans to watch. I'm thrilled that it's Hero Appreciation Day. We got a bunch of first responders, a bunch of active military people here. These people that, literally get a chance to come out and hopefully, feel our love and excitement and, for what they do for us and for our families. And so it should be a hell of a day. A little 2-hour practice with pads on, some one-on-one, so it should be a great day.
Hey, Coach. Patrick Walker, DallasCowboys.com. You touched on it a bit, and it's impossible to not notice him taking first-team reps. He's a very large human being, Jay Thoia. What are you seeing from him so far as what stands out the most, be it his quickness for his size, whatever the case may be, and what kind of impact can he make for you as early as year one?
The size, the pad level. It was funny. I was talking to Cooper Beebe, and we were doing some different things yesterday, and a couple times Jay got on Cooper's right hand, which is his snap hand, and I was asking him about it, and he's like, that's a large man shooting the gap. And, I'm going to get my hand there, but that's a big, powerful guy. But I think the pad level he's playing with right now, Patrick, is really impressive, and he's just a talented guy, man. Talented guy that's, still learning the system. But when you have a guy like that can penetrate and be disruptive, and but it was funny for me to hear Cooper talk about it. He felt it like, whew, that's tough.
That is the Brian Schottenheimer press conference right here on 105.3 The Fan at Cowboys training camp in Oxnard. Brought to you by On Time Experts, Rhino Shield, and Yardbird Southern Table and Bar. Coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, the Rangers have made a move. We do it next on The Fan.
you gotta forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to...
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. We'll have the G-Bag Nation coming up here in about 10 minutes. We'll chat with them about what's going on this afternoon in practice, as we heard from Brian Schottenheimer just moments ago. During the break, or during the press conference, I was having a conversation about Warzone with Atolo, and Fred was having a conversation about milk.
That's right.
And it seems like you've found a new milk. Is that what we're happening?
Well,
here?
no. Now that I wasn't sure. He said something about this 1836 milk, and then when he said it's an HEB, I do recall that because it's in a glass jar. But because I live in Louisville, shout out to all my folks in the Ville, we have no HEB.
Oh. Yeah, your nearest one would be Frisco, Plano area right now.
I'm more of a Walmart and Target guy.
Yeah, that's what we were. We still are.
Yeah.
We still are. Kroger, right around the corner. I'm famous at Tom Thumb.
I heard you are Tom Thumb famous.
Yeah, that's kind of what I hang my hat
Humble
on.
brag.
In the neighborhood.
Yeah.
It's always nice to see my friends out there. The Rangers have made a move. And
Ruh-roh.
Yes, this is nice to hear.
Uh-oh. Here we go.
But it's a very small move. The Rangers traded Cody Hewer to the Tigers for cash consideration.
Oh.
He had been, according to Jeff Wilson and multiple other people, very good at AAA Round Rock, but his minor league contract carried enough money that the Rangers didn't want to call him up because that would have put a dent in their cushion.
Okay.
And so they were like, well, we can trade him, and it's not a lot of cash that they're getting back.
Yeah.
However, it is something that they get back, gives them a little more to work with in their pool. Let's go ahead and add to that. I saw John Morosi was on MLB Network, and he did say that the Rangers he's been told, have been keeping tabs on David Bednar's market. So the Pittsburgh Pirates reliever, who's also being sought after at the Yankees, which they might have a little more room to work with.
Yeah.
It really kind of depends on what kind of situation they work with here, but the hours will be ticking down, and Chris Young.
What time's the deadline over?
5 p.m. Central or 6 p.m. Central today. I was looking earlier today, and let's go check that out real quick. MLBTradeDeadline.com, and is that a .com place?
It's 5 Central.
5 Central.
o'clock.
Yes,
on the dot.
As I was thinking, so 5 Central. This is crazy. One of my best friends, his birthday is today, and my father-in-law's birthday is today as well. And they wore the same number in high school. That's wild. So yeah, happy birthday to both of you fellas. And it's on the trade deadline day. What a wonderful birthday that is right there, man.
You know
That's
whose birthday was yesterday, don't you?
2 days ago was my sister's.
3 days ago was Fred 2's.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. Fred 2, 69. Put that in your pipe and smoke it. And he probably would. He probably did. He smokes a lot of reefer.
Okay.
Yesterday, Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Really?
Maybe the greatest naturalized American of all time.
And natural muscles.
Well.
That is not true.
Mostly.
All right, guys. I just saw this story. I wanted to jump in on this because this is quite fun. Costco is selling discounted 2-ticket packages for between $49 and $99 for
Live and Collective Soul,
Louisville, South Carolina, Purdue, UVA, Baylor, Oklahoma State, Tulane, UConn, and it appears more colleges as well. But they're doing it quietly. Like if you have a Costco membership, you walk by and you see the logo, and it's a small 2-ticket package for a pretty good price right there.
Yeah, it really is.
That's really awesome.
It's not bad.
If you we just got the Costco membership. My wife was like, we're getting one. I was like, all right, whatever. So yeah.
I would think with the brood, with the Majors brood, that would be a no-brainer.
Yeah, those kids eat a lot.
I was going to say, I would think with them, you got 3 hellions at the house that can't stop, won't stop.
They absolutely will not. One of them, football, he's like, oh, I got to blame it on football that I have to eat. And then the other one, he's just like always on the go. But he's also the one now that's like, what kind of oil is that cooked in? What is that lean? Is that lean protein right there? And I'm like, That being said, he did get pretty jacked, so I'm pretty proud of him for that.
Hey,
so that's nice.
Look, it's all about the journey.
You know what, Fred? You're dead on about that. No. It is all about the journey and the friends we make along the way. That's what I've been telling people.
One Costco gripe, though, for, because I also have which I do it, predominantly for the milk, if I'm being honest. What do I need that much bulk for? Okay, I'm one man. All right, do I need 5 gallons of peanut butter? No, I don't. I really don't. That said, the gas is kind of a ripoff.
Is it?
Well, in the sense that it's either really discounted or Walmart has it for the same price. A little upset about that. So
from the 682, I'm sorry, but you guys have to say this. It's now or never for Chris Young and the Rangers. This is their chance to put the narrative that the team was lucky and it was a fluke for the Rangers and the Diamondbacks. As of now, I will stick to my opinion. Rangers need to prove that they're still good and it wasn't a fluke. Until then, 2010-2011 team would smoke by that team by a mile. That 2010-2011 team was amazing.
Yeah.
There's no doubt about it. They did not win the World Series against, I guess you go back to the 10 team against Bochy. That was a buzzsaw with San Francisco.
Yeah.
Go back to that St. Louis team. That St. Louis team caught a little bit of fire. They were a good team too.
Yeah.
But you're right. That Rangers team at that time, John Daniels knew it. He even said it now. He's like, I felt like we were the best team in baseball at the time, but they didn't win the World Series.
Look, we've all, and that's the beauty of sport.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you have to get lucky in some cases to win a championship.
Sure.
And when you look at that 2023 Rangers team, everything that needed to go right did go right, and that's what makes. Let's not pretend like that wasn't a good baseball team. You don't win 90 games by accident, right? You don't unseat maybe the best team of the last decade. And I know that sucks to say that out loud for Dallas people, but I was in Houston at the time. You knocked off the champ.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's call, for all intents and purposes, that was the World Series.
That was an awesome series.
That was high drama, and you were doing it against your in-state rival.
Dude, I'll be honest, I don't know how you were feeling during that series.
I had actually almost gotten into a car accident that nearly killed me in
Really?
Game 5, yes.
Oh, my gosh.
So I was listening to it with half my brain. I'm kidding, but I had one of the worst concussions.
Oh,
my head hurts just thinking about it.
I watched the whole series at the house, but I was so nervous every day.
Oh,
every day I would wake up
absolutely.
just nervous about what was going to happen. I couldn't wait. I was giddy.
Yeah.
I was so pumped for it. And it turned that you're right. That was the feeling of the World Series right there. It was an absolute blast. And hopefully the Rangers can get back to that. I do. Okay, hold on.
Ruh-roh. You think that move set up something else?
John Morosi is now reporting. The Pirates and Rangers have spoken about Bednar.
Okay.
As he reported earlier, Texas also is a potential landing spot for outfielder Tommy Pham, who will likely be moved for the 3rd trade deadline in a row. So as that could be a bat that you could add to
Hope
it.
he's renting.
That's not necessarily a power bat, but is a on-base bat, has some speed to go along with it.
And
he's
a mercenary.
He wants Slapjack Peterson, I believe.
Well,
fantasy football
might
stuff.
need to slap him again because anything to get this guy in the right frame of mind. But again, the nice thing about a guy like that, though, is he knows what to expect.
Yeah.
All right. He's a hired gun. He's a mercenary. Look, I'm here. I'm not here for a good time. Or excuse me, I'm not here for a long time. I'm here for a good time.
Yep.
Boom, done.
Yeah. No, that's. So keep an ear out on what the Rangers are trying to accomplish here. We will try and keep you updated. And if they don't do anything before 2 o'clock, the G-Bag Nation will absolutely have you covered through that, while they're also covering Cowboys camp out in
Damn, he's
Oxnard.
37?
Yeah, he's an old man. But then again, I'm older than him, so I'm an old man as well.
Tommy Pham expect to be traded after cursing out Giants fans.
All right, so he's cursed out some fans.
Okay.
He slapped a teammate once over fantasy football, and then we beat him in the World Series.
A little bit of a volatile personality.
That's kind of fun as well. Don't forget, next week, August 7th, at Jake's, State Highway 78, Saxe, you will get your opportunity for fan phenom which is back. We've had plenty of dudes come through here and have their opportunity, win Fan Phenom. This is your chance also to get right in front of the boss, in front of Gavin Spittle, show him what you got, and then you get, hey, it could be the first step.
Have a hot stars take
to a career. Yeah, have a hot start. I always say this:
grease the skids.
Try and have about 3 sports that you can talk.
Yeah,
this is my suggestion. Have about 3 sports that you feel confident with, and take control of it. Don't go in there and sit down and be like, I'm just here, y'all talk, and I'll listen.
Yeah, no.
Go in there and take control of that sucker, man, because that'll really impress the people who are keeping an eye on you. All right, coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, time to chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation.
Coming up Friday morning. Very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, you're freaking me out a little bit.
A potential Rangers closer. The New York Yankees, however, are finalizing a trade to acquire closer David Bednar from the Pittsburgh Pirates. The deal is pending medical review. So another one off the page.
Another one.
And it looked like the Rangers were kind of having a conversation about Bednar and Tommy Pham just before the break. And then right in the middle of the break, everything turned. We go to the G-Bag Nation for their instant thoughts.
Well, it kind of feels like we're getting that, and maybe we're getting Scrooge McDuck here a little bit. It's I've been confident in the buildup, but now with all the activity that we've seen over the last 12, 18 hours, I think we're counting pennies over there and worried about how much is in our savings accounts. More while we're billionaires playing in a stadium that the taxpayers built for you. Thanks, Ray.
Yeah. It's like Ray forgot how much money he can make when he wins a title and goes on big playoff runs and stuff.
Yeah, this happens every year. We can have Eovaldi and DeGrom being co-Cy Youngs, right? We don't need to go for it this year. I might go into luxury tax territory. And then instead of taking wealth from the taxpayers, I will actually have to give something back. Can't do that.
Do you think then that that's it, or do you think that CY still has a plan in action?
Can I throw a
I'm
name
just starting
in
to get worried.
Can I throw a name? Yeah, because my general manager buddy, if one of the other teams told me they could take some money on from the Braves for Ozuna.
Okay, that name's popped up a lot.
Yeah, they might look at that one. My guy,
I'd be happy with that.
Yeah.
The two relievers, Jake Bird and Harvey. I mean, I saw the report about Harvey earlier today. Jake Bird, I think they've been monitoring all week long from Colorado.
Okay, that's another name then.
And see why we trust, guys, right? I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, we got three, and Gavin, don't get me wrong, I'm with you 110% on that. As far as, I mean, look, Ray's worth $3.6 billion. All right,
what are we
so
doing?
do we really think, I mean, is he going to be hurting for cash if they tip into that. And again, it's easy for us to say that it's not our money. Nope. But you don't get opportunities like this very often.
We fill up the stadium. You buy concessions.
Agreed.
You park. You make money that way. You buy jerseys.
Merch.
All that stuff. That's how. I mean, if you want to show the ownership that hey, we care. We want you to spend. Go put your butt in the seat, and I think Ranger fans have done that.
I do trust CY though. I'm trying to get him a little bit more empowered, but the Jock Peterson deal is hanging over your head right now. That's the real reason.
Lying.
Yeah, he's probably a little shy on that one. Is it Tommy? How do you say
Tommy Pham.
Tommy Pham. My guy told me this about Tommy Pham, by the way. Just as if you want to know a little thumbnail about this guy. Because I said he's a volatile personality who cares about winning and wants to play every day.
Mm-hmm.
He's used to hit left-handed pitching very well, but not as much this season. His defense is bad.
Okay.
That's what they said about this particular player.
I mean, he's 37 years old. I mean, just look at his baseball reference. The dude was with 3 teams last year. He is a
almost every logo.
Gun. Seriously, almost.
Almost every single
you
logo.
don't want to be in a fantasy football league with him.
Yeah, he will slap you if your name's Jock Peterson. And that's another thing, another question.
Don't we all kind of want to slap Jock Peterson right now, though? I mean, you know what I'm saying?
What he needs.
Just
slap him on his belly.
Well, I will say this. There is no other show that I would want to hear going down to the wire than the G-Bag Nation as the trade deadline is coming down and they're covering Cowboys camp at the same time. What do you fellas got coming up on the show, Graham?
Pure Gold as always, Majors. Thanks for asking. We do have 3 live mics coming up, 2:30, 2:40. We have Donovan Ezaraku coming up today, 3:40.
Nice.
And obviously 3 hours till trade deadline. Jared Sandler's going to join us right on the other side of it there at 5 o'clock, hopefully unpacking some big moves for your Rangers. Go get them, CY.
There it is. G-Bag Nation. You can hear them for the rest of the day right there on 105.3 The Fan. Until tomorrow, we've been the KNC Masterpiece. Fred, thanks for rocking with me today. 100%. We'll be back at it tomorrow. We will. You've been Masterpiece. Bye.
on Sports.
Here we go. It's hour one, G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. General at your service at ease. We got Cowboys padded practice about to get underway. We'll have 3 live mics coming up in just a little bit. Brian Bros, the former Cowboy scout, the Super Bowl champion, here with you. You got Krusty's Corner coming up at 3:40 this afternoon. Maybe 3:20, actually.
3:20, yeah. We got Donovan Ezeraku at 3:40 today.
That'll be awesome. Lucius Alexander is back home in the Pimp Cup Master Control here. 75 and Fitzhugh, fixing to go 5 flawless. Here's Chiafalo, Wolchuk.
What up?
Carter Freeman is here coordinating your video. DJ Pridemore, remote engineering. Along with you, we are the G-Bag Nation. How you doing, boys?
Great. Fantastic. I can't wait to get out there and watch practice, and I'm hopeful the Rangers still get something done.
Gotta get something done.
Yeah.
Have to.
I mean, I guess, this will be the biggest missed opportunity, I think, in CY's reign if he cannot get ownership to allocate the nickels that it's going to take to get impact players. I can't imagine, after as good offense they played the last 6 weeks, to have this pitching staff to not make a significant push. But I guess at this point, guys, reading the tea leaves, I don't think they're going to do anything of substance.
Yeah, I think a lot of it has to do with what happened with Jock Peterson. I think they busted on this Jock Peterson thing, and the fact that it hasn't worked out, they spent a good chunk of change on it. I think Ray's kind of holding that against him. I think Ray's saying, listen, hey, I gave you guys told me Jock Peterson, it was going to work. He was going to hit home runs. He was going to hit in the middle of the lineup. It's been nothing but a bust as far as the player goes. And I bet you the ownership is probably looking at that right now and saying, listen, I'm not going to give you another $20 million to go do something. I'm just not.
I think CY kind of has been telling us this in his weekly interviews with us. I mean, he said, I'm not sure there's anything externally that can upgrade or improve our team more than getting the best version of the current players we have.
Agreed.
So without coming out and saying, and we did ask him about that luxury tax and financially, and he said ownership supported us. They're top 7 payroll in baseball. I'd like them to be aggressive and say, F that. You've got a team that if they make the postseason, they're the ones that I don't think anybody wants to play. You've got a chance to go legitimately win a World Series when you have DeGrom and Eovaldi at the top of your rotation. But I can't say I'm shocked that they're not going to overpay for guys like Bednar and Eugenio Suarez and some of these other. It just sucks when you look at Seattle's gotten so much better over the last week, and you're going to start a massive series tonight against them. You're tied in the wild card, and you might look up, and maybe they do get a Jake Bird, or maybe there's another reliever they bring in, but how much is that going to move the needle for you? I don't think as much as some of the other teams in the American League right now.
No, that's tough. Seattle's very busy. Now, we're going to get something, right? The Rangers traded Cody Hewer to the Tigers for cash considerations, frees up a 40-man spot, and allows you to get a little bit more under the luxury tax threshold. Heward seemed like someone whose 40-man roster spot likely going to be needed in the very near future here in the story that I'm reading in the morning news. So I think it's something, but at this point, it's really starting to look like a modest move. We have 3 hours to go, though, so stay tuned here on your home of the Rangers. We'll hope for the best, and I think the absolute great news right now is they do have an incredible pitching staff and a good enough offense to go win it. I said it last week. I don't think you need to do anything to have a successful final 2 months of the season and playoff push.
Yeah, you can still do something pretty special with this team, I feel like. But man, when you see all the other teams getting better, it's hard to feel like, okay, this team as currently constructed is going to be able to do exactly what you want them to do in terms of championship expectations, right? I mean, I still think this can still be a playoff team as is, but it is frustrating when it's just every time you turn around, I keep getting the pass and updates, and it's no Rangers involved. No Rangers. Like, gosh dang it, dude. Especially when you see in your own division what Seattle's done. Yeah. Now you got Suarez. What do you think about Suarez over there, Wolchuk?
Yeah, he's a Ranger killer. I mean, I remember doing pre and post, and anytime they played Seattle, it was, here's Eugenio Suarez.
9 home runs.
Well,
shouldn't have missed on Peterson.
I want to say it again. Well,
the Peterson
nobody's going to be perfect, though, Brian.
I don't think it would have mattered regardless. I think they came into the season knowing with this third luxury tax
Of course
thing.
Nobody's going to be perfect, but it's ownership. Look at ownership. Look how you spent the money. The money went out the door. It was a bad player. Nobody's perfect. You're absolutely damn right. But ownership says, you get this amount of money to spend, and now go make it work. And when you don't effing make it work, then you want to come back to me and ask for more money.
Yes, yeah.
Well, it's not going to happen. I'm sorry, Dawson. I'm not going to give you money because you effed up the pick. You effed up the player.
Okay,
that's the problem.
Then
you're CY right now. You're Ray Davis. I like this. This is good.
But that's the problem. That's the problem. Ownership looks at it this way. We gave you money to go spend. You said this guy could be a difference maker for
Then
us.
we have terrible owners, Brian.
Well, then call him out like you've been doing all your career.
Yeah, I'm
call
doing
him
it.
out for saying that. Listen, call him out for being cheap.
That's
and
what I'm
all
saying.
Those things.
I'm
because
saying
that's how he's thinking right now.
I mean, Ray bought this team in 2010. He should know the history of this organization by now.
And the people have
you
filled up
don't
the
get
seats.
great pitchers.
Yeah.
The fact that you have DeGrom and Eovaldi now is a blessing from the baseball gods. You don't look at this and say, well, you messed up Peterson, so we're just going to punt on having 2 Cy Youngs with ERAs under 2 for most of the damn season.
But he's looking at it as a $20 million mistake.
And I get it.
That's what he's doing.
I know, but I guess my point would be as the front office, you're supposed to manage up and say, listen, if you're going to hold this mistake against me, I don't even know why I'm here. Because no GM is going to be 100% for you.
That's why CY is probably one day going to walk away from this, and we'll be doing a Monday show with somebody else.
Yeah.
Because he's going to look at this as like, hey, listen, I gave you a World Series. You don't have any faith in me, but I make a $20 million mistake, and you don't want to go for it here.
Yeah, I mean
that's reality.
And I think you might be dead balls on right because he did the same thing when Shin-Soo Choo and Prince Fielder busted on him. And that was 12 years ago. But he put like a spending moratorium. I can't trust you guys to spend big money on contracts
and he got
anymore.
Rid of John Daniels. He told John Daniels to go hit the bricks. I ain't doing this anymore with you. I'm not disagreeing. As a Ranger fan, I want them to go out there and do everything possible to make the best team that they can. But this was an unfortunate mistake that now CY and the front and that front office, the scouting staff, is having to live with.
Yeah.
They can't go to him anymore and say, "Hey, we need more money." He goes, "Well, I gave you money. I gave you money to do this, and you guys effed it up. And yeah, you're going to make mistakes along the way. I get it. But this owner is different. He's not going to let you have a second or third mistake."
You think maybe that, that CY is a pitcher and he's got pitching expertise, but have we done a great job of evaluating our own hitters and figuring out who we need to keep?
He fired the damn coach in the middle of the year.
He thought the offense was going to be top 5. It came out and it was one of the worst 5.
Yeah.
The hitting coach situation, like you bring in Brett Boone from a podcast, maybe CY was the perfect guy to fix the pitching staff and the pitching culture around the Rangers.
Ryan, the modern era Nolan Ryan. Nolan Ryan had a good idea about player evaluation, pitchers, things like that.
Yeah.
Well, they went out and spent money. They bought those arms. They bought DeGrom. They bought Evaldi. So they're in a position now because they have been spending money. So the penalty of 50% on the tax to go over it for 3 straight years, I can understand. Not a lot of teams do that. It's the Mets, it's the Yankees, it's the Dodgers, it's the teams that are just printing money out of their rears. I can kind of get the justification, but I do think when you look at where this team is, if you feel like, hey, you can make a run and win a World Series,
do.
Then yeah,
we don't.
I would love it in a perfect world for them to pony up the money and say, "Screw it, we'll do this luxury tax."
All of us sitting on this table want them to go for it. I'm just telling you what I believe ownership's saying to him right now.
And I think you're right about that, and I think it's foolish because you're just not going to get many opportunities like this.
No.
You have DeGrom healthy now.
Yeah.
If you get to the playoffs, DeGrom and Evaldi give you a massive advantage against any opponent you're going to come up against, unlike in the regular season where you have to depend on starters 3, 4, and 5. We know how clutch Corey Seager is. We know Adolis Garcia owns the Astros. We know Bochy might be the best postseason manager in the game right now. And we're just going to be like, oh, no, I'm not doing luxury tax this time because in a perfect world, we would never be 3-year-in-a-row taxpayers. Yes, in a perfect world, your core would be between 25 and 28 years old right now. They're entering their prime, and you're thinking, time is on our side. I don't want to go because, we're going to reset this thing and come back strong in 26 and 27 and 28 and nail this thing. We got a flipping dynasty. You don't have a dynasty. Simeon's already old. Seager's 2 years from being old. This window closes when Seager's done being a star, right? How many more chances do you have at this, Ray? It's this season and maybe next year? And how much longer is DeGrom going to stay healthy? Let me just put that out there.
Yeah.
Evaldi right now can't pitch 6 weeks without having to go on the shelf for 2 weeks. That's what you're looking at right now is a championship roster that is probably on its last legs. And if you're going to do this, fine, but you're probably not going to get any closer for a long, long time. And then we'll really be, trusting CY to build anything close to what they have right now. I think it's a golden opportunity, and we'll hope for the best here with 3 hours to go. Maybe this will be the second time this week that, we thought a story was heading one way and it flipped back the other. Live from Cowboys training camp, we do have padded practice here starting shortly. And I think... this is going to be a lot of fun to watch this. The big story yesterday was the shoddy presser. I want to see how the guys come back because he's really asking them to play with their hair on fire, burn it 1,000 degrees, and then not go over the line and start getting into a fight. And I think this is awesome because it's not just about the penalties or the fighting. This is about discipline.
Yeah.
And I think this team needed discipline in a lot of ways. So he had some great moments last hour at the presser. He said he was asked if he runs the gassers. He said, I usually do, but I was pissed. And then he said, you can take the high road of, I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings. Screw that.
Yeah.
We're trying to win a championship.
Yeah.
He says, I get on the coaches as well, not just the players. So we'd wondered, is Shoddy too much of the guy who wants to be everybody's buddy? And it's clear it's not. I think he might just have the perfect amount of Marty Schottenheimer. Like Marty today would probably be too much of a hard ass to relate to the guys. And Brian probably growing up watched his dad going, wow, that's a tough son of a gun. Maybe I'll do it a little bit different.
Yeah.
But what we saw last night, and that's great coaching, discipline.
He is his dad with a personality.
There you go. That's a good way to say it.
He's his dad with a personality, and Marty was a tough-minded coach. Brian, I think, has got the right idea, being about a tough-minded coach, but he can sit at the podium and actually have fun with you.
Yes, and I think it takes that to be the coach of this team and cut through kind of the entitlement that the ownership has kind of created a culture. And it's hard. It's hard to keep the players accountable when they know I can go around you if I want to get business done. So how do you do it? You threaten to make them exhausted.
Yeah.
I think it's the number one tool for any coach at any level. It's the bench, and then it's making you super tired because it's a horrible feeling.
Oh, my gosh, yes.
And they were winded yesterday.
Yeah, they were.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to do that.
The pace of practice is already pretty strong. Were they doing 2-minute stuff, so they're already kind of tired, and then they're having to sprint back and forth?
They play at a pretty rapid pace. When they get started in their team periods, there's not a lot of slowdown.
You know, I was wondering if you are one of the disciplined players, if you go to those guys who were bleeping up after the whistle today and say, hey, we ain't running today, guys. Okay? So you got to get this figured out.
Yes, absolutely. Now, we're not going to have Miles Sanders today. He's not practicing per Calvin Watkins. Looks like we're going to get more Jaden Blue with
Veteran Day, maybe?
That one team. Maybe. Could be.
Yeah, because we've got a couple of players yesterday we reported about the hamstring, right, with our guy.
Adeniji?
No, he's our corner that I always miss. Booth. Booth's got
concussion for
Adeniji, right. So we'll see. Maybe they're just giving Sanders a little bit of a veteran day here. I don't know. We'll see. I'll try and reach out.
Chargers and Lions Hall of Fame game tonight. There's questions about both these teams. I think it's an interesting matchup if it would be in the regular season. Is Detroit going to be as dominant? They lose Ragnow, they lose Ben Johnson. Are they like the best contender for Philly
Aaron
right
Glenn,
now?
too.
Lost Aaron Glenn, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they lost a ton on their coaching staff. The Ragnow stuff is...
Randall L. went, too, with the Chicago with. He was the receivers coach.
Yeah.
And that was one of the better receiving rooms in the league.
For sure. For sure.
Those guys
I mean, Wolchuk already put in the call. They're missing the dang playoffs.
Wow.
I do think it is going to be... I mean, you never know. Man Campbell...
That division is good, though.
Yeah, the division's good.
That division's going to be tough.
And they're
Schedule's
talented.
tough.
There's no question they're a talented team, but I do wonder, you have that many losses. I think that you're going to take a step back. And let's say you're a 9-8 team. I don't know if that's getting you in, especially in that NFC North.
Might be the culture, though. That's a winning culture that guy's built.
And you know what? He deserved Coach of the Year, I would say.
Man of the Year?
Man of the Year,
Man
Coach
of the match?
Man Campbell of the Year. This year would probably be his best coaching job if he's able to overcome all of that change.
Mm-hmm.
So it's Ragnow and the coaches, or do they lose actual players? Because their offensive personnel and their defensive personnel before all the injuries, at times for a lot of the year, they looked better than what Philadelphia was.
Yeah.
What else did they lose here? Kevin Zeitler, that's a nothing burger. Carlton Davis.
Corner.
John, I see. I don't know. I think Detroit has a pretty good chance of still being great. But then with the Chargers, doesn't it feel inevitable that eventually Jim Harbaugh is going to make this into a physical defense that runs the hell out of the ball, and they're going to be winning games? It's just a matter of time.
Jesse Minter is a lot of people have pointed to him as one of these up and coming coaches that one day could be a head coach. But yeah, his scheme's actually pretty good. What he's got the Chargers
offensive line too,
playing at a high level.
They've been drafting some good linemen. Their tackles might have the best two tackles in football with Slater and Alt when you look at a duo. And then Hampton's going to be a good player.
Tom Brady and some hot water across the pond. The Birmingham City minority owner. Shots fired at England soccer legend Wayne Rooney, saying the 7-time Super Bowl champion being critical as this TV show's coming out that kind of shows the behind-the-scenes stuff. And they got this quote from Brady during the 23-24 season. I'm a little bit worried about our head coach, Wayne Rooney. He says, the players were lazy, they're entitled, and when you're lazy and entitled, you don't have much of a chance to succeed. So, I think a common story, English soccer fans frustrated with American ownership, and now it's maybe the top football star in American history.
Big week for Brady just saying stuff. He's out here trying to give work-life balance tips to Scotty Scheffler.
Wow.
Which is
rich.
Not really somebody I want to take work-life balance advice from, right? I mean, come on now.
Yeah, listen, obsess over the sport, play it way too long, and if your wife gives you an ultimatum, bleep her, Is that the work-life balance advice there for Tommy?
I think so.
Okay, we got to run G-Bag Nation. We're coming back. We'll get G-Bag of the Day champion and Wolchuk's top 10 at 2:20, buddy. What's in store?
Yeah, I'm going to go out on the practice field, but we do have the top 10 most hated Cowboys of all time. Who do you think made that list? That's next to the nation. But let's talk Trajan Wealth. That's TRAJAN. And look, ensure your retirement is the ultimate summer vacation. Give them a call today. The consultation's absolutely free. Number to call, 469-579-3500. That's 469-579-3500. It's never too early to be planning for your future. They've got awesome offices in Frisco. I love that location. Arlington, Southlake, Fort Worth, and in McKinney, Eric.
That's right. Trajan Wealth is just around the corner or a click away. You can check them out at trajanwealth.com. Go ahead and schedule that free, no-obligation consultation because at Trajan Wealth, your needs come first. They're a fiduciary firm, so they're going to be prioritizing your financial well-being above all else. And when you succeed, they succeed, so they want to see you win, and they're in this with you. Trajan Wealth is also family-owned. They're veteran-led. They've brought decades of experience to the table, and their team of advisors actually specialize in helping individuals in or nearing retirement. I mean, my goodness, trying to navigate the complexities of today's financial landscape, we all know that could be absolutely daunting, but great news for all of us. Trajan Wealth is here to help. 469-579-3500. That's 469-579-3500. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
It's a must-listen on your lunch break. Rangers manager Bruce Bochy brings us the latest and has fun with the KNC Masterpiece. Wednesdays at 12:30 right here on The Fan and our Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 in monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
SWE lending, all credit okay, all credit okay. We make home equity loans super easy for all. Pay off debt, go on vacation, start that home renovation. SWE lending, all credit okay, all credit okay.
Call 713-231-1133. Subject to approval, Equal Housing Lender. SWElending.com. NMLS number 851997.
It's a Fan Thirsty Thursday. Presented by SWElending.com.
It starts with a simple order. A cold Dos Equis dressed with salt and lime. But for the salt clinging to the bottle and the lime perched on top, this is the luckiest of unions. As if the universe has swiped right, pairing flavors together with a crisp Dos Equis. This is refreshment designed by fate, blessed by destiny, and served by bartenders. Enjoy Dos Equis responsibly. Copyright 2024 Dos Equis, imported by Cervezas Mexicanas, White Plains, New York.
Connect, invest, grow. Taiwan Expo 2025 is where innovation meets opportunity. August 14th to the 16th at the K. Bailey Hutchison Convention Center. Free admission. Learn more at TaiwanExpoUSA.com.
Today we're constantly taking photos and videos to remember our favorite moments. But what about those captured before the smartphone? What about the memories tucked away on aging VHS tapes, film reels, or in fading photos?
These cherished memories are fading away with time, vulnerable to threats like heat, moisture, and mold. But fear not, there's a solution to safeguard your legacy. Hi, I'm Adam.
And I'm Nick. Together we founded Legacy Box over a decade ago with one mission, to bring your memories into the 21st century.
It's time to bid farewell to old tapes you can't watch and faded photos. Legacy Box transforms them into digital treasures, ready to share with a click.
Just like magic, your shoebox of memories is now safely stored in the cloud or on a thumb drive.
Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box, so you can rest assured your priceless moments are in good hands.
Don't let your childhood fade away on old tapes. It's time to digitize those priceless moments.
Fast forward into the digital age. Visit legacybox.com/value and unlock 50% off your order. That's legacybox.com/value.
Platinum Chevrolet has become an all-in-the-family business for the KNC Masterpiece. Corey told me to go there to buy my brand new car. 5 years later and 4 new cars later, I love Platinum Chevrolet. And now we've got our producer Alec in on the Platinum Chevrolet business as well.
You walk in and you gently ask for GM Justin Rudd. He's going to be happy to see you and take care of you because he loves the Tolos. And the price you see online is the price you're going to pay. Visit PlatinumChevyTexas.com. Drive a little further to save a lot more. Chevrolet, together let's drive.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Rhino Shield.
More and more North Texas homeowners are saving money by not having to constantly repaint. And they're lowering their utility bills by applying Rhino Shield, the superior ceramic paint coating that comes with a 25-year transferable warranty. Visit RhinoShieldTX.com to schedule a free estimate.
All right, welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Wolchuk and Shia follow down on the practice fields. And we'll go to them shortly. Let's get the G-Bag of the Day champion, though. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you or a loved one's injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Back into the Pimp Cup we go. Here's Lucius with the champ.
Yeah. Mic check, 1, 2. Does my mic sound nice?
Yes.
All right. G-Bag of the Day, we do it every weekday on The Fan. 5:30, replay the champion right about here at this time. Day 2 for this champion audio. It is a Stephen Jones combo pack. Stephen Jones combo pack right here. He had a hell of a response for our very own Gavin Dawson. Listen to this.
Right, and I'm like, well, why would they not just get this thing done if Micah really wants to be here? And I guess one is that he would have to take significantly less than market value for you guys to want to do that contract with him now. And the other would be, I mean, it is probably tens of millions of dollars in free brand awareness.
A lot of the things you just said are mostly inaccurate.
Okay. How so?
I'm not going to get into the details of a negotiation.
Ouch. Man.
Yeah.
That is a hell of a line,
fun,
bro.
Yeah, that was great, man. I really enjoyed that.
A lot of the things you just said are mostly inaccurate.
Enjoyed that.
That is a hell of a line. And our
My favorite part was, I was trying to wonder, why would they do a deal right now? And the only way would be if they wanted to take significantly less than market value. I mean, I was in there, dude.
A lot of the things you just said are mostly inaccurate.
Yeah. That man is wild for that. All right, let me see. My mouse is acting funny. Oh, I got to get the guy in here, the IT guy. Rick Lou. Shoot. Hold on,
He's on meds, too.
Yeah, he's on. All right, here we go. And Corey Majors from the KNC Masterpiece. He made fun of it.
Here's my example of Steven. Where do you stop to get gas, Steven? And he's like, gasoline is all over the country, and you never know exactly when you're going to need to stop because what is stopping? And who knows how many different places you can pass before you actually... a lot of people out there need gas. And so do I want gas when they're getting gas, or do I want gas whenever they're not? And so you have to ask yourself that question, and you got to be prepared. 24 hours, 365.
No, but I asked you the question, where did you get the gas?
To get gasoline. Well, I'm not going to talk about that right now. That's not fair to the gasoline industry.
Man, that was genius. Some of the finest broadcasting Corey Majors has ever done. Sound like the crowd got a pretty good reaction there, guys. What happened?
Yeah, deep ball touchdown, one-on-one drills. One of our wide receivers, I believe that was Kelly, the Texas Tech kid.
Number 6?
Yeah, heck of a route, and just a really nice over-the-shoulder drop it in a bucket adjustment to the football for a touchdown.
I love it. I also love the fact that that champ will face the challenger coming up at 5:30, the G-Bag of the Day, every evening at 5:30 right before LA Live. Let's get to Wolchuk's Top 10 at 2:20 live for the practice field here in Oxnard, the Fan.
All righty, the top 10 most hated Cowboys of all time, as voted on by, I believe, the media. If you have any that you think, oh my gosh, they're going to be on here, and it's probably for a variety of reasons. Maybe they were just so damn good, the league hated them, or they might have done some stuff that, rightly so, well, you might dislike these people. 877-881-1053. Jalen Brooks just struggling to get open there. That was a really good rep by the DB. I think that might have been Zion Childress again.
48?
Getting it done. Yeah, I mean, Zion's had himself a hell of a training camp so far.
I'll tell you what, Mingo's looked pretty good on a couple of his routes. He had a nice deep ball for a touchdown from Dak That was on Troy Pride, and then he came over and won on a slant versus Elam. Elam had pretty nice coverage, but better ball, better grab there. The big body of Mingo is pretty impressive, dude. I'll tell you, if he can be a threat in the passing game, I think that would be a game changer for this offense.
Oh, Cropper trying to go on a one-on-one there, but it wasn't really a well-thrown football. I think that was Will Greer, threw that a little too inside, needed it more out, and that was Matthew, the new corner they just signed a couple days ago, in coverage there. All right, your honorable mentions, most hated Cowboys of all time. You do have the playmaker, Michael Irvin.
Mm-hmm.
I'm shocked that he didn't make the top 10 here, Brian. Like, if you think of just irritants, Michael Irvin was one of those guys that if he's on your team, you absolutely love him. If you're playing against him, he had to have been one of the most hated people in the NFL.
I think he's probably a top 5 guy for all-time Cowboys. I'm interested why the media thought he was outside the top 10.
I mean, my goodness gracious.
What just happened?
Okay, so we have Izzy McQuamu working against Trayshawn Holden, the rookie from Oregon. Izzy McQuamu gets a great jam at the line, goes ahead and boxes him out, runs the route better than Holden, but somehow he's able to just go up, pluck the ball right over his helmet, high point it, and makes the catch. I mean, that's nothing you can do. That's like old Cheeto Awuzie coverage, where he's in perfect position, but the wide receiver, like Kenny Golladay versus him back in the day, like he just makes an unbelievable catch. There was nothing Izzy McQuamu could have done. That was textbook from him.
Yeah. 2 days in a row for Holden now, huh?
Holden, that was nice, dude. Turn the body, contort that thing, high point the ball, and toe tap it on the sidelines. That was sexy.
I'm surprised Playmaker's not in the top 10. He's got the big personality and a winner, a 3-time champion. You're going to find 10 more hated Cowboys than Michael Irvin. I mean, obviously we all love him, but we're talking about outsiders. Of course, fans of other teams are going to hate the guy like that.
Greg Hardy coming in as an honorable mention.
Well,
that's just for being a terrible human being.
That's probably, justified hate. There's about a handful of guys in history that, inside or outside of sports, very hateable.
And then Dak Prescott at 11.
And that might be from Cowboys fans.
That's,
Yeah, that feels local.
Dak
hated the Romo?
We'll find out.
Very close.
What do you think? You think he is or not?
I don't think he is. I think people like Dak more than they like Romo.
Yeah. Yeah, the performance left something to be desired in different ways, but Dak's personality is a lot more charismatic.
Yeah, I said it last night when we were at Spencer McKenzie's for dinner. Like, if you could have put Dak's leadership and work ethic and morphed that with Tony Romo's really just rare, athletic, uncanny ability.
Teammates didn't really like him very much.
Yeah, I mean, you could have had a Hall of Famer right there.
Yeah.
Well, that could be if you win him a Super Bowl.
Yeah, if he wins a Super Bowl, he will be. That's 100% true. Number 10 is Terrell Owens, most hated Cowboy ever.
How long was he a Cowboy for, Wooly?
3 years.
Wow. Seems like a small sample size to be one of the top 10 most hated.
Well,
over
and
Michael Irvin?
I think that's one where it was also controversial because I didn't want T.O. After all the antics that he had. He was a Philadelphia Eagle. He was, he can go bleep himself and then going ahead and doing what he did with the star. Like, I didn't want T.O. anywhere near this organization. Now, of course, when he starts catching touchdowns and get your popcorn ready, if he's doing it for your team, you kind of decide, all right, this is okay. But, yeah, T.O. is definitely probably one of the most hated figures in the NFL, period.
At least he's not the 49ers fan. We got the Canada.
Oh, it's like Chiefs in the crowd.
No, that's Rowdy over here behind me.
Oh, Rowdy, okay.
Yeah, Rowdy's signing autographs over here.
Yeah, okay.
All right, number 9 is Dez Bryant coming in at number 9, most hated Cowboy ever. It's my second favorite.
Yeah, I think early on it was trending in that direction, but, I mean, he had one of the greatest ascents as far as likability I think that I've ever seen in an athlete. Who's hating Dez Bryant now? For what?
I mean, I think we're all Desbians, right?
Yeah.
Desbian for life.
Yeah.
But he also probably was talking a lot. He kind of
He is polarizing at times. He'll share a strong opinion, but, I mean, come on. It's freedom of speech.
He'd get into a fight with people out there. Number 8, and this is because of just how damn good he was on the field. This is nothing to do personality-wise, just an absolute feared person to play, was DeMarcus Ware.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure that offensive linemen...
You're saying as an opponent.
Yeah,
then, right?
and it does... That's in the write-up here. Like, this is just on the field as an opponent. Linemen hated having to play against DeMarcus Ware.
Yeah. I would say that would be true, but as far as a hated person...
Yeah.
No, heck no. He's as nice as a human being as you'll ever be around. But on the field, that was a different cat.
Number 7, it is Tony Romo.
Yeah. I think he should have been higher for hated.
I mean, super polarizing.
Yeah.
And I mean, that's a. Jeez.
Do you wonder if he's more hated as a media member now or as a quarterback?
It's so weird because, I mean, it's really kind of similar to the career as a player, right? Because he started off, everyone loved him.
Yeah.
And then now everyone's like, oh, does he even care? Is he watching film? Is he lazy? He's just kind of boring to listen to. And I think that early on, Romo was a darling. And then he kind of became, a franchise America's quarterback that loved the fame. And that's when things kind of change when you talk with people along the organization.
I'm seeing Trayvon Diggs with helmet today. Does that mean that's a step in the right direction?
He normally practices with helmet. They'll go work with the strength coach. They'll go do some individual drills together. Is what they do. You'll see it on the opposite field of wherever the practice is taking place.
The umbilical cords, Wolchuk, getting after him.
Okay, I'm going to go. I need to go get a pronunciation from Siobhan Ravel's dad real quick. We need to figure out how to actually say his son's name. Because we're getting misreports out here.
Yeah.
Mr. Ravel's here.
Okay.
All right, let's do
What's
this.
up? So is it Siobhan? Savone. Okay, because we were getting conflicting reports on how to pronounce your son's name.
Well, we go by whatever. You say Siobhan, we might deal with it. I'm senior, so, I done had to deal with him all life. But it's a Savone all around our family.
Savone Ravel.
Savone.
Perfect.
Savone Ravel, like Cuban. Savone without the H.
We got you.
Yeah.
Savone. Yeah. Thank you.
Well, Mr. Ravel, how's Savone feeling these days, man?
Feeling all right, you know what I'm saying? He got to take his time, He ain't where he want to be at, so it's like no rush right now. I think he was like, the team was like looking at maybe getting him out there at the beginning of the season, but right now he just need to prepare his knee a little bit better, you know what I'm saying? Being 100% ain't going to help. That knee need to be about 150 to really get out there, and you'll really see it's explosive. He ain't going to let the fans down, trust me.
No, we believe that. What's the scouting report?
Scouting reports, you know what I'm saying? Right now, they just take your time, you know what I'm saying? They probably get him out there and work the next 6 to 8 weeks, you know what I'm saying? Do what they need to do to get him stronger and get him acclimated to the system. And once he get acclimated, we'll probably see about, I'm predicting between 6 weeks and 8 weeks, we'll see him.
6 to 8 weeks.
All right.
Let's go.
Week 8. That's
okay.
Wow, there it is. Look at that. Week 6 to week 8. We just got the injury report from Mr. Ravel, Savone Sr., right here, live in Oxnard. That's good stuff.
Savone Ravel. All right, keeping the top 10 going after Tony Romo at 7. Most hated Cowboys of all time. Larry Allen coming in at number 6. Larry Allen at number 6.
A hated opponent, so quiet, though. Gosh, didn't say 2 words, but as an opponent, you hated seeing him across from you for sure.
Number 5, we've got Herschel Walker.
Wow.
Now, I don't know how in the world you could hate Herschel Walker, because if you don't have the great train robbery, you don't get the dynasty of the 90s.
I would say the Minnesota media people probably hate him more because of what he did to their organization.
That could be true.
Yeah.
And I guess there were some domestic violence allegations.
Oh, okay.
As well.
Okay.
I mean, he's been politically polarizing. I wouldn't be surprised if, blue states aren't big Herschel Walker fans these days.
All right, coming up next in this top 10 of the most hated Cowboys of all time, it's Ezekiel Elliott.
Ooh. Yeah.
Ezekiel?
Yeah, because, I mean...
Is that too high?
I mean, it might be a little high.
I think this is where Michael Irvin needs to be, right in this range.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you kind of get it on both sides. The opponents hated him because he was so dang good.
Right.
And then the fans, Cowboys fans, dislike him because you feel like you wasted what is one of the more talented players at that position that we've seen in a long time.
Sure.
So I can understand that a little bit. Felt like we left a lot of meat on that bone, Joseph Randall style.
Staubach coming in at number 3.
There we go.
I'm surprised he wasn't number 1.
A lot of winning. And
America's quarterback, all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you thought you had him. He's still alive. He made a play. He's tough. He's bigger than some of your linebackers, for crying out loud. I could see that because he's a winner. Like, how does anybody hate Zeke? When I see great players around the NFL and they're not beating my team and they're not handing me playoff losses, then I'm like, that's awesome, dude. I want to watch Zeke jump people and truck stick people. Like, this is cool. I'm turning on highlights. I freaking love Zeke, right? You only really hate a guy when he rips your heart out in the playoffs, and then you hate his entire city.
And to cap off, just the worst list, I think, in top 10 history outside of Eric's barbecue list. At number 2, most hated Cowboy of all time, Emmitt Smith. Are you effing kidding me? This is worse than Gilbrand's top running back list of all time.
Okay, I think this might go to people resenting the fact that he's the all-time rushing leader and, maybe not the best running back ever.
This was Eagles fans that voted him, and it does clarify that. Eagles fans, he still lives rent-free, and they have nightmares.
So this is an Eagle fans list?
No, they just took votes from fans across the National Football League and media members.
Okay.
And, Emmitt did tear up the Eagles pretty good. I'm surprised Jason Witten didn't make it for Giants fans.
Yeah.
Felt like Jason Witten was always just crushing the Giants. But number 1, most hated Cowboy of all time, primetime himself.
Wow.
Deion Sanders.
Yeah. The greatness.
Makes sense.
The confidence.
The swag.
Sure.
Yeah, the big personality. Mm-hmm. I think they nailed that one. Thank you, Wolchuk. Top 10 at 2:20 every afternoon. We'll continue with 3 live mics here, brought to you by the On-Time Experts, Rhino Shield, and Yardbird Southern Table and Bar. It's our training camp coverage in Oxnard, California, and we'll get more flavor from practice coming up next year on The Fan.
Coming up Friday morning on Shan and RJ, it's our final show from Oxnard. All the stories from the Jerry party. And did the Rangers make any deadline moves? It's a Friday morning on The Fan.
Tolo's, it's game time, and Wild Fork Foods has the goods. Shop any of our 9 DFW locations for the full experience. Discover an unbeatable variety of premium meats and seafood. Our on-site experts make shopping easy, ensuring incredible flavor and great prices. Score at Wild Fork Foods.
Large acreage lakefront retreats, just 90 minutes from Dallas. Picture this: towering hardwoods, a sparkling lake steps from your door, and endless family fun. It's happening this Saturday for the very first time. We're releasing an exclusive collection of beautiful lakefront properties, unbelievable prices, unmatched value, spacious lakefront 3 to 10 acre tracts starting at an incredible $99.9. Prefer a view? Get a 3-acre property with a stunning lake view for only $49.9. Enjoy a private lake, a fishing pier, paved roads, power, internet, and all just minutes from a charming Texas town. Don't miss out. These highly anticipated properties are available by appointment only this Saturday. 1 day only. Call now to schedule your private tour. That's 214-307-9248. For more information, just call 214-307-9248. That's 214-307-9248 and make your Texas lakefront dream a reality.
Summer is blockbuster season. A-list stars, explosive action, familiar franchises. Get your popcorn ready. August 4th through the 6th, Jazz Chisholm Jr. and the Yankees come to the ballpark for 3 games against Corey Seager and the Rangers. And before the dust settles, Bryce Harper and the Phillies show up that Friday the 8th for a weekend showdown. Don't miss these matchups. It'll be pure cinema. Tickets at Rangers.com. All for Texas.
Hi there, it's Pete Thompson from the Consumer Team. If you're being pitched that you need to buy a new air conditioner, pump the brakes and call the On-Time Experts for a free second opinion. Their technicians aren't allowed to sell, and that means they're focused on making your system work. So don't buy that new AC system before you have to. Call the On-Time Experts, 214-267-2007, 214-267-2007, theontimeexperts.com, theontimeexperts.com.
Chiafalo back here on behalf of my great friends at Advanced Hair Restoration and AdvancedHair.com. The Tolos keep asking, what makes Advanced Hair Restoration different? Well, allow me to share, along with some details on, get this, their once-a-year summer savings event. First off, Advanced Hair stands by their results, and their before and afters are truly second to none. You can check them out at AdvancedHair.com. With Advanced Hair, your own natural hair is guaranteed to grow. How about that? Truly unprecedented stuff here. And Advanced Hair combines top-rated physicians with modern technology. They create sort of this concierge quality experience that's truly hard to find elsewhere. And finally, Advanced Hair's Advanced FUE begins regrowing your own natural hair the very next day. It's quick, it's simple, and it is super easy. Now, if you have a flexible schedule this summer and you've been waiting for that special savings opportunity, it is here right now. It's time to capitalize, Tolos. Advanced Hair's summer savings event will get you the most hair for your dollar. It's their best offer ever. For details and to schedule your free consultation, call 469-59 599hair. One-day treatment, life-changing results. Your new hair is guaranteed to grow. 469-599hair or advancedhair.com.
At Fault invites you for food and fun July 31st from 3 to 7 p.m. They'll be serving happy hour beverages and bites, $4 beer, $5 wine, $1 wings, and free entry to the DFW Stella Shuffleboard contest. Winners will advance to the finals where one person will win a trip to Belgium. Come play shuffleboard, interactive darts, cornhole, and more. At Fault joins DFW Restaurant Week this year to bring on the fun with the food. While you're there, preview the menu they've created for DFW Restaurant Week. At Fault in Farmers Branch. Visit atfaultdallas.com for more information. atfaultdallas.com.
Oh, no.
Ah, that's the sound of someone who's misplaced
my debit card.
Their debit card.
Where'd I leave that thing?
Not at the gas pump, or the checkout counter, or the roof of your car. Now, if he has the Chase mobile app, he can use Card Lock.
Wait, I could just lock my card.
Yep, just a few tippy taps on his phone, and that sound? That's peace of mind from Chase.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. Member FDIC.
Some people just know they can save hundreds on home and auto insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check your house sitter has the new code first before leaving for vacation.
System lockout.
But that's the code.
Contacting authorities.
I'm out of here.
Oh, seriously, the car too?
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a home and auto bundle that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Not available in every state. Potential savings vary. Allstate Vehicle and Property Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. And now save up to $800 on select smart beds. Limited time. All Sleep Number smart beds offer temperature solutions for your best sleep. Check it out at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com today.
Some things can steal your sunshine.
Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken. Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
For over a decade, Men's T Clinic has been helping Texas men shed visceral fat and increase muscle mass. Corey Majors here, and I want you to join me on my new journey with Men's T Clinic. While knowing your numbers is where to start, weight loss doesn't always stop at optimizing your testosterone levels. Men's T Clinic has a solid lineup of therapies to help you jumpstart your weight loss goals, push through plateaus, and to help you achieve weight optimization. Experience weight loss the MTC way. Call 972-GO-MENS-T or visit menstclinic.com for more. That's menstclinic.com.
It's an AL wildcard showdown in Seattle tonight as the Rangers and Mariners do battle in the opening game of a 4-game series. Hi, everybody. This is Matt Hicks inviting you to join Jared Sandler and me. Our coverage of tonight's game begins at 8 o'clock on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-price of sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024, y'all. Hold on.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Lucius. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan, where Savone Ravel's dad just told us he's looking like 6 to 8 weeks to come back from the knee, and he also did clarify at Savone. Let's go down to the practice field where the crowd just got excited again. 3 live mics brought to you by the On Time Experts, the official AC, heating, and plumbing partner of the Dallas Cowboys. Boys, how we doing?
Fantastic. You just had another deep ball connection. Dak Prescott to GP3 as they went quick. They went tempo, no huddle. Kevontae Turpin now getting a handoff. Nice spin, but the defensive speed again stretching him out. That's probably only about a 2-yard pickup, but it was a quick out to George Pickens, who beat Bland the previous play. They huddled up quick. Dak cocked up, loaded a deep ball down the right sideline, and Pickens with a ton of room, able to just walk the dog, as Brad Sham would say, into the end zone.
Yeah, that last play, though, Sam Williams with a great job. He just beat the block off the edge there and was able to get up the field. They tried to flip the ball on a little fake and flipped it over to Turpin, and he had nowhere. That would have been a negative play on Sam Williams.
All right, it's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Any starters formation standing out? Anybody not with the ones that should be?
No, right there. I mean, like you said, I just got out here, exchanged with Eric. I know maybe Zach could do that, but a really nice job by Bell, if I could. Just talk about Bell. They try and hand the ball on the inside cut and to Blue, and he presses it to his left, and then Bell was standing right there in the hole. The right guard, they did not get anything done on that right side there. That was the number one offensive line, too. Booker just didn't do a very good job of getting up on Bell, and it was a tackle for loss.
Well, it was a nice job by Ezeraku to kind of eat up some blockers in front of him to allow Bell just a free opening to just fill that hole.
How'd the one-on-ones look, the pass rush ones?
Those we did not see. We just got the wide receivers. So the wide receivers working on DBs. I didn't get to see any of the pass rush one-on-ones.
What was that crowd reaction for?
It was an incomplete pass. Milton tried to throw the ball out to the left side there. Tried to get it to John Stevens. The ball was too high. So kind of a reaction of like, oh, why'd you miss an open route like that? The second offensive line is in there working right now. Oh, this is a straight run. This is a power run. Good job by Stevens getting out front.
Yeah, they had an extra lineman, it looked like, pulling from left to right to just seal off that opposite side, and then Milton took it with that quarterback read towards the left, and a great block by Stevens, to your point.
Stevens with a really good job. He rolled up the Rochelle, the corner, tried to step up, but Stevens got into him and just pancaked him, and that allowed Milton to make the cut to the right side for a nice gain.
Seems like we're seeing the extra offensive lineman every day. How if you had to call a percentage of it, is this going to be a common thing?
I think it's something that they want to try and do with. They want to try and make it a little bit of a heavier situation, try and get big bodies. Oh, nice cut right there.
That's a good run by Maffa.
Man, Maffa. And again, Stevens at the point of attack. He was winging it. I'll get to your thing in a little bit here, Dawson. But, yeah, just right there. He was playing the wing, came inside, and was digging out the defensive tackle, and Maffa made the cut right behind him. So, but, yeah, the extra tackle stuff, they're just trying to get big bodies at the point of attack and just take advantage of that and just kind of push on people that way.
All right, we got the ones back out now, and it does look like you've got your traditional offensive line, Nate Thomas out at left tackle, and give it to Lipke right up the middle, and a really good job on that far side. I think that was Peyton Turner, Brian.
Yeah.
What's this? Is this Miles Sanders? Miles Sanders sitting out today, so some of these other depth guys getting more burn?
Yeah, absolutely. That you're seeing Maffa more. You're going to see Blue in there quite a bit, and maybe even Williams a little bit, but we got ones-on-ones right now. Nice little cut right there from Hunter Lipke. He was able to take the ball, press it to his left, stayed left. Good job by Smith, just handling Solomon Thomas to get about 4 or 5 yards.
Is that Lipke as an actual running back?
As a handed-off running back. Oh, that's a beat. Oh, Ezeraku got right by Steele.
Yeah, and again, Steele he didn't have the footwork to get out of his stance in time. Ezeraku just flew off the ball. Man, Cooper Beebe had a hell of a block inside, though, to try and create a pocket to step up for Dak. Ezeraku was just too darn fast.
Yeah, Ezeraku coming off that left-hand side. That would be the offense's right side. Steele just could not get a hand on him, even get close to stopping him right there of that explosive play.
I mean, he whiffed pretty good on a one-on-one as well. You know, I'm waiting to see this, Terrence Steele not as bad as the PFF scores say he is at Pass Pro, because it's not showing up today, guys.
Oh, good draw action here. That's a good little play right there.
That was nice.
That was a draw, Dawson. They just Dak set up like he's going to throw the ball and then handed it to Williams. They got the blocks really well up front. That was on Beebe's side. That was on Smith's side, and that was even on Nate Thomas's side. Mm-hmm. That thing opened up really nicely for him over there.
Yeah, Beebe got Mozzie turned really quickly, and that created a nice hole.
Yeah, I love these draws and these delays and stuff, getting the defense to turn their back and think it's pass, and then you hand to them. But the other thing I really like, guys, and it was apparent yesterday and how winded they were after the practice, and it sounds like it today by the pace of how often you're calling these things out, they're running plays very, very quickly. Are they going to be a hurry-up tempo team, or is this just general conditioning?
Stay up. Yeah, I think
everybody okay?
Yeah, well, man, we had people falling around Dak's feet.
It was Damone Clark.
Damone Clark fell right on Dak Prescott's feet, and Dak was kind of able to back up as he's going through with the pass. But that was good pressure by Clark and those guys. They got into there pretty quick, but Oh, man, that was pretty close right there.
Yeah, Shuddy did talk about that today, though, Dawson, to your point. Like, they want to try and catch some teams off guard, and they also are going to be aware of some of the fronts that are in the game, and if they can go tempo and now allow a team not to be able to substitute so they can keep one of their best pass rushers off the field, they're going to try and do that.
How do you like the coordination of all the motion right now? Is it clean? Is it smooth? Are the ball fakes good? Or is it still rough?
I think that, the motion that we've been able to see has been pretty effective, with what they're trying to do. But, yeah, it's coming with the wide receivers. It's coming with the tight ends. It doesn't look like they're doing anything that they're having, like a guy comes in motion and just stops, and they're like having to reset because the guy went the wrong way or something.
Yeah, I was just wondering if there was any correlation with the injuries there and just maybe not knowing how to finish plays.
Carry on Winfrey just making another really good stuff. But Brian, that exchange between Milton and Blue just doesn't look clean to me. I saw the same thing yesterday, where Blue's got to kind of just readjust how the football is in his hands, and I think that's causing a delay because the offensive line allowed Winfrey to just get in the backfield clean. He doesn't even have the opportunity to be able to try and make him miss because he's still trying to tuck the football away.
Yeah, I think Milton is trying to show him the ball, and then Blue is looking to see where he needs to make that cut, and it's kind of slowing things up a little bit.
All right, it's the G-Bag Nation here, live, 3 live mics brought to you by the On-Time Experts, Wolchuk.
All right, we got a little pitch out to Turpin now. Now this is going to come right at us.
Yeah.
We got some pulling linemen. Nice run here. Sadiq Charles getting out in space. Neville and Wheat just had a nice physical altercation.
Wow.
As Wheat just put Neville on his rear. But, hey, he did his job because he was allowing Turpin to get to the edge.
Yeah, that key block. Neville got the block. Wheat was trying to fight to keep his left shoulder free, and Neville wouldn't let him do it. He just pancaked him. That allowed Turpin to get around the edge. They got all the way to the corner before Turpin even got touched.
Okay, we're giving you some flavor of the football field here in Oxnard, California. Training camp 2025 continues here on your home of the Cowboys. You have Broadus, you have Wolchuk, you have Chiafalo down there on the fields. We'll come back with more highlights and analysis coming up next year. The G-Bag Nation and the Fan.
Our goal is to be your Buc-ee's of radio. You know, where you stay for a while. Except we can't promise our bathrooms are going to be clean with these guys. Stick around. More laughs and sports ahead right here on The Fan, the Odyssey app, the iHeartRadio app, and TuneIn app.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Bosch Power Tools. The more you Bosch, the more you feel like a Bosch.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute. There are different ways to say it, but the sentiment's the same. World Series parades are better than keeping prized prospects. Now, that doesn't mean baseball GMs should empty their minor league cupboards by today's trade deadline, but they have to be aggressive. They owe it to the current roster, and they can't assume they'll be in a similar spot next season. Judging by the last 24 hours, I'm preaching to the choir because there are plenty of aggressive GMs. I'm Andrew Bogish.
Hot damn! Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea just got harder with Twisted Tea Extreme. Twisted Tea Extreme is made with real brewed tea, goes down smooth, and an 8% kick of alcohol. Dial up the fun with Twisted Tea Extreme. Keep it twisted!
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
If you could hear Old Spice Fiji Antiperspirant, what would it sound like? First, you'd start with Fiji Antiperspirant's amazing scent of palm trees. Add pure notes of fresh coconut and layer on 24/7 odor and sweat protection. You won't hear any dyes or parabens because with Fiji, you won't have any. So while your regular antiperspirant sounds like this, Old Spice Fiji sounds like this. Sounds like it smells amazing.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. What are the most common calls you guys get for someone who's like, oh, I wonder if I should call the Frankels for this?
The bottom line is if you're in a car wreck and it's not your fault, you may not need us, but the call and the consultation are free. So what can it hurt? I was in a car wreck. I went to the emergency room. I don't have health insurance. Now I've got a $20,000 bill. What do I do? I missed a week of work. I got hit by an uninsured driver. How do I deal with that? Make us your first call.
214 or 817-333-3333. Franklin Frankel, Principal Office, Dallas, Texas.
Don't let the wrong gear cost you that trophy animal. Upgrade your arsenal with premium brands at great prices during the Shields Hunting Sale event on now through August 3rd. From bows, crossbows, and archery accessories to camo from brands like First Light, Sitka, and Shields Outfitters, every piece of gear is hand-selected for serious hunters like you. Join the community of hunters who trust Shields experts to outfit their adventures and get more bang for your buck in-store or online now through August 3rd at Shields.
Hey, it's Gavin Dawson here for Window Nation. You've been trying to stay cool this summer, but your windows aren't keeping the AC in your home. Window Nation can help. With their energy-efficient replacement windows, your home will be better protected against the Texas heat. Better yet, Window Nation is currently offering 50% off all window styles and no interest until 2030. You heard that right. 0 interest for 5 whole years. Take advantage of the best deal of the year, plus 1-day installation with Window Nation, a proud partner of the Dallas Cowboys. Call 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com.
If you don't know us, we are Rowdy Cowgirls from DFW's #1 sports bar, the Rowdy Cowboy.
Join us for a Texas-sized menu, 69 large TVs, and ice-cold beer. Enjoy an irresistible menu. And speaking of
irresistible cowgirls, you will find us at Rowdy Cowboy. Come by and let's get rowdy. Located at 1713 Crossroads Drive in Grapevine. RowdyCowboy.com.
Cute.
I'm Rhett. And I'm Link. And we're the hosts of the podcast Ear Biscuits. We're just two lifelong friends who've been talking about life for a long time.
From being dads to businessmen to all the random things we experience, nothing is off limits.
And now we're talking to you. We're answering your questions, giving advice that you may or may not want to take, and listening to your hilarious stories.
So leave us a voicemail to be part of the show at
1-888-EARPOD1 on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcast.
Have you ever had an aha moment? That feeling when you finally try something new and wonder why you waited so long? Here's yours. 20% of car loans are now 84 months. That's 7 years of high payments and likely ending upside down when you go to trade in. D&M Leasing can help you skip the long terms with smarter, lower monthly payments. Join over 50,000 happy customers on the road today. Call 817 or 214-35-LEASE or visit dmautoleasing.com today.
We make leasing easy at D&M.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Hour 2, G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. We are live in Oxnard, and we're in the midst of 3 live mics with Broadus, Wolchuk, and Chiafalo all down on the field and watching the plays roll out. It's brought to you by the On Time Experts, the official AC heating and plumbing partner of the Dallas Cowboys. Our training camp sponsors, On Time Experts, Rhino Shield, and Yardbird Southern Table and Bar. As we head back down there, Miles Sanders is out. Apparently he's got a sleeve on his calf. And injury updates brought to you by Greystone Roofing. They've got you covered when the hits keep on coming. And that was a very nice hit. Nice run stuff there from Perry and Winfrey, populating Cowboys Twitter there at the break. I would recommend, if you're out there and you have a chance right now to bring up Cowboys Twitter, find this Winfrey stuff, because every day he's doing something to make me feel like he should be a big part of this defensive line rotation. Maybe even start, Brian. What do you think?
Yeah, I tell you what, though, he's the one guy that's been able to kind of come in here and show the ability to get up the field. And he's been explosive. He played a lot of that one technique defensive tackle at Oklahoma. He was able to extend. He's got some snap. He's got some power. He's got some quickness. There's been some times where maybe he's played a little tall. That's kind of been the MO of him. Mm-hmm. But when he plays down, he can be a hard guy to have to deal with, blocking one-on-one.
How's the physicality today, the intensity and the discipline to not do extracurricular?
It's been pretty good. I think the guys got the message yesterday that they didn't want, they don't want any fighting and they don't want to have to run. So I think all that has been pretty good so far. I haven't seen anything that leads me to believe that Shotty could be disappointed by what he's seen from the first couple of periods here that we've been able to watch.
Right. Also set the scene for us. What are they working on now?
Yeah, we got it's a team period. That we just started period 7. It looks like it's going to be a team period. We're moving right to left on the field. We're just going to run a waggle here, and a nice job by Ferguson making the catch right there in the flat. Dak rolling to his left, finding Ferguson out in the flat. Ferguson's done a really nice job in this camp of being able to present himself and get himself open.
It is your typical Shotty offense with what Brian loves, the boots and the waggles. It's play action. It's let's get Dak Prescott on the move, rolling over to his right, and he threw a dart there to Ferguson.
Seen a lot of Sam Williams today running with the ones.
Yeah.
It's been more Sam Williams playing as that left defensive end, and him and Ezeraku have been kind of getting the change on that.
Donovan Ezeraku coming up.
Throwback screen.
Set up a screen.
Yeah, they threw this thing all the way back.
Oh, that was beautiful.
Wow.
Really, really well executed, too. They had Nate Thomas getting out there in space. Beebe did a nice job. They faked that. They really tricked the defense. Everybody flowed to the left.
It was well executed. They actually faked the ball going to the left, so they're faking it to the screen side, and that's with Turpin, and everybody kind of just got froze. And then Dak rolled to his right a little bit, stopped, pivoted, and threw it back across the field. And they had blockers out in front, as you mentioned. Nate Thomas out in front getting that screen sprung.
Guys, help me out here. While we were at break, did Elam make yet another play?
He did. Yeah, he did. They did. They tried to throw the ball to Schoonmaker on one of those waggles we were talking about, tight coverage, and was able to knock the ball away.
And if you are just joining us in the first hour, Chief and Wolchuk, we're talking with Savone Ravel's dad. 6 to 8 weeks it's looking like. Wolchuk, what you got?
No, just Elf saving Chill over here with a ball that was thrown right to the sideline. Almost just nailed Chill right in the downstairs mix-up, and Elf with the quick hands.
Yeah, Chill probably not even watching the practice as it's going on. He's probably just looking up in the stands
it's okay.
or something. Yeah, something.
We saw it.
Yeah.
Elf's a good athlete now. I mean, he'll tell you about it. But
tell him Broadus says pay attention to the field.
Hey, Brian said pay attention. They told you to go after yourself.
I knew he would.
Okay, what else do we have going on here on Cowboys Twitter? A nice Javonte Williams run, a great screen yesterday, and he's back at him again today. What are we thinking about the running back room? Wolchuk, I know yesterday you said you're fairly unimpressed with these group of guys.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bummer that we're not able to get eyes on Miles Sanders, because Sanders was the guy that I know Brian Vach, a lot of people out here were saying, hey, he looked like the best, so I was excited to get to look at him. Yesterday I thought Phil Maffa had the best run that I saw all day. Today I think Maffa's had a nice run. I think you're seeing some of the issues in college carry over, and that's ball security. And some of it might not be on him. It might be just him and Milton not being clean when it comes to that exchange. But, I mean, Blue certainly has the athletic gifts. There's no question about that. But if you're not able to take the handoff clean, you're not going to have a shot.
Okay, what do you make of ball handling here by the quarterbacks and how they're handling this offense? Because I think that is one of those hidden skills that can really bring an offense like this together.
Well, they're playing a lot of under center, and how many guys do how many times do we see these quarterbacks play under center? It seems like everything's in the shotgun now, so it's about getting the snap and then.
All right, here we go. Now we got a little tie up. This is our first little scuffle that we've seen today.
Go.
And they got that broken up pretty darn quick. I think that was Tyus Wheat in the middle of that.
And I'll tell you what, I think it's always Tyler Neville. I think Tyler Neville is a kind of like stirred up guy.
Well, he had another pancake block.
Yeah, he's a stirred up guy. His story is pretty incredible.
Tell us about Tyler Neville.
Yeah, I mean, here's a guy he's been sick. He's battled a lot of things. He's kind of one of those guys that when you watched him play and stuff like that, I mean, at Virginia, he was a guy that he was able to play as a point of attack player, he was always going to be tough. But yeah, he's gone through a lot as far as some sickness things and like that. Oh, nice play by Troy Pride right there.
Jalen Brooks.
Yeah, Brooks on the outside. But getting back to you there, but yeah, Neville was a guy at Virginia that was kind of people were like, he was never considered like a draftable player, but when you watched him play, they did a lot of things, a lot of different things with him at Virginia, and so unfortunate for him, but he's just kind of an undersized guy, but boy, really a stirred up guy, as I mentioned, kind of a physical, kind of like plays to the echo of the whistle, kind of like pisses you off when you play against him.
Just a quick trade deadline update. It is official that Carlos Correa is going back to Houston, as the Astros and the Twins have a deal for Carlos Correa to go back to the armpit.
Well, that's a tough one, as we're seeing two different rivals now inside the division. Actually, three, right? Everybody but the A's here in the division making.
Well, the A's traded their best.
Mason Miller
to the
Padres.
Padres. Yeah, crazy.
Yeah, it's the trade deadline is coming up at 5 o'clock here on your home of the Rangers, home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan, and we have our fingers crossed. I think everybody's just trying to put out the ether, put it out there, just put a little pressure on this organization. This is a terrific opportunity, finally having DeGrom healthy and every bit the Cy Young that he was earlier in his career, and maybe the best version of Nathan Eovaldi. Come on, guys, it's time to make something big happen. All right, what's going on down there, guys?
That's a good run by Jaden Blue, and they open that hole off to the left side. Troy Pride coming up, and we might have an injury. One of the linebackers, I think, is down after that tackle with Blue. It might be Barron. Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it's Barron. I think he got leg whipped. They were blocking at the point of attack. I didn't see who got slung. I thought initially it was, once again, Hunter Lipke. He's been involved with a couple of these, getting slung, trying to get a block, and then next thing you know, into the back of the legs. But Barron is he's with Jim Maurer walking off the field. He just might have got just a little bit stung by that leg whip on him.
That's where Blue can be special, though. You get him the ball clean, there's a nice opening, you get him to and through the hole, and then he's able to utilize that burst and speed to get to the second level and make some linebackers miss.
Overall, if you had to pick one runner that you think's most equipped to add to this skill group and give you some explosiveness, who is it for you?
Right now, to me, I'm going to start Sanders is what I'm going to do, and I'm going to have Blue and Williams. I mentioned that. I feel like that you need to flip the order of what they're doing right now. I would go with Sanders first and then go with Blue second for me.
I think Phil Moff is going to end up having some say in all of that before it's said and done.
Another nice job by Damone Clark. Dak's trying to throw a seam route to Ferguson. Damone Clark with some proper depth, able to kind of knock the ball. It goes up in the air. Ferguson tried to adjust back to it, just couldn't quite reach it. But good job by Clark. Just on the deep drop, almost like they're playing the old cover two with that Mike linebacker dropping down the middle, and he was in perfect position there.
Well, Chuck, we got reliever Jake Bird going to the Yankees as well.
Wow.
Yes, so
the Yankees are just collecting everybody like the Infinity Stones.
They have they've done a really nice job here at the deadline. Obviously, being
screen.
Williams, Javonte Williams.
Yeah.
So Bednard and Bird both to the Yankees here this afternoon.
That's tough. Now, I did see one, I think it was John Morosi put out, look out for Ryan O'Hearn, the first baseman DH of the Orioles. That might be a target for the Rangers. But now you're in a position where a lot of the relievers are now off the market.
Yeah, and I think the only other
Fairbanks maybe still out there?
Fairbanks is still out there, and then who knows what could materialize in a John Gray trade if they, in fact, do want to do that right now. I think I'd be confident enough that Tyler Malley's going to make it back, or I'd be desperate enough to help the bullpen that maybe John Gray's your ticket to ride right there. We'll take a look at Ryan O'Hearn stuff here for you coming up in a little bit.
Hey, real quick, Dawson, TJ Bass getting first-team reps at left guard. He's taking Smith's spot right now, yeah.
I saw in one-on-ones he had a really impressive series against some guys. So maybe TJ Bass realizing some of that potential. I know you guys have been hot on him the last couple of years.
Yeah, well, he did a great job working again with combo with Nate Thomas to give Dak the time to just unload a deep ball touchdown to Kevontae Turpin.
That was on Bland, by the way, too. That safety Hooker and those guys tried to rally. He was the one player that can get over, and Bland just got run by there. I think he got a little bit, he was playing that off coverage, and Turpin's speed just ate up the cushion, and he was able to get by him.
Dak's got his deep ball opening today. Yeah, Osa jumped off sides.
Yeah,
he's going to go deep to Mingo.
Yeah.
Incomplete. A lot of hand fighting going on that one. I think that was Bland as well, working on Mingo.
Yeah, that's the Bland. He's playing the right cornerback spot. Bland's given up a couple of, there's been some zone coverage stuff where they caught the ball in front of him, and he's had to react. But that deep ball, man, I tell you what, Turpin just on the jump was able to get by him. Some nice separation. Dak put it right where it needed to be for the touchdown.
Which was great to see, because I've worried about that with Turp. I think when you have a guy with that speed, you just assume, okay, I mean, that's a player that can take the top off the defense, but we haven't seen that throughout his career, being able to really hit the home run ball. But Dak, with one of his better throws that we've seen over camp, he's had the deep ball working today, 2 big ones to Pickens and to Turpin so far.
So Turpin got involved. I'm seeing this reverse screen that you guys were talking about a few minutes ago. Now he's had a deep bomb as Turpin continues to be one of the most active skill players. I wanted to circle back on the Tyler Smith thing. Do you think there's any reason for concern? Like, is everything okay with Tyler Smith?
I think everything's okay. We'll wait and see what happens with the rotation the second time back through.
Okay.
Yeah, he looks fine.
He looks fine. He's got his helmet just tucked up on top of his helmet. Doesn't seem like anybody's talking to him or anything like that. He's just hands on hips, just kind of watching practice.
Well, and I think this is what Shoddy wants to do, right? Yeah. He wants to, if you're having a good practice and you're performing and during your job, he's going to give you the reps and the opportunity. He talked about the depth chart today. Like, you're not just going to keep a guy third on the depth chart if he's going out there and working his ass off. You want to go ahead and show them some love and praise for working hard and getting better every day.
Here's just a straight run. Straight run. Nice job by Hunter Lipke. It's this mix-in. They're going to fake the ball going left to right, and he's going to pull it, and he's got Hunter Lipke. We've seen this before with Dak Prescott. Yeah, I mean, it is one of those things where we've seen this before with Dak, where they had where he'd pull it and then run behind, say, Ferguson off the edge. Well, this is just Joe Milton. This is just a straight quarterback run is what this is.
I love it. Inject that straight into my veins. Has there been any more signs of Tyler Booker not running with the ones, or has he been locked in there at right guard?
Yeah, I think he's been. I have not noticed him not being in there at all. But I think Zach's absolutely right. If you're practicing pretty well, we're going to give you an opportunity to run with the ones a little bit.
That is a dart from Milton to Holden again, wide open over the middle, and he's going to take this one all the way.
Yeah, and a really good job by Holden. Yeah, he was working against Hall, and that thing just turned into a crossing route, and Milton read it the whole way and just fired a dart and hit him on the run. Nice job by Milton getting the ball out front.
In stride.
And here they are, and they have a big touchdown, and now they're back up on the line. I mean, Shoddy's not giving these defenders any breaks here. They have a big play, then the next thing you know, they're back up on the line trying to get a playoff here.
Yeah, they got Moffa now in the backfield.
How's Holden's special teams? This is 2 really impressive practices in a row for him.
Oh, they got an offside free play.
That hard count's working today.
Yeah, free play.
And he's going to chunk it.
Oh, it's incomplete. That looks like to me like a into half situation. It was 3-on-3 down here, like into the half type play, but Joe couldn't come up with it.
What'd that horn say? Is that going to wrap it?
No, actually they're going in now. So their ball's on the 20. Offense has got their backs. They're going in. So looks like it's going to be a red zone period. This is period 8.
Yeah, I mean, we still got 14-20 left on the clock, so they still got a while to go here.
Right on. Well, I love some red zone opportunities here. Probably a chance to see, if they're going to get their run game going in or they're going to try to pass it as much as they did yesterday. But I think this is a big key right here. If this offense is going to work and get up and down the field, but then stall and get field goals, you don't want to be like that. What was that, 2019 that kept getting all those yards but couldn't get touchdowns?
Yeah, you're absolutely right about that. It looks like that everybody who is, it's Hoffman now playing. I don't know, Doc. Here's your question. Hoffman's playing left guard.
Okay.
Smith is not in there.
Okay.
So here we are with
cool.
Here we are with let's see if we can see Smith. He's just he's back here on the back end here, not doing anything like it looks like he's anybody talking to him or anything like that. But yeah, Hoffman's now your left guard here.
Okay, I'm going to jump in here on Cowboys Twitter, see if I can find any Tyler Smith reports as we get set for red zone coverage here of your Dallas Cowboys training camp. It's a fully padded practice out there. You have Broadus and Wolchuk breaking down all the action. The 3 Lab Mics brought to you by the On-Time Experts. What happened?
Well, I'll tell you what, they put Turpin in the backfield and ran toss left, and they had Thomas out in front, and I'll tell you what, Wilson did a nice job. Donovan Wilson came flying up. That thing would have been probably a no gain. Turpin was able to he kind of tagged off, but really good job by Donovan Wilson taking on Thomas off the edge as a puller.
I don't know what's a bigger surprise, throughout this whole deal. What's going on with Turpin in the offense? Is there anything else that's been that big? Maybe Will Grier not getting any snaps? Like, this is the thing. And if it works, I think they might be cooking with Crisco.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, they worked Mingo there for a touchdown from Dak in a really clean pocket by the offensive line. Did he go all the way across the field on that from right to left?
Yeah, he did. Mingo started on the left outside and ended up in the right corner of the end zone. I'm looking at this offensive line. Wolchuk, you're down there. I'm up on the platform here. It looks like to me they've
Hoffman's at left guard.
Yeah, I know with Hoffman at left guard, but I think they've got also some backups. I think I saw Sadiq Charles playing as right guard here, so they might be just doing some stuff.
Well, Booker's in there now.
Yeah, they're getting some reps.
Yeah, so now they're going to switch. Thomas is going to go load over on this right side. They're going to go heavy on that far side. They're going 2 tight ends.
Unbalanced. Yep, there they go. Williams to the outside. Williams on the outside there. Good job, though, it looked like, I think that was...
I think Hoffman moved over there.
He did. He moved over. They went unbalanced. Shamar James, the linebacker.
The rookie from Florida.
Yeah, he did a really good job of kind of getting through the trash and getting to where he could have made a play there. It would have been probably a 1 or 2 yard gain with the way that he was able to cover the play.
All right, it's the G-Bag Nation 3 live mics on the field in Oxnard. We'll take a break. We'll come back. We got some Krusty's Corner, then Donovan Ezeraku coming up at about 3:40. And we'll be back with more coverage. Salute once again to our training camp sponsors, the On-Time Experts, Rhino Shield, and Yardbird Southern Table and Bar. And we're back with more Cowboys training camp here on your home of the Cowboys, 105 through the Fan.
Take us with you wherever you go. Now heard on the iHeartRadio app, YouTube, Twitch, the TuneIn app, our Odyssey app, and of course with the biggest mother of a radio signal in DFW. Thanks for making your favorite travel buddy 105.3 The Fan.
1877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Hi there, it's Pete Thompson from the Consumer Team. It sure has been hot lately, and I've been hearing a lot of people frustrated that they don't have cool air when they need it the most. Well, I recommend that you call the On-Time Experts. They guarantee same-day service, or the service fee is free. They serviced my home's AC recently, and they really earned my trust. And they guarantee my system won't break down again this summer. Call them today, theontimeexperts.com, theontimeexperts.com.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-809-5833. 800-809-5833. 800-809-5833.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Are you or someone you love struggling with opioid addiction, including oxycodone, hydrocodone, fentanyl, or heroin? There's help right here in your community. Symetria Recovery has outpatient options to treat opioid addiction without disrupting your life, using medication therapies that are recognized as the best treatments for opioid addiction. Symetria can stop your withdrawal symptoms immediately so you can focus on your recovery without physical discomfort. Symetria's doctors, pharmacy, and therapists are all located under one roof, so parents and working professionals can overcome opioid addiction while maintaining their normal schedule. Harvard University confirmed that Symetria Recovery has double the success rate of other centers. With same-day or next-day appointments, Symetria can stop your cravings now. We accept most major insurance, so call today and schedule an appointment. Call 800-335-1300. 800-335-1300. That's 800-335-1300.
It's a fan thirsty Thursday. Tuesday, presented by SWELending.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hey GFW, Gary Zenobia here from Rhino Shield. The Texas sun is brutal. Ordinary paint fades, cracks, and absorbs heat inside your home. Rhino Shield reflects heat, boosts your home's energy efficiency, can be applied to virtually any surface, and comes in any color, protecting your home for 25 years. Why paint your house when you can shield your home? Stay cooler, save money. Go to RhinoShieldTX.com for your free quote.
Never paint your house again. Rhino Shield.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6812. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6812. That's 800-575-6812. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, cause you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Platinum Chevrolet has become an all-in-the-family business for the KNC Masterpiece. Corey told me to go there to buy my brand new car. 5 years later and 4 new cars later, I love Platinum Chevrolet. And now we've got our producer Alec in on the Platinum Chevrolet business as well.
You walk in and you gently ask for GM Justin Rudd. He's going to be happy to see you and take care of you because he loves the Tolos. And the price you see online is the price you're going to pay. Visit PlatinumChevyTexas.com. Drive a little further to save a lot more. Chevrolet, together let's drive.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Jack in the Box.
Spending 2 hours staring at the back of someone's bumper isn't the best way to end your day. So Jack in the Box is giving you a bonus with their new Bonus Jack Combo. Fries, a drink, and a burger with your choice of 1, 2, or 3 patties, starting at just $4.49. Get so much more.
All right, welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Time now for some Krusty's Corner and some more practice updates as we're in the midst of 3 live mics. Donovan Azaraku's coming up in about 15-20 minutes. A lot of stuff going on here at the trade deadline in Major League Baseball, and I got to get you updated on all that. And then we'll get some more plays and analysis from the field. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214-817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. If you missed it, the Astros are getting Carlos Correa back from the Twins. The Rangers have made a move. They're acquiring left-hander Danny Colombe from the Twins as well. And they traded pitcher Cody Hewer to the Tigers for cash considerations earlier to make room on the 40-man roster and with the cash flow. Okay, so that gets you kind of up to date on baseball. Sands is coming up in about an hour and a half. Tyler Smith did walk off. I saw the video, boys. It does not look too bad. Okay, there's no limping or having to slow down. He didn't need any help. Tyler Smith walked off, but it's other guys at left guard right now. So a really nice rep by Awesome Richards and pass pro at left tackle there during the break. And Nealon got Nate Thomas pretty good there.
He sure did. Yeah.
So
Nealon was. Nealon has shown some explosiveness. We've always kind of said, he's a guy that plays the run and he's learning how to be a pass rusher. And right there, Nate Thomas has been pretty patient, pretty good with the set. But that time, Nealon was able just to kind of run the edge on him. And he didn't have a chance on that, though.
Yeah, Krusty's Corner brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement with the Ezeraku coming up at 3:40. Brian, what would you like to talk about today?
Well, I'll tell you what, it's been really kind of interesting how this practice has gone so far. And then, with Sanders being out of the lineup and Blue getting the opportunities, and him and then Phil Maffa. Phil hasn't got a whole lot of opportunities. I think that Blue has started to get more work because he's feeling more comfortable with the playbook. There was some talk about maybe in the OTAs and minicamp that they were a little slow to pick these things up, but Blue's been getting plenty of work. Maffa getting a lot more work here. And I've been kind of watching the battle here at left tackle because I'm interested in Awesome Richards and what we've seen from Thomas. Thomas was really good yesterday. But today, like I said, I think it's been a little more 50-50 with what Awesome Richards has been able to do and what Thomas has been able to do. So good bounce back by Awesome Richards. He's just coming off. He did like I say, nice job on that edge just here in a minute against Nealon. And the coaches walked up, gave him a couple of high fives and stuff like that. So he seems like he's having a pretty decent day. Thomas is back at the left tackle spot. What is the first offense is back on the field with Dak at quarterback. It's just now a little bit of a makeshift offensive line at the guard spots. Oh, here's Hunter Lipke there.
Did you say spots? Is Booker out as well?
What's that?
Booker's out as well?
No,
Booker's in.
Booker's in there, but yeah, some of the spots. Booker's in.
It's Hoffman in.
Hoffman's in it. Hoffman's in for
left
Smith.
guard and left tackle rotating in and out right now.
Exactly.
Well, give me a timeline on Maffa right now. I mean, if he is not, interesting enough for them to be making a priority until today, what's that say about his chances of having a rookie year impact?
I don't. I would say probably not. If it turns into Sanders and Williams and Blue and then Hunter Lipke and all that, where does Maffa fit? And then we can have some preseason games where he's probably going to get a lot of carries, but right now, for him to make the roster or to be one of the guys one of the 48 even, they would have to do some pretty significant special team stuff.
I mean, you have so many other guys, and it's like they all can't get looks and get enough reps. So I could see wanting to be patient with Maffa. Do you see runners come in as rookies who learn enough that they become significantly different players?
Yeah. That's the one position that when you talk about plug and play, running backs are the ones that rookie running backs seem to be more plug and play than any other position that you have.
Yes. So if a guy's not plug and play, like is it a position you can still develop significantly? Isn't it kind of instinctual though?
Yeah, he's a 7th round pick. I mean, that's the thing about it it was a really, really, really deep draft as we talked about for months. And, Phil Maffa was probably a guy that was, either going to be a 7th round pick or probably a priority free agent for somebody.
Yeah.
And so, I think it's kind of a stretch on him because of, like I say, the way that Sanders has looked and, in Blue, I think, and the way that they're using Turpin. The way that they're using Turpin as a running back, too, I think has been pretty significant as well.
Maffa just has a different skill set to all those guys.
Okay, Hoppin's going to get in the fight here.
Another one.
Here we go. You're gone.
Yeah, Hoppin's not too happy with somebody, and he just grabbed. I don't know who he grabbed there, but, they're
I think it was Mozzie.
Did he grab Mozzie?
It might have been Mozzie's in the middle of that.
Yeah, Mozzie's in the middle of that. You're absolutely right about that.
Not been good. No.
I do want to make the point here, guys, that you're trying to, bring a star player along in George Pickens who cannot help himself but fight in the middle of plays with the game on the line. So,
well, he just made a really nice catch along the back
and he's
line.
terrific. When things are going well for George Pickens, they're going really well. But if you're losing and he's not getting the ball, he might sabotage a play due to fighting. So it's not just a responsibility to yourself, but we're setting a tone for the benefit of George.
That was a dart from Dak Prescott, back line, toe tap, touchdown for Pickens. That was beautiful.
That was a beautiful play, and he made a play. That play came from right to left, and Dak saw it all the way, and it opened up nicely for him. He was able to get the ball to him in the corner, and then the 2 plays before that, he did an even better job of getting the ball to him going left to right. So we've talked about Pickens kind of being able to work the back line where CeeDee was kind of working inside more, but we've seen Pickens on some of these touchdowns. He's been in the back of the end zone as opposed to the front of the end zone.
Who's your third best red zone wide receiver right now, and why is it Trayshawn Holden?
That's a good question, because we've seen the thing about Holden is he's had some really nice adjusting catches.
Mm-hmm.
He just can't. I don't think Zach. Correct me if I'm wrong. The speed is not.
Can't separate.
Great.
Yeah, not an elite separator.
Yeah.
He is good with the ball in his hands after the catch, but he is one of those guys that'll struggle to create separation.
Yeah, so I kind of feel like that like I say, we'll see how things pull out there or sort out, in these preseason games, because he might get more of an opportunity to do that. But he's shown up a little bit. He's shown up more than Flournoy and some of these other guys. I mean, Tolbert had a catch today. Which it's been kind of a little bit of a dry spell for him. But these receivers, man, with the way that Pickens is playing and the fact that the way that they're using Turpin, there's not going to be many spots for these guys. Like before, there might have been a couple spots. Now there might only be one.
I think we might be wrapping up here. We're just doing some special teams work.
Right on. Well, that's a good time. I think they're going to be off tomorrow, right?
Absolutely.
Let's talk about just as we review now effectively the first couple of weeks of practice, overall feeling on, is this team better than what you thought you were going to be looking at when you got to Oxnard, or worse? Would you be inclined maybe to increase your win total production? Are you holding flat, or are you coming down a little bit based on what we've seen these 8 practices, Brian?
I think I'm going to stay at that 9 or 10 as a possibility. I think, to me, the schedule the way it is, but I am encouraged by what I've seen from the cornerbacks. And I mean the cornerbacks when you talk about Elam, and then there's been a couple other ones, Booth, and some guys have shown up. I mean, not that might be a huge factor, but I felt like that this was going to be, this group was going to get torched. And you got a guy like Zion Childress. I mean, I didn't know much about him, here, but here he is getting an opportunity to practice, and they've just got to figure out a way. The pass rush is clearly here. Ezeraku is really, really good. And so you get Parsons, Ezeraku, maybe Fowler involved. I mean, you can get a pass rush. It's just going to be a matter, can you cover on the back end? And for the most part, I think guys like Elam, Bland, they got to figure out the nickel, but I am encouraged by those guys.
Yeah, I think Ezeraku is a big part of it, and Elam's a big part of it. And we know that the scheme talk isn't just talk now. I think Dak's moving around pretty dang good coming off that avulsion fracture. I think my Dak concern's been mitigated a little bit. Like, there's going to be some swing games like Green Bay, Arizona, 2 games against Washington. Looking at it last night, and then, seeing that Shoddy is bringing the discipline, I think he's going to be able to keep these guys accountable, even though he's coaching for a team that Jerry Jones owns. I think he has measures on the field to sort of work around that. So I think Shoddy has the chance to deliver the Cowboys out of this 3-decade funk of not being even to go on a deep playoff run. I don't know if the Super Bowl is possible, but we saw Washington get to the NFC title game last year, and I think the Cowboys might have a better roster than them. So I'm going with, I believe in Shoddy. I believe in this football team more than when I first got here on Monday. We'll check. How would you answer that?
Yeah, I mean, I'm still kind of looking at them as kind of what I thought with maybe 10 wins. They could possibly win this division. But, I mean, I love what we're seeing offensively. Like, it wasn't just lip service where we're going to be using motion. We're going to be using the condensed formations. And I think the running back room, we'll see. I mean, I think the offensive line, like Cooper Beebe, was dominant today. I think your inside is going to be so much better than it was last year. But I do wonder about these tackles. I mean, when you're going up against with Nealon, what he was able to do today against Steele, what's the status of Guyton going into the season opener? Do you end up having to play Nate Thomas? That's going to be a big question. But defensively, I think they've got kind of a plan here, even though they're going to be undersized. And we were worried about the defensive tackle group. But they might be able to hold their own a little bit better against the run than we think that they will.
Hey, Brandon Aubrey missed 2 field goals in this period here. Now the wind, the conditions here in Oxnard, the wind really comes over the tops of these buildings, and the ribbons are blowing pretty strongly into his face. So that was a little surprising that Brandon, he was having to drive that ball, but missed 2 field goals. I want to say something too, guys. Observation here today. I'm looking across at the Jones Tower.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody in the Jones Tower. Could they be working on something today? Could they be working on trying to get something today, maybe done? Some of these guys getting signed, maybe they're meeting about that, but it's unlike the Joneses to miss a padded practice.
I think there's a chance. I know some of the media were wondering, was Jerry about to talk here after practice?
Okay.
Oh, that'd be fun.
Yeah.
We're about due, aren't we? Been a couple of weeks. Hopefully they're not advising Ray Davis on how aggressive he should be at the trade deadline, because we need max all in. Ray, come on, you can do it, buddy. Hour 24 minutes to go. Jared Sandler's going to join you coming up at 5 o'clock. Terrific work once again, guys. There. Did we get any other updates on Tyler Smith yet?
No, that's he. I'm looking. It's still Hoffman playing guard and Smith's in the back. In line, he's just watching right now, so doesn't look like anything. It looks like this is going to be Hoffman's practice to finish.
Okay, so we are still doing some team stuff out there then, huh?
Yeah, they got another 11 minutes here in practice is what they've got.
All righty, so we're heading for some Donovan Azaraku. That's probably looking more like the top of the hour though. At this point, the Rangers have made a trade. They're bringing in Danny Colombe. He is a Minnesota Twins lefty reliever, 5'10", 190. Smaller guy, but wow, a 1.16 ERA. Guy's got it going on a little bit. Just 31 innings pitched. Obviously as a reliever, but maybe this is the trade that we needed but didn't know that we wanted as we were in the build up to this. That's a pretty impressive profile. We'll get more details on that from Sandler coming up at 5 o'clock, and hopefully there's a bat in here between now and then. All right, it's the G-Bag Nation, and we're back at training camp, brought to you by the on-time experts Rhino Shield and Yardbird Southern Table and Bar here on the Fan.
Coming up Friday morning on Shan and RJ, it's our final show from Oxnard. All the stories from the Jerry Party.
4 and 15 minutes now from the MLB trade deadline. The Rangers have made a move. Left-handed relief pitcher Danny Colombe, coming over from the Minnesota Twins with a 1.16 ERA, sub-1 whip, and 31 strikeouts. He has been a setup guy and a matchup specialist. He's devastating against left-handed hitters. So he's coming over from the Minnesota Twins, a reliable lefty reliever, setup man behind Duran here for a lot of this season, and has occasionally been used as a opener as well. So Sandler's going to have more details coming up on Colombe, coming up at 5 o'clock, and maybe talking about the addition of a bat as well. Donovan Ezeraku's coming up here at the conclusion of Cowboys practice. Here's the Chief with some football's finest.
Yeah, I was just watching some MLB Network here. The curveball's really nasty for our new reliever. You mentioned the 1.16 ERA, 31 punch-outs, 9 walks, 2 saves in just about 40 innings pitched this season.
Not too bad.
I mean, this is.
And I don't think he's given up a home run.
Yeah, no, this is a legit piece right here. Absolutely legit. This is calming, I think, some of our frustrations. Hopefully they're not totally done, but this you got better for sure. Just I guess waiting to see what they gave up for him, right?
Yes, I'm efforting.
All right, now in the meantime, get you a little football's finest here. Broadus, the offense today.
Yeah, I think did a nice job today. They were moving it pretty well. I love what Pickens was able to do down the field, working in the red zone stuff.
Dude, that was the big thing. Everybody, nice. we were wondering, what are you seeing, Wolchuk?
Phil Maffa just wide open out of the backfield. Milton just hit him for a walk-in touchdown.
Dude, wasn't the deception on full display today? Just offensively, ball's going one way, they're looking, the defense is getting sucked one direction, and the next thing you know, bang, it's back the other way. Really like what they're doing with some of the misdirection and just general offensive deception. But yes, in the red zone, dude, we talked about it. Don't worry about the lack of red zone dominance from Pickens in Pittsburgh. That is all changing. We're seeing it here firsthand. The toe taps, back of the end zone, corner, doesn't matter. Him and Dak there in the red zone. You just have so many problems to worry about. If Dak's going to be putting the ball where it needs to be, between Lamb, Pickens, and Ferguson, that is going to be a tough cover for defenses.
Yeah, and I think they have a nice complement of depth there at wide receiver as well when you look at what Tolbert was able to do last year as effectively your number 2 for a lot. I think this is a guy that can help you as well. And, yes, I would say the run Dak had today, just generally the ball placement over the top, corner of the end zone stuff that we've seen. I think Prescott's having a hell of a week here in Oxnard.
We got a Tyler Smith update.
Uh-oh.
He left practice, according to Jerry, tendinitis in the knee.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, man,
so just a little sore then, maybe?
Sore. And he was ticked.
Yeah, that's not something you can continue
Jerry
to push.
Was ticked or the player was ticked?
Tyler was.
Yeah, but that's fine. Tyler ice 72 hours, probably back. Obviously, tendinitis can get really bad if you keep pushing it, so it'll be something they have to monitor. But that's a nothing burger. That's a speed bump in a world of professional football that still has the T train going. Pregame, no worries at all about that.
Yeah, it could definitely be worse. I was hoping it was just a bathroom run,
Yeah, or a cramp,
Yeah.
It is a little hotter out there today. There's no wind.
We have an off day tomorrow, too. That'll help a situation for Saturday.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got another padded one on Saturday. Is that what it is?
I think so.
Okay, cool. Yeah, the offense was on full display today. I think defensively, Ezeraku was getting it done. I was looking at Booker and Steele and Booker versus Osa. Felt like Booker was doing a pretty dang nice job.
Kind of feel like Marshawn Nealon had a decent day today.
Nealon for sure was getting after. I know, Wolchuk, you mentioned interior, still feeling great about it. Mm-hmm. The tackles that can get a little bit wonky on you from time to time. But
Christian Matthew made a play out there again. It's been 2 days in a row.
Holden just ended practice with it's like that Brandon Cooks play that we saw work with him so effective, where he's crossing the field on that baseline for a touchdown. So Holden, I think, had 3 scores today.
How about the huge dig, right, over the middle from Milton? That's a touchdown.
Yeah. Holden
has been nice, dude. I think that's a guy that, when you're talking about some of the younger receivers, the Flanoys and the Brookses, for sure, maybe even Tolbert being immediately better than all of those guys. So that's awesome.
He's clearly figured out how to make it work for him, and it's almost like put it in the area. I'm going to kind of box this DB out and go up and secure the football. Just a really nice job. I guess the speed is pretty dang suspect, and the moves aren't there, but more than one way to get this done here, and as he showed us big time last couple of days.
Yeah, and Turpin, of course, once again being probably the player of the day offensively. You had great plays from Turpin, Pickens, and Lamb. The big Turpin play with that trips right where he's the innermost receiver. Then you have Lamb next to him. Then Pickens out wide. You're like, bro, pick your poison. Deep ball. There he is, Turpin. And then you had the trick play to Turpin as well, which was nice. And then we finally got a little screen game going with the running backs. Was that Javonte Williams with a respectful screen play, which is something we're always clamoring for?
Yeah, and I throw in there, too, Austin Richards working at left tackle as well. Him and Nate Thomas, both those guys getting the opportunity. But I thought Austin Richards showed up when I was able to study him a little bit, working with the twos.
Okay, very good. Well, there it is. Anything else you guys want to point out here on the top of your mind? I thought the overall, just the offense was awesome. Sanborn jumped out to me as well in coverage. That touchdown to Tolbert, I mean, you're talking a fingertip of Sanborn right there who almost made the play. It was a beautiful pitch and catch, but Sanborn, I mean, right there. Then he had great coverage down the field on Ferguson on a play as well.
He's impressive. His size, the coverage, I think, last 2 days has been better than what I anticipated here, reading his profile and what he was able to do in Chicago. I think if you have the right role for Sanborn, you might be able to get some really good production out of him, even though he's not one of the paid top linebackers in the game. I think the point I wanted to make about the offense is just that we don't know what the roles are, really, other than Ferguson and your two wide receivers, what's going on. But there's just such a nice collection of guys. You have 5 or 6 running backs and 3 or 4 additional wide receivers that have all proven they can help themselves from Mingo and Holden and all the different running backs. And I trust this coaching staff to find the right plays and the right roles for all these guys. It's just a nice collection of depth pieces. But and then the thing that has been a real indicator of when Dak has a big year like 2019 or 2023, it's because there's a bunch of guys that aren't necessarily stars, but you look down at the end of the season, you're like, that dude had 400, that dude had 500, this guy, Cooks had 700, right? And it all adds up, but maybe it's not. And that was the case when you had Gallup and Cooks and Cooper and that group of guys. And last year it fell off so dramatically. I just hope that now you have, you definitely do have enough. And if they can, if one of these guys can rise above, you could be looking at one of the best groups of skill players in the game.
And I really like the way they're using Turpin. They're getting him in the backfield plenty. Yeah. Nice little toss action to the edge, just like however they can get him on the field. It seems like they are. They're on a mission to make sure that he's going to be.
See, and that's how you know. That's how you know. They're like, dude, we got to get the ball to the guy who can make a play and take it to the house. And it doesn't really matter like the size. It's just that the need for explosiveness to be injected into this offense.
We were talking about the Schottenheimer discipline. He's running the guys for fighting yesterday. He's kind of digging into them a little bit. We love that. I saw Warren Sharp actually put out the numbers over the last 4 years under McCarthy and the lack of discipline. Did you see this? The amount of penalties, number 1 most penalties in the league over the last 4 years.
Yeah.
Wow.
He talked about it every post game. Post game.
Number 2 most penalty yards over the last 4 years. Number 4 most first downs given up just via penalty over the last 4 years. And then it was defensive offsides, just like stupid stuff.
Yeah. Self-inflicted.
Offensive holding, neutral zone, 4th most unnecessary roughness penalties. So, I mean, that is something that Schottenheimer is very well aware of, and it seems like he's at least efforting into try and make sure that this team isn't just doing the dumb stuff, the beat-yourself stuff. And that kills you. That kills you over a 4-year
Yeah, it did period. In the Niners game. I think especially, was it the first one with Randy Gregory where like some crazy stuff was happening. You're like, guys, how can we be this unfocused, this undisciplined? So the most powerful thing that Shotty has said the last couple of days in this is sending it through a filter. Are we doing what is in the best interest of the team right now? And obviously, yesterday, the spotlight of that was don't fight after the play. But there are so many other examples of if you can get your guys to be thinking in that mindset that benefits can be had. I'm thinking about, gap integrity for your run defense. like the selfishness, playing the hero ball, like it all goes into not putting the team first. And you hear that whistle. Well, I'm ticked off at this guy that he cussed at me, so I want to fight him. What? How are you doing that? And you're being paid millions of dollars by a team to put the team first. We're all making a collaborative effort to try to win this game. And every time you have a mental breakdown like that, so can you ride that line of playing such a violent game and following the rules? I would say absolutely. Boxers do it. Boxers are sitting there punching the hell out of each other. Ding, ding, the round's over. They're not trying to fight each other, claw each other's eyes out. They're not hitting each other in the junk, because this guy headbutted me. I mean, sure, like Mike Tyson did it, right? Yeah. Once famously 30 flipping years ago. But other than that, it's rare. So, athletes that play violent sports are very capable of this, and it's just discipline and maturity and professionalism. And I just love that Shotty is rooting it out right now at the very beginning. I think it's sending a huge message. He's going to bring the culture. He's going to bring the coaching. Like, it's all here with Shotty right now. The opportunity's there, and I don't think the Joneses can undermine him.
He's rooting it out, but we're not rooted. And that's a good thing.
Oh, well done. It's the G-Bag Nation. We got 2 hours down and 3 to go. We're standing by now for Donovan Ezaraku, our training camp coverage brought to you by the On-Time Experts, Rhino Shield, and Yardbird Southern Table and Bar. And we're back here with more Cowboys on the Fan.
You have to forget something else. Okay, now that's a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay,
forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
Nah, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, pepper lady?
know it's hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation. We are live at Cowboys training camp here on 105.3 The Fan, about to be joined by a special guest on the Wild Fork Foods hotline. WildForkFoods.com, elite game day grilling favorites. Salute to our sponsors here at camp, the on-time experts, Rhino Shield and Yardbird Southern Table and Bar. As this is great that he's here. I mean, the steal of the 2025 draft we were just talking about, defensive line coach Aaron Whitecotton was standing on the table for this guy at 12. The Cowboys somehow get him at 44, and Cowboys fans are ecstatic. Out of Boston College, Donovan Ezeraku, welcome to the Fan. How you doing?
Thank you so much. I'm doing really well. How are you guys?
Man, we're doing great. It really looks like, you're ready to play NFL football. How's it feel out there?
It feels really good. Like I said, a little bit before when we were talking, just, getting used to certain things that NFL tackles do. That's what the transition is now. But it's been really good. Obviously, getting after the football and playing football is a kid's game, so not much change. The more things do change, so it's good.
Yeah. So what is your plan for your rookie year? What are your goals? Like, what do you think is reasonable and realistic making this jump?
Yeah, honestly, I'm very goal oriented, but I'm trying to be more present in the moment. So at this point, I didn't even write down my rookie year goals because I'm worried about fall camp. And, those goals consist of obviously making the team, running to the ball, having that fanatical effort every single play, 1 to 2 sacks a day. Just training my body to, play at this level. That's what I'm focused on right now, and those are my goals for, this fall camp.
Man, I love the topic of presence. I think there's gold in those hills for athletes and professionals from all industries. What's kind of set you on that path?
Just looking too far ahead sometimes. I caught myself, a couple years ago looking too far ahead to this moment, before my junior year in college. And I see how that went for me. So, trying to just focus more on the present moment. I think that's been a very important thing for me in my life. And I think it's a virtue at the end of the day. So,
yes, sir.
How different is it versus the big dogs out here? I mean, it looks like you've hit the ground running. You've really been a standout in practice. But how do you feel out there?
Yeah, it's different. You can kind of get away with a few different tips and tricks in college. But obviously, guys at this level, they're used to the small things. They know how to flash their hands at you when you're an outside hand punt or whatever the case may be. They know those small things. But it's just, like I said, just getting used to it. Filling it out. Not every rep is going to be a win, and I have to understand that. It might be a loss, but more so take it like a lesson. So it's been really, really good, obviously, ground running, because at the end of the day, we're playing football, I'm rushing the passer.
What stood out when we were watching you getting ready for the draft, and we've seen that translate here, is your ability to really break down a lineman throughout the game. And you just talked about, like, some of the things that worked, that didn't work. So, like, did you have to learn that? Because sometimes people just have athletic gifts, but you have multiple ways to be able to set up and beat linemen, and a lot of tools on the belt. Not only the bend and the first step quickness, which is elite, but mentally the ability to process and see really stood out with you.
Yeah, I think that's a part of my game that that's kind of slept on, but I've had to, maximize it in a way, because, I might not be the fastest, I might not be the biggest, I might not be the strongest, whatever the case may be. So I have to figure out ways to use my God-given abilities to my advantage. So if the mental side of the game is part of that, that's what I need to do. So, setting up guys early in the game with, starting off with maybe power or whatever the case may be, and then transitioning to more deflection or, more finesse, that's something that I'm growing in my game.
Yeah, it's funny because Zach and I, we were watching, they moved you around a ton at Boston College. Was that something that you were like, listen, just did you ever want to just stay in a spot and just do that? Or you were like, cool, just move it wherever you want?
Yeah, I was fine with moving all over the place. At the end of the day, in a game, it's a matchup game. And I think I'm comfortable playing on both sides of the ball. Right. So, you might have set some things up on that right side, but they're run heavy on the other side. So let's get some action. Let's go on that side, and then you might get back to the right. Like, I'm comfortable on both sides of the ball. So that's just something that I've always done, and obviously here I plan on doing the same thing, because at the end of the day, it's a matchup game.
Yeah,
so.
we were thinking like Coach O'Brien being a former pro coach. I'm like, he's using this guy as a pro piece here is what he's doing.
Exactly.
Is it true that people were calling him Bill O'Butchin?
Not at all. I've never heard that.
Really?
If they said that, they didn't say it to his face. Because I know Bill O.B. isn't going for any of that.
They probably ripped him pretty good. Gavin brought up, obviously, Coach Whitecotton was pumped to get you. But Steve Shimko, Cowboys quarterbacks coach, who's with you at BC, I know he was one of the big ones campaigning. What's the relationship like with Shim?
Yeah, Shimmy's my guy. He was with me at BC. He was actually the New Jersey area recruiter. So he was probably the first person to make contact with me. When I was a high school kid. So it's been really good, having him here with me. And I know, he kind of said some things, to get me here as well, and I appreciate him for that. He actually, made a couple steaks for me while we was down there. Kind of like a welcome to Dallas, Texas kind of thing. But I appreciate Shimmy. I know he's going to be, a really good coach, at this level, and I can see it for him. So.
Donovan Ezraku here on the Fan.
Yeah, can we get you at that 41? By the way,
I'm trying. I'm working on it.
I know it's easy to find you. Like when we're watching practice, I'm like, okay, it's 41 again.
I brought it up.
That's 40.
I don't love you in the 41. I loved you in the 6.
The 6. I thought you looked great in the 6 myself.
What number would you like?
I don't know. I got to see what's available, because the only reason why I'm in 41 now is because they tried to get me like I wasn't really feeling the 90s. I don't know if I was ever really feeling the 50s, and I was like, all right, lowest number 41 right now, but let's see, after training camp before the regular season starts, if we could get that changed. So I'm all for it. Trust me.
It's Donovan Ezraku here on the Fan. Now, in college, you got so much attention for your pass rushing ability. Your run defense was outstanding as well, though. Do you imagine that is going to be easy to transition to the NFL, or what's the challenges, being a great run defender at your position as well in the NFL?
Yeah, I don't think any task is going to be easy in the National Football League. At the same time, and Coach Aaron Whitecott, and he said it himself. He said, Don, you wouldn't have been here if you couldn't set the edge and play the run. So, he believes in my ability to set that edge and play the run game, and of course I do. So that's just a pride thing, honestly, just playing that run game. Not every down is going to be pass, which we know, but I personally, take pride in stopping the run at my size. Like, how does it feel that, a guy that's been, quote unquote undersized is yoking you up in the run game and making plays in the run game? So that's something I take pride in. I can't lie.
Love it. What's impressed you about the coaches here in Oxnard, or through minicamp and OTAs and stuff, from Eberflus and through? What do the Cowboys fans? Yeah. What do they have here in this new group?
Yeah, honestly, what's advertised is correct with how Coach Shoddy's running this deal.
Mm-hmm.
This is a family, and families do fight. We've had some in camp, of course, which is okay. But they know football. They're a very, a veteran group, I would say. Coach Aaron Whitecott, he knows D-line play. Coach Eberflus, he knows defensive ball. Coach Schott, he obviously knows, offensive ball, and he knows how to be a head coach. So we have all faith in those guys, and, that's why they've built the staff the way they have. So.
What's the last time you had to run gassers?
So we were running gassers during off-season training.
Okay,
we've been getting right.
Nice.
Yeah. So we're good.
What was the conditioning test?
The conditioning test?
Yeah, to get out here to camp, right? Don't you have to pass that before you can really hit the field?
We condition. Trust me, when I tell you we condition during OTAs and during that time or during the spring, we condition. So out here, it wasn't that bad. We honestly just got on the line. We ran a couple gassers and guys were pretty up tall, ready to rock. So they kind of looked at us and they were like, all right, you guys are good. Let's go.
I love it.
So it wasn't too bad.
Who's taking you under your wing a little bit? You picking Micah's brain quite a bit?
I'm picking everybody's brain in that D-line room. Micah, he's doing his thing. Being a leader, stepping up in that role. Of course, he's obviously he's not practicing, but he's on the field talking to us all the time. Dante Fowler, he's been a great veteran to have. He's been in this league for a while. Osa, obviously, Solomon Thomas. We just have a really good room of veterans, and they're just going to continue to build and grow in that leadership role. But they've kind of all taken this all under their wing.
9 years ago, we watched Dak come in here, and Tony went down, and I think Kellen Moore went down. He was playing, and all of a sudden, Dak was the guy. And Jason Witten remarked, this guy stepped into the huddle and led us like he was a 10-year veteran. Mm-hmm. So I would just say, sometimes you're such a great leader that even though you're a rookie, people gravitate to you. Sure. So how are you looking at that as obviously a tremendous leader in college and that, next step in your pro career?
Honestly, I try to – not that I try to force my way into leadership, but at this point I'm trying to earn, and learn the ropes. Obviously, I'm trying to do what I need to do every single day. Maybe lead by example per se, not really with my voice. Kind of not like leave that to the older guys, but I have to earn and earn their respect and earn that role as well. So that's something that it's a slow progression. But when it's time to work, and they understand that I'm not messing around at the same time, that I'm here to go work just like they are. So
what type of rookie tasks have you been handed?
Nothing crazy. Just the small stuff. I'll grab some helmets. Maybe get some snacks. nothing too crazy.
Donovan Ezraku with us here on the Fan. Did I nail that pronunciation?
Yes, sir.
What's the worst way anybody's tried to say your name?
Easy, Taruku, Eze, and then they just
we did go with EZ for a little while.
So funny. So Easy's my nickname. I've had that nickname since I was young, and I spell it Eze because that's just how I spell it. But the nickname is Easy, but the pronunciation is Ezeraku. So
Ezeraku.
Yeah.
See, we learned it real fast when you were making all those plays.
Yeah.
We're thinking like this is one of the top 3 pass rushers in the country right now.
I appreciate that.
I mean, it really was. I mean, it's impressive.
No doubt. Have they done any? You had to do any singing or anything like that? I know they like to embarrass the rookies a little bit.
Yeah, nothing crazy. We don't we don't do that.
No hazing. No hazing. This is just all in good fun.
Everything is fun. So I got a performance today for the guys in the D-line room. We'll see how that goes, and then we got a little show coming up for the the whole rookies. So it'll be fun.
Well, I don't imagine anybody's going to be rolling on that one, but you did go viral earlier this week for your Omega Hop. Omega.
So I'm in the fraternity, Omega Sci-Fi Fraternity Incorporated. You're not off. No,
okay.
You're good.
Okay.
So it is called hopping. I appreciate that. Yeah.
How would you grade your performance there? That was pretty good.
It was kind of
at the end.
See, my guys, they were like, Don, you look a little rusty. So yeah. So they know. But yeah, it was solid. Plus, I had all my pads on and stuff like that. So it was a little.
I mean, you hit it with the splits at the end. I thought that was pretty impressive.
Yeah.
Well, what's the sack dance going to look like?
I don't know. It's going to vary. I don't know. We gotta talk and deliberate with the guys first before we figure out. It's going to be a week by week thing, hopefully.
Okay, all right, collaborative. I like that. How much trash talking's going on out there? I imagine the offensive line with a rookie. Sometimes they want to try and get in your head a little bit.
We talk, but sometimes after the play, you done ran 40 yards down the field, and now your gas is just like next play, and then you just got to go back and line up and do it again. Because as you got. Like I said about the conditioning thing, we're running out here.
Yeah.
That's something that, Coach Shoddy's emphasized. Everybody's on the same page. We are going to be in shape. We're going to be running out here.
So are they trying to do anything with you physically right now? They trying to get you I mean, the gun show's real. I mean, the vice grip. What do you think about the handshake, boys? Damn good handshake. How you doing the body right now?
No, so my body's good. I understand that it's going to be hot, in Texas, and it's kind of warm out here. So I done threw on a couple pounds just because I know that I'm going to sweat it off every single day. So I'll probably stay around 50, 51. But after the end of practice, I'm back down to like 47 because of all that sweat. So we're good though. So we're Coach H, I trust him, and I trust the nutrition with Scott, and we're good.
You grubbing on some brisket sandos back in DFW? What's the deal?
So I have but. Every time I've been running to the bathroom. So
the bubble guts.
Very rich.
It's probably because I like the beans. You know what I mean? It'll do it.
The more you eat, the more you toot.
The frijoles will get you on that, bro. What about on the playlist? What are you listening to on a game day? Getting you psyched.
Shoot, I'm listening to a lot. Listen to a lot of not R&B. Excuse me. That's kind of the combo for the storm, but more so hip hop. NBA YoungBoy, Meek Mill, Lil Durk. I listen to a lot of guys. It's on rotation.
What about the pregame meal? I'm assuming it's not the brisket sandwich.
It's definitely not. I'll probably do more like a pasta, depending on what time game time is. Apparently, we got a lot of primetime games.
Baby.
So we'll have a lunch. So there'll probably be a little pasta in there for sure.
You ever mess around with the smelling salts? Get you jacked up on the sidelines?
I do. Yeah, I do like the smelling salts before the games because I games have highs and lows, and I kind of learned in college that them TV timeouts are they're long.
Yeah. Right,
they're not like quick. You're back on the field, so sometimes you kind of get so I definitely get smelling salts.
I could use some right now. Actually, I have a snoring roommate situation.
Who's your roommate? Point him out.
He's not here right now.
Okay.
Otherwise, guilty.
Yeah, what's the roommate situation like for you as a rook? I'm sure you're bunked up with somebody.
So I got a DB named Mike Smith. That's my guy. So he's
East
out
Carolina,
of
Mighty Pirate.
No, not East Carolina. He's Eastern Kentucky.
Eastern Kentucky.
Yeah.
Brian, get your school straight.
One of those directional.
That's my guy. But so we're not directly next to each other. The way the setup is here is really nice. So it's like a loft area upstairs.
Oh, yeah, upstairs, downstairs. Yeah.
So it's really cool. I like it.
Sweet, yeah.
So we got our space. We don't got to be foot to foot on each other.
What's the ideal temperature in the room? AC wise.
68. Blowing the whole time.
Going 68.
You got to put the fan on.
The fan is going. Because if it's too cold, you might come out, you're sniffling. And it gets cold out here at nighttime.
It does.
So it's chilly, so you don't need it to be too cold in there.
Who were some of the players that you liked to watch when you were growing up? Anybody that you modeled your game after?
Yeah.
Please, God, don't say you're an Eagles fan.
So, not anymore. Yeah, that's over.
Used to be.
Yeah, it used to be. But that's in the
bring
past.
up old stuff.
I'm sorry.
That's all good. No, I watch Von Miller a lot. He's been in the league ever since. I actually told him this. Didn't mean to make him feel old, but he's been in the league longer than that I've been playing football. So watched him a ton. obviously DeMarcus Ware.
There we go.
I
can see that the bend that you have, like the way that you're able to turn the corner, did remind me of D Ware. I wasn't sure if he was one of your guys.
Yes, I've heard that, and I've obviously watched him, but now I've had to go back and continue to learn and study his game. Of course, I watched a lot of guys recently, the Max Crosby's, Nick Bosa's, even Nick Bonito's. Like I've watched guys all around the league because I try to take small little things from everybody. So,
it's funny about you. It's interesting. You know people's names.
Yeah.
Sometimes you ask people a question, they can't remember the players. Or
I
can't remember the schools that guys went to sometimes. But it's interesting because you're able to just in your head bring all these guys up that you've seen and stuff.
It's like when you ask somebody a question on the spot, that's kind of when you kind of go blank. But I think I'm.
No, I think you've done a great job because, like you say, you're talking about Nick Bonito. I didn't expect that in the 2 weeks we've been out here talking about him as a player and stuff like that. But I think it's fascinating that you're able to recall names that way in people. I think it's cool.
I appreciate that.
Well, thank you, Donovan. Congrats on your success. Welcome to the Cowboys. We're so excited to watch you play here. Give him hell. We'll be pulling for you.
All righty. Thank you.
There he goes, Donovan Ezeraku here in the G-Back Nation, 105.3 The Fan. Thank you, sir. We'll come back, take a look at some of the Cowboys headlines and storylines from practice today. So give you some of the highlights. Rangers made a trade. Texas Rangers made a trade. Sandler's coming up at 5 o'clock. That's when the deadline.
you've got to forget something else to remember that.
Hey, remember when you used to be what was it? Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Lady?
Nutmeg Man.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
.1053 The Fan, and we're basking in the glory of another Rangers trade. Got two of them now. Let's talk about it. Segment of the Nation is brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. I opened up the show saying it's in CY We Trust trade deadline Thursday here in the G-Bag Nation. They got the left-handed reliever Danny Colombe from the Twins earlier. Microscopic ERA, whip under 1, and they just traded for starting pitcher Merrill Kelly from the Arizona Diamondbacks. He started the only game the Diamondbacks won against the Rangers in the 2023 World Series. Starting pitcher surprises me. It's going to be very interesting to see what Jared Sandler says about this coming up at 5 o'clock, and it's going to be great to hear what Boch has to say about it in the pregame show, and then CY with us, obviously, on Monday, but there's probably going to be a press conference. I just, I'd be curious about the strategy. It's clear that the lefty reliever makes their bullpen significantly better. What are they thinking? Are they thinking, man, if we're going to win this, we got to make our starting rotation even better? They're going to get Malley back and be able to go Malley, Kelly, plus DeGrom and Evo. I mean, that's 4 insane guys if you do get to a playoff and have to use 4 different starters. But yeah, I guess this will allow Leiter to be the 5th starter. No, that's Corbin. Corbin's your 5th starter when you're healthy now, and Leiter, or I guess Corbin could totally fall off and it would still be Leiter. But I mean, Rocker's going tonight. I think he has a 5.7 ERA. So I imagine maybe it's just, hey, we only got 2 months of baseball and we don't want many more Kumar Rocker starts. 1 out of every 5 is electric, and then he gets his brain speed in. But I mean, what's your reaction overall? Big thumbs up. Improving the team, Merrill Kelly, hell of a quality starting arm, and a great bullpen piece. So I'd say it's a thumbs up for me, Wolchuk. How about you?
Well, it puts him over that tax threshold with his contract, so I'm not sure what they're giving up in return, but they're going to go over this after the trade. I mean, to me, Like,
it's very possible Arizona eats some, though, right?
Maybe, yeah. I mean, there might be a way that they can end up figuring this out, but, I love the move. They were obviously looking to acquire another quality starting pitcher because they were in on Dylan Cease as well from the Padres. So Merrill Kelly, we know what he was able to do for the Diamondbacks in that playoff run. I mean, he was absolutely nailed. So now you've got a guy who knows with Tyler Mahle. They're hopeful they're able to get him back sometime next month. But you've probably got 3 guys that you're feeling really good about going into a postseason series that have had tremendous success in the playoffs with Evaldi, DeGrom, and then now with a guy like Merrill Kelly. And then what does this mean, to your point, for some of the younger arms? Do you just say now, okay, Rocker and Leiter, that helps us, like you saw with John Gray and Dane Dunning in the bullpen during their 2023 run? Does John Gray now try and pick up as that closer? That's a fascinating conversation. It's unfortunate to me that they weren't really able to add another bat, but I think that the asking price for all of that was probably a little too high.
Yeah, I love that. I mean, I forgot about John Gray when I was going through the starters. Maybe he's your 5th starter when you're totally healthy. It's pretty awesome, that they made their strength even stronger to this extent, being able to add Merrill Kelly. We should say there was a ball sack butt crack situation with Adolis Garcia earlier. He's not been traded. If you're just jumping in your car, maybe you saw that on Twitter earlier. That was not true. But I'm with you, Sans. We'll check. We have 30 minutes to go before this trade deadline. I think you're one injury away from having a massive hole in your lineup. Like right now, with Higashioka healthy, you don't have to play Jock Peterson. But if somebody goes down, then I think you're looking at a rally killer type of offensive presence in your lineup. So if I'm the Rangers right now, I at least want a platoon bat. I at least want to go out and get somebody that can give me some flexibility at first base and DH. What you got?
It's going to be 3 prospects. Don't have the names of the prospects, but I know they wanted pitching in return for this. Now, Merrill Kelly, I think he's on an expiring deal. He's 36 years old, so I wonder if this is one of the arms that we had talked about yesterday. Maybe it's Brad, maybe it's a Cole Drake, maybe it's somebody else in the Rangers farm, but 3 prospects. I'm interested to see what those names are. Also, just quickly to slide this in, the Cowboys are going to work out Lyle Collins tomorrow.
What?
So, yeah, Lyle Collins is coming back in here for a workout. Did not play last year after the Buffalo Bills released him. He started 71 of 74 games in 3 different stints with the Cowboys, but obviously best buddy of Dak Prescott's. Maybe they'll just see what they can get in him as they're moving forward with, I guess he'd play left tackle, I would assume, until Guyton can come back.
Yes, that would be the move. Lyle Collins, it's fascinating. We didn't even think about him the other day when we were considering the possibility that Tyler Guyton was going to be hurt for longer than 4 to 6 weeks. The name Tyron Smith came up. Things went so poorly for Lyle Collins after COVID. Right before the pandemic, it looked like, he was really coming into his own as one of the top tackles, in his college class. Went undrafted because of a weird situation that happened right before the draft. But, about 3 or 4 years in, it looked like Lyle Collins was going to be like Dak Prescott's personal bodyguard on the offensive line for a long time. Then he had the car wreck. Then he didn't show up for COVID well. And all of a sudden, he went from being one of the most promising to one of the most disappointing. And I don't think anybody on the beat was surprised when Lyle Collins retired because, they said, like, is his heart really in it? But, maybe he's been staying in shape in a way, and maybe you watch practice today if you're the Cowboys and you're looking at it like, okay, there's one good rep from Awesome Richards, and we know Nate Thomas is strong. But do you think, Brian, you're familiar with these kind of situations. Is there any apprehension based on what they've seen in the last couple of days of practice? Is that what makes them pick up the phone and call Collins?
Yeah, I just think right now they're in a situation where they're struggling a little bit with healthy bodies. That might be the thing, and maybe it's a favor to the agent. Jerry's always had a relationship with Lyle Collins. Maybe it's a situation where Lyle Collins is kind of healthy, but could be a guy that could help out. But right now, if you're watching practice, they're running out of bodies. They're having guys that are, if Tyler Smith's standing over there, they have a concussion with one of the tackles. It's just. It's been a little bit of a mash unit, and hopefully they'll get everybody back. But they're going to need bodies right now. And like I said, I think this is more about Jerry. I'll circle back with some people in the front office and see what the situation. I've been working the phone on these trade things with my guys, but yeah, we need to find out about Lyle Collins and is this something as that you feel like, are you doing a favor to the agent to see how he is, or is this something that you're really, really serious about?
So this could be the player trying to get on the comeback trail, saying, "Give me a workout." I would have a hard time thinking Lyle Collins wants anything to do with being a camp body, because he's had a successful career. He got the second contract, like he's probably set up for life. So I don't think I'd want to come in and try to work for something. You said you had a Todd Archer tweet as well.
Well, Todd was. I just want to give Todd credit for getting us that Lyle Collins information. But Ken Rosenthal reporting, and thanks to Carter Freeman, who's all over this. Cold Drake, left-handed pitcher. David Hageman, righty, part of the package going for the Rangers to get back Merrill Kelly. So the Rangers still have a couple other lefties in the pipeline, but Cole Drake was definitely the number one arm that I think a lot of teams were coveting.
So we gave up Cole Drake, the 10th best prospect, maybe, or so, a top 10 prospect for the Texas Rangers. That's a lot. Why are we hot after starting pitching so much, Wolchuk? Can we get an answer to this? You're giving up Cole Drake for a starting pitcher. I'm thinking we're giving up Cole Drake for a hammer closer or a power bat.
We're not doing this. We're not bitching in the opening of the show, and then now we're upset that we're giving up a reliever here or something to try and go and get better, right? Well, we're not going to do that. I thought we wanted to go and be aggressive and make moves.
I'm happy they did.
I'm
happy they made moves. Don't get me wrong. I'm curious why starting pitching was the thing that you're thinking is going to be the difference maker. You have plenty of starting pitching.
The Twins guy is, from talking to people around the league, the Twins guy is not a closer.
Well, okay, so they're still in on Phil Maton as well.
Wow,
now,
okay.
I don't love Phil Maton. I'll be honest. That guy has really not been good at times in the postseason with Houston, but maybe that's a guy. To me, the only thing that makes sense is they're going to move some of these guys to the bullpen and help him out in terms of Leiter and Rocker. Like, you don't have, or you are able, and we did see in the last start for Jacob deGrom, it wasn't a great outing. Are now we looking at possibly trying to give him a little bit of time?
Yeah.
Maybe you're skipping some starts here and there. Maybe you're starting to look at the innings. Now you need some more starting pitchers to go ahead and help extrapolate that and eat some more innings during the stretch run.
That makes a lot of sense, Wolchuk.
Just trying to theorize everything.
I love that. I love that, Wolchuk.
That's some good theorizing right there.
Just theorizing.
Could have done without the pithy sarcasm to begin the take, but I thought you finished it really well.
I had to battle.
Get him! Attack him!
The Wolchukian theorem.
Okay, we got Dak. He's going to be on the podium. Nick Harris, Star Telegram, sits down with you next year. It's the G-Bag Nation on the Fan.
Coming up on the cake.
circulating all around us in multiple sports on your home of the Rangers and Cowboys. You do have the trade deadline in 15 minutes. Jared Sandler is going to join us for the recap and his analysis of what they've done. Danny Colombe, the reliever from the Twins, a 1.16 ERA with a .92 whip. And then Merrill Kelly coming aboard from Arizona for 3 prospects, giving the Rangers undoubtedly the best 1, 2, 3 starting pitchers in all of baseball. As the Cowboys news is firing, and Nick Harris from the Star-Telegram joins us now to talk about it, buddy. How are you?
Man, doing fantastic. How are you, fellas? Still rolling? We have enough energy for Nobu tonight? Come on now.
Yeah. Oh, my gosh, bro. My body is so ready for that.
Okay, we're going to get Dak Prescott on the podium here in just a couple of minutes, but wondering what you could tell us about some of the injury situations here. Our injury report brought to you by Greystone Roofing. They've got you covered when the hits keep coming. Savon Ravel, the nosebleed guys talked with Dad earlier, said 6 to 8 weeks still. What are you hearing?
Yeah, it sounds like a setback has been suffered there. He's been dealing with some discomfort after these rehab sessions, and I've also been learning the pronunciation here. Savon Revel. Yeah, so, but yeah, and good job on you guys getting his pops on the show for him saying it's about a 6 to 8 week timeline. You know, they don't want to rush this guy back. I mean, this is a guy that they see as a first round type of talent that they got in the 3rd round because of the injury. They don't see a necessity in rushing him back and getting him back before he is 100% ready to go. So, honestly, man, if it were me, give Revel as much time as he needs. Even if it's the season, I don't think it's going to be the season. But even if it is, get this guy 100% healthy so he can be ready to contribute in a major way down the line.
Is there any concern on Tyler Smith with knee tendonitis?
Yeah, I think he's good right now. They're still evaluating and figuring out Tyler Smith on the other side of the campus here. But as he was walking off, he didn't compete in any team reps today, and then he walked off with about 30 minutes left in practice. Sounds like some knee tendonitis issues going on, but it was funny because a fan had screamed out as he was walking off. He's like, "Tyler, you good?" He said, "I'm straight." And so that's pretty much what I have there too.
Are we going to get Lyle Collins here tomorrow?
Yeah, that's fascinating. Lyle Collins coming in tomorrow for a workout. I mean, obviously the tackle depth has really been challenged here with multiple injuries, and it'll be good to have a veteran in that room too, and not only a veteran but a trusted veteran that understands what they do here, even if it is a little bit of a different system than what he's been accustomed to when during his times in Dallas, plural, and expected to add to that plurality tomorrow.
So, do you think it's going to be within expectation that he can step in here and be better than what they have right now?
I don't think necessarily that. I think it's more so, again, just adding a trusted body in that room, a guy that could help elevate that competition in that room for sure, and then a veteran in that room. They have a lot of young tackles that are available right now. You think about Nate Thomas. This is his first year playing, his 2nd year in the league. Johnny Cornelius, rookie. Matt Wilecko, I feel like, is the elder statesman in that room aside from Terrence Steele, which is funny to think of because he's barely played. So just getting experience in here, I think that's the big thing.
We were talking about Trayshawn Holden before we got on. Had a really nice day today. I mean, Pickens was good, but overall, this wide receiver group, I think that might be an interesting roster decision depending on special team. I mean, like what stands out? And I mean, do you think that there is conversations maybe about who might be on a bubble?
Yeah, well, the first conversation is, do you take 5 or 6 receivers? I think this offense takes 6. So you start counting them down. CeeDee, Pickens, Turpin, Tolbert, Mingo. Those are your safe 5. Then you got Jalen Brooks, Ryan Flanoy, and now Trayshawn Holden competing for that final spot. Jalen Brooks has proved a lot on special teams. So has Ryan Flanoy. If Holden can prove some similar type of value in special teams when the preseason rolls around, then sure, that probably he starts etching his name a little bit further into that conversation. But at the very least, I mean, that's a guy that I think is pretty much cemented a spot at least on the practice squad at this point because he's played so well with the 2nd team unit.
Where are you at with the running backs right now? Phil Maffa have a day?
Yeah, Phil Maffa had a day. 2 running backs are out of the picture today with Deuce Vaughn and Miles Sanders. Deuce Vaughn dealing with a hamstring, Miles Sanders dealing with some knee soreness. So, Phil Maffa stepping in, and he had a pretty solid day. It was the best day of camp, in my opinion. But I'll tell you what, I think I've pretty much been sitting on this bold prediction, and I don't think it's necessarily bold anymore. I think Jaden Blue's going to lead this team in rushing. I feel that confident about Blue and his abilities. He's certainly proved it out here at camp, and he's just increasing his reps with the first team, starting with yesterday and then today as well.
Awesome insider reports and a bold prediction here with Nick Harris, Star-Telegram. Let's go to Dak Prescott on the podium here, the tennis courts in Oxnard, California, the fan.
And then I got into that game and was very vocal that, I'm going to use my legs and this and that. And more times than not, ran in that game and, ended up with a hammy issue after. Is that potentially? But more importantly, it's about where I am now and the growth and just trying to get better and not have anything like that come up again. So just trying to prepare for everything.
best day today, throwing the ball to CeeDee and pick. You know, I don't know if you felt that way, but it seemed like those playmakers were clicking with you.
Yeah, there were some great plays out there. I've told you over and over, y'all know it, I'm as hard as myself, I feel like as anybody. So it was a good day, not a great day. There was misses out there as well. One right there to the back of the end zone to CeeDee where I guess, he potentially was out of bounds, a throw that we've got to make. Maybe in real field where the back of the end zone's bigger, I can tell. But definitely throws that felt good. But, I want to leave practice perfect, and that's hard to do, and that's always going to be my standard. But I think it was a huge day for those guys, especially George. It wasn't just one play. It was each series. There was a play in the series that he was making different catches, big-time catches, showing up, and then obviously CeeDee was CeeDee. So it wasn't just about me today. It was about those guys and really the whole offense.
Jack, Todd Archer, ESPN, you mentioned George today. The touchdowns seemed to be 3 different kind of plays, a goal ball, little hole there at the last one, and you got him on the back shoulder, then showing his speed. How versatile have you learned that he is as a receiver?
Yeah, honestly, more versatile than I would say that I thought before we got him, And then now having him, as I've continued to say over and over, it's a guy that loves the game of football. So everything that you give him and the more you give him, he's going to answer that bell, and he wants more as much as he can. So I don't want to say I'm surprised, but he does have every tool in the bag, and it's fun to be able to get out there, and as we just said, in different periods, different throws, different kind of routes, different coverages for him to make plays. Just show he's a big-time guy, and to have another guy like that alongside CeeDee is just going to be fun.
And then you've been used to seeing offensive linemen go in and out. You've got guys in and out here now. What are your thoughts on Nate Thomas if he has to step in for Guyton and how,
Yeah, pumped for him, for his opportunity. Nate's somebody that obviously we got last year, and then, with some injuries, kind of, I guess you would say, take the redshirt route, having to get himself back and healthy, and then was fortunate to train with Nate this offseason and spent some times and some sessions with Brett Boone on those bands and understanding the talent, the athleticism that I saw then. I started telling Nate, Nate, you can play. Like you can play. You've got the tools. You've got the tangibles. Like, this game's about confidence, and so I was trying to pour it into him then, not knowing that he'd have an opportunity a week and a half into camp to start running with the ones and showcasing his ability. But super proud of him, super proud of what he's done and the approach. And it goes back into the spring of us training and rehabbing and some of the days that were tougher and watching him push through it and give his best to now watching him walk out there confident and make plays. Super proud of him. And he's a Louisiana kid, so I'm always going to push for him.
John Michaud with The Athletic. I was going to ask you about Jonathan Mingo, what you thought of him so far, and did you know that he had an arm that strong?
Jeez. No, I did not know his arm was that strong. I don't know if he realized how far he threw that ball. And physical. That's one thing that jumps out to me is physical and wants the ball and is going to win in one-on-one coverage. And saw it right there on that one-on-one play. Missed him yesterday or 2 days ago, whatever it was, on a go ball. But he gets open and he can make plays. He's a guy that knows the offense. You can move him around if he needs to. Super, super proud of where he's at. Obviously, when we brought him in last year, right, I was hurt, and so didn't even get much of a chemistry to work with him. But a guy that showed up every time in the offseason that I asked to throw, that I feel great and very, very comfortable with where he is now. And I think you're going to see a guy get more opportunities and take advantage of each opportunity that he gets as we move forward in this thing.
And then during practice yesterday, at the end of it, Coach Schottenheimer, frustrated with the fighting, had you guys, run off the sideline. Is that the first time he's had you guys do something like that? And were you surprised that he had you guys do that?
Yeah, it was definitely the first time. I wanted those plays. I can't say I'm surprised. I think, in a sense, it needed to be done, and that's what he felt, and that's the head coach. And I'd be damned if I question, that moment and his leadership ability in that time. And, he's preached to us about being competitive and not combative and playing on the edge and not going over the edge. And I think just a time or two yesterday, we crossed it. And it's hard for me to see why and how on any of those. So I can't question, his decision in that moment. Got to get on the line and run. And I think it was important for us to understand like how much we need those plays. And so as a professional and as an adult, that hurt the players, right? And so that's where we just got to understand that and know that we want to practice. And so we've got to be disciplined. And Osa did a great job breaking the team down after that, just kind of alluding to the lack of discipline that we were showing. And to win at a high level and to win late in the season, you got to have discipline. So it was a great challenge by Osa, a leader of this team. And I think guys answered, and even today when, we got a little chippy because we're going to play at the edge. It didn't cross it. And so I think the reason why is, yesterday him making that statement and Osa stepping up and guys being professional. So it was needed.
Oh, I love it. I mean, the words from Dak, CeeDee, and apparently Osa following the situation yesterday, backing their coach Schottenheimer, the culture, the leadership, it's as good as I've ever seen it. Well, let me just say better than I've ever seen it here in Oxnard. Okay, our training camp coverage continues, but the trade deadline is coming up in 5 minutes. The Rangers have already gotten 2 in, a new reliever, new starter. Jared Sandler joins us to talk about those. And what, Chief?
Ooh, reliever Phil Maton. Phil Maton going to the Rangers from the Cardinals.
All right, we got 3 new pitchers to talk about. G-Bag Nation, and Sands is with us next on the...
Chris Bochy. Turn it on and leave it on. Your home of the Rangers. 105.3 The Fan.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth, and Odyssey Sports Station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It is hour number 4 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. The trade deadline passing in Major League Baseball, and the Rangers ended up busy. They were waiting. The memes were happening where you're poking the stick at the Rangers logo and asking them to do something, and then a flurry of events throughout the show. And now they have a starter and 2 new relievers to talk about. We did... here just last hour, the Cowboys are going to have Lyle Collins back here tomorrow, and we'll see what he can do. Of course, he was on the practice team in 2023, and Savone Revel is had a setback. He's going to be out 6 to 8 weeks. As Jared Sandler joins you now here on The Fan, and a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
Guys, I'm great. Trade deadline day is always a lot of fun, whether there are a lot of moves made or not. We really didn't have a ton of blockbusters. A couple big moves around the league, but some of the big names that people assumed would be traded before the season, like Luis Robert and Sandy Alcantara, didn't get traded, and some other potential big dominoes didn't fall, but still a lot of activity. And that final hour is always a lot of fun, and the Rangers were definitely involved.
What grade would you give him right now? Instant reaction.
B plus. I guess. If you look at the fact that I think they were hoping to maybe add a right-handed bat, but at this point, I guess they just got to go with what they have and hope that Adolis Garcia, who hit a home run off of a lefty yesterday, can continue to show progress against lefties, because their struggles against lefties aren't exclusively because they got guys who just have never been able to hit lefties. They've got some guys who have been able to hit lefties who aren't. And Adolis is the guy, among that group who's probably lacking in terms of damage compared to what he's done in the past. And then, the other part of this is, and I don't know that the Rangers are saying, hey, we know for sure Jock Peterson is going to turn things around. But I think given, whatever financial restrictions they had, they kind of, were in a spot like we talked about the other day where it's, sort of like, all right, we need Jock Peterson to turn things around, and that could obviously change the complexion of things offensively. But the Rangers are clearly leaning into what has been their biggest strength all year, and that is the pitching. They are adding to that strength. They are going to play the run prevention game. That doesn't mean that they're not going to be able to score any runs, because this group over the last almost 2 months has been one of the better offenses in baseball. But we got a 4-game series against the Mariners. They are a very good and a very intimidating offensive group, and I think the Rangers are just going to, do what they can to try and prevent runs. And adding Merrill Kelly will, indirectly help the bullpen, because now you can bump someone to the bullpen. Obviously, adding Danny Coulomb and Phil Maton will directly help the bullpen, and just fortifies and adds depth in an area where you can never really have too much depth, and that's obviously the approach they took.
So looking at the rest of the division and what they did here at the deadline, Jared, you just mentioned what the Rangers did. You had Merrill Kelly, starting pitcher, 2 good relievers, and Maton and Coulomb. Carlos Correa's going back to Houston. You had the Eugenio Suarez move last night with Seattle, among some others for them. But in the arms race now in the AL West, how do you think these teams now stack up?
Well, I'll stay with what I said at the beginning of the year. I think the 2 best teams in the division are the Mariners and the Rangers. I think if you guarantee Carlos Correa's health the rest of the way, then that's a nice acquisition. The Astros were shooting for Sandy Alcantara. They were shooting for Steven Kwan. They were shooting for Dylan Cease, and thankfully, they didn't end up making any of those moves. And I think Steven Kwan would have been really helpful to add a left-handed bat for them. They really needed that. The Astros definitely got better. There's no doubt about it. I don't think, just given the injuries that they've had with Alonso or Yordan Alvarez and Isaac Paredes, and and just the struggles of some of the guys who have come up, and also Jeremy Pena. I think they're good. I think the Astros are definitely good. I think the Rangers and Mariners are the 2 best teams. And Eugenio Suarez is a streaky player. He has been awesome this year. He knows how to hit in Seattle because he's done it. But he does add a level of swing and miss that they wanted to go away from when they traded him a couple years ago. So, if over the next 2 months he's the guy he was with Arizona, then this is a really good lineup. And the Mariners probably have the best lineup in this division. They're the second team in Major League history to have 2 players with more than 35 home runs before the month of August. The other team, the 61 Yankees, that had Maris and Mantle the year that Roger Maris set the home run record. So, they've got power, and that's not even mentioning Julio Rodriguez, who is, he is a guy who over the course of his career, for whatever reason, sucks in the first half and is great after the All-Star break, and he has been really good. Same with Randy Arozarena. So the Mariners lineup is really, really, really good. The Mariners for years have leaned into the conditions of playing in the Pacific Northwest and playing here at T-Mobile Park, which does not necessarily reward offense because of the way the ball dies, especially as we get into September and the cooler temperatures. But this is a Mariners lineup that's kind of belied that a little bit. So it's a really, really good group. That's, to me, right now, they had a great deadline. We'll see how it plays out. But I think the Rangers had the type of deadline that maybe wasn't the sexiest, but maybe will allow them to move some pieces around and compete at a high level. I still am. Obviously the Astros are in first place. You got to catch them. But I would be, if you were to ask me, hey, who's better, Mariners or Astros? I'm going to tell you right now, I think the Mariners are the team that ends up with the better record of those two. So that's the team, if you want to win the division, that I think you got to keep up with or catch.
Don't get me wrong, Jared. I love how busy they were making all these things happen. I just wonder, did adding a starting pitcher of Kelly's caliber surprise you at all? And it's making me wonder, are they not sure or not confident in one thing or another and feeling like we need to go out and get a guy this good?
Well, I think there are a few things. One, Tyler Mahle's shown a lot of progress, but maybe this is an insurance policy in case things don't progress as they'd like. They obviously think, just based on if you connect some of the dots, I think they would have loved to have gotten a bona fide closer. You look at the price for the closers who were moved. I don't know that was a price the Rangers were willing to pay. I mean, they gave up a decent amount for Merrill Kelly. I don't know that, the package of Hageman, Drake, and Bratt probably wouldn't have gotten you these closers, right? It wouldn't have gotten you David Bednar. And the closer obviously wouldn't have gotten Joan Duran or Ryan Helsley. So I think they kind of did a little zig, away from their initial plan of zagging. And, I think the thought is, all right, well, if we can't get that bona fide closer, and maybe they went after Griffin Jacks, who's not currently a closer, but that's only because Joan Duran, was closing in front of him. If we can't get that guy, let's just make our bullpen really, really good. And I don't think that they're going to be closer by committee necessarily, but it does give them options. It gives them flexibility. I think adding the starter, Gavin, only helps the bullpen as well. We've talked all year long about, will the young pitchers like Kamal Rocker and Jack Leiter run out of gas? How can you combat that? And then there's obviously the health component, right? And so this gives them some depth. It gives them some options. Obviously, you don't want Jacob deGrom or Nathan Eovaldi to get hurt, but let's say one of those two guys does get hurt. All right, your rotation's not as strong as it would be with those guys in there, but if you can plug in Merrill Kelly, who's having a really nice year and is a guy who has had a lot of success in the postseason before, has that track record, has those chops, and maybe you feel all right about it. And the Rangers, with this depth in the bullpen, now put themselves in a position where they can shrink ball games, especially come playoff time when all bets are off from like a traditional management of a pitching staff.
What are the chances tonight's like Kamar Rocker's last start of the season?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's possible, Gavin. We'll have to see. If he goes out and he pitches 6 scoreless, then I think makes the case for that not being the reality for him. But I definitely think that at some point, and I don't know this to be fact by any means, but for a guy who basically has thrown 100 innings over the last 3 years, I got to believe at some point they feel like for a young pitcher, there's going to be a wall, and maybe moving him to the bullpen would be best. So I don't know if it's tonight, but I imagine at some point they're going to start having those conversations, and I think he would be a good candidate, just like Jack Leiter. I think both those guys could have a lot of success in the bullpen if you were to shuffle some cards. That's not to say, just for people listening, that the Rangers are punting on these guys as starters. Not the case at all. I think if you ask Chris Young right now, 2026 rotation, he'll tell you that you've got deGrom and you've got you've got Leiter and you've got Rocker and deGrom and Eovaldi. And I don't think they're wavering on that at all. I think it's just figuring out now the rest of the way what is best for the 2025 Rangers. And given these guys' youth and lack of experience in pitching 150-plus innings at this level, maybe that's these are the insurance policies that they need, and maybe repurposing them is what's going to be best.
So who do you view now as the potential closer?
It's a great question. So neither Danny Coulomb nor Phil Maton profile as a closer in that, they don't have power stuff. These are guys that they live in the 80s. They do not, we're not even talking mid-90s, right? They don't go there. They're low 90s, live in the 80s, and Phil Maton's best pitch is his mid-70-mile-an-hour curveball. With that said, velocity aside, both these guys miss bats. Phil Maton misses bats at a really top-notch caliber. Danny Coulomb gets a lot of chase. Danny Coulomb's got an ERA that's barely over 1, and over the last 4 seasons, it's barely over 2. So at the end of the day, the object's to keep runs off the board. I guess you can mix and match with those guys, but I don't know that the Rangers are going away from Robert Garcia at this time. Sean Armstrong's another guy. But what I do think here, we just mentioned 4 guys, 2 righties, 2 lefties. Maybe they don't go closer by committee, but maybe they do what the Mariners did a few years ago when they had Sewald and Munoz and Eric Swanson, and they really they played it situationally. Like, all 3 guys got saves, and it was really matchup based. So they knew, as I'm watching Ichiro Suzuki walk out in the field, which is still absolutely amazing. This guy, full uniform, will go through like a warm-up routine for no real reason other than his love for baseball. But they might be able to match up and hey, all right, in the 8th inning, it's a pocket of righties, so it's going to be Armstrong or Maton, or heck, Coulomb, because Coulomb's really good against righties. But now we got a string of lefties here. Maybe that's going to be Jacob Webb when he comes back off the IL, and maybe that's going to be Robert Garcia. I think we'll have to wait and see how they play it, but they do have options, even if they don't have that one guy. And I know some people will say, hey, if you've got 2 quarterbacks, you don't have one quarterback. Some people might say, well, if you got 2 closers, you don't have one closer, and that's fair. But maybe this gives them some time to sort out how they want to approach this. And wild card guys, Jack Leiter, Kumar Rocker, not today necessarily, but as we get into September, what about those guys? I think they could be a part of the conversation too.
Hey, Jared, this is a tough day on everybody, and you live with this baseball team. Do you get a sense just kind of hanging out with the guys that once this is over, that everybody's kind of relieved that, okay, this is going to be our team going forward, and everybody kind of focuses on that task? This has got to be a tough day for everybody in that clubhouse.
Yeah, it is. And I was on the bus, Broadus, when that fake tweet about Adolis Garcia getting traded came down the line. And, these guys understand it's a business. But and while we look at it strictly from going to make the team better or not, these are friends. These are teammates. These are relationships. And, so that there's that component. And then, there is the competitive side. I mean, these guys want to get better. Every year, the trade deadline, once we get to about a week within the trade deadline, I'm answering either in-person questions or texts from these players multiple times a day. What are you hearing? What are you hearing? What do you think about this? They're throwing this scenario out there. What are you hearing about that? Because they want to get better. This is, these guys, a lot of them are baseball fans too, and this is kind of fun and exciting for them from that standpoint. But I think it's also emotionally taxing and tough because of the reality that they might be the guy that gets moved. Corey Seager knows he's not getting traded, but that's not the case for all these players. And, I think they're always curious, what's going to happen. And then, this didn't happen to the Rangers, but let's take the Minnesota Twins. You got a guy in Byron Buxton who he says that he wants to be a Twin for life, but today
they got
maybe
gutted.
That reality, now and you got a guy who, like, this is home for him. He has moved his family from Georgia to, he calls Minneapolis home. Now, does he still want to be a Twin for life? And maybe he does. I'm just using that as an example. It wasn't necessarily where the Rangers were, thankfully, but let's say the Rangers didn't go on this run the last couple weeks. Maybe the Rangers would be in a position where a guy who, is supposed to be here long-term totally sees a team with a different outlook and, his plans for the next few years have totally been uprooted. So, this is, I think, a very difficult day for players. As much as it can be exciting when you're on the buying side, when you're not fully on the buying side or you don't know, or you could be one of those guys who gets moved, and especially for these poor minor leaguers, right? Some of them, it's out of nowhere. They're all on high alert. So it's definitely an interesting dynamic.
So was there a moment on the bus where the guys thought Doley had been traded?
Yeah, and Adolis wasn't on the bus.
Okay.
There weren't a ton of players on the bus. But, yeah, hey, is this real? Did you see this? Is this true? And, you hear some chatter about that, but I think it got pretty quickly dispelled because you got some staffers on the bus, and they can confirm right away, even if the Rangers haven't officially announced the trade. They can press one button, and it's like, hey, is this in the works? And I think it was pretty quickly dispelled, and we were all informed that, no, this is not in the works. That's not true at all. Now, were the Rangers having conversations with teams about Adolis Garcia? That's very possible, but obviously didn't end up getting traded.
I guess we don't know all the financials yet, but it does appear that they've probably gone over that luxury tax threshold, right?
Yeah, so that's a great question, Zach. We don't know the financials, and it's very possible. When you look at the package the Rangers gave up for Merrill Kelly with Cole Drake, Mitch Bratt, and Hageman, it's very possible. That's a pretty good package. The Diamondbacks should be pretty pleased with that. Now, quick sidebar. Prospects are always suspects. I'll go back to the very first big trade when I was in this role was the Cole Hamels trade. And people were flipping the you-know-what out because the Rangers traded 5 of their top 10 prospects, Jake Thompson, Alec Asher, Jared Eichhoff, Nick Williams, and Jorge Alfaro. None of those guys ended up being anywhere close to what their prospect status would have suggested. Alfaro ended up having a couple decent years, but in no way, shape, or form did you regret trading Jorge Alfaro. And there are countless examples like that. So, Cole Drake, Mitch Bratt, they have a nice, reputation. The car hasn't been driven off the lot yet, but you got to pay to play. And I love the GMs who are not afraid to deal prospects to make moves. The guys like Chris Young in 2023, right? The moves that they made, they gave up quite a bit to get those guys, but it paid off. Alex Anthopoulos, Dave Dombrowski, AJ Preller. The common thread with those guys and their teams is they win and they're constantly in the mix. The Braves aren't going to be this year. It's Alex Anthopoulos' group, but they've had a run where they've basically been contenders, for almost the last decade, right? But back to your question, Zach, I think it's possible the Diamondbacks are picking up some money, right? So that would allow the Rangers to stay below the CBT. I'm not positive of all the financials, but there is a great chance that they did stay below because of some of the financial workings of the deals that were made. I would be surprised if they just barely exceeded the luxury tax after insisting all year they were going to stay below and then exceeding it for a guy who's not controllable because Merrill Kelly's a free agent after this year. It would make more sense if they acquired a guy who they'd have under team control. But I'd be surprised if they end up going over for a guy who's not under control beyond this year.
Jared, we got Jock Peterson in the lineup tonight. If we get a three-run ding-dong from him, could we get a Jimmy Jock call?
We can do it, Jimmy. Yeah, we can do that. We get a little ding-dong and get a little Jimmy Jock, a little young Jock. It's going down. Jock jams. We can do it all. If he hits a home run, I might even just take off my shirt and wave it around my head because this team needs to get this guy going desperately.
Let's get Hicksy to do the same thing.
Yeah, and Des caught it.
There he goes.
Yeah, Des caught it.
Jared Sandler on your home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. What a beast there with all of your insider reports on the Rangers trade deadline day. 2 new relievers, a starter, Merrill Kelly. Salute to CY. He's done it again, and if I showed any lack of faith in his abilities earlier, I apologize. Okay, we're coming back with Brian's camp report and what Dak said about Lyle Collins' workout tomorrow. What else we got, Brian?
Yeah, I'm trying to confirm for you about the Lyle Collins, how that all is going to shake out. We'll do that next.
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. It's time now for a Cowboys camp report. We saw a lot of interesting things today and had a lot of interesting news as well. Brought us his 520 camp update, brought to you by Tree Line by Hillwood, a stunning new master plan community in Justin, Texas. Our camp coverage brought to you by the on-time experts, Rhino Shield and Yardbird Southern Table and Bar. And the Expressway brought to you every day by the on-time experts here on 105.3 The Fan. Okay, a couple of interesting things. We've heard that Lyle Collins is going to be working out tomorrow for the Cowboys. That is reported by Todd Archer, so salute to him. Dak Prescott at his press conference moments ago said, Lyle told his kids, I'm going to protect your daddy. So we'll see how good he can be. You know, Lyle Collins was he came back to the Cowboys in 2023 after getting cut right by the Bengals, and then couldn't crack the rotation. Then he was a practice squad guy.
Yeah, he's a practice squad player.
Is this like a hangout? I like Dak, and I want to be around the Cowboys again. Maybe play a little bit of football, practice up, or is this him trying for a comeback? Because if he's going for a comeback and he's been getting in great shape, and Lyle Collins is walking in, I think he could still be young enough to be better than what they have out there right now, maybe even better than Tyler Guyton until he develops. So this is going to be an interesting story to track tomorrow, how much of a boost to the offensive line is this, or is this vibes Lyle Collins is coming back to hang out?
Yeah. I mean, I don't have very high expectations for him, but I'm sure in his mind this is to come back and get on the field. It may result in just more of a vibe situation and just sort of a camp body, and as Nick was alluding to, just having a more veteran presence and a guy who, as you mentioned, best friends with Dak. Mm-hmm. So it's really a no risk situation, but. Yeah, I would leave the door cracked open that maybe he's in phenomenal shape, a year of no playing, so probably feeling good and healthy. And I've seen videos of he's clearly been working out and staying in shape, so you never really know. But at this point, not a bad option.
At practice down there today, Brian, a lot of big plays once again. What are you hearing? What are you liking?
No, I tell you what, I just talked to Will McClay about the whole thing with Collins, and this is just right now just a workout is all this is. This is nothing more. I was trying to kind of get a little bit more of an idea about it. I said, hey, are you just trying to help your depth? What are you trying to do? And he says, Brian, this is really just all this is a workout. And we'll see what happens from there. So there's no guarantee of him signing. If he looks good, maybe they sign him. But he just said, don't read into anything more than just a workout, and then we'll go from there.
In Collins' playing time, sometimes he would come back from an off season in incredible shape. I think that happened twice. Sometimes, he was in bad shape. So I think it really comes down to, what kind of shape he is. How much does he weigh? Are we getting are we getting extra heavy Lyle Collins or not heavy enough? A lot of offensive linemen do lose significant amount of weight when they shut it down, and he did not play at all last year, but that's a fun one. Some big plays today. Pickens, another big touchdown. Trajan Holden with 2. Javonte Williams had another big run.
Turpin was a monster.
Again. And Jaden Blue had another big run. Matter of fact, last hour, Nick Harris Star Telegram predicting Jaden Blue is going to be the leading rusher for this team. But we had a little bit of a Tyler Smith injury scare, tendonitis. Yeah. So that's going to be one to track. A good day for a day off tomorrow. It was Kyerlin making more plays, and Damone Clark had a PBU in the seam today.
Yeah, he sure did. And Damone Clark is playing with a lot more awareness. That was something that he just did not have very good. I think playing for Dave Bergonzi and then playing with Matt Eberflus has really, really helped him.
Sweet.
Because he just did not. He just did not, the last couple of years, he just did not look like he knew exactly what he was doing. But out there today, the drops, his ability to play in the passing game, that's something we never really ever talked about him being able to do. And the fact that he was able to get in the lane and knock a ball down, I think says a lot about his growth with this new coaching staff.
You mentioned drops real quick. John Stevens had his 4th drop of camp.
Yeah, it
doesn't look like the same player.
He's playing with that knee brace on his left knee, and it's just not working out for him very well.
All right, there's a training camp update here for you live in Oxnard. Stay tuned. If anything else is breaking, we will pass it on. It's time now to go into the Pimp Cup where Lucius has your G-Bag of the day.
Okay, all right. All right. Sorry, fellas. Sorry about that. How's everybody doing? Yeah. All right.
It's been a whirlwind.
It has been.
Yeah.
Just listening to you fellas while I'm taking care of my little menial task in here. I was looking through some photos that the old lady is sending me right now. She's got the dogs in the pool.
Oh.
Yeah, they're having a great time. She is babysitting her boss's dogs, and there's 3 dogs in the house, and they're all in the pool right now, having a grand time. They earned it. All right, this is G-Bag the Day. We do it every weekday on the Fan at 5:30. If you see anything floating out there, don't be afraid to hit me up at Lucky Lucius P on social media. All right. Day number 2 for this champion audio. It is a Stephen Jones combo pack. Let's see where we're going to start right here. All right, let's go to Gavin Dawson pressing Stephen Jones. And Stephen had a little slippery response at the end there.
Right, and I'm like, well, why would they not just get this thing done if Micah really wants to be here? And I guess one is that he would have to take significantly less than market value for you guys to want to do that contract with him now. And the other would be, it is probably tens of millions of dollars in free brand awareness.
A lot of the things you just said are mostly inaccurate.
Okay. How so?
I'm not going to get into the details of a negotiation.
Well, I'm not going to tell you. I'm just going to tell you they're absolutely wrong and embarrass you real quick.
What? Step aside now.
That was awesome.
Yeah, this is great, bro. I'm loving this.
What's that?
I'm loving this response. No, go ahead, because I'm going to drop it on you anyway. Go ahead.
As fun as that was, I think the second part of this combo is just absolute clever broadcast gold from Majors.
It is, man.
A lot of the things you just said are mostly inaccurate.
That's so good. Yeah, Corey Majors made fun of that situation.
Here's my example of Steven. Where do you stop to get gas, Steven?
Yeah.
And he's like, gasoline is all over the country, and you never know exactly when you're going to need to stop, because what is stopping? Who knows how many different places you can pass before you actually, a lot of people out there need gas. And so do I want gas when they're getting gas, or do I want gas whenever they're not? And so you have to ask yourself that question, and you got to be prepared. 24 hours, 365.
No, but I asked you the question, where did you get the gas?
To get gasoline. Well, I'm not going to talk about that.
To get gasoline.
It's not fair to the gasoline industry.
It's not fair to the gasoline industry. I'm not going to talk about that right now. God, that's so good, bro. Okie dokie. Let's get this out the way.
We never got any blowback on that, did we?
No,
Brian?
No,
nice.
Never did.
Yeah. See, they're grown-ups.
Yeah.
A lot of the things you just said are mostly inaccurate.
I like how he just sat back and he was like, we can just agree to disagree. I love that dude. We just disagree. All right, this is a late night chicken tender order right here in Dallas. I'm assuming it's probably the Great Williams. I'm just assuming.
trying to get? How many tenders you trying to get, boss man?
I need at least like 10.
10 tenders?
10 tenders.
Hey, boss man, we need about 10 tenders.
Hey, but look though, y'all can't be bullshit. Like, you know what I'm saying?
We on bullshit. We gonna make sure your on point. You say you want 10 tenders, we finna cook you 10 tenders. Whatever else you got going on.
That's a meal though.
I ain't doing a matter. Box of fries, whatever.
Hey, look, whoever on that other microphone.
I ain't cooking nothing.
Man, hey, look, hey, listen, man, y'all better stop bullshit. It's my mother.
I ain't cooking nothing so I get a tip.
Don't worry about it. I'm finna come to that window when I pay.
Yeah.
How about that?
Yeah.
How about that?
It's the fries and I got Fanta strawberry.
Sound like you hungry. Y'all better get the tenders.
He said, I'm not cooking anything until I get a tip. It's like an old party line right there on the drive-thru. It's like 8 people he's talking to. All right, let's see what else we got. Yeah, it's good stuff. What else we got? Oh, your Cartnark, Sebastian.
Uh-oh.
Your man got hit with a death threat.
Oh, no.
Yeah, he was going to stomp his face in the curb or something crazy like this. Old Sebastian out here doing the Lord's work, putting his life at risk to make sure the carts are put up in the grocery inn.
Wheelie that's not where the carts go, sir. The cart return, it's 2 spots over. Oh, it's our hood magnet of shame. It says I don't return my shopping. Do you understand the problem here? The irony of the situation?
You understand the irony of my situation? You put something on my car again, I'm gonna f you up.
That's not very nice, sir. Here, look, let me help you out. We have multiples. How about this? You just put your cart back. That's all you gotta do.
Motherfuckers don't understand. This is how you get killed.
Why?
This is how you get killed.
Over a cart?
This is how you get killed.
I blocked your attack with my wand. Now, sir, why do you want to threaten me with death when you can just take your cart back? Sir, this is my job. I'm the car.
Something mentally wrong with you.
Sir, this is my job.
There's something mentally wrong with your ass.
No, sir, I'm a car narc. This is my job to be helpful. And
mentally wrong
sir,
with
do you understand?
Crack your goddamn skull.
Why would you do that, sir? That's not nice.
It's my job, okay?
It's not your job. What? What are you doing? You're being an obstinate bone, sir.
An obstinate bones.
Gosh, his voice got higher.
It did, dude. He was shook.
Oh,
yeah.
man.
There's something mentally wrong with you. Kind of sounded like a mice and men a little bit there.
It's not very nice, sir.
That is how this all ends, though, right? Like the whole Cartnark thing ends with this guy getting killed. Like we're just waiting for that one.
He'll
go 5 time and he'll get his honor.
We got to get Sebastian on back at maybe the next Super Bowl and run that by him. Like, you probably have enough good videos up. It's going to create passive income.
You just expect to
Put a bulletproof vest on, my guy. Put a bulletproof vest on if you need that. You know what I mean? I don't want to be scrolling down the timeline and I see a photo of Sebastian and the Cartnarks and they got like little angel wings behind them. Yeah. Oh, no! Oh, I hate finding out about it like that. Like, oh, no! Somebody, oh, God.
That would be pretty cool. I think if he had the Kevlar vest on.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would look sick.
Yeah, it would look sick.
Yeah.
Like it hot.
They said if you got to wear the vest, you got to have the gun with you at the same time. You can't be like, because if you just have the vest with no gun, you're a target. Just a target. Just a target. I like how the old man swung at my man from the Cartnarks. He blocked it. He swung at him, but he blocked it with his little wand, and he said that in the middle of the fight. Listen.
This is how you get killed.
I blocked your attack with my wand.
Block your attack with my wand.
He's not a big guy either. Like Sebastian, he's staring down, people probably twice the size of him. By my estimation, meeting him there at Radio Row a couple years back.
You sized him up?
Because I trolled him back, though.
No, you sized him up because you were the one to put your cart back right.
Yeah, I will leave my cart out there on the little lawn sometimes if I got little ones in the truck. I don't want to walk away from that truck. I don't know when the human traffickers might try to snatch them.
That's understandable.
Not going to get me.
Fantech said you can be scrolling on the timeline and seeing angel wings in a golden cart. Like, damn, they got Sebastian, bro. Tough out here. All right, yesterday was a church day. I pray you got your blessing. Shout out to my Reverend Dr. Pastor Freddie D. Haynes doing things out here in the community, sir. I see you. Salute. I see you, sir. If you're not on the program, you cannot speak during this service. If you're not on the program, you cannot speak during the service.
We have 3 others on program to make
presentations. So we're going to ask if Nadine Taylor-Lee will come at this time, followed by Pastor Williams C. Mayer, and then Deborah Ansley. Amen. And they are on program to make remarks. They are on program to make remarks.
So, excuse me, real quick. So I need to speak. I was going to wait till they were done before I would talk, if that's okay.
Let's let the people who are on program make remarks.
Well, I'm on the program to speak.
Where?
I'm on it twice, actually.
Where?
On the program.
Where?
Can I speak?
No.
I'm on there twice, actually. Well done. Is it Stephen Jones with the G-Bag Nation, our one-time champ, looking for two right here? Is it Cartnark Sebastian getting a death threat? Is it? Oh, yes, our Corey Majors combo platter. I thought we had 4. Did we just have 3, Lucius? Is it time to vote?
What else? Oh, no, the chicken tenders, 10 chicken tenders.
That's right, the 10 chicken tenders. Yeah. The 10 tenders there. Okay, and you cannot speak.
10 tenders, baby.
Man, that's tough. I'm going to vote for us here in the G-Bag Nation. Talking to Steve, though. Chief, how about you?
Give me the give me the champ.
Alrighty.
Yeah, give me that combo pack, baby.
Alrighty.
And I ain't talking about tenders when I say I want that combo pack.
Give me about 10 and don't be BSing me.
Yeah, don't be playing, bro.
Can't be BSer. I got to throw Sebastian a vote.
Salute. And Broadus?
The tenders.
Okay, by a score of 3-1. And still, your G-Bag Today champion, it's Stephen Jones with us here. It's time now to stay in the Pimp Cup. Here's Lucius in LA Live.
All right, it is a Thirsty Thursday, ladies' night edition of LA Live. Let's get into it right after the great Rick James.
All right, G-Squares.
It'll make you dance to some of everything.
Hey.
Everybody get it.
Ladies!
Wait a minute, what's it called, Mom?
Oh, it's gonna have a
Mom, what's it called?
It's called the Chittery Board or Chattery Board.
It's Katridgy. It's a U in there somewhere. Katridgy board or I don't know.
Well, you just put meat and cheese and grapes and stuff like that on it.
Yeah, they look really good.
Chittery Board.
Yeah,
Chittery.
Yeah. Oh, I love these old ladies on the chittery boards. Makes you hungry. This is LA Live for Thursday, July 31st, bro. July 31st. This year is flying by. Flying by. July 31st, 2025. It is a Thirsty Thursday Ladies Night edition of LA Live. Here, welcome in Lady Tolos. Hold on, welcome in. There we go. Welcome in Lady Tolos. This night is for you, all of my ladies.
So all of my ladies.
Yeah, I'm glad you're sitting with us there.
Oh, girl, baby girl.
Shout out to Miss Lady T. Where you at, Miss Lady T?
Man, they are stretching Kikuchi tonight.
That's right. Right. LA Live is sponsored by Greystone Roofing and Construction. That is greystone-roofing.com. Tolos, text your answer to this question I'm about to ask the G-Bags and you to the truckwreck.com fan text 43733. That's the right number, right?
Yes, sir.
43733.
43733. I can't say that's the right number, can I?
You know, that's the old number.
877-881-1053. I was like, dang, I want to have his back right now. But
I think that changed about 12 years ago.
Listen, when you don't say it all the time, you just totally don't remember the number, dog. Get that number out.
They had a separate number for calling or texting.
Yeah.
43733, that's right.
Okay. Shoot, that's the one that's etched in my head. What is the new number?
It's just 877-881-1053.
And you just type that in, you can just go ahead and text, right? All right, that's sweet. Beautiful. All right, since this is a ladies' night, I got a question about the ladies. What tattoo on a woman is an instant red flag? What tattoo on a woman is an instant red flag? Send that text to
877-881-1053. It's the thigh tat, Lucius.
The thigh tat.
What type of particular thigh tat are we talking about here, though?
Okay, so it's not about where, it's about what.
It can be where and what. I need a whole thing here, buddy.
Yeah, it's
I need a whole thing.
Initials that aren't yours.
Yeah, whole thing. Yeah, like a tattoo of an ex-boyfriend.
Just like
a
a big, like a big time,
like a
just
butterfly,
a lot of coverage.
Flower.
Where you get the hamstring, you get the hamstring butterfly where the two come together.
That panther coming down her thigh, his claws are like hanging onto the thigh.
Green flag right there.
Tattoo on the lower back might as well be a bullseye.
Yeah, lower back ones is crazy. I think.
How about something on the neck, like a neck
tattoo?
Well, any face tat, I do think damn, that's impressive. That looks painful.
I think they're a lot tougher than me if they have
hot.
net tack. 'Cause that hurts, doesn't it, man?
I would
Tattoo on
think
the
so.
neck?
Yeah, I would definitely think so. It's sensitive on the neck right there, I think you said it, Dawson. What was that? A dude's name?
Yeah, dude's initials.
Some initials?
Any initials that aren't, that's not an ex-boyfriend. That's my cousin.
Yeah.
We were best friends growing up. And yeah, right.
James.
She is never going to love you as much as whoever that dude's initials are.
Oh, my God. That's crazy that you say that, Dawson, dude.
Sorry.
Oh, my God.
Sorry.
No, when I was coming up younger in high school, just trying to find a girl.
Yeah.
And sometimes you step it a little bit above your means.
I know the feeling.
And I don't mean like money. I'm just talking about she's super fast. She's super out there. You're not ready for that yet. You still went behind the ears. Dawg, she had a photo of a dude on her, what was that, dresser where the mirror was? So she's looking at this guy every day. She's telling me this fool is dead. He's dead. Don't worry about him, bro.
Yeah,
oh, my God. Nah, man. I seen them in a full running together years later.
Yes. Yeah.
Broke my heart, bro.
He's been dead to me as of about 2 weeks ago.
He's dead.
He's dead. Don't worry.
He's dead. Don't worry about him. I was like, well, she's with the dead man at the basketball court. Damn.
It's very romantic.
Yeah.
Clearly this woman is, she knows how to stay committed.
Yeah. Somebody said paw tattoos. Tattoos of paws, like a dog's paw, I guess.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. Well, send that to the fan text. We'll read them as this segment goes on.
So I pretty much every hot chick that I wanted to in Pennsylvania, at least in the South Hills area and the surrounding area, like towards the Mon Valley and up to Seven Seasons, whatever they call it, Cranberry Township, up by, whatever they call it, Seven Hills, seven something. I banged every chick that I wanted to so far. If there's some that I missed, please let me know. Send me a picture. Because I'm moving to Nashville, Tennessee next for about 2 weeks, so I'm going to tear it up there too. You know what I'm saying? They're already in the Daisy Dukies, I call them. Daisy Dukes is my When I see a girl that has the perfect body, size 6 and smaller, I'm good to go.
What a weirdo.
Quite a Romeo.
What a weirdo. Stay away from that fella right there, ladies, please. My God.
Getting a lot of cherries, Lucius, black widows, spiders.
Cherries. I follow an account on Reddit called Cherries. Thank God I found that. Hey, I'll tell you what, Texas. Y'all done got rid of all of the little trading websites you can go to, to see what's going on out there. Kind of provocative websites. Texans have gotten rid of all of them, right?
Pretty much.
But Reddit, though. Oh, man, my Reddit. I hope they cannot see everything that you follow on Reddit. And all the little groups you're in on Reddit. Can they see that?
They're monitoring.
I'm talking about anybody.
I don't think other people can see what you're following or whatever.
That's what I'm talking about. I don't want you to be able to just say, "Oh, this is what Lucius is following." He's wilding. He needs to relax. Hose him down. There's a 40-year-old man that went viral for going on a solo vacation without his girlfriend because she couldn't afford it. Yeah. 40-year-old man. By the way, I've seen women do this all the time.
Oh, yeah.
The man can't afford it. He's got to work or something. She's still going with her homegirls to wherever spot she paid for.
Wow. Sure.
Yeah. But he's taking some heat. 40-year-old man shared it on Reddit that he booked a trip alone because his girlfriend could not come due to all that debt. He offered to pay for the hotel. She said no. So he bounced anyway. Shout out to that man.
Yeah.
Now they mad at him. Now they mad at him. What else?
Probably dang peaceful, too.
Look, he looks very peaceful on the photo. I don't even know if that's him on the photo, but my man looks relaxed.
Yeah. He could be anywhere in the world right now. It's the best vacation I've ever heard of.